So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 2021 to Chapter 2113. Let's go. I will take everyone to eat the delicious wonton noodles. Lu Yezi said with a smile. Lu Yezi led the way in front, and Yang Ming and the others followed behind. After a while, they came to a wonton noodle stall. Lu Yezi said to the boss with familiarity, "Boss, give me 4 bowls of wonton noodles." "Oh? Little Lu is here. These are your friends, right? They will be here soon." The boss was obviously very familiar with Lu Yezi. When he saw Lu Yezi coming, he greeted him enthusiastically. My boss came from another place. I invited him here." Lu Yezi said with a smile. The boss didn't know Lu Yezi's identity because the people of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau didn't wear uniforms. Although they had military uniforms, the people of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau wouldn't wear uniforms every day for confidentiality, unless there was a special meeting or something. "Okay, I will be here soon," the boss said enthusiastically. The 4 people found a clean table and sat down to wait. Not far from the wonton noodle stall, there was a fortune-telling stall. There were many people there, but Yang Ming saw a strange phenomenon. There were many fortune-tellers, but the fee was very little. When others were fortune-tellers, they would say a few words to arouse the curiosity of the customers, then they would start to cover it up. They would only continue when they got the money. However, this fortune-teller said it directly and didn't talk about money. If you were willing to pay, then pay. If you were unwilling to pay, then don't pay. He didn't care. He looked indifferent. This fortune-teller is quite interesting. Yang Ming glanced and said. "N? You mean him?" Lu Yezi glanced at the fortune-teller and then said to Yang Ming, "You mean Mr. Mo. He is a very powerful person. He is very famous in the market." "Oh? Is he really accurate?" Yang Ming was not very interested in fortune-tellers. After all, Yang Ming's fate was in his own hands in many cases. His rise was also related to cause and effect. Therefore, Yang Ming did not believe in fate. Most of the time, taking a step forward and taking a step back were completely different, so Yang Ming didn't really believe in fate. However, Lu Yezi spoke seriously. Moreover, this old man's fortune-telling method made Yang Ming feel somewhat curious. Generally, many fortune-tellers, great immortals, and the like were all scammers. Their fame was also bragged. The only purpose of fortune-telling was to make money. Of course, it did not rule out the existence of some extraordinary people. However, fortune-tellers whose main purpose was to earn money and make money were mostly scammers. Since his predictions were so accurate, why did he need to read other people's fortunes? Just by calculating the lottery numbers and stock market trends, he would have become rich long ago. Why would he need to read other people's fortunes? However, it was the first time Yang Ming had seen someone like this old man who didn't want money for his fortune-telling. It was up to him to give or not. It didn't matter how much he gave or how little he gave. Yang Ming had already seen several young people in ordinary clothes stop there and ask the old man some things. However, most of them thanked him afterward. They rarely gave money. These people were workers or students in nearby factories. They didn't have much money in their pockets. They usually had to save on food and clothing. They definitely couldn't afford to pay for fortune-telling. However, the old man didn't complain. He was still there enthusiastically reading the fortunes of these people. In this situation, only 2 possibilities were explained. One was that this old man was not short of money. He was completely saving the world and helping people. He was really a kind person. Another possibility was that this old man had nothing to do. He was bored at home, so he came out to play. However, no matter what he was, it had little to do with Yang Ming. Yang Ming was just asking casually. "It's really accurate." Lu Yezi hesitated and nodded. "Our Supernatural Investigation Bureau also deals with a lot of strange people. So this kind of thing that can't be explained by science doesn't necessarily mean that it's not science." "Oh?" Yang Ming listened to Lu Yezi's words and smiled. "Have you looked for him for fortune-telling?" "No, but Xiao Susu looked for him for fortune-telling. This old man is very powerful." He saw Xiao Susu's fate at a glance. Lu Yezi sighed. Xiao Susu's fate? Lu Yezi's words aroused Yang Ming's curiosity. What fate does Xiao Susu have? There's a curse in Xiao Susu's family. Girls can't live past 20 years old. She's quite pitiful. Her mother passed away when she was very young. Lu Yezi sighed. Xiao Susu's mother is also a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Her original intention of joining the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was to crack the curse from her family, but she left before she could figure it out. Susu grew up in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau since she was young. She and Feng Tianlong were childhood sweethearts. Because of her own reasons, she repeatedly refused Feng Tianlong's pursuit because she didn't want to implicate him. Oh? Xiao Susu has such a miserable life? Yang Ming was stunned. He never thought that his own team members would have such a miserable fate. They could not live past 20 years old. Xiao Susu now looked like she was almost 18 years old. Wouldn't that mean that she did not have much longer to live? This is not a secret within our Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Everyone knows about it. Lu Yezi said. But Feng Tianlong is also a love-struck person. Even if he knew about Xiao Susu's situation, he was still willing to protect her. Yang Ming suddenly realized why Feng Tianlong was so emotional to protect Xiao Susu when he did not let her go to Yunnan. Yes, this trip to Yunnan was a dead end in the eyes of outsiders. Once Feng Tianlong went, no one knew when he would come back. Xiao Susu's own reasons also determined that she could not live for long. If she died in Yunnan with him, it would be a relief. Perhaps when they reached Yunnan and entered a dead end, it was unknown whether Xiao Susu would accept Feng Tianlong. Therefore, no matter what, Feng Tianlong would let Xiao Susu go to Yunnan with him. That was why he was so emotional before. But after he was convinced, he became silent again. Obviously, he was a real man. Although he did not want to give up for love, he chose to give up for the orders of his superior. It could be seen that this person was passionate and persistent about his work. This was a good person and an upright person. If possible, Yang Ming wanted to have a closer relationship with Feng Tianlong and deepen their friendship. Although I sympathize with Xiao Susu, these things are not for me to worry about. Her life is not in my hands. I can only silently bless her. Yang Ming sighed. But what does this have to do with the fortune teller? It's related. It's like this. Lu Yezi slowly told the whole story. A few days ago, after Yang Ming received the news from Xia Bingbao that he was going to Yunnan, Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were also confirmed as members of the death squad. At this time, Xiao Susu and Feng Tianlong's relationship had also improved a lot. Maybe it was because Xiao Susu understood Feng Tianlong's intentions. She also knew why Feng Tianlong wanted to go to Yunnan with her. This mission was very dangerous. Xiao Susu knew clearly that this time, there was a 90% chance of survival. In this case, Xiao Susu's heart gradually opened up. She loved Feng Tianlong in her heart, but she was afraid that her fate would implicate Feng Tianlong and cause harm to Feng Tianlong, so she had always rejected Feng Tianlong's pursuit. But now, Feng Tianlong had already given so much, Xiao Susu naturally wouldn't reject him like before. The two of them were about to leave for Yunnan. There was a high chance of survival, and whether they could even make it back was a problem. Xiao Susu's fate didn't seem important anymore. So, Xiao Susu agreed to Feng Tianlong's first date. The location of the two of them was this night market. As a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, they couldn't go too far before going to Yunnan. They could only come to this night market. In the night market, the two of them also ate wonton noodles here after Lu Yezi's recommendation. Xiao Susu also saw the old fortune teller. Just like Yang Ming, she was a little curious. Girls were still somewhat interested in fortune telling, so she walked towards the old fortune teller with a tentative attitude. After all, this old man's reputation was very big in the market. Xiao Susu had heard of him before. Seeing him today, she wanted to see for herself. But she didn't expect that old man Mo's first sentence would make Xiao Susu's eyes widen. There are still 2 years. Old man Mo glanced at Xiao Susu and said faintly. The old man's words made Xiao Susu stunned, but then she thought of her own life. She was 18 years old this year. Didn't that mean she would be 20 years old in 2 years? The women in her family couldn't live past 20 years old. This was a curse that had never been broken. At this time, this old man Mo suddenly said this sentence. What did he mean? Was it a coincidence, or did this old man Mo really see something? However, Xiao Susu still asked calmly, what do you mean by 2 years? You. Old man Mo calmly said, you still have 2 years. If it was before, Xiao Susu still had her doubts. However, after hearing old man Mo's words, she completely believed the rumors. This old man Mo actually saw through Xiao Susu's fate with a single glance. While Xiao Susu was shocked, Feng Tianlong quickly asked, Sir, is there a way to break it? Everyone's fate is determined from the moment they are born. I know how to read fortunes, but I don't know how to defy the heavens and change fate. Old man Mo calmly shook his head, Miss, your fate has already been determined. This Mo is powerless to do anything. This? Feng Tianlong's expression darkened after hearing old man Mo's words. He originally thought that since old man Mo was so powerful to be able to see through Xiao Susu's fate, he should have a way to break it. However, he didn't expect old man Mo to directly say this. This also proved that the rumors were true. Old man Mo's fortune-telling was very accurate, but he didn't care about profits. If it was a normal swindler, even if they couldn't break the curse, they would say something to get the money first. Just like those sorcerers who helped Fan Xianxia break the curse, they would get the money first. As for whether they could break the curse or not, that was another matter altogether. However, this old man Mo was different. If he couldn't, then he couldn't. The family's curse really can't be broken. Xiao Susu's expression darkened after hearing old man Mo's words, thank you very much. Not true. Old man Mo calmly said again. Not true? Do you have a way to break it? Xiao Susu and Feng Tianlong's hearts were filled with hope after hearing old man Mo's words. What I'm talking about is the family's curse that you said. The curse can't be broken. Old man Mo said. Didn't you say that my fate is already set and can't be changed? Xiao Susu looked at old man Mo strangely. Of course your fate can't be changed. A person's fate is set at birth, but an unborn person isn't. That's why you said that your family's curse can't be broken. Old man Mo calmly said. Old man Mo's words stunned Xiao Susu and Feng Tianlong. What did old man Mo mean? An unborn person isn't part of the curse? Did he want Xiao Susu to be reborn? Although Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were both from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and had come into contact with many mysterious matters, rebirth wasn't something that could be done so easily. Xiao Susu was the only one left in Xiao Susu's family, how could it be changed? Suddenly, Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu looked at each other. They weren't stupid and immediately understood the meaning behind old man Mo's words. An unborn person can't change their fate, but an unborn person can. Didn't that mean Xiao Susu's child? Wouldn't Xiao Susu's daughter be part of Xiao Susu's family? Thinking up to this point, Feng Tianlong's eyes burned with passion. Xiao Susu had always rejected Feng Tianlong. One reason was because of herself, the other was because she was afraid that if she had a child with Feng Tianlong, the family curse would be a form of pain for her child. It was fine if she was like that, but if her child was like that too, wouldn't that be suffering? Thinking up to this point, Xiao Susu even wanted to let the family curse end in her generation. However, old man Mo's words filled her with hope again. Old man, you're talking about my child. Xiao Susu looked at old man Mo emotionally. Old man Mo slowly nodded, if you do as I say, it's possible to break your family's curse. Please enlighten me. Xiao Susu didn't dare to delay and quickly listened. In the near future, you will be going out. Let nature take its course. When you go there, there will naturally be opportunities. When that time comes, breaking the curse, who knows? Old man Mo said faintly. Ah. Xiao Susu believed old man Mo's words even more now. Going out on missions was definitely a secret, but old man Mo knew about it. Obviously, it wasn't revealed by others, but by his own calculations. What you're saying is that my child can break the curse in the future? Feng Tianlong asked anxiously. At this time, he played a little trick and asked about his child, not Susu's child. Xiao Susu hadn't accepted him yet, but Feng Tianlong asked because he wanted to see if Xiao Susu's child was his or not. Old Man Mo smiled as if he could see through Feng Tianlong's thoughts. Yes, but don't try to change her fate. It's useless. Hearing Old Man Mo's words, Feng Tianlong was happy and sad at the same time. He was happy because he and Xiao Susu finally got married, and even had a fruit of love. This was something worth celebrating. But he was sad because Xiao Susu's fate couldn't be changed. Thank you, mister. Can you be more specific? How can my child change her fate and escape from her fate? Xiao Susu asked impatiently. The future has its own cause and effect. This cause was brought about by your trip. As for the effect, we will only know in the future. The person who will change your child's fate has yet to appear, so how can I predict something so far in the future? Old Man Mo smiled faintly. Is that so? Xiao Susu was a bit disappointed, but even so, she was still confident. At least her child could be saved. Mister, there's one last thing I need to trouble you with. Since my child's fate can be changed, please help me give him a name. That way, he can live according to your design. Feng Tianlong begged, my surname is Feng. Xiao Susu glared at Feng Tianlong. She hadn't even agreed to marry him, and he was already thinking of a name for his child. What kind of person was this? However, Xiao Susu originally wanted to agree to Feng Tianlong's request for this mission, but after experiencing this, Xiao Susu was even more determined to be with Feng Tianlong. I know your surname is Feng. Old Man Mo replied calmly, how about this, let's name it Xiao. It's a homophone to your wife's surname. This name also has the meaning of happiness and happiness. This time, it seemed that Old Mo wasn't lying. He knew that Feng Tianlong's surname was Feng, so he didn't just say it casually. He also knew that Xiao Susu's surname was Xiao, so he gave her a homophone. Feng Xiao? Feng Xiao Xiao? Tianlong repeated the name and felt that Feng Xiao Xiao was a bit of a mouthful, so he added the word Xiao, making it an overlapping Feng Xiao Xiao. It was a nice name, Feng Xiao Xiao, happy for life. Thank you for your guidance, mister. Feng Tianlong said seriously. Go, that's all I have to say. Who knows what will happen in the future? Old Mo waved his hand and smiled. The above is the matter between Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Old Man Mo. Lu Yezi told the whole story to Yang Ming, which made Yang Ming secretly surprised. This matter was too strange. This Old Mo wasn't a simple person. Huang Lele and Xia Shui, who were at the side, were also listening attentively. While they were sighing for Xiao Susu's tragic fate, they were also happy for her. While they were talking, 4 bowls of steaming hot wonton noodles were brought up. Although the boss's stall was a roadside stall and open air, it was very clean. The cooking utensils were all in front of them. At a glance, it gave people a very comfortable feeling of transparency. Xia Shui and Huang Lele couldn't find anything wrong with it. The fragrant wonton noodles were filled with chopped green onions and chili powder. It was very tempting, and it made people want to eat. Boss, before we eat, don't you want to say something? Lu Yezi asked with a smile. You brat, what's there to say after eating this? Besides, you've said so much before. Can't these wonton noodles shut your mouth up? Hurry up and eat. Yang Ming laughed and glared at Lu Yezi. Hee hee. Lu Yezi grinned. He picked up his chopsticks and started to stuff the wonton noodles into his mouth. However, the taste of this shop's wonton noodles was really good. A food stall always had its benefits. Although Yang Ming now had hundreds of billions of assets, his habits in life hadn't changed much. This was also a manifestation of a normal heart. If he was like many people who got rich overnight, he would really be a nouveau riche if he didn't go to a place that wasn't high-end. This also showed the tenacity of Yang Ming's heart. This was also a normal heart that an assassin must have. You must always maintain a normal heart so that you can do great things. The taste of this wonton noodle shop is really good. Yang Ming also praised. Yeah, boss. Don't look at the bad conditions here. Captain Xia often comes here. Lu Yezi said proudly, I found this place. After my recommendation, almost everyone in our investigation bureau has become a guest here. After a bowl of wonton noodles, it made them feel a lot more energetic. They also had the strength to continue shopping. However, just as Yang Ming was about to pay the bill, a few people who looked like punks came over. They glanced at the boss of the wonton noodles and said, "Take out this month's money." Yang Ming suddenly frowned. He didn't expect to meet these punks who bullied the market here. Yang Ming looked down on this kind of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Although Yang Ming was also a punk, Yang Ming had never bullied such a weak person. The boss of this wonton noodles, and even the peddlers in the entire night market were working hard to earn money with their own hands. They didn't steal or rob. It was completely the income of labor. If they robbed these people's money, wouldn't these punks be embarrassed? Yang Ming's character was like this. No matter what position he was in, he was also this kind of chivalrous, warm-hearted. Otherwise, when the old man who set up the stall at the school gate was bullied, Yang Ming wouldn't have stood up for him. When Fang Tian was in trouble in the detention center, Yang Ming wouldn't have taught that green-haired guy a lesson. Now, Yang Ming was also on the verge of exploding. "Boss, calm down. Every place has its own rules. It's not something we can stop." Lu Yezi sighed and persuaded Yang Ming, "This leader of the punks is called Big Tooth. Big Tooth is the son of the manager of the market management office. He received the money under the instructions of his father. If these merchants want to set up a stall in the night market, they can only grit their teeth and accept it. If they don't pay, the market management office will come and find trouble with various reasons the next day. These people have small businesses, so they can't afford to be troubled." Sure enough, the boss of the wonton noodles just smiled bitterly. He took out 300 yuan from his pocket and gave it to Big Tooth. Big Broker took the money and nodded with satisfaction. "Good performance. This position will still belong to you next year." "Thank you," the owner of the wonton noodle shop quickly said. Don't underestimate the role of Big Broker. After he went back, as long as he told his old man the list of disobedient merchants, not only would his old man come to find trouble, after the expiration of the stall, he would also arrange for him to be in a bad position the next year. A good position and a fixed position were very important for these merchants. Even good wine was afraid of deep alleys, not to mention that once the place was moved, those regular customers might not be able to find it, and the business would naturally be affected. After listening to Lu Yezi's words, Yang Ming took a deep breath and secretly endured it. In fact, Yang Ming also knew that even if he took care of these people, after he left, they would still be so arrogant, unless they were caught. But after they were caught, if a new manager was sent to this market, it might be a Big Moon or Big Sun or something like that, and they would even more severely exploit these merchants. The higher-ups of this market were private enterprises. Yang Ming naturally couldn't control their thoughts, unless they were bought over. Now it seemed that these managers didn't have any profit to make, so they privately let Big Broker collect the fees. After Big Broker received the money, he walked towards the fortune-telling old man Mo. "Old man Mo, I say, you old man are quite good, aren't you? You don't even pay the management fee, you just occupy a place and start business. Do you really not put our brother Broker in your eyes?" The person who spoke was nicknamed Brother Lu Zi, and he was Brother Broker's #1 fighter. At this moment, he was hugging a little girl, smoking a cigarette, and fiercely staring at old man Mo. "That's right, old man. Brother Lu Zi kindly reminded you to prepare some money this month. Are you ready?" The little girl in Brother Lu Zi's arms also chimed in. Old man Mo raised his head and looked at the few hooligans in front of him, and slightly sighed. "What are you looking at? Look at your hammer? Mother Vasterisk Kerr, is my girl for you to look at?" Brother Lu Zi saw that old man Mo actually dared to look at the little girl in his embrace, and immediately became angry. "Old pervert, are you looking for death?" "Brother Lu Zi, calm down, Brother Broker hasn't said anything yet, right? Why are you in such a hurry? This old thing may have prepared a big gift for us." The one who spoke was another of Yazi's thugs, nicknamed Big Pit Bro. "Old man, I, Big Broker, am a man of my word in the market. When I do things, I always give people a way out. Last time, I already told you that if you pay up, you can continue to stay here. If you don't, then get the hell out of here. Since you want to continue to stay here, are you going to pay up?" At this time, Big Broker spoke. "Young man, this old man is only setting up a stall here to give guidance to the people of the world. I'm not setting up a stall to make money. As long as I don't starve to death, I'm satisfied. My stall here does not conflict with you, so why are you looking for trouble with this old man?" Old man Mo sighed. F***ck. Guide the Lost Sutra? Do you think it's Zhuge Liang or Lu Bowen? Pointing out the right path? This old man will give you some guidance first. Saying that, Big Broker kicked old man Mo's fortune-telling signboard away and sneered, "Old thing, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I've already given you a chance, but you don't cherish it. Who do you think you are? Just one sentence, if you want to set up a stall, then pay up. Otherwise, get lost from this old man's sight. The human heart is not what it used to be." Old man Mo shook his head and began to clean up the stall. However, looking at Big Broker, he said, "Before you leave, I'll give you a divination. In the future, your left eye will be green and red, which is a sign of blood. I'm afraid there will be a disaster of blood." "Old thing, what did you say? You dare to curse this old man?" Hearing old man Mo's words, Big Broker flew into a rage. However, before he could finish his words, a slap landed on his face, causing him to see stars. It was exactly what old man Mo said. His left eye was green and red, and there will be a disaster of blood. Even the people in the market management office did not say anything, so who do you think you are? Bullying an old man, what kind of ability do you have? Yang Ming finally could not hold it in any longer. He stood up and gave Big Broker a tight slap. Big Broker frowned and looked at Yang Ming in horror. He was not sure what Yang Ming was going to do. After all, whether it was the people who set up stalls in the market or the customers who often came to buy things, they all knew of Big Broker's reputation. Now that Yang Ming had given him a tight slap, Big Broker was naturally at a loss for what to do. However, Big Broker was immediately enraged. When had he ever suffered such a loss? "Kid, what are you doing? You want to be a good Samaritan? But let me tell you, don't be a good Samaritan and get yourself into trouble. There are deep waters here." Big King Bro pointed at Yang Ming and shouted angrily. "That's right, kid, I'll give you a chance now. Leave 10,000 yuan to Big Broker, then apologize to Big Broker, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble." Brother Lu Zi also pointed at Yang Ming and shouted angrily. Yang Ming looked at these people talking one after another. He was not angry but laughed. However, since Yang Ming had already taken care of this matter, he would definitely not give up. However, simply taking action was the choice of the previous Yang Ming. Now, Yang Ming was not easily angered. Yang Ming glanced at Lu Yezi and said faintly, "Make a call and arrest these people. Extortion and blackmail are enough to sentence them." After Big Broker heard Yang Ming's words, his face suddenly changed, but he said, "You are quite nosy, aren't you? What does this have to do with you? Look at you. Extortion and blackmail? I am charging a normal fee. Do you know who my father is?" Yang Ming did not say much, but Lu Yezi firmly carried out Yang Ming's order. When Yang Ming asked him to make a call, he immediately dialed the phone number of the nearby police station. As a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Lu Yezi naturally had contact with the police officers in this area. After all, the situation in this area was very complicated. There was a military administrative area, and the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was also a very important special department. The police here naturally knew about it. After receiving a call from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, the local police did not dare to neglect. It was definitely not a small matter that could alarm the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Therefore, the local police dispatched 4 or 5 police cars and came to the market at lightning speed. However, after seeing Lu Yezi, the local police were somewhat inexplicable when they heard that it was just a few punks who were arrested. What kind of people are these punks? They actually let the Supernatural Investigation Bureau investigate? After Lu Yezi told them to interrogate them properly, he didn't say anything else. The police felt a little strange. Could it be that there was something else going on with these little hooligans? They didn't dare to be negligent and immediately brought them back to the police station to prepare for a surprise interrogation. As a result, De Yitzi and his gang were unlucky. Originally, these people didn't do things cleanly. With conclusive evidence, they would face the disaster of being imprisoned. Of course, at this time, De Yitzi and his gang still didn't know what they had done. They were still shouting, "My dad is in charge of the market management. What's wrong with me helping him collect the management fee? Why are you arresting me?" In Yang Ming's eyes, these people were just small characters. Yang Ming didn't put them in his eyes. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to this group of people anymore. Instead, he turned his head to look at Old Man Mo, who was a fortune teller. "Old Man Mo, since you have this ability, you don't have to make a living here. Find a safer place in the future. Don't come here again." Yang Ming glanced at Old Man Mo and said lightly, "Naturally, I won't come again in the future. My purpose has been achieved." Old Man Mo said lightly, "Your purpose has been achieved?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He was somewhat baffled. "I am here to wait for a person. Now that I have seen this person, I naturally won't continue to stay here." Old Man Mo said, "What do you mean? Who are you waiting for?" Yang Ming was a little confused. This Old Man Mo's words were full of wit. Who knew what he was talking about? "The person I am waiting for is you." Old Man Mo looked at Yang Ming, still with a calm expression. "The person you are waiting for is me?" Yang Ming was stunned and felt a little incredulous. "Why are you waiting for me? Do you know me?" "I don't know, but you are the fated person chosen by Brother Sunday," Old Man Mo said. "Brother Sun?" Yang Ming's heart trembled. Although the name Brother Sun was a little unfamiliar, Yang Ming still thought of something. Surnamed Sun. Could it be him? It was still the street stall, still the hooligans looking for trouble, still him taking action. Could it be that there is some kind of karma? Yes. You should be able to guess who I am talking about. The Brother Sun I am talking about is him. Old Man Mo looked at Yang Ming and said with a smile. Yang Ming, Old Man Mo's words. Calm. For a long time, the secret of the glasses was Yang Ming's biggest secret. He had never mentioned it to anyone except for a few people he trusted the most. This was a taboo in Yang Ming's heart. However, the old man before him should be someone who knew about this matter. Looking at Old Man Mo's indifferent expression, Yang Ming's heart trembled slightly. Perhaps, this person would be able to provide him with unimaginable help. 2. Of course. The person I am waiting for is here. Naturally, I can leave. After seeing you, I should leave and return to where I belong. Old Man Mo shook his head and said lightly. The quietest place here was inside Lu Yezi's car. Yang Ming made an inviting gesture and let Old Man Mo get into the car. The others stayed outside the car. Some words might involve Yang Ming's secret, so Yang Ming didn't want a third person to know. Old Man Mo, you can tell me now. You are looking for me. Yang Ming said straightforwardly because there was no need to hide anything with such a person. Old Man Mo had already made it clear that he was here for Yang Ming. Then, what else did Yang Ming have to hide? According to my calculations, you are about to walk into a certain death situation. Old Man Mo said lightly. A certain death situation? You mean, my mission in a few days? Yang Ming asked with a chill in his heart. Although Yang Ming himself didn't believe in fortune-telling, since this person could mention Brother Sun, it was enough to show that he wasn't an ordinary person. Some things couldn't be solved by Yang Ming's knowledge. For example, Yang Ming's super glasses couldn't be explained by science. Therefore, Yang Ming attached great importance to Old Man Mo. Yes, a certain death situation. Since you are the fated person chosen by Brother Sun, then I need to remind you and stop you from going. Old Man Mo said. Oh. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Now, it's too late. Even if it's a certain death situation, I have to go because I have to go. Don't worry. Listen to me first. Old Man Mo said lightly, don't be impatient. Previously, I did want to stop you from going, but now, I have changed my mind. Changed your mind? Yang Ming was slightly surprised. According to your life horoscope, you will definitely die if you go this time. However, a few days ago, I met two people who were going to the same place as you. Their life horoscopes did not show any signs of death. Even if one of them did, it would be 2 years later. This is completely different from what I predicted. Old Man Mo said. Therefore, I am very puzzled. how did they survive? However, after seeing you today, I completely understand. You are talking about Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu? Yang Ming asked. That's right. It's them. Old man Mo nodded his head. They will go with you. Since you're in a situation of certain death, they will definitely be in the same situation. However, they aren't. This is something that I've always been unable to understand. However, after meeting you, I've figured it out. It's not a certain death situation? Yang Ming asked without batting an eyelid. Yes, but you are fighting to survive. Originally, there was no chance, but after despair, the opportunity came again. This was not your destiny, but you have an unknown factor. This factor was given to you by Brother Sunday. This factor will become an important bargaining chip for you to turn defeat into victory. Yes, but you will fight to survive. Originally, there was no chance, but after despair, the opportunity came again. This was not your destiny, but there was an unknown factor in you. Old man Mo smiled and said, previously, I overlooked this point. You can be considered a person whose fate has been changed. Your original fate naturally doesn't count anymore. Although Old Man Mo's words were somewhat profound, Yang Ming still understood the general meaning of it. That was, he wouldn't die in Yunnan this time. The important reason why he wouldn't die was probably because of this pair of magical glasses. Thank you for your advice. Yang Ming smiled. Then, is there anything else that I need to pay attention to? This old man will give you a word of advice. Let nature take its course. Don't force yourself to change anything. There is a good saying, when the car reaches the mountain, there will be a road. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will cross naturally. Old man Mo smiled. Sometimes, when you are in despair, you must persevere. Who knows, maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. I have learned my lesson. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and solemnly clasped his fist to express his gratitude. Regardless of whether what Old Man Mo said was true or false, his advice was correct. Sometimes, one shouldn't try to force things to change. There will always be a way when the time comes. Some things may seem hopeless, but in fact, there will always be a solution. Since that's the case, our fate has come to an end. This old man will leave now. Old Man Mo smiled slightly and prepared to get out of the car and leave. Old Man Mo, will we meet again? Yang Ming's love for talent was aroused. Old Man Mo's plan was flawless. If he could live on Island X, he would be a great help to him. The matter of karma, if it goes according to this old man's plan, then we will naturally meet again. Moreover, this old man will stay by your side. Brother Sun, you will naturally meet again. Old Man Mo seemed to know what Yang Ming was thinking and said lightly. Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. Indeed, he wanted to keep Old Man Mo not only because of his talent, but also because he wanted to use Old Man Mo to find Old Man Sun who gave him the glasses. However, Yang Ming didn't say these words, but Old Man Mo guessed it. This was enough to show that Old Man Mo wasn't ordinary. I will work hard. Yang Ming nodded and said solemnly. All of this was based on Yang Ming's safe return. If he returned safely, then everything would be easy to talk about. Protect Lu Yezi well. Don't let me down. Old Man Mo's figure swayed slightly. He got out of the car and disappeared. His speed was so fast that it made Yang Ming speechless. This Old Man Mo. Is he some kind of expert? Yang Ming rubbed his eyes. What is pretentious? This person is more pretentious than me. He is obviously a peerless expert, but he was bullied by a group of hooligans. If Yang Ming knew that he had such skills, would he still need to make a move? He was like that, Feng Tian was like that, and it was probably the same when he first met Old Man Sun who gave him the glasses. Ai. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. He always pretended to be pretentious in a low-key way, but he didn't expect to meet a few old men who were more pretentious than him. However, Old Man Mo's last sentence made Yang Ming somewhat puzzled. Protect Lu Yezi? Is this Old Man Mo related to Lu Yezi? It doesn't seem like that. If they knew each other, Lu Yezi wouldn't have introduced Old Man Mo like this before. At least in Lu Yezi's tone, Old Man Mo was a stranger, not an acquaintance. It's really strange. This old man Mo probably had some secrets that even Lu Yezi didn't know about. Otherwise, why would old man Mo tell me to take care of Lu Yezi in private and not in front of Lu Yezi? But no matter what, Yang Ming didn't know the reason now. He could only wait until he returned safely from Yunnan. When he met old man Mo again, he could ask the truth of the matter. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Old man Mo's speed is faster than me. How did he train to have such good skills? Is he still human? If old man Mo heard Yang Ming's thoughts, he would probably laugh and scold. You have glasses, but I have aircraft. You can have high tech, but I can't have high tech too. For the life story of Old Man Sun and Lu Yezi, please read Fishman's complete novel, Very Pure and Very Ambiguous prequel. Old Man Sun is Dr. Sun Sikong. For Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu and their daughter, Feng Xiaoxiao, please read Fishman's latest serial novel, The School Bell's Bodyguard. Yang Ming got out of the car, but Lu Yezi was a little surprised and hurriedly said to Yang Ming, "Boss, what suddenly flew out of the car just now? And then it was gone in the blink of an eye? You scared me to death?" "It's old man Mo. He is a master," Yang Ming said with a wry smile. He couldn't hide this kind of thing even if he wanted to. Old man Mo couldn't disappear into thin air. If Lu Yezi asked why old man Mo wasn't in the car, Yang Ming would have to explain, so he might as well just say it. Moreover, it was old man Mo who wanted to hide it from Lu Yezi. It was good enough that Yang Ming helped him take care of Lu Yezi. Help him hide it? Dream on. It's him? Lu Yezi's eyes widened. It can't be? What kind of speed is this? So fast? It's really him. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Such a talent should be introduced to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. We can't let such a talent be wasted. Lu Yezi said with some envy. Let's go. He's gone. He won't come back. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. He waited here just to say a few words to me. After he finished speaking, he will naturally leave. Aren't you clear about this? I really didn't expect that old man Mo was actually waiting for you here, bro. Lu Yezi said with some emotion. Lu Yezi, did you know old man Mo before? Yang Ming suddenly asked. Old man Mo? Know him? I don't know him. What's wrong? Yang Ming's question made Lu Yezi somewhat inexplicable. Nothing. Yang Ming smiled. Let's go. Let's go to the night market. Xiaxia couldn't wait. Previously, when Big Tooth and others were taken away by the police, it didn't cause any waves. Most of the merchants just clapped their hands and continued to do business. They didn't dare to comment on this matter. After all, Big Tooth's father was the manager of the market. Although Big Tooth was arrested, who knew if the manager could be replaced? Don't let others take the opportunity to find trouble. Huang Lele and Xiaxia were in front, and Yang Ming and Lu Yezi were walking behind. The relationship between Huang Lele and Xiaxia was much better. Perhaps because both of them were girls, it was meaningless to go shopping alone. At this time, they could give each other advice. Besides, there was no conflict of interest between the two of them. Yang Ming was about to leave, and there was not much time left for him to be with Huang Lele. It could be said that it was Xiaxia and Yang Ming's time to be together in the future. However, although Yang Ming was walking behind the two of them, he didn't relax his vigilance. After all, the previous phone call reminded Yang Ming that someone was targeting Huang Lele, and the scene before the airport also proved that what that person said was true. That person should be an insider. As for why he told Yang Ming didn't know, but one thing was certain. That person didn't want anything to happen to Huang Lele. But how could Yang Ming want anything to happen to Huang Lele? So at this time, Yang Ming was full of vigilance. He believed that if the other sniper really intended to assassinate Huang Lele, then they would definitely find this place. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau's base here might be a secret to others. They might not find this place in a short time. But for the behind-the-scenes person who wanted to deal with Huang Lele, this place was not a secret. Because the Nail brother Wang was a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, he naturally knew about this base. He also knew that Yang Ming would be brought to this base. What Brother Wang knew was equivalent to the behind-the-scenes person knowing. So, if they wanted to assassinate Huang Lele, they would wait near the base. This night market might also become the place where they assassinated Huang Lele. However, what made Yang Ming feel slightly relieved was that this night market was located in an open-air and empty area. There were no residential areas nearby, nor high-rise buildings. It was completely an open space. In other words, the sniper could not hide on a high building because there was no such foothold here. If they wanted to assassinate Huang Lele, they must mix into the market and pretend to be a tourist to assassinate Huang Lele. In that case, the sniper rifle was useless. People came and went in the night market. It was impossible for the sniper rifle to aim at Huang Lele from a distance. Not only would they not be able to hit Huang Lele, but they would also hit the innocent tourists. Of course, for these people, there was no psychological burden to injure the tourists. If they were injured, they would be injured. But if they missed, it would inevitably cause chaos. It would be difficult for them to make a move again. Therefore, the only way was to ambush at close range. In this way, the assassin must pretend to be a pedestrian, mix to Huang Lele's side, and then wait for the opportunity to make a move. As for Yang Ming, he had been paying attention to the wanderers around Huang Lele. He was paying attention to whether there were any inappropriate people who had just joined. "Bro, what are you doing?" Lu Yezi also saw that Yang Ming was not right. "Someone wants to assassinate Lele. I have to be 120% alert. I can't let go of any clues," Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. "Oh? Sister-in-law Lele is in danger?" Lu Yezi was slightly stunned. "Bro, leave this to me. Sister-in-law is in danger. I will inform you immediately." "Oh?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned after listening to Lu Yezi's words. He looked at Lu Yezi strangely. Isn't Lu Yezi's words too confident? What kind of assurance did he have that made him so confident? However, even if Lu Yezi said so, Yang Ming still did not relax his vigilance. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Yang Ming also believed that Lu Yezi would not deceive him, but this kind of thing was related to Huang Lele's safety after all. There was nothing wrong with being careful. For these little things sold in the night market, Yang Ming naturally had no interest. However, Xianxia and Huang Lele were different. The two of them were like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Everything they saw was new and they were curious. If he didn't ask and stop to touch it, it would seem that he would be letting down this trip. Yang Ming could understand Huang Lele's behavior, but Xianxia was about to leave for Yunnan. Could it be that she still had to pack up these little toys that she bought? Of course, Yang Ming also knew that it was impossible, but since it was impossible, why would Xianxia buy it? Could it be that she wanted to leave it at home? However, that was Xianxia's behavior. Yang Ming could not interfere. If she wanted to buy it, then let her buy it. This was the last time to relax before the mission. It was good to relax. She could relax so that she could better devote herself to the battle in the future. "Bro, there is danger." Lu Yezi's face suddenly tightened. He covered his chest with his right hand and said to Yang Ming with a frown. "Oh?" Yang Ming's mood also subconsciously tightened. There was nothing strange around Huang Lele, right? At this moment, Huang Lele was stopping in front of a pottery stall. She and Xianxia were curiously looking at the pottery handicrafts on the stall. There was no suspicious person around Huang Lele. On the pottery stall, apart from the stall owner, there were only Huang Lele and Xianxia. Why did Lu Yezi suddenly say that there was danger? This made Yang Ming very puzzled. But with Yang Ming's understanding of Lu Yezi, he also knew that Lu Yezi was not a person who spoke without thinking. He must have his reasons for saying so. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was more vigilant. Yang Ming's gaze first swept to the owner of the pottery stall. This stall owner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. In theory, there should be no problem because the people who set up the stall here should be familiar people in the market. It was impossible for unfamiliar people to set up a stall here. It was the first time they came here, so they could not occupy such a front stall. Moreover, from the way the middle-aged woman and the sock seller were talking, it could be seen that the two of them knew each other. Unless there was something wrong with both of them, it could prove that there was nothing wrong with the owner of the clay stall. Since she had no problem, then the person with the problem was. Suddenly, Yang Ming's gaze focused. A thin middle-aged man in a trench coat was walking quickly toward Huang Lele. This person seemed very ordinary, and there was nothing suspicious, but Yang Ming felt that this person was very suspicious. First, it was spring now. Although the weather was not so hot, it was not so cold. In this season, it was normal to wear a trench coat over unlined clothes, but it was a bit abnormal to wear it in this night market. There were many people in this night market, and the snacks were everywhere. Many stalls were steaming hot. If it was a person who often visited the night market, no one would wear so much. In the night market, it would be very hot. Second, this person's pace was very fast. If he came to visit the night market, how could he walk so fast? What could he see if he walked so fast? Just these 2 points were enough to prove that this person was a suspicious person. Of course, this person might not come to the night market often, or it was possible that he came to the night market to find someone. He walked so fast, but these were not important. Yang Ming was just suspicious, and that was enough. Since he was already suspicious, Yang Ming naturally could not stand by and watch. Instead, he walked quickly and took a few steps behind the man in the trench coat. Yang Ming directly reached out and patted the shoulder of the man in the trench coat. "I say, buddy." The body of the man in the trench coat tightened, but he subconsciously wanted to escape. Seeing that this person wanted to escape, Yang Ming's expression suddenly tightened. Yang Ming's pat was just a test. If this person had no problem, then the reaction at this moment would definitely be to turn around in doubt. Naturally, it was impossible for him to escape. Generally, when a normal person was walking on the road and was patted from behind, the first thought would be to turn around and see who patted him, right? What's the matter? If there was no guilt in his heart, who would want to escape? So, Yang Ming immediately felt that there was something wrong with this person. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't let him run away. Yang Ming subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed the back of this person's neck. "Don't run. If you run one more step, I'll crush your bones," Yang Ming said lightly. The windbreaker-wearing man's body suddenly tightened. His neck was being pinched, so he naturally stopped his footsteps. Sweat also seeped out from his forehead. As an assassin, he wasn't very smart. He was just a sniper. He was good at using his gun to kill people in the dark. This kind of close-range killing wasn't his strength. Of course, it wasn't his strength, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to do it. At least in the country, he was also a top assassin. There was no doubt about this. However, his psychological quality when facing the enemy was relatively weak. Previously, he was in the dark. Occasionally, he would be in the light, so he wouldn't encounter such an obstacle like Yang Ming. But today, when he was suddenly patted from behind, the windbreaker-wearing man's first thought was that his whereabouts were discovered, so he subconsciously wanted to run away. But after he made the action of running away, he regretted it. If the person was really coming for him, then it was useless for him to run away. Since he could see through his flaw, then he definitely wasn't a mediocre person. He shouldn't be able to run away. This was a stupid choice. However, if the person wasn't coming for him, but just mistook him for someone else, then there was no need to run at all. Therefore, it was better to pretend that nothing had happened and turn around to ask the person why he was patted on the head. "You. What are you doing? Why did you crush my bones?" The windbreaker-wearing man carefully and innocently regained his consciousness. He looked at Yang Ming and asked weakly. "You don't know what I'm going to do?" Yang Ming asked faintly, "But why are you running?" I. You patted me just now. I thought I met a thief, so I naturally wanted to leave quickly," the windbreaker-wearing man said carefully. "Thief?" Yang Ming smiled faintly. "That's great. Then I'll be a thief for once." As Yang Ming spoke, he used his other hand to search the trench coat man's body. The windbreaker-wearing man's expression immediately changed. He wanted to refuse and resist, but Yang Ming's hand on his neck never loosened, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Who was Yang Ming? He was the king of assassins, so how could he give him any chance? At every moment, Yang Ming had the initiative and the upper hand. He would not give the man in the windbreaker the slightest chance to turn the tables. What is this? Yang Ming took out a pistol and a dagger and shook them in front of the man in the windbreaker. Are you afraid that someone will steal your dagger or your gun? This? I'm a police officer. The man had an idea and said. Lu Yezi, get someone to take this guy back to the station. Didn't he say that he was a police officer? Let's investigate and see if it's true or not. Yang Ming said lightly. This? When the man heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that it wasn't good. He didn't know the identity of Yang Ming. He was just a little assassin with the lowest status who developed with the help of Alice's power. He didn't even know that his behind-the-scenes boss was Alice. Alice's order was passed down through the layers before it was finally implemented on the man in the windbreaker. Obviously, Alice sent such a small character to carry out this mission. Perhaps it was because she didn't think highly of this mission. Previously, she had already lost a very important person, Brother Wang of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. This nail could be said to be one of the most important nails, but now, he was useless. Therefore, Alice didn't want to lose any more good people. She only sent such a weak person to make up the numbers because of her brother's request. Of course, with this person's skill, even without Lu Yezi's warning, Yang Ming could easily find him and capture him. Just based on his previous 2 doubts, it was enough for Yang Ming to suspect. The man in the windbreaker thought that after he said that he was a police officer, he could intimidate Yang Ming. As long as he was distracted for a moment, he could wait for an opportunity to escape. However, Yang Ming was not distracted, but he wanted to take him back to the station. Could it be that Yang Ming is a police officer? Yang Ming didn't even ask who sent this man because Yang Ming also knew that it was useless for him to ask. It was meaningless because this person wouldn't know these things. With this person's skill, he was too weak. At first glance, he was a peripheral character. Soon, the people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau came. This time, it was Little Zheng. After Yang Ming handed the windbreaker man to Little Zheng, he didn't explain much. He just said that this person intended to hurt Huang Lele. The pistol and dagger also confirmed his identity as an assassin. Little Zheng came with the police. Previously, the people around saw that Yang Ming caught a person and found a pistol and dagger on him. They were a little shocked. They didn't know who Yang Ming and the windbreaker man were, so they didn't dare to say anything. Only some enthusiastic people secretly dialed the police. Coincidentally, when Little Zheng arrived, the police arrived as well. Little Zheng saved some trouble and directly brought the windbreaker man into the police car. This time, the people around also understood that Yang Ming probably belonged to the police. He caught a suspect with a gun here. Of course, as the instigator of this matter, Yang Ming had secretly left with Lu Yezi, Huang Lele, and Xia Shui. It was already 6 o'clock. It was almost time for the dinner party. Huang Lele and Xia Shui were almost done shopping. Moreover, there was the windbreaker man. Huang Lele naturally didn't have the mood to continue shopping. Everyone walked in the direction of the car together. Lu Yezi, how can you feel the danger in advance? When you gave me the warning before, this windbreaker man didn't seem to have appeared yet, right? Yang Ming lowered his voice and looked at Lu Yezi. This was also something that Yang Ming had been puzzled about. I didn't find anything wrong before, so how did Lu Yezi find out? When he gave the warning, this windbreaker man was probably still 100 meters away, right? At that distance, no one could be sure what this windbreaker man was doing, but Lu Yezi just told Yang Ming that it was dangerous. Moreover, this windbreaker man walked forward from behind the two of them. Lu Yezi didn't seem to have turned around before. How did he know without turning around? Does he have eyes on the back of his head? Or does he also have a special ability like me? Ugh. Boss, since you are my boss and the captain of this operation, then I won't hide it from you. In fact, this is related to a godly artifact on me. This artifact can predict bad luck. There are many people now. When there is no one around, I will tell you in detail. Lu Yezi hesitated and said. Since they were about to go to Yunnan together to carry out a difficult mission, then they were brothers in the trench. Lu Yezi must tell Yang Ming what abilities Lu Yezi had in advance. In this way, Yang Ming would be clear about the strengths of each teammate in the team. He could also reasonably formulate a battle plan to lay the foundation for everyone's sincere cooperation in the future. If he still hid it at this time, not only would it not be beneficial, but it might also ruin the plan because of his own private stash. Lu Yezi was very clear about this, so he still said such a huge secret. And Yang Ming was someone he respected and admired, so he didn't hide anything from him. Oh? Godly artifact? Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. He glanced at Lu Yezi with some suspicion. I have a magical pair of glasses. Could it be that Lu Yezi also has something good on him? When we get back to the car, I will tell you in detail, boss. Lu Yezi said, now there are too many idlers in this market. Although they may not know what I am talking about even if I say it, it is better to be careful about this kind of thing. You are right. There is nothing wrong with being careful. Yang Ming nodded and did not ask more. Now, because of the previous assassination, Huang Lele and Xia Shui did not have the intention to go shopping. The four people quickly left the market and returned to the car. It was almost time for Yang Ming to treat others to dinner, so Yang Ming quickly returned to the car. The person just now was an assassin? He actually wanted to kill Lele? Xia Shui was a little surprised. She still had lingering fear when she thought about it. If Yang Ming hadn't discovered it in advance, then Huang Lele would be either dead or injured. Yes, but it shouldn't be Huang Lele's enemy. I guess it should be directed at me. Yang Ming hesitated and said. Directed at you? Xia Shui was slightly stunned. Yes, the airport was the first time, and the night market here was the second time. Although these people are targeting Huang Lele on the surface, I feel that their purpose is to attack me. Yang Ming nodded and said. Oh? Attack you? Xia Shui and Lu Yezi looked at Yang Ming at the same time with a strange expression. That's right. Yang Ming said, I have been thinking about this issue since the beginning. Lele doesn't have any enemies. Even if there is absolutely no possibility of using the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to kill her. With her identity and background, it is not enough to reach such a height. You are right. Xia Shui nodded and said. But why did this person want to attack you? To disturb. If you are not by their side, isn't it easier to do it? Xia Shui was engaged in criminal investigation. She immediately considered the key point of the problem. Normally, this is the case, but there is an accident. Yang Ming said, first of all, Xianxia City is currently my territory. It can be said to be a monolithic block. The police have Uncle Chen, the underworld has Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, and the Supernatural Investigation Bureau has Fatty's people. If they want to attack my people in Xianxia City, it is undoubtedly more difficult. Xia Shui nodded. Yang Ming was right. Xianxia City had been armed to the teeth. When the opponent made a move, I am afraid it would be difficult to succeed. Secondly, now that I have cut off the contact with Xianxia City, that is to say, I may not be able to receive the situation in Xianxia City. As a result, as long as the opponent is not stupid, they will not choose to attack Xianxia City. So, they will attack Lele. Yang Ming said, I believe that as long as we embark on the journey, Lele's danger will be automatically removed. I didn't expect that your analysis is so comprehensive. Xia Shui couldn't help but admire, so, it seems that our opponent is afraid? This is a good thing. It will increase our confidence before we set off. That's not necessarily the case. As far as I know, Elder Yu is not a person who is afraid of trouble. He is very arrogant, and this person has the capital to be arrogant. He is indeed powerful. The evil technique that he practices is really powerful. Yang Ming said, the reason why he did this is probably very simple. That is, he is currently being dragged down by some things, or he has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. He is in the midst of a breakthrough and doesn't want to be disturbed. We are not going at the right time, so he wants to stop or delay our actions. Then, after we go, can we take him down in one fell swoop? Xia Shui asked with some excitement. Can you find him? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Moreover, even if we find him, we may not be his opponent. It is true that he doesn't want to be disturbed when he is cultivating, but even if the cultivation fails, we may not be his opponent. So this elder Yu is so powerful. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Yes, his disciple is so powerful. This person is definitely not ordinary. Forget it. Forget it, let's not think too much about it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's not talk about this. I think Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu are ready. Let's contact them now. Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped the topic. That's right. As long as we set off and leave Yanjing, Lei will be safe. Xiaxuan knew how to draw inferences and immediately saw the root of the matter. Since the person targeted is you, if you leave, there is no point in assassinating Huang Lei. It will be a waste of manpower and money. That's right. So, during this time, Lei will be by my side. Let her live in the base. That way, she will be safe. Yang Ming nodded and said. Then, he looked at Lu Yezi and said, You call Feng Tianlong and ask where they are. Yes, boss. Lu Yezi nodded and immediately dialed Feng Tianlong's internal phone number. Soon, Feng Tianlong answered the phone. This was the professional quality that an agent should have. When the phone rang, he would answer it immediately. This kind of person would find it difficult to miss their own phone call like ordinary people. This was because they were sensitive to the ringtone that they set. They could hear it immediately after the phone rang. Hello, Yezi, this is Long Feng. Feng Tianlong picked up the phone and said quickly. Tianlong, where are you? Boss is going to treat us to a meal. Lu Yezi said with a smile, We are not on a mission now. You don't have to be so careful. Susu and I are at XX Commercial Building. You also know that Susu probably won't have a chance to come back after leaving this time, so I'm accompanying her to walk around. Feng Tianlong lowered his voice and said with some helplessness and sadness in his tone. Then why don't I tell boss that we won't eat today? You guys can spend some quality time together? Lu Yezi pondered and asked. That's not necessary. Business is more important. The most important thing now is our mission. In order to complete the mission better, we must cultivate a good team spirit. We just met the captain, so it's more important to have a meal together and get familiar with each other. Feng Tianlong immediately declined Lu Yezi's kindness. In his opinion, work was more important. Well, you choose a place nearby. Boss and I will go there immediately. Lu Yezi didn't insist. After all, what Feng Tianlong said made sense. Let's go to Wangji Barbecue Bar. It's self-service. There are private rooms and it's convenient to talk. How about it? Feng Tianlong didn't propose a high-end restaurant. He wasn't a luxurious person. Besides, it was the first time he met the captain. He also knew that the captain was paying for the meal out of his own pocket. This money couldn't be reimbursed, so he didn't add any burden to Yang Ming. Okay, let's go there now. Lu Yezi didn't care about what to eat. He just wanted a few people to gather. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yezi drove Yang Ming, Xia Shui, and Huang Lei to the address of Wangji Barbecue Bar. At the same time, Alice received the news that the mission had failed and the assassin had been caught. However, Alice's expression didn't change. This result had long been within her expectations. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The person she found was the worst assassin. It was just to deal with Falcon. Although Falcon was Alice's brother, Alice didn't want to kill Yang Ming deep in her heart. As for why, Alice didn't know. She picked up the phone and dialed Falcon's number. Brother, I'm Xiao Ai. After the call was connected, Alice said straightforwardly, the operation failed. The killer was caught by Yang Ming and handed over to the police. Failed again? Falcon sighed after hearing Alice's words. Xiao Ai, you didn't try your best, right? Try my best? You also know that Yang Ming is an assassin, and a very powerful one at that. In front of him, it is extremely difficult to assassinate. Even the nail of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was useless, so what was the use of a killer? Huang Lei is inseparable from him. It is estimated that before Yang Ming leaves, he will not be separated from her. At present, it seems that I have no chance to make a move, and I don't want to lose any more people. Alice said. But, Xiao Ai, you also know the seriousness of the matter. If we can't affect Yang Ming this time and let Yang Ming smoothly go to Yunnan Miaojiang to perform the mission, then Elder Yu will be in trouble. Elder Yu is now in the critical stage of leveling up and breaking through. He is about to master the divine art. At this time, he can't be disturbed. Falcon said, as long as we delay Yang Ming and wait for Elder Yu to master the divine art, it will be easy to get rid of Yang Ming. Brother, why do you have to get rid of Yang Ming? Alice asked, do you know that dealing with Yang Ming consumes a lot of our strength? Our biggest enemy now is not Yang Ming, but Central. Xiao Ai, what are you talking about? You can't simply say this. Falcon was shocked after listening to Alice's words. He quickly lowered his voice and said, before we have absolute strength, don't mention this in the future. It will get us into trouble. But, brother, how much strength did we lose to deal with Yang Ming? If we keep this strength and use it as a bargaining chip to deal with Central, isn't it better? Alice asked. Xiao Ai, you are too naive. The bargaining chips in our hands are nothing in Central's eyes. Falcon smiled bitterly and said, Central's power is not something we can imagine. Do you know what Dr. Benjamin is studying? He is studying the Iron Men. That is, people whose bodies are made of steel. This kind of person has infinite strength and is invulnerable. Our strength is nothing in front of them. Their individual strength is obviously stronger than ours. Moreover, it is said that Dr. Benjamin is still cultivating biochemical monsters. We are really too insignificant. If it wasn't for Yang Ming's interference, my strength would be far stronger than it is now. Yang Ming ruined my good deeds. How can I let him stay? But, brother, have you ever thought about using Yang Ming's power to get us out of Central? Instead of going against Yang Ming, why don't we rope him in and let him be our helper? In this way, won't our strength be stronger? Alice asked. Cooperate with him? Can his strength compete with Central? Can he go against those Iron Men? When Falcon said this, he suddenly paused and said, that's not right. Xiao Ai, is there a reason why you are speaking up for Yang Ming? Tell me the truth. What is going on between you and Yang Ming? What else can there be between me and him? We are just acquaintances, friends on the surface. What else can there be? Alice shook her head and denied it. Brother, don't keep making wild guesses. I'm saying this sincerely for you and for our future. We can't stay in Central forever, right? We can't work for Central forever, right? If we don't have any freedom, what is the meaning of life? It can be said that Central controls our life and death at all times. We don't have any freedom. This is not the life we want at all. It's too late, but it's too late. Yang Ming is leaving. It's useless to say this. Anyway, the interception failed. Let Yang Ming go. Everything depends on Elder Yu. Falcon sighed, let me think about Central again. My head is in a mess because of what you said. I know what you said, and it is what I have been doing all these years. I don't want to be controlled by Central. I want to fight against Central, but my strength is not enough. Everything is just empty words. Okay, brother, then I won't disturb you. Think about it yourself. Anyway, what I mean now is that I don't agree with going against Yang Ming. I suggest that we preserve our strength. Alice said. After hanging up the phone call with Alice, the behind-the-scenes boss, Falcon, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. All along, he had regarded Yang Ming as his greatest enemy and stumbling block. He hated Yang Ming to the core, but after listening to his sister Alice's words, Falcon's heart was shaken for the first time. He didn't know if he was right or wrong, but there was one point. His purpose of doing all this was to get rid of Central's control. His crazy revenge on Yang Ming was only because Yang Ming had obstructed his plan to get away from Central. But now that he had calmed down and carefully thought about what Alice said, it was not unreasonable. If he cooperated with Yang Ming and fought against Central together, it might not be a bad idea. Phew. Falcon let out a long breath. The more he wanted to calm down, the more chaotic his mind was. He felt that his thoughts were not smooth, and he couldn't calm down to think about the future. Forget it. In any case, Yang Ming going to Miaojiang to fight to the death with Elder Yu is a foregone conclusion. This can't be changed no matter what. If Yang Ming really killed Elder Yu and returned safely, then it was not impossible to cooperate with him, or even rely on him. As long as he had the strength. As long as he dealt with Elder Yu, then Falcon believed that he had the strength to fight against Central. Of course, if Yang Ming couldn't return safely from Yunnan Miaojiang, then there was no point in thinking about these things about the future now. It was just worrying about nothing. Everything depends on you, Yang Ming. As an opponent, you made me suffer setbacks time and time again. I hope you can also make Elder Yu suffer setbacks. As long as you return safely, then I will reconsider our relationship. Falcon seemed to have made up his mind and said solemnly. After that, Falcon picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello? After a while, Elder Yu's gloomy voice came from the phone. Falcon? How is it? Are you going to tell me a piece of good news? You have delayed Yang Ming? Sorry, so far, Yang Ming's journey has been very smooth, Falcon said faintly. What? Didn't you promise me that you would hold him back at all costs? Why is it so smooth? Elder Yu's voice sounded extremely angry. It could be imagined that delaying Yang Ming's journey should be a very important thing for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shouted himself hoarse. It's not wrong to promise you, but Yang Ming isn't an ordinary person. You know very well that I've already lost 2 of my best men because of this. One of them was a spy we planted in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and both of them were removed by Yang Ming. We've done our best, and we've suffered heavy losses. Falcon said truthfully. So, we've decided to give up. No. My Jin Gangu is about to be refined, and it will be cultivated soon. Moreover, the evil technique I cultivate is also at a critical moment. I don't have the mind to deal with Yang Ming and the others. If you let them come over now, what if they ruin my good deed? Elder Yu roared. It could be seen that he was very angry. Elder Yu, are you mistaken? I'm not your subordinate, I'm from Central. We're just in a cooperative relationship, and you have no right to order me around. Falcon sneered. You're still a little bit lacking to show off in front of me. Don't make your identity unclear. Humph. Elder Yu snorted unhappily. Last time our cooperation failed because of me. This time it's because of you, so we're even. We don't owe each other anything. Whatever you say. I've done my best. It's not that I didn't work hard, but Yang Ming isn't an ordinary person, said Falcon. I'll think of another way. Elder Yu hung up the phone unhappily. Falcon shook his head and didn't take Elder Yu's attitude seriously. Elder Yu was indeed very powerful. This was undeniable, but in front of Central, he didn't dare to be rash, so Falcon didn't care about this. Standing up, Falcon left his room. Huang Yukai, who was in another room, heard the sound of Falcon's door opening. He also left the room in a wheelchair and nodded to Falcon. Boss, how is it? What's the news? It failed. There's news from Xiaoai's side. The assassin was also caught by Yang Ming. Falcon shook his head and said, Yang Ming is really cunning. The assassin is useless in front of him. He can't do anything at all. AI, it seems that letting Huang Lele get injured to delay Yang Ming's time won't work. Huang Yukai said, we lost 2 people at once. Let's change the plan. There's no need to change it. I'm going to give up on this matter. Falcon waved his hand and said, the plan is stopped. I don't plan to deal with Yang Ming. Stopped? Huang Yukai was slightly stunned. What do you mean? We're not taking any more measures? All the plans have been stopped? Yes, I have already spoken to Elder Yu and told him my intentions. Before Yang Ming leaves, I won't take any more measures. The loss this time is big enough. I can't afford to lose too much, said Falcon. So that's how it is. I understand. Falcon's mood was surprisingly stable this time. In the past, he wanted to kill Yang Ming to avenge Wang Jitao, but now it was a little different. It was as if he was relieved in his heart. The expression on his face was a little strange. However, Falcon's mind was not on this now. His mind was still thinking about what his sister, Alice, had said, so he did not notice Huang Youcai's expression. In the car, Yang Ming and Lu Yezi were chatting. Tell me about your artifact. Yang Ming glanced at Lu Yezi and asked. At present, the people in the car were reliable people. Except for Yang Ming's woman, it was his teammate, Xia Shui. Lu Yezi had no need to hide it from them. Xia Shui was a teammate on this mission to Yunnan, so Lu Yezi's special ability was also to be told to Xia Shui. As members of the same death squad, they could not hide secrets from each other. Otherwise, when they encountered danger, everyone's judgment would be different. The judgment of the person with the special ability could be the main one. Lu Yezi obviously had this ability to predict good and bad luck. In this way, when the team encountered danger, they could rely on Lu Yezi to warn them. Therefore, in order for everyone to listen to Lu Yezi unconditionally, they must first explain to everyone what ability he had and what kind of ability it was. Let's talk about it later when we go to the restaurant. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu are also there. When the time comes, we can also tell them. We don't have to waste our energy twice. Lu Yezi hesitated and said. He wasn't trying to avoid it, but he really thought so because he was going to tell Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu about the secret. That's fine, we'll talk about it when we get to the restaurant. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything else. Xia Shui, on the other hand, was confused and curious. What divine weapon does Lu Yezi have? What happened? It's a long story. When we get to the restaurant, we'll let him explain himself. Yang Ming found it hard to explain Lu Yezi's situation, so he decided to let him explain himself. When Yang Ming arrived at Wang's barbecue, Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu had already arrived. They were nearby, so they were much faster than Yang Ming and the others. Feng Tianlong had already booked a small private room. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Xia Shui, and Huang Lele entered the room together. Because the following conversation involved some confidential matters, the first thing Yang Ming did after entering the room was to check the security of the room to see if there were any eavesdropping or surveillance devices. As an assassin, Yang Ming was very sensitive to these things and could easily find these hidden devices. Captain, I've already checked. Everything is safe. Feng Tianlong saw Yang Ming's actions and was impressed. This captain was also a careful person. Although he wasn't part of the staff, his professionalism wasn't any worse than the people present. It's good that it's safe. Yang Ming said, but he still checked a few blind spots. It wasn't that he didn't trust Feng Tianlong, but Yang Ming was afraid that he would overlook something. In short, it was better to be safe than sorry. Seeing Yang Ming check a few blind spots, Feng Tianlong was even more impressed. There was even a place that he overlooked, but Yang Ming didn't let it go. After Yang Ming checked, he didn't say anything else. A normal restaurant like this wouldn't have eavesdropping or surveillance devices. Yang Ming was just in case. Have you ordered? Yang Ming asked. Not yet, I'm waiting for Captain. Feng Tianlong said, this is a barbecue buffet. The meat is ready-made and will be delivered immediately after you order. There's no need to wait. You guys can just order. It's my first time here, so I don't know what's good, Yang Ming said casually. Alright, then we'll order first. Feng Tianlong didn't argue. They were going to be brothers in the same trench. There was no need to be so polite. He just had to follow orders. The captain's words were orders. There was a self-service food ordering machine in the room, which was very advanced. Yang Ming looked at it. It was a device similar to a KTV music ordering device. As long as you ordered a dish, you could enter a number behind it. When you finished ordering, you could submit it directly. It was also very convenient to add dishes. This was very smart and saved a lot of labor. Yang Ming noted it down and prepared to tell Tianlong and the others when he was free. The tourism hotels on Island X could also adopt this kind of self-service service. Captain, I ordered some meat dishes, desserts and vegetables that the ladies like. Is there anything else you want? Feng Tianlong asked after ordering. Lele, what about you? Yang Ming turned to look at Huang Lele. Nothing else. These are enough. Huang Lele looked at the order and nodded. As a stewardess, Huang Lele wasn't picky about food. She often ate work meals at work, so Huang Lele didn't have the capriciousness of a lady from a big family. Xiaxia and Lu Yezi didn't have much to choose from, so Feng Tianlong directly ordered. Not long after, the waiter sent the dishes in. Everyone, the dishes are all here. Do you want me to demonstrate the method of barbecuing? No need, we're regular customers, Feng Tianlong waved his hand and said. Alright, take your time. If you need anything, just call us directly from the ordering machine. The waiter nodded politely and left. They sat around the table, brushed oil on the iron plate and prepared to barbecue. Alright, we're all on the same side. There's no need to be so polite. Let's talk while we eat. Yang Ming waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be so formal and just eat casually. In the future, when we're on a mission, we don't need to follow the rules when eating. Alright. Then we won't be polite. Lu Yezi nodded. Tianlong, serve the meat. Haha, okay. Feng Tianlong also felt that Yang Ming was very much to his liking as the captain. He didn't put on airs at all, which made him feel very comfortable. Let's talk about what we're good at while eating. Lu Yezi, you go first. Yang Ming called Lu Yezi's name because Yang Ming was very curious about what the so-called artifact was and what its use was. I knew that you would be the first to let me speak, boss. Alright, then I'll speak. Lu Yezi nodded and said directly, isn't this mission very dangerous? My family gave me a jade pendant. The function of this jade pendant is very powerful. It has the function of predicting bad luck. For example, if I or my teammates are in danger, I can send out a warning signal in advance, but it's only limited to teammates near the jade pendant, which is to say, teammates who are with me. If they are too far away, then it's useless. Oh? This thing is quite magical? Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised after hearing Lu Yezi's words. There is such a powerful thing? Of course. Otherwise, how can it be called a divine artifact? Lu Yezi nodded and said, so, I can tell everyone very responsibly that when we are carrying out the mission, if there is any danger, I will warn everyone in advance. I hope everyone can listen to me. No problem. Since Lu Yezi has such a powerful treasure, our team's safety warning will be handed to you in the future. Yang Ming said directly. As the captain, Yang Ming's words represented the way the team would fight in the future, so when Yang Ming nodded, the others naturally wouldn't have any objections. No way, Yezi. I say, you have such a powerful thing. How come we didn't know before? Feng Tianlong looked at Lu Yezi in surprise and was shocked. I just got it. If it wasn't for the danger of this mission, my family wouldn't have equipped me with such a powerful equipment. Lu Yezi said, where did I get it before? How can I tell you? Your family actually has such a good thing? By the way, Yezi, what does your family do? Why didn't you mention it to us once? Feng Tianlong asked with some interest. TSK, what does your family do? You didn't tell us either. Your kung fu has reached perfection, so your family is definitely not ordinary. Lu Yezi curled his lips and didn't mention his identity and background. Instead, he led the topic to Feng Tianlong. Me? Didn't I say that I had a falling out with my family and am alone now? What's there to say? I've already left my family. What happens to my family has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if I say it or not. Feng Tianlong shrugged and said. Falling out? What happened? Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Feng Tianlong curiously. You don't look like such a reckless person. In our job, we can't be reckless, right? Heh, this. Feng Tianlong was embarrassed after hearing Yang Ming's words. I know about this. Let me say it. Just look at him and he'll be embarrassed. Lu Yezi was excited. Tianlong's family is very big. I'm not sure what kind of family it is, but it seems to be a hidden family. The kind that people don't know about. Boss, do you understand? I know. Yang Ming nodded. In this world, there were too many big families. They weren't like those on the surface, but these families were usually very low-key. If Yang Ming wasn't an assassin himself, he wouldn't have heard of the butterfly family and Charles family. As for Tianlong, as the leader of his generation, he was very outstanding. According to their classification, he was young and accomplished. I think he was called the yellow rank. I'm not sure about the details, but he seemed to be very powerful. Lu Yezi said, then his family arranged a marriage for him, but Tianlong liked Su Su and didn't agree to the marriage. Boss, you know Su Su's situation. Tianlong's family was very against it, so in the end, Tianlong broke away from his family. Lu Yezi explained the situation briefly. Although it was simple, Yang Ming could feel how complicated it was to do it. For love, he sacrificed so much. This Feng Tianlong was also infatuated. Okay, Yezi, let's not talk about this. It's meaningless. I feel like I'm the happiest right now. Feng Tianlong waved his hand, let's talk about the main topic. It's just a casual chat. Next up, let's talk about our respective abilities and specialties. Since Yizi has spoken, it is your turn, Sky Dragon. Do you have any heaven-defying divine artifacts? Yang Ming asked. I don't have that. Feng Tianlong shook his head, but I'm good at fighting, of course I can't assassinate. At this point, Feng Tianlong scratched his head in embarrassment. Previously, he was almost assassinated by Yang Ming, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Being good at fighting is also an advantage. Yang Ming said, my fighting skills are definitely not a problem for ordinary people, but if I encounter more powerful people, I'm afraid it won't work. If assassination and trickery don't work, Sky Dragon can make up for this shortcoming. The spirit of teamwork is very important. Yang Ming remembered the difficulties when he fought with Tianlong and the steel men like Jetson. If Yang Ming didn't have special abilities, he wouldn't be their opponent at all if he fought head-on. I know, so if I really face the enemy face-to-face, then I am responsible. Feng Tianlong nodded and said. Susu is good at the research of voodoo, there is no doubt about this. It's Xiaxue's turn, what about you? Yang Ming turned to look at Xiaxue. At this time, Xiaxue was a little embarrassed. She came here to gain experience. She saw that everyone had their specialties, but she didn't have anything worth praising, so she said awkwardly, my fighting and assassination skills aren't very high. I can only assist everyone. I'm actually here to gain experience. Xiaxue, you don't have to belittle yourself. Maybe you don't know it yourself, but you have your role in this team. At this time, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, when Brother Xia arranged our team, he must have considered it thoroughly before arranging us together. Everyone has their own role. Everyone is together and helps each other. Just like Sky Dragon is good at fighting, Susu is good at voodoo, and Little Yi has a warning of danger. Xiaxue, you are born in criminal investigation. You have professional knowledge in this area that we can't compare to. In the jungle, a little clue may become a key clue, so don't have that kind of experience mentality. You have to remember that you are an indispensable member of the team. You have your role, and you have to play your role at all times. I believe that Brother Xia considered this when he arranged it. Otherwise, do you think he can arrange it like this just because you are his sister? The mission this time is no joke. Ah. Xiaxue suddenly understood after listening to Yang Ming's analysis. It turns out that I am not useless, but I am useful, not just for experience. Yang Ming is right. Criminal investigation is my strength. I am a professional in this field. No one else can compare to me. I also have an advantage. Yang Ming, I understand. Xiaxue nodded solemnly. This was the first time she was convinced by Yang Ming. At this time, she really regarded Yang Ming as the captain. Yang Ming's overall view was very strong. He could see things that others couldn't see at once. As for me, I have a special ability in addition to assassination. Yang Ming said until here. He paused, lowered his voice, and whispered, this ability is similar to Lu Yezi's ability. It is very magical. After everyone heard Yang Ming's words, they were immediately attracted by Yang Ming's words. Xiaxue also knew that Yang Ming had some magical things, but Xiao Bingbao didn't tell her what was so magical. So at this time, she was also very interested. Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and even Xiao Susu also widened their eyes and looked at Yang Ming without blinking, waiting for him to continue. My ability is X-ray vision. And night vision, said Yang Ming. X-ray vision. Night vision. Several people couldn't help but exclaim when they heard Yang Ming's words. Is it true? Isn't this a special ability user? Is there really such a powerful person? In the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, although there were special ability users, their special ability was only the sixth sense, or using thoughts to manipulate some items at close range. It could be said that it was not particularly useful. However, Yang Ming's ability was very shocking. Night vision was a little worse, but X-ray vision was an ability that only existed in TV and novels. If Yang Ming could X-ray vision, wouldn't he be the god of gamblers? Wait, god of gamblers? Lu Yezi suddenly remembered one thing. When he was in Las Vegas, wasn't Yang Ming the god of gamblers? As for Huang Lei, when she heard Yang Ming's words at this time, she also showed an expression of realization. It turned out that when they were in Macau, the reason why Yang Ming was so confident in winning the Nanchang casino was because he had a special X-ray vision ability. With this ability, it would be a waste if he didn't become the god of gamblers. Boss, when you were in Las Vegas, did you use this ability to win others? Lu Yezi said in amazement. Yes, including that time when we were dealing with a steel monster, I also used this ability to find its weakness, and then we killed that guy. Yang Ming nodded and said. Did I say? Why did you let me hit the soles of his feet? I was wondering how you knew, so it was like this. Lu Yezi said suddenly. Although Huang Lei was also very surprised, she didn't say anything. She didn't want to get involved in Yang Ming's matters. She was just a happy silly woman. As for other things, she didn't want to think about it. Captain, is what you said true? You have X-ray vision? Feng Tianlong's expression was a bit strange. He was born in a big family and had heard a little about some magical things. Although Lu Yezi had that kind of amazing treasure, Feng Tianlong's family also had family heirlooms. It was just that he didn't have access to it. However, Yang Ming's X-ray vision ability surprised him. He had never heard of it before. Why, you don't believe me? Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, in your wallet, the number of the 100 yuan bill at the top is. As he said this, Yang Ming said a string of numbers. Yang Ming also knew that his ability was a bit too unbelievable. It wasn't surprising that Feng Tianlong had such an expression. Lu Yezi was someone who had carried out missions with him. He had also heard of his various magical things. Xiaxia was also the same when she dealt with Chen. Therefore, only Feng Tianlong had this kind of expression for the first time. It was normal for him to have this kind of expression. However, Yang Ming didn't explain much. Instead, he used the simplest way to prove this fact. After listening to the number that Yang Ming said, Feng Tianlong quickly took out his wallet from his pocket, took out the bill, and compared the number on it. Xiao Susu also curiously leaned over and looked at the number on the bill with Feng Tianlong. Ah. It's exactly the same, not a single word is different. Susu said with some shock. Yes, exactly the same. Feng Tianlong also stood up in surprise, that's too strong. Captain, your ability is stronger than all of us. With this ability, not only can you detect the enemy in advance, but you can also find some weaknesses of the enemy. Ah. I know. Today on the plane, you tricked me into making a bet with you and guessing the color of my underwear. So you saw it directly. At this moment, Xiaxia suddenly woke up and remembered the scene on the plane. Her face immediately turned red. Tell me, what did you see? Did you look randomly? Ugh. Yang Ming just remembered that he used this X-ray vision ability to cheat Xiaxia on the plane before. Now that Xiaxia exposed it, he was a little embarrassed. If you want to see it, you have already seen it. It's not the first time we have met. I'm not the kind of person who likes to X-ray others for no reason. Yang Ming looked at Xiaxia. Humph. Then tell me, did you look at me or not? Xiaxia didn't give up. I did, but that was before. I definitely didn't look today. Yang Ming shook his head. Before? Wow, you had bad thoughts about me before. Xiaxia was a bit angry. Lei, look at your Yang Ming, he's actually looking at other girls. Oh. Huang Lei responded, then he's very good. Others can't even see it. Xiaxia was speechless. Huang Lei was really something. Feng Tianlong and Lu Yezi couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Xiaosusu couldn't help but laugh too. Okay, let's not talk about this. It's good that everyone knows that I have this ability. Yang Ming said, however, what we said before is only known by our internal people. Of course, we don't have to hide it from Brother Xia. He also knows some of my things. After listening to Yang Ming's words, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, these things were very important and involved some personal secrets. It was best not to talk about it. These were the life-saving trump cards of the team. Who knew if there were any spies planted by the opponent in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? The previous Brother Wang had made these people vigilant. They also knew that inside the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, it wasn't absolutely safe. At present, the only people they could trust were the internal members of the team and their direct superior, Xia Bingbao. After eating the barbecue, the group returned directly to the base and didn't go anywhere else. Feng Tianlong also knew about Huang Leilei's encounter. Although he felt that the opponent would not make a move on him and Xiaosusu, at this moment, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was better to be on guard. Huang Leilei also lived in the base of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau with Yang Ming. These days, Yang Ming put her here for Huang Leilei's safety. How was it? Did you get along well with each other? Xiao Bingbao asked with a smile as he watched Yang Ming and others return to the base. Basically, everyone introduced themselves to each other and got to know each other. Yang Ming nodded and said, Brother Xia, don't worry. I will let the team members familiarize with each other as soon as possible. And, this is what I was thinking. How was it? What are your thoughts about tomorrow's special training? Did you change your mind? Xiao Bingbao asked. I still have the same words. Let's wait and see. If they are really capable, then I will train with everyone. There is no problem. Yang Ming said, but if they are not capable, I still oppose learning from them. I think it is better for me to personally organize everyone's special training. Okay, then it's settled. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Xiao Bingbao saw that Yang Ming insisted, so he didn't say anything more. I have arranged a room for you tonight. You and Miss Huang Leilei can share a room. Is that okay? Or do you want to live alone? Do you want 2 rooms? 1 room is fine. Yang Ming nodded. Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiaosusu, and Xia Shui all returned to their respective rooms. It could be seen that Feng Tianlong and Xiaosusu had not developed to the point of living together, because they went into 2 separate rooms. Come to think of it, this action also created a good opportunity for Feng Tianlong's love. If Feng Tianlong could grasp it, he could get the beauty. Xiaosusu's situation really didn't allow him to waste time. Yang Ming and Huang Leilei didn't have many opportunities to meet. Except for the initial period of time where they were together, there were very few opportunities to be together after that. Therefore, tonight, both of them felt very romantic and warm. Both of them also knew that during this period of special training, the 2 of them were going to spend another period of warm and beautiful days. Husband, after you leave this time, I want to quit my current job. Huang Leilei lay in Yang Ming's arms and said happily, I have thought about it. I am going to Island X to help you build this tourist attraction. Oh? You don't want to be a flight attendant anymore? Huang Leilei's words made Yang Ming very surprised. I have thought about it. I won't be anymore. Huang Leilei shook her head and said, in fact, I can persist until now because I often fly the Donghai route and can often meet you. Now that you are gone, I have no meaning. I feel that there is no hope, so I don't want to get on the plane. Before you met me, didn't you like this job very much? Yang Ming didn't expect Huang Leilei to have already decided. In the past, when I go to Donghai, I always want to see Donghai. Now, every time I fly to Donghai, my biggest hope is to be able to see you. After this, I have no hope. Naturally, I want to wait for you to come back with peace of mind. Huang Leilei said, in fact, I know that I am a silly girl. Such a girl is a bit cute, but I am also a bit of a vase. During this time, I have thought a lot. I decided to make some changes. I don't want to be a silly and useless woman all my life. There are still so many things to do on Island X. If I just stand by and do nothing, it won't be the case. After listening to Huang Leilei's words, Yang Ming sighed deeply. It seemed that Huang Leilei really wanted to change, and this girl had slowly grown up and matured unknowingly. She was already somewhat different from the previous Huang Leilei. However, Yang Ming was also very gratified. After all, Huang Leilei was developing in a good direction. No matter what she became, Yang Ming's love for her would not change. If he liked a person, he had to accept her change. All the women around Yang Ming would change with time. Even Yang Ming himself was changing. Everyone would gradually become more mature and would no longer be the children of the past. It's good that you've decided. No matter what you want to do, I will support you. Yang Ming nodded and said, as long as you're happy, it's fine. But I don't want you to change because of me. I want you to be happier. Of course you have your reasons, but that's not the whole story. I have my own reasons as well. Huang Leilei said, I have also grown up. I know what to do and what not to do. I want to help you. As long as I can help you, it is the greatest happiness for me. Haha, it's great that you can think this way. Yang Ming said, okay, I'll contact Island X tomorrow. When you go there, you'll be in charge of the airport training there, right? Sooner or later, Island X would build an airport. Yang Ming had already thought about it and let Huang Leilei be in charge of this matter. Okay, it just so happens that I'm good at it. Huang Leilei did not refuse. Yang Ming had mentioned this to her before, so Huang Leilei was not surprised. Haha, go to bed early. Yang Ming smiled. And, yes, after you leave, I want to go to Songjiang City. Huang Leilei suddenly said. Oh? Go to Songjiang City? Why? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. I have a good friend in the game called Little Fox Fairy. You know it. I want to see her. Huang Leilei said, she is the chairman of a company. She is very good at business. I plan to learn from her for a while before going to Island X. Is that okay? It's okay, but is this person reliable? If you don't know her background, I'm afraid you will be deceived. Yang Ming considered more. Huang Leilei was relatively simple, and her friend was known on the internet. They had never met before, so Yang Ming would always be worried. It shouldn't be a problem. We have known each other for a long time. Huang Leilei hesitated and said. Let's do this. I will ask my friend over there to take you to your netizen. It will be safer this way. The person Yang Ming thought of was Bao Sanli. He wanted Bao Sanli to take Huang Leilei to her netizen so that no matter who her netizen was, or if there was any other purpose, with Bao Sanli, the netizen would not dare to act rashly. This was also for Huang Leilei's safety. Okay, I will listen to you. Huang Leilei also knew that Yang Ming did this for her own good, so she did not refuse. The next morning, Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xiao Shui appeared on the training ground on time. Today was the first day of the special training. They had already agreed last night to gather at the training ground at 6 o'clock. Although Yang Ming was not interested in this training, since he had promised Xia Bingbao, he still appeared here on time. As for Huang Leilei, Yang Ming did not disturb her and let her continue to rest in the room. Today is the first day of the special training. The instructors in charge of everyone's special training this time are two assassins that I specially invited from a foreign assassin organization. Xia Bingbao did not hide the identity of the instructors. I also contacted this assassin organization through my connections. I hope that their arrival can play a key role in improving everyone's strength. Yang Ming did not speak. Since they were here, there were some things that did not need to be said. Strength would determine the truth. It made no sense to say anything now. Perhaps everyone may think that there is nothing wrong with being an assassin, but what I want to say is that assassins have the expertise of an assassin. They are very good at assassination, disguise, tracking, and hiding. When you learn these skills, it will be extremely important for jungle combat. Xia Bingbao said, next, please use warm applause to welcome our two instructors. In addition to Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xiao Shui all applauded. Assassins were very mysterious in their eyes, especially the assassins of foreign assassin groups. They should be very professional people. At this moment, they came here to train for everyone, so they should be able to learn a lot. Yang Ming's indifference was also seen in Xiao Bingbao's eyes. Xiao Bingbao shook his head helplessly, but he did not say anything. Under everyone's gaze, two young people in black clothing walked over to the training ground. They must be the assassins that Xiao Bingbao mentioned. Seeing these two people, Yang Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. It can't be, right? How can it be them? What surprised Yang Ming was that they were actually invited by Xiao Bingbao to be instructors. Yang Ming's expression was a bit weird. I didn't expect Xiao Bingbao to be so powerful. He even has a connection with a foreign assassin organization? At this moment, other people's thoughts were similar to Yang Ming's. They were a little surprised. How did Xiao Bingbao invite these people? Everyone may be very confused. Why can I invite people from the assassin organization? Xiao Bingbao seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. He smiled slightly and explained to everyone, in fact, you don't have to be confused. We have always had some contact with this assassin organization. This is also my personal relationship. When I was training outside, I had a chance to meet the person in charge of this assassin organization. Our relationship was good, so, this time, they gave me face and sent two young masters to give everyone special training. Xiao Bingbao smiled slightly and explained to everyone, in fact, you don't have to be confused. Yang Ming suddenly realized after listening to Xiao Bingbao's words. He didn't expect Xiao Bingbao to go out to train when he was young, and he also had some friendship with the leader of the assassin group. However, there was no fundamental conflict between the two, so Yang Ming was not surprised that they had a personal relationship. However, my face is not very big. I have used this favor this time, but there will be no next time. As Xiao Bingbao said this, he sighed slightly as if he was talking to Yang Ming, so I hope that everyone will cherish this opportunity. If it weren't for the high difficulty of this mission, I wouldn't have used this favor to invite these two instructors for special training for everyone. Favor? There was an imperceptible smile at the corner of Yang Ming's mouth. It was estimated that if these two people saw him here and went back to report, Xiao Bingbao would still have some face in the future. Xiao Bingbao seemed to see Yang Ming smile at that moment. He frowned slightly. In his opinion, the previous words were in vain because it seemed that Yang Ming didn't care at all. Xiao Bingbao could only sigh. Yang Ming was good at everything, but he was a little too proud and arrogant. He only hoped that Yang Ming could be convinced by these two people. Otherwise, it would affect the learning mood of the other team members. Then, it would really be a bit of a loss. The two assassins came over. Yang Ming knew that there were some things that he wanted to hide, but they couldn't be hidden anymore. However, Yang Ming didn't care now. He had already discussed the conditions with Xiao Bingbao. This was also Yang Ming's last mission, so it didn't matter if some of Yang Ming's relationships were exposed or not. The only disadvantage of being exposed was that Xiao Bingbao had a new reliance. He would have to trouble for Yang Ming in the future. Seeing Yang Ming, the two assassins were obviously stunned. They didn't expect to see Yang Ming here. However, being surprised was just being surprised. Yang Ming didn't greet them, so they couldn't take the initiative to talk to Yang Ming. After all, no one knew what Yang Ming was doing here. They didn't want to reveal their identity. Yang Ming, these two are the top existences in the assassin world, so I hope you can face up to yourself. If you think you are better than them, you can also spar with them, but I don't want you to give up learning directly. You know, there is a good saying that there is always someone to learn from, so I think it is also beneficial to learn more. Xiao Bingbao finally reminded Yang Ming, then nodded to the two assassins and said, I will leave the rest to you. The two assassins listened to what Xiao Bingbao said to Yang Ming, and suddenly had a feeling of being dumbfounded. Their expressions were very weird. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Come on, you two come together. Let me try your skills. Yang Ming looked at the two assassins in front of him, smiled slightly, and said to them. This? After the two assassins listened to Yang Ming's words, they didn't know what to do. They couldn't go up, and they couldn't not go up either. Wang Kejin, why? I heard that your strength has improved now. How did you become so timid? I remember that when we first met, you attacked directly, right? Yang Ming looked at the assassin in front of him and asked faintly. This assassin was Wang Kejin, the person responsible for assassinating Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. At that time, Wang Kejin could be said to be a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. If Wang Xiaoyan didn't use the butterfly microsteps, it was likely that he wouldn't recognize his own family. When he heard Yang Ming call his name, Wang Kejin was slightly stunned. He knew that Yang Ming was not going to hide his identity, so he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, aren't you mocking me? How do I have the ability to fight with you? I am afraid that as soon as I make a move, I will be defeated by you. It's just a test. You don't have to be so nervous." Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, "Make your move. You attack me. As long as you touch my clothes, I lose. Then I will just admit defeat. There are not many people in the world who can break the butterfly microsteps." Wang Kejin smiled bitterly and said, "I don't use the butterfly microsteps." Yang Ming shook his head. "I only use normal dodging techniques. This is a test for you. Then I won't be polite." Wang Kejin nodded and looked at Yang Ming with a dignified expression. He was ready to attack. The dialogue between Yang Ming and Wang Kejin shocked everyone present, including Xiao Bingbao. They all widened their eyes. Xiao Bingbao didn't expect that the two assassins that he hired with great effort actually knew Yang Ming. And this was not the end of it. When Yang Ming invited them to fight, they didn't even have the courage to fight. What is going on? Is Yang Ming too powerful, or am I deceived? Did the other party just find the two weakest assassins? However, this idea was quickly denied by Xiao Bingbao. Before this, he also found someone to test the skills of these two assassins. They were indeed very strange and powerful. When it came to assassination, he was not their opponent. Therefore, there was only one possibility. That was, Yang Ming was indeed very powerful. He had fought with one of these two assassins, and the assassin was convinced of his defeat. Only this possibility would lead to the current situation. Just when everyone was puzzled, Wang Kejin had already started to make his move. For Yang Ming, Wang Kejin did not dare to have the slightest neglect. Although Yang Ming said that it was just a trial, it was actually a test of his skills. This made Wang Kejin very nervous. What if Yang Ming was disappointed with his skills? Thinking of this, Wang Kejin did not warm up but directly took out some of the unique skills that he had recently practiced. This was a set of boxing techniques. It was a unique skill of the butterfly family. Only the core children of the butterfly family could use it. Including Yang Ming, they did not know this boxing technique. Of course, it was not that the butterfly family did not teach it to Yang Ming, but Yang Ming did not have time to learn. During Yang Ming's initial training, he had not been officially confirmed as the son-in-law of the butterfly family, and there was no engagement ceremony. Therefore, these things could not be spread around casually. When Yang Ming visited for the second time, he was busy dealing with other things, so he had no time to learn. Eh? Yang Ming looked at Wang Kejin's ordinary but difficult to dodge punch. He was a little puzzled. When Wang Kejin's punch came, Yang Ming wanted to dodge casually, but he found that this punch seemed to have eyes. It covered the position he wanted to dodge as if it could change direction at any time. As for Yang Ming, he had no choice but to use an unconventional dodging method to dodge and quickly retreat backwards. "Your punching technique is amazing. You can actually block the normal dodging position. If I didn't react quickly, I would have fallen into your trap," Yang Ming said with some surprise. "Thank you, Brother Yang, for the compliment. This is our butterfly family's secret technique. I just learned it. If Brother Yang also understood it, I am afraid this effect would not be achieved." Wang Kejin was a little ashamed. His unexpected punch didn't do anything to Yang Ming. Yang Ming also dodged smoothly. If Yang Ming knew his punching technique, then he would probably be counterattacked by Yang Ming. Again. "Use everything you know and let me see." Yang Ming nodded and said. Wang Kejin nodded and began the second round of attacks on Yang Ming. However, although his moves were clever, he was still not Yang Ming's opponent. "Brother Yang, I admit defeat. I am not your opponent." After Wang Kejin's repeated attacks were fruitless, he took a deep breath, shook his head, and was ready to give up. "I attacked, and you just dodged. This already shows that I have lost. Continue. Let me see your killer move. Yang Ming was unwilling to give up. Final move. Wang Kejin nodded, and his figure quickly approached Yang Ming. At the same time as he punched, his body unexpectedly slid behind Yang Ming to the right, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Yang Ming. However, just as Wang Kejin was about to throw a punch, Yang Ming did not turn around. Instead, it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He quickly moved forward and dodged the attack. After dodging the attack, Yang Ming felt lucky. Wang Kejin's move was really weird. If Yang Ming didn't have eyes on his back, it wouldn't be easy to avoid it. The speed of Wang Kejin's move was too fast, and the change was too fast. Before the person could react, he suddenly changed the direction. However, if one carefully analyzed it, there were still traces of this move. This move was modified from the butterfly microstep, but it was only a single move. The butterfly microstep was a secret, and even core disciples might not be able to learn it. Not bad. After Yang Ming dodged this move, he couldn't help but cheer loudly, "This move is good. Wang Kejin, you teach this move to them." Yang Ming's words suddenly made Xia Bingbao's eyes light up. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the excitement, and the expert appreciates the skill. These bystanders were all experts. Xia Bingbao also saw the power of this move, so he was very tempted by Yang Ming's proposal. He originally wanted to mention it, but because this was the core of the other party, Xia Bingbao knew that even if he proposed it, the other party would not teach it. After all, these things were not part of the other party. It was impossible to teach it casually. Saying it would only increase the awkwardness. However, if he didn't say it, Xia Bingbao was still a little unwilling. Just as he was hesitating, Yang Ming made this request first. Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui also looked at Wang Kejin with some excitement. Obviously, they were also very interested in this move. This was a move that could be used to win in a battle. If they learned it, it would be useful for a lifetime. It was also a good way to save their lives in a critical moment. They wanted to learn it, but they were too embarrassed to mention it. However, it was different when Yang Ming mentioned it. It could be seen that Yang Ming and this Wang Kejin were very familiar. Wang Kejin was a little embarrassed. This was the butterfly family's secret skill. If it was spread out, the family master would blame him. Wang Kejin couldn't handle it. However, Yang Ming was the son-in-law of the butterfly family. If he refused, Wang Kejin didn't know what to do. You can rest assured about this. I will talk to father-in-law. Yang Ming smiled slightly and saw Wang Kejin's thoughts, so he comforted him. Okay, as long as the family master agrees, then I will naturally do my best. Wang Kejin had no burden and immediately promised. Father-in-law? When Yang Ming said this, Xia Bingbao, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui were all stunned. What father-in-law? Who is Yang Ming's father-in-law? Listening to Wang Kejin's words, the father-in-law that Yang Ming mentioned is their family master? What is going on? This is messy enough. Yang Ming, you just said. Xia Bingbao hesitated and asked. My father-in-law is the family master of the butterfly family, Wang Songshan. Yang Ming didn't hide it. At this point, there was nothing that Yang Ming couldn't say. Ah? Your father-in-law? Xia Bingbao was stunned. Your father-in-law, isn't he Chen Fei? Ugh, one of my fathers-in-law. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. You know, my situation is a bit complicated and special. I know. Xia Bingbao was speechless for a while. But how can you be related to the butterfly family? Are you? I'm actually an assassin, but I don't belong to the butterfly family. I belong to the kind that works alone. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This marriage was arranged by my master. It's a bit weird. I say, Yang Ming, can you not surprise me? It turns out that you have such a relationship with the butterfly family? If I knew this, I wouldn't have wasted this favor. No, I have to talk to your father-in-law. Our relationship is as close as brothers. This favor doesn't count. In the future, people will often come to help me train. Xiao Bingbao said shamelessly. Up to you. Yang Ming was also a little speechless. Since you didn't ask, I naturally didn't say these things. It has nothing to do with the mission. It's not important. So, you also know that the general special training has no effect on me, but it is necessary to let them train my team members. Seeing Wang Kejin's skill, Yang Ming also changed his mind. He was going to let him train Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui. This would be of great benefit to them in the future. Yang Ming also wanted to join the training, but his identity was the same as Wang Kejin's. He was an instructor. What's your name? I think you look familiar, but I don't remember your name. Yang Ming turned to look at another young man next to Wang Kejin and asked. Young Master Yang, my name is Wang Keisu. I am also a disciple of the younger generation of the butterfly family. Wang Keisu was not as familiar with Yang Ming as Wang Kejin, so he called Yang Ming Young Master Yang instead of Brother Yang. Wang Keisu, who is more powerful between you and Wang Kejin? Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that the disciples of this generation of the butterfly family had similar names. I'm ashamed. Wang Kejin is a little better than me. Wang Keisu said with some embarrassment. Well, in that case, the three of us will serve as instructors and carry out special training for my team members. Yang Ming didn't need to test Wang Keku's skill. Since he was worse than Wang Kejin, he was naturally not Yang Ming's opponent. However, Yang Ming thought that he shouldn't be much worse than Wang Kejin. After all, they were sent together. It wouldn't be good if the difference in strength was too great. Yes. Wang Keisu responded quickly. This result made Xiao Bingbao very satisfied. Although it was somewhat different from what he expected, Yang Ming changed from a student to an instructor. Yang Ming did indeed have the strength to serve as an instructor. Similarly, the strength of Wang Kejin and Wang Keisu could not be underestimated. With Yang Ming leading, he believed that this special training should have a qualitative improvement for these members. Time passed quickly. On the training ground, only Yang Ming, Wang Kejin, and Wang Keisu's urging, and Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui's hard work were left. Although it was only a short 10 days, everyone felt very fulfilled. They learned a lot of skills that they never had before. Everyone was even more confident about this mission. Originally, everyone's mood was a little perturbed. They all thought that this was a one-way trip. This kind of negative attitude was not a good thing, but now, everyone was full of morale. At the military airport, a special plane took off. Yang Ming bid farewell to Huang Lele. Xiao Bingbao, Wang Kejin, and Wang Keisu took the team members and flew to Yunnan Miaojiang. However, while they were flying from Yunnan to their destination, in Songjiang City, the Yang family's villa in Huasheng district, it was not calm. Chen Mingyan sat on the sofa with a very bad expression. On the coffee table in front of her, there was an open courier bag, and on the courier bag, there was a stack of photos. The male lead and the photos were all the same person, but there were many female leads. The male lead was naturally Yang Ming. As for the female lead, in addition to Chen Mingyan herself, there was also Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, Lan Ling, Suya. However, in addition to these people, there was actually Xia Shui, Xiao Qing, Sun Jia, Jing Xiaolu, Zhao Ying, Victoria, Wang Xiaoyan. There were also two women that he didn't know. One was wearing a flight attendant costume, and the other seemed to be Lu Huamei. Chen Mingyan had seen this Lu Huamei on TV before. But, why does she know Yang Ming? Moreover, Yang Ming was now pushing open the door of a hotel room and entering the room, while Lu Huamei was only wearing pajamas? What is the relationship between these two people? Of course, this photo was the most ordinary one. The rest of the photos of Yang Ming and other women were much more intimate than this. And there was more than one photo. If it was only one photo, then Chen Mingyan would not be so angry. If someone wanted to frame Yang Ming, it was not too difficult to capture a plausible photo. However, there were dozens of photos of Yang Ming with Xiao Qing, Sun Jia, Jing Xiaolu, Zhao Ying, Victoria, Wang Xiaoyan, and the woman in the air stewardess costume. This could not be a frame, nor could it be a coincidence. Yang Ming and these women, some were holding hands, some were sitting in the car intimately, some were kissing in the corner, and some were going to the hotel together. Chen Mingyan did not know what to feel at this moment. Xiaoqing, isn't she Yang Ming's godsister? Why is she related to Yang Ming? The two of them even kissed. Chen Mingyan would not believe it if they were just ordinary godsister and godbrother relationship. Forget about this, Zhao and Yang Ming are actually related? Seeing a group of photos, Yang Ming and Zhao hugging each other and hiding under a car, and the next photo was Yang Ming looking for Yang Ming nearby. Chen Mingyan was so angry that her face turned red. Isn't this that time at the resort in Donghai when I went to catch the adulterers? Yang Ming and Zhao really have a relationship. That Fan Jinja really did not wrong Yang Ming. The most ridiculous thing was that I was like a fool at that time and didn't believe it. Thinking about it now, Fan Jinja was probably laughing to death in his heart, right? Looking at the photos behind, Chen Mingyan's heart was about to explode. This was a photo of Yang Ming and Zhao getting a room at the Moon on the Sea Resort, and Zhou Jiejie was actually there too. That day, I actually believed Zhou Jiejie's words, but I didn't expect that Zhou Jiejie was also an accomplice in that incident. Chen Mingyan suddenly had an urge to cry. Everyone knows, but I don't. It's really pitiful and sad. Jiejie, how can you lie to me? You already knew, right? You already knew that Yang Ming and Zhao were related? Chen Mingyan turned to look at Zhou Jiejie, who was a little pale, and questioned. Sister Mingyan. Zhou Jiejie bit her lip and didn't know how to say it. She was indeed wrong to hide this matter, but she was in the middle and was in a dilemma. If she told Chen Mingyan, she would offend Zhao. If she didn't tell. Okay, don't say it. I'm a big fool. Chen Mingyan covered her forehead in pain. She felt that she was so stupid. Originally, she thought that Yang Ming should be satisfied with so many women. With these people accompanying him to live in Island X, what regrets did he have? But now it seemed that she was too naive. Yang Ming was a womanizer. He was a womanizer. I was really blind. I actually believed Yang Ming's words. Sister Mingyan, I'm sorry. I knew about Yang Ming and Zhao, Sister Xiaoqing, and Sister Mingyan before, but I was afraid that you would be sad if you knew, so I didn't tell you. And Jing Xiaolu, I also noticed some. Zhou Jiejie looked at Chen Mingyan's pain and said frankly, but Sister Mingyan, I didn't mean it. Jing Xiaolu. She likes Yang Ming. I noticed some of it, but I didn't take it seriously at first. I thought that Yang Ming wouldn't like a little delinquent girl like her, but I didn't expect Yang Ming to actually. How can he be so vulnerable to temptation? Chen Mingyan's voice was a little choked. But even if he was with Jing Xiaolu, why didn't he tell me? Why did he hide it from me and lie to me? Sister Mingyan, I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier. Zhou Jiejie looked at Chen Mingyan's sad look and sighed. It's not your fault. It's very difficult for you to be caught in the middle. Chen Mingyan waved her hand and said, Wang Xiaoyan, Jing Xiaolu, Sun Jia, Victoria, and Xia Shui are fine. But why are Zhao and Xiaoqing with him? Chen Mingyan wasn't a stingy person, but Yang Ming suddenly had so many female confidants. Chen Mingyan found it somewhat difficult to accept. What made it even more difficult for her to accept was Xiaoqing and Zhao. One was Yang Ming's godsister. Although she was his godsister, she was much older than Yang Ming. Why did Yang Ming and her? Zhao was Yang Ming's and her former teacher. Although she wasn't now, she was only Yang Ming's and her senior, but Chen Mingyan's heart couldn't accept it. Sister Mingyan. Don't be angry. Zhou Jiejie comforted her, but she didn't know how to comfort her. She had no experience in this area. Sister Lin didn't know what to say. She just looked at Chen Mingyan silently. Sister Mingyan. It's all my fault. If I wasn't there, you wouldn't be able to set this precedent. Yang Ming wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Ah? Chen Mingyan listened to Lin Jiyun's comfort and was stunned. Then, she smiled bitterly, Sister Lin, what does this have to do with you? I said it before. I can barely accept those people, but Zhao and Xiaoqing, one is Yang Ming's and my former teacher, and the other is Yang Ming's and my godsister. The relationship between them is too awkward. Sister Mingyan, I think that since things are already like this, it's useless to be angry. It's better to think about what to do in the future. Besides, Yang Ming isn't here. The authenticity of these photos can't be determined. Maybe it's photoshopped? Zhou Jieji thought about it and said, I'm a computer expert myself, so I'm sure that if it was me, I could make these photos. If there was a person with the same skills as me, it wouldn't be difficult to make these photos. Zhou Jieji's implication was that these photos might be fake. She wanted Chen Mingyan to calm down first. However, in fact, with Zhou Jieji's understanding of Yang Ming and her careful examination of these photos, Zhou Jieji had already determined that these photos were real and not photoshopped. At least, she didn't see any unnatural Photoshop. If it was photoshopped, it could only be said that this person's skills were too good. He was better than Zhou Jieji. Yeah, some of these photos may be real, and some may be splashing dirty water on Yang Ming. Take this Lu Huamei for example. Yang Ming may not be related to her. Lin Jian also opened her mouth and analyzed, Sister Meng Yan, do you remember that you told me before? Wang Jitao once showed you a few photos, so it caused a misunderstanding between you and Yang Ming? Now you know the truth of the matter. I'm the person involved, but it's not like the association of the photos you saw. There's more to this matter, right? So we don't know if there's more to these photos now. Sister Meng Yan, you have to calm down. After listening to Zhou Jieji and Lin Jian's words, Chen Mingyan's mind suddenly calmed down. Zhou Jieji was right. The authenticity of the photos was unknown. Who knew if there was more to it? I heard that Zhou Jieji was also made into an XX video, which almost fooled Yang Ming. Lin Jian's words were also very important. Yeah, I've already been fooled by Wang Jitao once before. What I saw might not be true. This sentence is very reasonable. Okay, then let's confirm the authenticity of these photos now. Chen Mingyan nodded and decided to test the authenticity of the photos. She already had a plan in her heart on how to test. How do you determine? Zhou Jieji and Lin Jian looked up and asked at the same time. Call them and let them come over to see the photos at the same time. If these photos are true, then as long as one person admits it, the others will subconsciously follow suit. Of course, except for those who really have no problems. Chen Mingyan was worthy of being Chen Fei's daughter. She also learned how to observe people's expressions. And this can also get these people to come together. If it's true, then, let's take it one step at a time. Zhou Jieji and Lin Jian knew that 80% of the things were true. Chen Mingyan did this, but it also made things worse all of a sudden. And if this matter was really true, then there was no room for maneuvering at all. But now it seemed that Chen Mingyan was determined to call these people over. Zhou Jieji and Lin Jian didn't stop her. At this time, it was useless to stop her. Chen Mingyan's suspicion had already been raised. It was impossible not to solve it. Looking at Chen Mingyan picking up the phone, she first dialed Xiaoqing's phone. Sister Xiaoqing? I'm Mingyan. Are you free? Can you come to my house? Okay, I'll wait for you. Chen Mingyan's tone was very normal. There was nothing wrong with it, but the more it was like this, the more worried Zhou Jieji and Lin Jian were. It would be more and more uncontrollable later. Sister Xiaoqing? I'm Mingyan. Do you have time now? Can you come to my house? What? You and Wang Xiaoyan are shopping. That's great. You can come together. There is something. You will know when you come. Chen Mingyan thought. This time, she didn't have to look for Wang Xiaoyan alone. Xiaolu? I'm Chen Mingyan. Come to my house. I have something to talk to you about. Chen Mingyan called every female lead in the photos. Except for Huang Lele who she didn't know, Suya, and Lan Ling, the others were called to her house by Chen Mingyan. Of course, there was also Xiaxue and Lu Huamei. Xiaxue's phone couldn't be connected, and Chen Mingyan didn't have Lu Huamei's phone number. After the phone call, Chen Mingyan quickly sorted the photos on the table according to each person and put them back into the portfolio. In a while, when they come, you two don't talk. Listen to me. Chen Mingyan said. Okay. Lin Jian and Zhou Jieji had no choice but to nod. Although the two of them didn't want to make things worse, they couldn't decide. They could only wait and see. After doing all this, the doorbell of the villa came from the villa's door in a short while. Lin Jiyun got up and opened the door helplessly. I don't know who will be the first person to come. What Lin Jiyun didn't expect was that the first person to come was actually Jing Xiaolu. Sister Lin, hello. I heard that Sister Mengyan is looking for me? What's the matter? Jing Xiaolu walked in with a smile. She didn't realize that the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange, and she didn't notice the helpless expression on Lin Jiyun's face. Hello, Xiaolu. I don't know. You can only ask Sister Mengyan. Lin Jiyun shook her head. She wouldn't say much about Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. Okay. Jing Xiaolu entered the villa and saw that Chen Mengyan was sitting on the sofa at the moment, so she said, Sister Mengyan, are you looking for me? Xiaolu, you're here? Sit down first. Chen Mengyan's expression didn't seem to be inappropriate as she smiled and gestured to Jing Xiaolu to sit on the opposite sofa. Okay, but Sister Mengyan, what's the matter? Jing Xiaolu's heart was actually a little perturbed. Yang Ming transferred the shares of Mingyang Entertainment to her name, but Chen Mengyan was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. What if she asked for these shares back? Jing Xiaolu wasn't reluctant to return them to Chen Mengyan, but she finally had a career to display her talents. Jing Xiaolu didn't want to give up. Although she was greedy for money, it was only a small amount. She had no idea about the huge market value of Mingyang Entertainment. In Jing Xiaolu's opinion, she could live comfortably with 3 or 5 million yuan in her life. No matter how much money she had, it didn't make much sense. However, when Yang Ming left, Jing Xiaolu promised Yang Ming that she would manage the company for him. Now that he called out the company, she was somewhat reluctant. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu couldn't wait to know why Chen Mengyan was looking for her. It's not a big deal. I just want to talk to you about something, but there are still people who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait for them. When everyone is here, we'll talk about it together. Chen Mengyan smiled and gestured to Jing Xiaolu to be patient. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Since Chen Mengyan said so, she could only give up for the time being. After all, Chen Mengyan was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. Chen Mengyan didn't speak at this time. She just waited quietly for the next guest. Jing Xiaolu felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but she didn't know what was going on when she saw the faint smile on Chen Mengyan's mouth. The doorbell rang again. Lin Jiyun got up to open the door again, but this time, it was Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan. Sister Ying, Yan, you're here. Lin Jiyun nodded to them. To be honest, Wang Xiaoyan wasn't very familiar with her. They didn't have much interaction, but because they were neighbors, they would see each other frequently. So, their relationship was still good overall. Jiyun, I don't know why you're looking for us so urgently. What's the matter? Did something happen at home? Why did you ask Yan to come together? Zhao Ying was confused by Chen Mengyan's phone call. She didn't know what happened. I don't know. Sister Ying, why don't you ask Sister Mengyan? Lin Jiyun still said this sentence. Her character was aloof, so she didn't want to offend anyone. She could only keep silent. Mengyan, why did you suddenly call us? Zhao Ying walked into the villa's hall and saw Chen Mengyan. She asked with a smile. Sister Ying, you're here. Why don't you sit down first? There are still people who haven't come yet. When everyone is here, let's talk about business. Chen Mengyan said with a smile, Yan, you sit down too. Although Zhao Ying was a bit puzzled about why Chen Mengyan was looking for her, she still had to wait for everyone to come. However, when she saw that Jing Xiaolu was also here, Zhao Ying was even more puzzled. She greeted her and sat next to her. Wang Xiaoyan was a person who didn't like to talk much. Except for Yang Ming and Zhao Ying, she almost didn't talk to others. Even if it was a neighbor, she just nodded and sat down. Her small face was cool, and there was no smile. After a while, the doorbell rang again. Sun Jia, Xiaoqing, and Victoria also came. Victoria had now changed her name to Chen Mingxi. She lived in the Huashang district. Yang Ming bought a house here for her. The purpose was also to let her secretly protect Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia. For Chen Mengyan, she was the easiest to accept Chen Mingxi. Last time when she, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun were in danger, it was Chen Mengyan who stepped forward. As her personal bodyguard, she had a relationship with Yang Ming. After all, everyone was very familiar with each other. Having a relationship was more reliable than having no relationship. But for the others, Chen Mengyan wasn't so easy to accept. So when these people arrived, Chen Mengyan said faintly, "Everyone is here. I won't say anything unnecessary. Everyone should be very clear about who I am. I won't introduce myself, so I will go straight to the topic and show everyone something." As Chen Mengyan said, she opened the express delivery bag next to her and took out the photos inside. Then, everyone stacked them on the coffee table, facing everyone. Seeing Chen Mengyan's action, the people present were stunned. They didn't know what she meant, but after everyone picked up the photos, everyone's face changed. All of them became extremely ugly. They didn't expect that the photos of them being intimate with Yang Ming would actually fall into the hands of Chen Mengyan. Moreover, it wasn't just one photo. Each person had a dozen or even dozens of photos. The dates on these photos were basically from when they first got together with Yang Ming until a few days ago when Yang Ming left. Almost every period of time was not missed. How is it? Does anyone have anything to say? Chen Mengyan suppressed her anger and looked at the women in the room. Every one of them was extremely beautiful. They were not worse than her, but they all treated her like a fool. She had seen these people before. Some of them were even familiar with them, but they hid it from her and secretly dated Yang Ming. How could Chen Mengyan put her face? At this moment, the palest ones were Xiaoying and Xiaoqing. Only these two people's situation was the most special. The others were not too ugly, but they were a little embarrassed. Wang Xiaoyan didn't take it seriously at all. After looking at the photos a few times, she just said faintly, "It's taken well. I can take it back as a souvenir." You. Chen Mengyan heard Wang Xiaoyan's provocative words, and suddenly she was furious. She pointed at her and said bitterly, "Do you still have any face? Don't you feel ashamed? As our neighbor, you actually secretly seduced my husband? Your husband? Are you married? Did you have a wedding?" Wang Xiaoyan looked at Chen Mengyan with some disdain. Her words had a hint of disdain. As a matter of fact, Wang Xiaoyan was Yang Ming's legal wife. With Yang Ming's master and her father as the matchmaker, and with many celebrities from the upper class in Europe attending the engagement ceremony, she was the most qualified to call Yang Ming as her husband. Chen Mengyan was suddenly speechless. She didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to dare to refute in this case. "I'm Yang Ming's legal girlfriend. How can a mistress who cheated on me be so arrogant?" Chen Mengyan was so angry that she couldn't speak. You're still so confident? So what if I'm confident? I didn't do anything wrong. You like Yang Ming, so why can't others like him? Yang Ming belongs to your family? Wang Xiaoyan snorted and said with a cool face. Everyone knows that I'm Yang Ming's legal girlfriend. Chen Mengyan was so angry. Legal girlfriend? You still have two at home. How do you count? Aren't Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieje Yang Ming's legal girlfriend? Wang Xiaoyan asked. This? Chen Mengyan didn't know how to answer. She didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to be so eloquent. If she said no, wouldn't she offend Zhou Jieje and Lin Jiyun? If she said yes, wouldn't it mean that what she said before was a joke? For a time, Chen Mengyan was in a dilemma. Yan, don't say it. Xiaoying felt that she was in the wrong at the moment. As a friend of Wang Xiaoyan, when she saw Chen Mengyan was so angry, she suddenly felt bad, so she reminded Wang Xiaoyan. After all, Xiaoying also felt that Chen Mengyan was Yang Ming's legal girlfriend, and they were all sneaky and shady. At this time, they were caught by Chen Mengyan, and the photos were taken. What else was there to dispute? Apologizing as soon as possible was the most important thing. Seeing Zhao Ying's appearance at the moment, Chen Mengyan didn't doubt it. It seemed that the things in the photos were true. Until now, after these people saw the photos, no one refuted. What did this mean? It meant that they acquiesced to the content of the photos. Xiaoying. You don't have to pretend to be a good person. You are simply too shameless. When Chen Mengyan heard Xiaoying persuading Wang Xiaoyan, she was even more annoyed. She used to treat Jiaoying as a big sister. She told her worries, and she asked her more than once about the relationship between her and Yang Ming. But what about her? She denied every time. I even apologized to her because I misunderstood her and Yang Ming. Now it seemed that apologizing was simply a fool's behavior. She was actually having an affair with Yang Ming. I'm sorry. Meng Yan. Jiaoying knew that she was in the wrong when Chen Mengyan said this. She lowered her head and didn't know what to say. Sorry? Humph. What's the use of sorry? Jiaoying, what I said before wasn't wrong. You are a vixen. You really don't feel ashamed. Chen Mengyan accused her angrily. Chen Mengyan wasn't a girl who liked to scold people. On the contrary, she didn't like the words vixen. But at this moment, she was extremely angry. She didn't care about her image. Her husband was going to be divided up by others. How could Chen Mengyan still maintain her rationality? For a long time, Chen Mengyan had been trying to change. For love, for Yang Ming, she kept catering to others. From a little girl who couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes, she became a tolerant hostess. For Yang Ming's mistakes again and again, Chen Mengyan had no choice but to forgive. Not only did she take the initiative to accept Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun, but she also invited them to live together in the villa. Even before Yang Ming left, Chen Mengyan also invited Lan Ling and Suya to be guests. There were very few women who could be so magnanimous. It could be said that Chen Mengyan's change was obvious to all. But this time, what Yang Ming did, or what these women did, was a bit beyond Chen Mengyan's bottom line. 5 women were already quite a lot. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. 5 women plus Yang Ming could sing 2 plays. It was almost enough. But now, according to the number in the photo, there were more than 10 of them. What was going on? Even the ancient emperors weren't like this, right? Even if Yang Ming accompanied a girl every night, each person would only turn twice a month. Therefore, Chen Mengyan was really unhappy. Xiaoqing, I used to call you Sister Xiaoqing. I treated you as my sister, but what did you do? Chen Mengyan didn't want to talk to Jiaoying anymore. She turned to look at Xiaoqing. You are Yang Ming's godsister, and Yang Ming is your godbrother, but you too. Humph, very good. You really became a godsister and a godbrother. I just want to silently support Yang Ming. Xiaoqing hesitated and said truthfully, although I feel very guilty in my heart, what I said before is true. It comes from the bottom of my heart. I like Yang Ming. I love him, so I don't want to add more burdens and troubles to him. If this matter wasn't exposed today, maybe I wouldn't have publicized this matter in my life. Xiaoqing hesitated and said truthfully, although I feel very guilty in my heart, what I said before is true. It comes from the bottom of my heart. I like Yang Ming. I love him, so I don't want to add more burdens and troubles to him. Underground relationship? Shameless. Chen Mengyan snorted and said disdainfully. Chen Mengyan, pay attention to your words. Xiaoqing and Yang Ming are godsisters, but you also know that they are godsisters, not biological sisters. That means they have no relationship. Yang Ming isn't married, and Xiaoqing isn't married. Why can't they be together? Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. She wasn't a good person. Previously, she told Yang Ming that if Chen Mengyan dared to pick a fight, she wouldn't be polite. If Chen Mengyan didn't take the initiative to find trouble, then she wouldn't deal with Chen Mengyan. But now, Chen Mengyan continuously scolded her 2 good friends, Jiaoying and Xiaoqing. She finally couldn't bear it anymore. You aren't a good person. It's not your turn to interrupt here. Chen Mengyan looked at Xianxia coldly. You look like a sly fox. Most likely, you seduced Yang Ming first. Xianxia was stepped on by Chen Mengyan, and she suddenly exploded. Chen Mengyan was right. If the original matter was seriously calculated, it was indeed Xianxia who seduced Yang Ming first, and it wasn't Yang Ming who took the initiative to find her. If she didn't let Yang Ming pretend to be her boyfriend, how could there be the scene in the hotel room? Miss Chen Mengyan, please be clear about your position. You are just one of Yang Ming's girlfriends. Don't feel good about yourself and call yourself a real girlfriend. Among us, which one of us isn't a real girlfriend? Who was Xianxia? She was originally a very strong woman. Although she was very docile in front of Yang Ming recently, it definitely didn't mean that she would be docile to others. She had long had the idea of replacing Chen Mingyan as the main wife. Xianxia knew more about Yang Ming's affairs. The ex-island in Africa was currently under construction. When the construction was completed, it was estimated that they would move there collectively. In Yang Ming's harem, there would inevitably be a harem master. Xianxia felt that Chen Mingyan was obviously not suitable for this position, so she wanted to replace her. If she hadn't promised Yang Ming before that she wouldn't fight for it, Xianxia would have already planned this matter. What kind of person was Xianxia? She was a person who was more shrewd than a fox, so Chen Mingyan wasn't wrong to call her a fox. You. What kind of a real girlfriend are you? Chen Mingyan was angry. This Xianxia can really distort the facts. How did she become a real girlfriend? If I don't count, then what are you? Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly. You want to be a real girlfriend, so you self-proclaimed, right? I don't want to see you. Chen Mingyan was almost crying. What kind of person is she? She doesn't have any sense of shame. She said this to me confidently here. Why doesn't she have the awareness of a mistress? I don't want to see you either. If you want to be a real girlfriend, then be it yourself. Let's go our own way. Don't interfere with each other. Let's rely on our own abilities. Xianxia said faintly, Xiaoqing, Jiaoying, Jing Xiaolu, there are people here who can't tolerate you. Why don't you go with me? This. Xiaoqing and Jiaoying suddenly had some difficulties. They were good friends with Xianxia, but because of Yang Ming, they didn't want to hurt Chen Mingyan. Go, go, go. We don't need you here. Chen Mingyan did not expect things to develop to this point. Since it was like this, then forget it. There was no need to talk about it. They could do whatever they wanted. Out of sight, out of mind. He asked you to leave, why are you still not leaving? Xianxia glanced at Jiaoying, Xiaoqing, and Jing Xiaolu and said, Wang Xian and Victoria, right? Are you leaving or not? Of course I'm leaving. Wang Xian wouldn't spoil Chen Mingyan. As for Victoria, Wang Xian said, Victoria, listen to me. Go with me. Victoria initially recognized Yang Ming and Wang Xian as her masters. Now that Yang Ming was no longer around, she naturally followed Wang Xian's orders. If Wang Xian asked her to leave, she would naturally leave. Jiyun, haven't you always wanted to learn business from me? You go to Donghai with me and follow me in the future. This is also what Yang Ming told me when he left. He wants you to learn from me. You won't even listen to Yang Ming's words, right? Xianxia looked at Lin Jiyun and asked. This? Lin Jiyun was suddenly in a dilemma. At this time, it was really difficult for her to make a choice. She didn't want to betray Chen Mingyan. Although Lin Jiyun stood aloof from worldly affairs, she wasn't stupid. At this time, she naturally knew that Xianxia was dividing the forces around Chen Mingyan. If she left, then Chen Mingyan would only have Zhou Jieji as her assistant. Xianxia's side had an absolute advantage, so Lin Jiyun was in a dilemma. If what Xianxia said was really Yang Ming's arrangement, then Lin Jiyun naturally had to listen. But what should Chen Mingyan do? Jieji, don't you want to study computer experiments with Qing Qing? When are you going back to school? Yang Ming is gone. You should also move to school, right? Xianxia looked at Zhou Jieji and asked. Zhou Jieji was stunned. Indeed, Yang Ming wanted to leave before, so she asked for leave from the school's laboratory to come back. Since Yang Ming was gone, she naturally had to go back to school to continue participating in the research. This was a new network protocol topic, which was what Zhou Jieji yearned for and liked. If she gave up, Zhou Jieji naturally wouldn't be reconciled. However, she also understood Xianxia's meaning. She was the same as Lin Jiyun. She didn't know how to answer. Chen Mingyan looked at Xianxia and was suddenly dumbfounded. This woman is so powerful and vicious. With just a few words, she divided my alliance. If even Zhou Jieji and Lin Jiyun don't support me, then how can I fight with these people? Originally, Chen Mingyan was very calm. When she called these women, she was also very calm. She had a feeling that everything was under control. In fact, when Chen Mingyan just took out the photos for everyone, she did have this feeling. Looking at everyone's surprise, Chen Mingyan also felt that she could grasp the psychology of these people. But now, things were completely off track. Xianxia had the attitude of setting up her own faction. You are shameless. Wang Xiaoyan, why did you take Chen Mingxi away? She was arranged by Yang Ming to protect me. She is also my sister. She has the same name as me. Chen Mingyan didn't have time to blame Chen Mingxi at this time. She had no one on her side. Naturally, she would fight for as many as she could. Originally, Chen Mingyan's purpose was very simple. She called these people and let them leave silently in guilt. But now, not to mention leaving, these people had set up their own factions. She was going to be alone soon. How could Chen Mingyan not be anxious? Why? I will do what I want to do. If you yell again, I will kill you. Wang Xiaoyan snorted coldly, but there was a dagger in her hand. It seemed that if Chen Mingyan said another word, she would end Chen Mingyan with a dagger. You dare. Chen Mingyan was shocked. She didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to threaten her with a dagger. There is no such thing as daring or not. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly, maybe you don't know yet? I am an assassin. If I want to kill you, it's easy. Chen Mingyan wanted to cry. What kind of characters are Yang Ming and these women? Xianxia is hard enough to deal with, and here is another who wants to kill people. What the hell is going on? Yan, quickly put away the dagger. If Yang Ming sees you like this, he won't be happy. Zhao Ying was also shocked. She quickly dissuaded Wang Xiaoyan. If she yells like this, will Yang Ming be happy? Wang Xiaoyan said this, but she still put away the dagger. However, she opened a group of photos on a mobile phone and threw it in front of Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming and I are engaged. My father and Yang Ming's master are matchmakers. If you want to see who is the real one, who is qualified. It doesn't matter if you have the loudest voice. Although Chen Mingyan didn't want to believe it, she looked at the picture on the phone in her hand. Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were standing on the stage, and there were many guests under the stage. This was a picture of the engagement banquet. Chen Mingyan didn't expect that the identity of this Wang Xiaoyan was so powerful. She was already engaged to Yang Ming. If I really want to be serious, then wouldn't I be a mistress? See the picture? You still say that you are the real one? Xianxia appreciated Wang Xiaoyan more. She was a fierce character, so she had to rope her in. The most important point was that Wang Xiaoyan didn't show the intention of being the master of the harem. She just wanted to maintain her own position. Therefore, she became the target of Xianxia's roping. I am the first one to establish a relationship with Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan didn't have the confidence to say this. That's not right, right? As far as I know, the first one to establish a relationship with Yang Ming was Suya. Even if this doesn't count, then the first one to confess should be Zhao Ying, right? Xianxia was more familiar with Zhao Ying's affairs. She helped her to analyze and give ideas. The first one he had a relationship with was Sister Lin. This should count. Chen Mingyan was suddenly anxious. Oh, Sister Lin is also fine. Then you admit that you aren't the real one, and Lin Jiyun is? Xianxia asked with a smile. Chen Mingyan was suddenly speechless. She said this in a hurry just to argue with Xianxia. But now, she calmed down and thought about it carefully. Wasn't Lin Jiyun roped in by Xianxia? In this way, Xianxia still has the advantage. Why? You don't want to say any more? Xianxia looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile and asked sarcastically. All of you are bullying me. Chen Mingyan finally broke down. Her tears fell down like a waterfall. She felt so wronged and sad. What did I do wrong? I want to drive away the other women around Yang Ming. This is also a natural thing, right? Which wife wants her man to have other women? Moreover, Chen Mingyan felt that she was tolerant enough. She could accept Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, Suya, and Lan Ling. Isn't that enough? But now, it had become these people ganging up to bully him. Why? Why is it like this? Chen Mingyan cried. She cried very sadly. Her whole person collapsed. The previous thoughts of driving others away were gone. She was very afraid. She was afraid that if these people joined forces, she wouldn't even have the chance to see Yang Ming. Although Chen Mingyan was very confident in the past that Yang Ming would not give up on her, it was difficult for her to guarantee that Yang Ming would choose her in the face of so many women. Can Yang Ming give up on everyone and only choose me? Chen Mingyan's heart was very unconfident. If Yang Ming could give up, he would have given up on Lan Ling. He wouldn't have a conflict with me. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan became more and more nervous and worried. So, she cried even more sadly. Chen Mingyan, to be honest, I am very disappointed with your performance today. In the past, Yang Ming always praised you in front of me. He said that you are the best candidate for the master of the harem. He told me how generous you are, how kind you are, and how you can tolerate others. But today, besides being jealous, you are also very fragile. Sun Jia looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile. She said word by word, as an opponent, I really look down on you. You were defeated just like that? What else can I do? I am also very generous. I can accept Sister Lin and Jiejia, as well as Suya and Lan Ling. But your appearance is too sudden. I can't accept it. What is wrong with this? This is not my fault. Chen Mingyan listened to Sun Jia's words and cried even more sadly. Yes, you are not wrong. For a normal woman, when she suddenly knows that her man has so many women outside, her first thought is definitely not to accept it. Sun Jia nodded and said faintly, however, you are different. As you said, you are Yang Ming's real girlfriend. You are too immature. When you encounter this kind of thing, your first reaction is to call us together for a confrontation. Is this meaningful? So what if we admit it? So what if we don't admit it? Things have already happened. You don't think about how to solve it, but how to drive us away. Do you think this is possible? Not to mention that Yang Ming is not here now. Even if Yang Ming is here, do you think that Yang Ming can do this kind of thing? I think you should know Yang Ming as well as I do, right? Chen Mingyan listened to Sun Jia's words and was secretly shocked. This woman is so powerful. In just a few words, she hit my sore spot. However, it is the truth, so I can't find the words to refute. In my heart, I also accepted her statement. Now, Yang Ming has left. What you have to do is to let him have no worries, but you want to make a fire in the backyard. Have you ever thought about it? If the news of our falling out spread to Yang Ming's ears, will he still have the heart to perform the mission? Can he still be at ease? If something goes wrong when he is nervous, can you take responsibility? Sun Jia looked at Chen Mingyan and sternly lectured her. This? Chen Mingyan was shocked again. Yes, Yang Ming is gone. I am afraid that he is most worried about his family. If there is a problem at home, then Yang Ming will definitely not be at ease. In that case, isn't it equivalent to adding trouble to Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan, let me ask you. Where did you get these photos? You didn't do it yourself, did you? After Sun Jia finished speaking, she shook her head and explained, with your temper, if you took them yourself, I am afraid you wouldn't wait until now to take them out. You would have already confronted us. So if I guessed correctly, these photos should have just been obtained by you. Am I right? Yes. Chen Mingyan didn't deny it and nodded. Sun Jia's words were right, so Chen Mingyan had no reason to refute. Chen Mingyan, I said that you are immature. You are really immature. Have you ever thought about it? Who gave you these photos? Why did they give them to you? Why did they give them to you at this time? Sun Jia asked a few questions in one breath. Don't you think this is weird? You didn't think about anything. You first confronted us, questioned us, and found a way to drive us away. If I were you, the first thing I would do is to investigate the source of these photos and see who wants to target Yang Ming. Why did they take these photos and send them over? What is their purpose? But look at what you have done. Do you want to kill Yang Ming? This? Chen Mingyan was suddenly awakened by Xianxia's words. At this time, she thought of this extremely important problem. That's right. Who on earth sent these photos? What is his purpose for doing this? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan's heart suddenly jumped. Yeah, I'm really too immature. When I consider the problem, I actually didn't consider it thoroughly. I'm really a fool. I actually made the same mistake twice. The first time was when Wang Jitao brought a stack of photos, and I believed it. As a result, because of this matter, I almost missed my marriage with Yang Ming. In the final analysis, this was Wang Jitao's conspiracy to deal with Yang Ming. But I was fooled, and it was the second time, and I was fooled again. Xianxia was right. These photos, judging from the dates above, some of them were even taken almost a year ago. At that time, I just confirmed my relationship with Yang Ming, right? The person who sent the photos couldn't have seen these things by chance and just took a picture and sent it to me. This person obviously had a purpose. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan suddenly had a cold sweat. I really almost ignored the most important thing. If Xianxia didn't remind me, then I wouldn't have thought of this. If I had a conflict with Xianxia indiscriminately, wouldn't that be the intention of the person who sent the photos? Xianxia, I'm sorry. Chen Mingyan was a person who knew when to let go. After realizing her mistake, she no longer quibbled and pestered him endlessly. Instead, she directly admitted her mistake, I'm immature. I didn't think of the deeper meaning behind this. It seems that none of Yang Ming's women are just for show. Especially this Xianxia, she is unparalleled in wisdom. She is 100 times better than me. Yang Ming has her by his side, so she is a good assistant. Now, Yang Ming wasn't at home, and someone was plotting something. If there wasn't a think tank like Xianxia, it wouldn't work. At this moment, Chen Mingyan was also in a dilemma. After thinking about the pros and cons, Chen Mingyan stood up and took a deep breath. She solemnly bowed to Xianxia and said, I'm sorry. I was reckless before. I hope Sister Xianxia won't blame me. Although Chen Mingyan still didn't want to accept so many women from Yang Ming, Xianxia's words also reminded her. Could Yang Ming give up? Absolutely impossible. With Yang Ming's character, he wouldn't give up on anyone. If he could give up earlier, he would have done so from the very beginning. Therefore, after Chen Mingyan calmed down, she also felt that it was impossible for her to chase these people away with her strength. Then, if she couldn't, she would accept it. She could only accept this path. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't wrong. The person who sent the photo probably wanted to provoke some kind of trouble to make her quarrel with these women. Otherwise, Chen Mingyan really couldn't think of any other use for this photo. Sorry, Sister Ying, Sister Shaoqing, Yan Yan, Xiaolu, Mingxi, please allow me to say sorry. After Chen Mingyan finished speaking to Xianxia, she turned and spoke to the others. It's nothing. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly, as long as you don't interfere with me being with Yang Ming, I won't kill you. Chen Mingyan listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and suddenly smiled bitterly. This Wang Xiaoyan is also a ruthless character. Mingyan, to be honest, now I am looking at you seriously. Xianxia smiled. As the most important woman around Yang Ming, you have to learn to be tolerant and loving. If you can't do it, then give up your position as soon as possible. I am happy to replace you. Believe that I will do a good job. I can do it now. Chen Mingyan was not to be outdone. Don't worry. I don't mean to fight with you for the time being. Now is not the time to fight. In the end, Yang Ming has the final say in this position, not us. Xianxia said indifferently, if Yang Ming thinks highly of you, then I have no opinion. I love him, so I respect all his decisions. After listening to Xianxia's words, Chen Mingyan suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. Yes, if I love him, I have to respect his decision. These women, no matter what, Yang Ming has decided on them. Then, Yang Ming has his own reasons. How can I drive him away? If I don't do well, I can give it to you in the future. When Chen Mingyan said this, she secretly gritted her teeth. I must not lose to Xianxia. At this moment, Chen Mingyan matured a lot and completed a gorgeous transformation. This transformation was not on the surface, but in the heart. At this moment, she completely dropped her guard and jealousy. She regarded all the women present as a family. Xianxia was right. Yang Ming was not here, so they should be more united. Sisters, I am sorry. I was stingy before. I apologize. We will be a family in the future. I hope that everyone will supervise me. When I do something wrong, you will mention it in time. Chen Mingyan said from the heart, if everyone thinks that I am not suitable, then I will give up the position of the real girlfriend. Well, I will let you be the girlfriend first. When I want to be, I will snatch it. Xianxia waved her hand indifferently and smiled indifferently. She was a practical woman. These illusory titles were not very attractive to her. The status of the women around Yang Ming was determined by strength, not words. Whoever helped Yang Ming the most, Yang Ming would naturally rely on them more. Mingyan, in fact, I am also wrong in this matter. Thank you for your tolerance. Jiaoying naturally did not mean to fight for anything. At this time, seeing that Chen Mingyan changed her attitude, she was naturally relieved. Yeah, Mingyan, I said before. I don't want to fight for anything. I just want to silently support Yang Ming and stand behind him. Xiaoqing also smiled and said, don't worry. Little Jia just said it. She didn't want to snatch your real girlfriend. Xiaoqing secretly admired Sun Jia in her heart. She actually reversed the situation with just a few words. She made Chen Mingyan, who was originally screaming herself hoarse, have such a huge change. At this moment, Chen Mingyan seemed to be a lot more mature and sensible. Jing Xiaolu smiled and greeted Chen Mingyan, Sister Mingyan, you used to be my sister. Naturally, you are my sister now. Chen Mingxi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. I am a slave bought by Yang Ming. My status naturally can't be compared to yours. Including Wang Xiaoyan, who had previously expressed her position, now everyone had expressed their support for Chen Mingyan, the real girlfriend. It made Chen Mingyan sigh in relief. It turns out that the feeling of being respected is really good. Thank you, everyone. Chen Mingyan pursed her lips and smiled slightly. It turned out that learning to tolerate others was also a very happy thing. Well, if you want to buy people's hearts, we will talk about it later. Now, we should study the problem of this photo. Sun Jia waved her hand and interrupted Chen Mingyan. She was not polite to Chen Mingyan. At the beginning, Sun Jia did have the intention to compete with Chen Mingyan. Sun Jia also had this strength. There was no doubt about this. Sun Jia once said that she could force Chen Mingyan to run away from home with a few words. Previously, Chen Mingyan was already on the verge of collapse. She believed that as long as Sun Jia continued to pursue, Chen Mingyan was likely to be pushed away. However, Sun Jia did not do so. Because Sun Jia was an extremely smart woman, she knew that Yang Ming only had one real girlfriend. The person that Yang Ming liked was Chen Mingyan. Then, it didn't matter whether Chen Mingyan had the ability or not. As long as Yang Ming recognized it, it was enough. Sun Jia had also tested Yang Ming several times. After getting a positive answer from Yang Ming, Sun Jia had no intention to compete. Today's squeezing and reprimanding of Chen Mingyan was completely to train Chen Mingyan when Yang Ming wasn't there. Since Yang Ming had already identified Chen Mingyan's position, then Sun Jia didn't mind helping him to turn Chen Mingyan into a truly competent person. Of course, Sun Jia couldn't say these words to Chen Mingyan. It wouldn't have the same effect as before. Now, it seemed that the effect was very good. Chen Mingyan had begun to make changes. This made Sun Jia very gratified and happy. But on the surface, it couldn't be shown. She still had to continue to play the role of the villain and completely train Chen Mingyan. Yes. Chen Mingyan didn't argue with Sun Jia at this time. Instead, she nodded in agreement and said, I received this express delivery this morning. Where's the packaging? Give it to me. Sun Jia hesitated and said. All right. Chen Mingyan handed the envelope of the express delivery to Sun Jia. Sun Jia immediately took out her mobile phone and scanned the barcode with the camera. Then she said, this express delivery was sent 20 days ago. This express delivery is really fast. Oh? 20 days ago? Chen Mingyan was stunned and said, at that time, Yang Ming hadn't left yet, right? Also, according to common sense, a normal express delivery, especially one from the same city, would take at most 1 or 2 days to arrive. But this express delivery is a little too long. And then? Sun Jia looked at Chen Mingyan with appreciation and asked. Then, the sender of this express delivery is probably thinking that when Yang Ming is here, I will have a conflict with you. Chen Mingyan hesitated and continued to analyze, what is the purpose of him doing this? Doing this can't cause substantial harm to Yang Ming. Yes. He wants to disturb Yang Ming's mood. Yes. Sun Jia nodded and said, if I guessed correctly, the purpose of this person is not to hurt Yang Ming, but to disturb Yang Ming and let Yang Ming leave with regrets. When performing the mission, he may be distracted and can't concentrate. After all, Yang Ming is worried about his family. How can he perform the mission with peace of mind? Sun Jia had already guessed this. When she saw the time when the express delivery was sent, she realized this point. Letting Chen Mingyan say it was nothing more than training her ability, but also to establish her position in everyone's heart. Sun Jia had put in a lot of effort. Fortunately, this mail was sent only now. I have to thank this lazy dispatcher. It took him so many days to send the mail. Chen Mingyan said with a lingering fear in her heart as she secretly thanked her lucky stars. It's okay to send it in advance. This person underestimated Yang Ming's ability. Sun Jia shook her head disdainfully. Now, even if Yang Ming is not here, we can get along well. If Yang Ming is here, I am afraid it will be easier to settle. Although Sun Jia said this, she was actually giving face to Yang Ming. In fact, she also knew that if Yang Ming was at home, things would be more complicated. At the very least, Sun Jia couldn't say some words in front of Yang Ming, and it was impossible to force Chen Mingyan to such a point where she had to make a choice. If Yang Ming was here, Sun Jia believed that in the end, Yang Ming would be able to get Chen Mingyan's understanding and make her happy, but this process would definitely not be short. After all, Chen Mingyan's heart knot was not so easy to untie. But now the situation was different. Chen Mingyan didn't have Yang Ming to rely on. She was suddenly squeezed to the bottom of the valley. If she didn't make a choice, she would be excluded by everyone, so some unnecessary trouble was avoided. But, who is this person? Why is he targeting Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan asked with some doubts. Mingyan, maybe you still don't know. Yang Ming's mission this time is extremely dangerous, and he didn't tell you the truth because he didn't want you to worry. Sun Jia didn't hide it from Chen Mingyan. Now that they were sisters on the same front, there was nothing to hide. Only by letting Chen Mingyan know the situation, then everyone could think of a solution together. Ah? He said that his mission isn't dangerous. It's just a battle of attrition. Chen Mingyan wasn't stupid. As she spoke until here, she suddenly realized something. A battle of attrition. It turns out that Yang Ming was afraid that he couldn't come back, so he lied to us that the mission time was very long. That's right. Sun Jia nodded. You were immature before. Yang Ming was also afraid that you would do something irrational, so he didn't tell you the truth. But fortunately, now that you have grown up, there are some things that you can know. Yang Ming's mission this time can be said to be a narrow escape. He didn't have any confidence. Ah. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jian suddenly became nervous. Among them, except for the three of them, the others had already known, so at this time, they didn't show any inappropriate behavior. I believe you know how powerful Yang Ming's skills are. Yang Ming said that he didn't have confidence. You can think about the danger yourself. Sun Jia said, Yan Yan knows Yang Ming's skills the best, right? You tell Meng Yan how powerful Yang Ming is. Yang Ming is the king of assassins. Wang Xiaoyan didn't compete. When others accepted her, she also tried to accept others. They were all Yang Ming's women. It wasn't good to have a bad relationship, so Wang Xiaoyan continued, I have carried out many dangerous missions with Yang Ming. We have been through a lot of bullets. I know how powerful Yang Ming is. It can be said that in the past, no matter what he did, he had absolute confidence, but this time, he didn't. Ah. That Yang Ming. Why didn't he tell me before? Chen Mingyan's face suddenly became pale. She thought that Yang Ming's mission was only time-consuming. According to Yang Ming, it might take 10 or 20 years. However, Chen Mengyan thought that even if it was 10 or 20 years, she could still wait. At that time, she was only 40 years old. It was not unusual for her to get married and have children late. However, what she didn't expect was that Yang Ming actually lied to her. Yang Ming's mission was not time-consuming, but extremely dangerous. He didn't tell you because he was afraid that you would be worried because the person he loves the most is you. As Xianxia said this, she couldn't help but be jealous. However, you are also not mature. Yang Ming was afraid that after he finished talking to you, you wouldn't let him go. If he had to go, wouldn't he be distracted? Wouldn't he be able to concentrate on the mission? So, you can just treat it as a white lie. Chen Mengyan was silent. Xianxia was right. With her character, if she knew the truth, she would not let Yang Ming go. However, with Yang Ming's character, it was impossible for her to stop him. No. I won't do it this time. Chen Mengyan shook her head. I have grown up. So, this is also the reason why I told you. If it weren't because you have matured a lot today, I wouldn't have told you these words. I would have kept you in the dark and be a happy little girl, said Xianxia. Sister Xianxia, then what should we do now? Chen Mengyan nodded and asked. First of all, analyze the purpose of this sender, but now the purpose is almost obvious. He just wants to use this method to divide us and let us quarrel to affect Yang Ming's mood. He wants to make Yang Ming unhappy so that it will affect his mental state when performing the mission. Xianxia said, but what puzzles me is that Yang Ming's mission should have been issued recently, right? Before this, Yang Ming didn't even know of the existence of this mission. As for these photos, the earliest one is almost a year old. A year ago, Yang Ming had yet to join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. This person who wants to deal with Yang Ming has been plotting since a year ago? Xianxia immediately saw the key point of the problem and pointed out the important doubts in it. So, this person had started to plan before. Maybe it wasn't for this matter. He was just plotting some possible means to deal with Yang Ming. And this time, for Yang Ming's mission, he just happened to throw out this suitable strategy? Chen Mengyan wasn't stupid. After Xianxia pointed it out, she followed up. Not bad, Mengyan, you can think of this. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. You're right. Since this person started to plan so early, this may not be the only means in his hands. Perhaps, he has other tricks to deal with Yang Ming or us. This person is very dangerous. It would be best if we can find him, but I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Why? I can ask my father for help. Chen Mengyan was a little anxious when she heard it. Since this person is so dangerous, and he still has means that haven't been used, then this person may also deal with Yang Ming. How can I sit back and do nothing? I know Yang Ming's skill, and I am also very clear about my own skill. If he can take these photos without Yang Ming and me noticing, then how good is his skill? Wang Xiaoyan spoke at this moment. Since everyone didn't fight for Yang Ming, then Wang Xiaoyan didn't mind cooperating with everyone. She wasn't a person who liked to fight for power and profit. She just wanted her own position. Since she had her own position, other things didn't matter. Sister Yan Yan is right. This person is really too dangerous. A person who can't be detected by Yang Ming, how terrifying is his skill? Xianxia said, how good is this person's qinggong? At the very least, it isn't worse than Yang Ming. Then, what should we do? After Chen Mengyan listened to Xianxia's words, her eyes were full of deep worry. Only at this moment, everyone's heart slowly connected together. They abandoned jealousy and dissatisfaction. Everything was for Yang Ming. Inform Yang Ming's colleague, Fatty, and let the Supernatural Investigation Bureau investigate. This is the only way. I hope they can have a result. Xianxia sighed and said. She didn't have any way. I know Yang Ming's master. I will go to him and ask if he has a way. Wang Xiaoyan also said. Oh? You know Yang Ming's master? Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Yang Ming and I are both assassins. As I said before, our engagement was hosted by his master and my father. Wang Xiaoyan explained. Yes, I almost forgot about this. This is great. With the help of Yang Ming's master, then everything will be a problem. Xianxia said, in this case, I suggest that at this time, if everyone has nothing to do, let's move in together first. This way, we can make better plans and prevent people from dealing with us one by one. Although Xianxia's proposal had her reasons, she didn't say the more important reason. That was, she wanted to give Yang Ming a very united harem after Yang Ming came back, so that Yang Ming wouldn't have any worries. As for the danger, Xianxia believed in Yang Ming, this little man. After seeing Yang Ming's power, Xianxia believed that no matter how difficult it was, Yang Ming could get through it safely. Sister Xianxia is right. Everyone should live together so that we can make plans for each other. Although Chen Mengyan also guessed Xianxia's intention, she wasn't a stingy person. Since she had decided to accept it, she would do it thoroughly and be generous. She could also gain everyone's favor. Since Xianxia and Chen Mengyan agreed, then the others naturally had nothing to say. They were ready to go back to pack up and move to Yang Ming's villa. Wang Xiaoyan went to find Fang Tian. At the same time, Yang Ming and his group had arrived at a small town near Miaojiang. There were no trains or planes here, so they could only drive there. Yang Ming, Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, Xia Shui, and Xiao Susu took an off-road vehicle and stopped at the door of a hotel. Tonight, they would be stationed here. When they woke up the next day, they would inquire about the nearby area. In the vast Miaojiang, it was not easy to find the trace of Elder Yu. However, what Yang Ming and the others didn't expect was that they were targeted when they just arrived at the hotel in this town. This was the only way to get to Miaojiang. This town was the only place to stay. Whether Yang Ming and the rest went there secretly or appeared in public, the result was the same. This was not a tourist spot, so there were not many foreigners. So, Yang Ming and the rest could be seen by people who were interested, whether it was public or not. After Yang Ming and the rest entered the hotel, a few ordinary-looking women, who looked like housewives in the village, took out their phones, played with the photos in their hands, and dialed a number. We have found them. They are staying in the hotel in the center of the town, said the woman. The woman on the other side of the phone said something, and she suddenly nodded with a smile. In a dense jungle in Miaojiang, an evil-looking old man was sitting in an armchair with a gloomy face at the moment. Listening to the report of his subordinates, he frowned and said, "Why are they here so soon? Didn't an insider say that they have to train for at least a month in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? How many days has it been?" "Elder Yu, I am not sure. But, the news from Falcon may not be accurate. I think that he is really unreliable. He can't even delay Yang Ming for a day. He is a piece of trash," said the underling in black. "Humph. My Gene Gang Divine Voodoo is at the critical stage of cultivation research. Once I have mastered it and consumed the Gene Gang Divine Voodoo, I will be invincible." Elder Yu said with a serious face, "No matter what, we can't let Yang Ming come to us now. I am not afraid of him, but this kid can't do anything right. If he disturbs my training, it will ruin everything. I have already discussed with the people of mutated Miao Village. They will help to stop Yang Ming and the rest," said the underling in black. "But, they want some benefits." "Humph. Ungrateful people who want to take advantage of the situation. I have given them many benefits before. Now that they are doing this little thing, they are asking for benefits?" The right-hand elder sneered unhappily and said, "If the people from Blue Miao Village weren't targeting us, our people would have gone out to snipe Yang Ming directly. Why would we need them?" "That's right. However, the people from the mutated Miao Village must have known this as well. That's why they demanded so much from us," said the man in black. "Forget it. Just satisfy their request." "What request do they want this time?" Elder Yu asked. "They want the complete collection of Blue Miao Village's voodoo art," said the subordinate in black. "What? You really dare to open your mouth?" When Elder Yu heard the words of the black-shirt subordinate, he was stunned. Then, he laughed angrily, "Not to mention that I haven't seen the entire collection of voodoo. Even if I have, I can't give it to them." Yes, this subordinate refused at that time. However, they said that they could change the conditions, but they wanted to talk to you personally. The black-clothed subordinate said. "Let him come." I want to see what conditions they want. Elder Yu nodded and said. Yes. The subordinate in black turned around and left. Not long after, he brought in an old man who looked a little wretched. This person was the chief of the mutated Miao village, Ku Liman. Greetings, Elder Yu. When this wretched old man saw Elder Yu, he walked over with a face full of smiles and greeted him respectfully. Humph. Ku Liman, you've become arrogant these few years, haven't you? You're getting more and more arrogant, aren't you? You want the complete collection of voodoo? Elder Yu looked at Ku Liman in front of him. The more he looked at him, the angrier he got. In the past, this insignificant person was like an ant. Now, he was standing in front of him and talking about conditions. In the past, Elder Yu would not even spare a glance at this kind of person. He would even find it troublesome to kill him. However, this kind of person was able to survive in the cracks. While Blue Miao village was having internal strife, things had developed rapidly. In the past few years, Elder Yu and Blue Miao village had split up and started an all-out war with Blue Miao village. Both sides had suffered heavy losses and did not have the time to care about other things. Because of this, the originally small mutated Miao village had become a new force to be reckoned with. In the blink of an eye, it had become the second largest Miao village in this area. Hee, Elder Yu must be joking. Everyone has the heart to improve, right? I'm the same. There's no harm in wanting to learn more, right? Ku Liman smiled and ignored Elder Yu's mockery. Our mutated Miao village has had a hard time developing in the past few years. It's time for us to recuperate. Aren't you making things difficult for us by asking us to deal with those special agents from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? We'll definitely have to pay a huge price. If there are no benefits, I believe no one will do this kind of thing, right? Humph, it's just a few people. There's only a total of 5 people. You can easily deal with them. How dare you ask for such a huge benefit from me? Elder Yu was obviously very angry. Hee, the people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau are all experts. You can't expect us to do this for free, right? Ku Liman said, how about this? I'll help you stall them this time. Of course, it'll be best if we can kill them. However, after this, once you succeed and become the largest village leader in Miaojiang, you must protect our mutated Miao village and make it the second largest village. My request isn't too much, right? We're the second largest Miao village now. Hee, to put it bluntly, if you continue to fight with Blue Miao village, it's hard to say if we'll become the first in a few years. Humph. Being the first is only temporary. You guys lack too much foundation. Elder Yu smiled disdainfully. I can agree to your request and let you become the second largest village after me. However, it's up to you guys whether you can maintain it or not. Of course, but we'll need Elder Yu to take care of us when the time comes. Ku Liman nodded and said. Of course, there's no problem if we can take care of you. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Yang Ming and the others have already arrived at a nearby town and are staying in the town center hotel. It'll be best if your people can intercept them there. Elder Yu waved his hand impatiently and said. No problem, I'll do my best. After Ku Liman got a satisfactory answer from Elder Yu, he left Elder Yu's room and went back to arrange the manpower. After Ku Liman left, the subordinate in black walked into Elder Yu's room again. Elder Yu, did he agree? He agreed, but I don't know if he can intercept Yang Ming. No matter what, let him be the cannon fodder. A small village that has just been established wants to become the second largest village? Is it possible? Brainless guy. Elder Yu smiled disdainfully. We should also move to another location. It's not safe here. Change the location? The black-shirt subordinate was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what Elder Yu meant. Don't underestimate this kid, Yang Ming. How many good things has this guy ruined for? Me? Elder Yu said, if Ku Liman is caught by Yang Ming and asks where I am, it won't be good if he comes to make trouble. That's true. The black-shirt subordinate nodded and said, Elder Yu is very thoughtful. Yang Ming and the other 4 people stayed in the hotel in the center of the town. The conditions here were not very good, but this was the only hotel in the town. There was no second one. This was not a tourist spot, so the business of the hotel was naturally not very good. Most of the people who came to this hotel were local young men and women. There were very few unfamiliar guests. Boss, if we appear here blatantly, will Elder Yu's informant see us? Lu Yezi asked hesitantly. Naturally, we will be seen. Yang Ming said, but even if you don't come here blatantly, Elder Yu will still know. Oh? Lu Yezi was stunned, and then he understood Yang Ming's words, that's right. Our actions are not a secret. Since little Wang can sneak into the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, then the whereabouts of our group will not be a secret. Yes, the most important thing is that we have to pass through this town to go to Miaojiang. This town is a place we have to pass through. There are basically no outsiders here, so our appearance, whether it is public or not, will be seen by others. So, Elder Yu will always know. In that case, it doesn't matter what we do. Yang Ming nodded and said. Boss, then what should we do next? Since Elder Yu knows of our arrival, then he will definitely make preparations to deal with it. What should we do? Lu Yezi said with some worry, I'm afraid that the enemy will come before we reach Miaojiang. What's the use of worrying? Yang Ming smiled and said, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. This has been the truth since ancient times. Since we are already here, we can't escape, right? We can't escape. We have to make an action plan, right? Lu Yezi asked. No. However, Yang Ming said indifferently, this mission is different from the past. It's completely adaptable. Even if we come up with something now, it's just an armchair strategy. There's no practical use. I agree with Captain. This mission is not simple. I'm sure that the enemy will use Gu techniques against us. That's why our previous battle strategies are useless. If we see someone, we can kill them in close range. But if we don't see them, we can still be hit. Feng Tianlong nodded in agreement. Yes, if the other party really fights with us, we are not afraid. What we are afraid of is that they will use Gu. Xiaxia also echoed. This is also our weakness. I can solve the simple voodoo, but I can't do anything about the more difficult ones. Xiao Susu smiled bitterly. But thinking about it, the voodoo technique used to deal with us shouldn't be simple. Be careful. Don't eat things that you shouldn't eat. Don't drink water, but the voodoo in the air is impossible to guard against. Yang Ming sighed and took out a small box from his pocket. Since we are here, some things will be distributed to you. We are about to enter Miaojiang. Everyone should be careful. This is... Xiao Susu asked with some doubts when she saw the small box in Yang Ming's hand. This is a type of pill called the Gu dispelling pill. A friend of mine concocted it for me before I left. Due to time constraints, I only managed to refine 30 pills. 6 pills for each person, just enough for everyone. Yang Ming opened the box and explained, this kind of Gu antidote pill can deal with general voodoo. As long as it's not too powerful, it can be cured. But if it's the more powerful kind of voodoo, there's no way. Oh? There is such a good thing? Xiao Susu's eyes suddenly lit up. The general voodoo is very powerful. The particularly powerful voodoo is also a secret in some Miao villages in Miaojiang. Only the village master, the elders, and some direct disciples know about it. The others don't know about it. It's a good thing. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If Elder Yu dealt with us personally, it is estimated that this thing would be as useless as jelly beans. This was the voodoo antidote that Yang Ming asked Zhang Zhishan to refine for him before he left. This kind of universal voodoo antidote could only solve some of the more common voodoo. For the powerful kind, although Zhang Zhishan also knew how to solve it, he couldn't refine a universal antidote. He couldn't blindly refine a lot of antidotes. Without any specific purpose, right? Not to mention the problem of insufficient materials, even if he could refine it, the time was too late. It's better than nothing. Xiao Susu was still very happy. Before I left, I had been thinking about refining some of the antidotes, but my skills were not good enough. I didn't expect the captain to have solved it. That's right. Otherwise, how can he be our boss? Lu Yezi also felt that Yang Ming was very powerful. Yang Ming just smiled and distributed the antidote to everyone. Then he said, if the situation is not right, quickly take it. We will enter Miaojiang early tomorrow morning. Today, everyone should rest early. I guess that in the town, Elder Yu's people won't make a move. After all, this is not their territory. Everyone nodded and went back to their rooms to rest. Yang Ming sighed slightly. He didn't know what was going on at home. Since he came out, Yang Ming had changed his mobile phone and never contacted home again. Chen Mengyan and the others, do they miss me? I hope this mission can be completed smoothly. However, Yang Ming didn't cut off contact with Lan Ling. This was also mentioned to Xia Bingbao. Xia Bingbao also agreed that Yang Ming and Lan Ling would keep in touch. After all, in Miaojiang, no one could help Yang Ming as much as Lan Ling. Lan Ling was originally from Miaojiang, and she was also the granddaughter of the chief of Lan Miao village. If she was willing to help Yang Ming, it would naturally be best. So, after Yang Ming arrived here, he sent a text message to Lan Ling, telling her that he had arrived. Yang Ming was not worried that Elder Yu would use any technological means to intercept the text message between him and Lan Ling. Not to mention that his phone was the latest encrypted phone developed by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Even if it was an ordinary phone, Elder Yu's technological means were lacking. If the behind-the-scenes boss would do it, Yang Ming would still believe it. Soon, Lan Ling replied with a text message to Yang Ming. Have you arrived? Call me back. There's important news. Lan Ling's message was very short. Obviously, there was something that couldn't be explained in a few words, so she asked Yang Ming to reply. Yang Ming didn't say anything and dialed Lan Ling's phone number. On Lan Ling's side, the call was quickly connected. Ling Ling, it's me. I've arrived. I'm in the town closest to Miaojiang, but I reckon that Elder Yu's spy must have found us. Yang Ming said, there are very few tourists from other places here. Even if we want to hide it, there's no way. That's true, but you're right. Elder Yu did know about your arrival, and he also arranged the next step. Lan Ling said, I asked you to reply this time because I want to tell you about this. You know about this too? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Yes, don't doubt the accuracy of the news. We also have spies around Elder Yu. We have been fighting for so long, so we have spies around each other. You should know about this, right? Lan Ling said solemnly, this time, Elder Yu didn't deal with you personally, but found another person from the Miao village to deal with you. Elder Yu is at a critical moment in his cultivation, so he can't be disturbed. His underlings are restrained by our Blue Miao village, so he doesn't have the energy to deal with you. Now, he asked the Miao village to help him deal with you. In fact, it's just to delay time. He doesn't want to achieve anything, but he wants to not make any mistakes. As long as he successfully delayed you and bought time for him to master his martial arts, he will deal with you and our Blue Miao village. However, although our people have infiltrated Elder Yu's group, we still haven't determined Elder Yu's specific residence. Because Elder Yu's residence is only known by a few of his trusted underlings, our people can't get to this level. Similarly, Elder Yu's people can't get close to me and my grandmother. We only have reliable trusted underlings around us. Yang Ming nodded. Lan Ling's words were right. These spies generally wouldn't reach a high level. Lan Ling's trusted underlings must have been with her grandmother for a long time. It was impossible for newcomers to be put in an important position. Another Hmong village? Elder Yu's influence is already so big? Yang Ming was taken aback and asked. This Miao village is currently the second largest village in Miaojiang. It is also because of the internal strife in our Blue Miao village that they rose rapidly. Although they are huge, they don't have a strong foundation. Hence, I reckon that they are cooperating with Elder Yu. Once Elder Yu takes back Blue Miao village and gains control of it, he will take care of and help that Miao village. Lan Ling could see clearly and immediately guessed the deal between Elder Yu and Ku Layman. I see. Are the people from the Hmong village powerful? Yang Ming nodded and asked. It's not that powerful. The Gu arts are just ordinary Gu arts. They don't have powerful high priests and elders. They can't create powerful Gu poisons. So, as long as you are careful, there won't be a problem. Lan Ling said, the antidote pill that Zhang Zhishan created for you should be enough to deal with this. That's good. Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. If you can control this abnormal Miao Village's village chief, Ku Layman, and get the specific location of Elder Yu's residence from him, then we can work together to attack Elder Yu. If the arrangement is right, there should be a chance to eliminate him. Lan Ling said, this is also the reason why I called you in a hurry. If we deal with Elder Yu before he completes his divine art, it will be easier. Otherwise, it will be too difficult for us to deal with him after he completes his divine art. Once his Jin Gang's sinister voodoo is completed, he will become an invulnerable monster. Alright, I'll try my best. Yang Ming didn't dare to be too confident because he didn't have any advantage here. He also didn't know if Ku Layman, who Lan Ling mentioned, would come personally. Hence, everything was still unknown. Yang Ming could only try his best. Just try your best. But don't force yourself if you really can't do it. I don't want anything to happen to you. Lan Ling said this and couldn't help but lower her voice. Do you hear me? N. Yang Ming smiled. Lan Ling probably had other people around her. Lan Ling was now representing the interests of Lan Miao Village. She couldn't let these words be heard by others. After hanging up the phone call with Lan Ling, Yang Ming couldn't help but think. Previously, his plan was to sneak into the dense forest of Miaojiang early in the morning to look for Elder Yu's traces. But now, Yang Ming changed his mind. Lan Ling's news could be said to be great news. With the participation of the abnormal Miao Village's village chief, Ku Layman, this matter was much simpler than before. Finding Elder Yu might be difficult, but finding Ku Layman was much easier than finding Elder Yu. Of course, this so-called simple was only relative. In this unfamiliar place, Yang Ming couldn't say that he had any confidence. It was only relatively easier. If he stayed in the small town and didn't leave, would Ku Layman come to deal with him? Lan Ling also said that the purpose of Ku Layman dealing with him was to delay his time, not to destroy him. So, if he stayed in the small town and didn't leave, it would be just what Elder Yu and Ku Layman wanted. So this trick obviously wouldn't work. So, how could he lure Ku Layman to deal with him personally? This was a difficult problem. Yang Ming decided to discuss with Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui. After all, there was strength in numbers. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than Zhuge Liang. Soon, everyone gathered in Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming also told them the latest news he got from Lan Ling and discussed the plan to deal with Ku Layman with them. While Yang Ming was discussing how to deal with Ku Layman was discussing how to deal with Yang Ming. Leader Ku, the opponent is just a normal person. Is there a need to discuss? Just send a few people over and put some voodoo in them. Wouldn't it be fine if they stay in the forest forever? One of the confidants suggested disdainfully. Idiot. Leader Ku snorted and said, if it's that simple, why doesn't Elder Yu do it himself? His subordinates are held back by the Blue Miao village. He doesn't have any extra people. The confidant said carefully. Bullshit. No extra people? If it's really as easy as you said, a few of Elder Yu's subordinates would be able to handle it. Elder Yu has a lot of talents around him. Even if Blue Miao village is suppressing his strength, it's impossible that he can't even use a few of his subordinates, right? Stockade Leader Ku glared at his trusted subordinate and said unhappily. Fort Leader Ku was very depressed in his heart. Sure enough, it was like what Elder Yu said. Their foundation was not good enough. He did not even have a decent military advisor around him. All he had was a bunch of useless people. Although they were all his trusted subordinates, they were not as good as him. Other than coming up with some stupid ideas and suggestions, they did not know how to do anything else. His subordinate was at a loss for words. Are they really that powerful? Of course. Do you think Elder Yu is an idiot? He asked us to deal with a few insignificant people and he gave us such a huge reward? Leader Ku sneered and said, if we really think that we can just send a few people to stall them, then we are really arrogant. You are so wise. Hearing Fort Leader Ku's words, the subordinate broke out in cold sweat. Thinking about what Fort Leader Ku said, it was indeed very reasonable. If it was really so easy, why didn't Elder Yu do it himself? Even if he was at a critical stage in his cultivation, it would not stop him from sending a few subordinates out. Humph. I don't think Elder Yu has any good intentions. Leader Ku said, I think he wants to use us as cannon fodder to preserve his own strength. This? Master, then do we still need to help Elder Yu? The trusted subordinate asked worriedly. Help. We have to help him. Leader Ku said, there is no other way. Even if we know that he wants to use us as cannon fodder, we still have to help him. After all, Elder Yu is the most powerful person in this area. If we want to continue mingling here, it is impossible without the support of Elder Yu. Even if we are now the second largest Miao village, once Elder Yu gets control of Blue Miao village, it will be easy for him to destroy us. We will not have any chance to fight back. This? We have developed a lot in the past few years. And we have so many people. We can't be so weak. His subordinate asked hesitantly. Humph. They are just a bunch of useless people. Just like you. As my subordinate, look at your brain. Do you even have any IQ? With your level, any of Elder Yu's subordinates can kill you easily. Fort Leader Ku snorted and said, moreover, the level of our venomous witchcraft is much lower than theirs. With just our strength alone, it is impossible for us to fight against them. But, as Fort Master said, we can't do it either way. What should we do then? His trusted subordinate asked. The only way is to listen to Elder Yu and be his lackey. That way, once Elder Yu becomes the owner of Blue Miao village, he can guide and help us. He can let us play the role of his lackey and allow us to develop further. Stockade Leader Ku sighed and said, that's why I've said so much to tell you that we don't have a choice. This time, we can only succeed. Once we fail, Elder Yu will feel that we're worthless and will not take care of us in the future. Then, Leader Ku, do you mean that we should send out our elite warriors? Asked the subordinate. Yes. Not only must we send our elite warriors, but they must be the best of the best. I will personally lead them. In our mutated Miao village, only I know some high-level venomous witchcraft and can use it successfully. Other than that, the rest of us are not good enough. Fort Leader Ku said, from now on, keep a close eye on Yang Ming and his men. Once they enter the Miao village's forest, we will be ready to strike. Yes. His trusted subordinate quickly replied. He might not be able to do other things, but when it came to monitoring people, he could at least do it. With so many spies, it would be a piece of cake for him to monitor Yang Ming and his men. On the other side, Yang Ming was still fretting about how to capture Ku Layman. He did not expect that Ku Layman would take the initiative to lead a team to deal with Yang Ming. Sometimes, things were so coincidental. While one side was fretting, the other side would solve the problem for you. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xiaoxue could not figure it out. After all, they had just arrived in Miao village, and they were the kind of people who did not know anything about the mutated Miao village's habits and strength. If they wanted to lure Fort Leader Ku out directly, they would not know where to start. Looks like we can only rely on luck. Yang Ming sighed and said, how about this? Tomorrow morning, we will enter the Miao village's forest. We cannot give our opponents too much time to plan. The more they plan, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Only when we are unprepared, can Ku Layman personally lead a team to deal with us. You are right. Then we will go back and rest. Same old plan. Lu Yezi said, and the others nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, Yang Ming took the four of them into the Miaojiang jungle. Ku Layman's confidant, who had arranged an informant in the town, also told the news to Ku Layman immediately. Indeed, Ku Layman was preparing a voodoo poison to deal with Yang Ming. After all, many voodoo poisons had a time limit. It was impossible to leave them there without using them. Such a powerful voodoo poison was even more so. If there was nothing wrong, Fort Leader Ku would not leave them there without using them. However, before he finished, his confidant reported that Yang Ming had entered the Miao village's forest. Why are they so fast? Ku Layman frowned. Why don't they rest for 2 days and check out the situation first? Who knows? They entered the Miao village's forest early in the morning. Fort Leader, what should we do? Should we move out now? His confidant asked anxiously. Not yet. The voodoo poison has not been prepared. I can't go yet. How about this? Find a few people and test their strength first, especially that young Ming. I heard that his girl is Lan Ling from Blue Meow Village. This kid might have some ability. Let's see how strong he is first. Yes. The trusted subordinate nodded and went out to make the arrangements. The thing that the mutated Meow Village lacked the least was manpower. Moreover, many of these subordinates were arrogant. These years, the Blue Meow Village had internal strife and could not even fend for themselves. Hence, the mutated Meow Village developed very quickly and became the second largest Meow Village in Miaojiang. Hence, these people were very impetuous in their hearts. They thought that they were very powerful and were not afraid of anything. They did not even need to listen to the advice of their subordinates. Many of them stood up and volunteered to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Looking at these ignorant and fearless subordinates, the confidant felt a little sad. However, he did not expect that he was also arrogant before. If not for Fort Leader's advice, even he would think that Yang Ming was easy to deal with. Huashang District, inside Yang Ming's villa. After Chen Mingyan's proposal, Sun Jia, Xiao Qing, Zhao Ying, Wang Xiaoyan, Jing Xiaolu, and Victoria also moved in. Anyway, the villa was the largest one, and there were a lot of rooms. Even if everyone had a room, it was enough. Besides, everyone didn't want to live by themselves, so they merged their rooms and lived together. When Yang Ming bought this villa, did he have the same idea? Did he expect that we would move in together, so he bought the biggest one? Sun Jia sat in the living room and looked at the huge living room. There was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Who knows? Chen Mingyan shrugged. Now that I think about it, it should be like this. This guy is really too much. Why didn't he tell me earlier? I almost made a big joke out of myself. Chen Mingyan was a little upset that Yang Ming didn't confess to her before he went to perform the mission. At least let me be mentally prepared. This is great. It was the enemy who sent the photos to my house. Only then did I know about Yang Ming's romantic affairs. However, Chen Mingyan was also very grateful to Sun Jia. If it weren't for her, she might have lost her mind and fallen out with everyone. In that case, she would have fallen into the enemy's trap and let his plan succeed. I don't know if Yan Yan has found Yang Ming's master. How is it going? Xiao Qing said with some concern. There should be no problem. She hasn't come back after so long. She must have met Yang Ming's master. Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan had the best relationship. Naturally, she knew Wang Xiaoyan's character. She was straightforward. If she hadn't met Yang Ming's master, she would definitely go home directly. Yes, but I have already told my father. He said that he will discuss with the people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to investigate this express delivery, Chen Mingyan said. Right, Sister Xiao Qing. Last time, Yang Ming gave us to help decrypt the mobile phone. Would it be the same group of people who want to deal with Yang Ming this time? Zhou Jiejia suddenly thought of the phone that Yang Ming wanted to decrypt last time. That group of people was also targeting Yang Ming. Now that he thought about it, these people were all active around Songjiang City. Could they be the same group? Oh? If that's the case, it's really possible. Xiao Qing nodded and said, that phone is more difficult to crack. I haven't touched it yet, and Yang Ming isn't particularly anxious, so I put it aside for the time being. Now, it seemed to be very important. In that case, I'll invite some experts over tomorrow to discuss how to crack that phone. I hope we can find some clues from it. Okay, I'll participate and see if I can help, said Zhou Jiejia. Everyone was right. Wang Xiaoyan immediately found Yang Ming's master, Fang Tian. Fang Tian's residence wasn't confidential. Wang Xiaoyan had always known about it. Fang Tian had now washed his hands and was living a leisurely old life. He didn't need to live in seclusion. Moreover, even if his enemies came to him, there were too few people who could kill Fang Tian. Yan Yan, why are you here? When Wang Xiaoyan came, Fang Tian was watering the flowers on the balcony. His daily life was like this. When he saw Wang Xiaoyan, Fang Tian's face suddenly showed a smile. Fang Tian had no children in his life. Although he had reconciled with Wang Ruoshui, both of them were so old. It was impossible to have another child. It was unrealistic. Therefore, Fang Tian treated Yang Ming as a son. His apprentice was similar to a child, and Wang Xian was like his daughter-in-law. What's more, she was the niece of his wife, Wang Ruoshui. It was even closer. Wang Ruoshui also came to Songjiang City. At this moment, she was cooking for Fang Tian in the kitchen. Both of them had retired from the underworld. Naturally, they would no longer fight and kill. Instead, they lived a normal life. Their days were quite good. "Uncle, I came here this time because I have something important to tell you." Wang Xian still called Fang Tian uncle. It was more intimate this way. "And? Something important? What's the important thing?" Fang Tian was stunned. "Didn't Yang Ming leave already? What else do you have?" In Fang Tian's view, the most important thing was that Yang Ming went to perform the mission. At this time, what could Wang Xian come to him for? "Uncle, just a few days ago, Chen Mengyan received a courier. In the courier bag, there was a stack of photos. They were all photos of Yang Ming being intimate with different women." Wang Xian did not hide and said directly, "Of course, in these photos, I am also included." "Oh? Someone actually sent this kind of thing to Chen Mengyan? Then, wouldn't your matter be exposed? Didn't you fight?" Fang Tian was stunned. He didn't quite understand. Who did this? What was the purpose? Yang Ming had already left, and they actually played such a trick. Fang Tian's first thought was, could it be done by Yang Ming's love rival? Taking advantage of Yang Ming's absence to mess up Yang Ming's harem and make these girls lose confidence in Yang Ming, and then throw themselves into the arms of others? In fact, Fang Tian could only think of such a possibility. Otherwise, who would play such a trick after Yang Ming left? Wasn't it because they had nothing to do? They almost fought, but Yang Ming had a woman named Xianxia who was very powerful. In a few words, this matter was made clear and made Chen Mengyan accept us. Wang Xian did not elaborate on the specific details because it was not important. In her opinion, the photos in the courier were the key. Now we are all living in Yang Ming's villa. Everyone's relationship is not bad. But the reason I'm here is to talk to you about the photos. Photos? You want to ask me the purpose of this person, or who did it? Fang Tian understood Wang Xian's meaning. However, I really don't quite understand. Who would make some photos to divide you after Yang Ming left? Was this done by Yang Ming's love rival? Uncle, the courier's delivery time was 10 days before Yang Ming left. That is to say, if there was no accident, the courier should have been delivered before Yang Ming left, but because this courier was slower, it delayed the delivery time. Chen Mengyan only received the courier after Yang Ming left. Wang Xian shook her head and said, "This is different. The time chosen by this person was just before Yang Ming left, that is to say. This person wanted to create some trouble for Yang Ming so that he couldn't leave, or leave when he was upset." Fang Tian said directly. "That's right. This is also the conclusion we came to after our unanimous analysis." Wang Xian nodded and said, "Uncle, from the surface, the person who doesn't want Yang Ming to leave the most should be Elder Yu's people. Yang Ming's action this time is most directly related to Elder Yu. If he wants to stop Yang Ming, I really can't think of anyone else besides him." Continue. Fang Tian nodded and signaled Wang Xian to continue. However, the only suspicious point is that many of these photos were taken nearly a year ago. At that time, the conflict between Yang Ming and Elder Yu had not been established yet. Why did Elder Yu want to deal with Yang Ming? Could it be that he has the ability to predict the future? Wang Xian said with some doubts, taking a step back, even if Yang Ming is the son-in-law of Lan Miao village and Lan Ling's boyfriend, Yang Ming didn't show any dangerous characteristics at that time. How did Elder Yu's people notice Yang Ming? So, you think that this person shouldn't be Elder Yu's people, right? Fang Tian nodded and asked. Yes, uncle, I think so. I think this person shouldn't be Elder Yu's people, but this incident happened at this time. It's too much of a coincidence. I really can't figure out what other connections there are in this. Yes, uncle. Wang Xian said, this is also the reason why I came to discuss with you. I want to ask you, does Yang Ming have other enemies? There must be other enemies, but this matter may not have nothing to do with Elder Yu. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. These two people are Yang Ming's enemies. Can't they cooperate? Fang Tian said with a smile, your judgment is right. These are two groups of people, but in my opinion, they may have reached some kind of agreement and cooperated. Ah. After Wang Xiaoyan heard Fang Tian's words, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, yes, they can cooperate. Why didn't I think of that before? Wang Xiaoyan's previous considerations were indeed somewhat limited. She always assumed that the enemy was Elder Yu. She continued to infer from Elder Yu. Was this Elder Yu's doing? But fortunately, I have to thank this express delivery company. If they didn't delay the time, I'm afraid that Yang Ming would really be delayed here. Since Elder Yu wanted to delay Yang Ming so much, it shows that he has no choice now, or he doesn't have full confidence to deal with Yang Ming, so he made this plan. It is a good time for Yang Ming to find trouble with Elder Yu now. Fang Tian said with a smile. Then, who is this person? Who wants to deal with Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan said with a solemn expression, this person is very skilled. At the very least, the person in charge of following us is very skilled. To be able to hide from me and Yang Ming and take photos of us, I'm afraid he's not an ordinary person. I have already seen through this. Fang Tian nodded. To be able to hide from Yang Ming and take so many photos, how terrifying is his qinggong? Uncle, do you have an impression of such a person? In the nearby cities, there aren't many people who can have such skills, right? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. Indeed, there aren't many. Fang Tian nodded. Moreover, I also have a suspect. I have been observing these years. Although I can't be 100% sure that it is him, it should be close. Oh? You already have a suspect? Who is it? Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised when she heard it. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes. I can't tell you for the time being. This person is not someone you can deal with. Fang Tian waved his hand and said faintly. How could he not see the murderous intent in Wang Xiaoyan's eyes? Wang Xiaoyan wanted to help Yang Ming kill this enemy, but Fang Tian couldn't let her take the risk. Not to mention that Wang Xiaoyan was Yang Ming's girlfriend, even with the identity of Wang Ruoshui's niece, Fang Tian didn't dare to let her mess around. Even Fang Tian himself didn't have absolute confidence to deal with the forces behind that person. How could he let Wang Xiaoyan take the risk? Why? Is this person very powerful? Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. Fang Tian said so, which meant that this person was very troublesome. I haven't figured out his details, or the forces behind him. He's just a small character. If I want to kill him, it will only take a second. No matter how good his qinggong is, he can't escape from my palm. Fang Tian nodded and said. Is there any force behind that person? Asked Wang Xiaoyan in surprise. Yes. Said Fang Tian. So, I haven't touched him in these years. Instead, I have been watching. It's also because of old feelings. I hope he can take the initiative to tell me this. What do you mean? Wang Xiaoyan was confused. She didn't know what Fang Tian meant. What did he mean by watching all these years? Did Fang Tian know the existence of this person before? Moreover, he still cared about old feelings. Doesn't that mean that Fang Tian and this person know each other and seem to have some friendship? Hee, it's nothing. In short, you don't have to worry about this matter first. For the time being, he shouldn't pose any threat to Yang Ming. Fang Tian waved his hand and smiled. Since you have already lived in Yang Ming's villa, then you are responsible for taking care of Yang Ming's family. Help him take care of other women? Wang Xiaoyan shrugged and sighed. It's quite depressing to think about it. Who asked you to like Yang Ming? Fang Tian smiled disapprovingly. I gave you a chance to go back on your words. You didn't go back on your words. I didn't say that I wouldn't take care of him. I was just complaining. Wang Xiaoyan said helplessly, okay, let's not talk about this. Yang Ming and my situation are different. Since you accepted him, then you have to accept everything about him. Fang Tian said, okay, I won't be involved in your matters. As for the enemy you mentioned, I know. He only knows these petty tricks. Don't worry too much about it. Just take those photos as a memento of you and Yang Ming. Hang them up when you get home so that you don't have to take them yourself. It's a beautiful memory. Hee hee. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. That's fine. Uncle, then I will go back first. Wait, your aunt is cooking in the kitchen. Why don't you stay for dinner tonight? Fang Tian invited. No, my family is still waiting for my news. I'd better go back. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. Hee hee, that's fine too. But you should say hello to your aunt. Fang Tian smiled slightly. Perhaps Wang Xiaoyan didn't know that she had integrated into Yang Ming's family and began to care about other people's thoughts. After greeting her aunt, Wang Xiaoyan left Fang Tian's residence. Although Wang Ruoshui tried to urge Wang Xiaoyan to stay for dinner, Wang Xiaoyan still refused after hesitating because Chen Mingyan and the others were waiting for her news in the villa. Sure enough, after Wang Xiaoyan returned, she saw Chen Mingyan, Sun Jia, and others sitting on the sofa. The table was full of food, but no one ate. Instead, they waited for her to come back. This made Wang Xiaoyan feel a burst of warmth in her heart. It seemed that everyone had unknowingly integrated into this group. Because of Yang Ming's matter, everyone had become unusually united. At this time, their thoughts were on Yang Ming's enemy. As for other personal battles, they were a bit insignificant. I'm back. Why aren't you eating? Wang Xiaoyan changed her shoes and walked into the living room. We're waiting for you. Chen Mingyan smiled slightly. You were busy with Yang Ming's matter. How can we eat first? I'm not very busy. Thank you. Wang Xiaoyan didn't have many friends before. She had never had such a feeling. At this time, she suddenly had a feeling of hot tears. What are you thanking me for? Chen Mingyan smiled and said, well, let's eat first. Tell me about your situation while eating. N. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She couldn't bear to let others wait for too long. She quickly took off her coat and sat at the table. The others also sat down one after another. Let's talk while eating. We're all a family. You don't have to be too polite. Chen Mingyan said and took the initiative to eat first. It's better for everyone to be more casual in the future. Yang Ming will be happy to see this when he comes back. It had to be said that under Sun Jia's influence, Chen Mingyan gradually had some of the demeanor of a big shot. She no longer cared about some small things. Okay. Wang Xiaoyan was also hungry, so she ate without hesitation. She said while eating, today, I asked Yang Ming's master about this enemy. Yang Ming's master and I both think that this person is not Elder Yu, but a collaborator of Elder Yu. He was originally an enemy of Yang Ming. These photos may not be for this matter. He just made preparations and planned to release them at the right time. However, he encountered such an opportunity. This person should be someone that Yang Ming's master knows. He said not to worry for the time being. I am here to protect everyone. And 1111. He won't do anything to us. Oh? Yang Ming's master knows this person? Sun Jia frowned. So, Yang Ming probably knows this person too. I don't know about this. Yang Ming's master didn't say. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. He didn't let me intervene. This person is nothing. Yang Ming's master said that he can easily kill the other party, but the key problem is the power behind this person. I heard that it is relatively big. It's not that simple. I see. Sun Jia hesitated. Since Yang Ming's master doesn't let us intervene, then we won't intervene for the time being. He should have his reasons. Yes, and our safety depends on Yan Yan. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, sorry to trouble you. Don't let one of us die when Yang Ming comes back. It won't be fun. Don't worry. I will do my best. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. She knew that Chen Mingyan said this to hint that she should let go of the previous grievances and focus on Yang Ming's matter. However, Wang Xiaoyan was not a person who held grudges, and this was not considered a grudge. Everyone had lived together for a few days, so it was easy to develop feelings. Next, it depends on Sister Xiaoqing and Jiejia. If we can decrypt the phone as soon as possible, we may find some key clues. Chen Mingyan said. We will try our best. Xiaoqing and Zhou Jejia also nodded and said. The storm in Songjiang City, under Sun Jia's efforts and Chen Mingyan's reasoning, finally passed peacefully. The result was much better than Yang Ming's expectations. These people united together, twisted their hearts, and fought against the enemy together. The behind-the-scenes boss did not expect this. However, the delivery missed the time. Whether or not it could produce any effect, and what effect it would produce, the behind-the-scenes boss did not care much. Even if Yang Ming turned the sky upside down, what was the use of it? The behind-the-scenes boss sat quietly in front of the computer and communicated with Dr. Benjamin. How is it? Is there still no news of the little girl? Sun Sikong hasn't been found? Asked Benjamin. Seeing Dr. Benjamin's question, the behind-the-scenes boss's heart suddenly had a struggle for the first time. He didn't want to say it. Yes, he really didn't want to say it. The words of his sister, Alice, were still echoing in his ears. Yes, I can completely not regard Yang Ming as an enemy, but as a collaborator, can't I? If I ask Yang Ming for help, Yang Ming should not refuse me, right? With my current strength, it is impossible to fight with Dr. Benjamin. The behind-the-scenes boss does not believe that I have such great ability. Therefore, even if I don't think for myself, I have to think for my sister, Alice. If I can live a normal life, what a wonderful thing it would be. In fact, the behind-the-scenes boss found the news of Suya. He really saw Suya, the girl he had been looking for many years again. This time, before Yang Ming left, the behind-the-scenes boss personally followed and took photos. He took photos of Yang Ming and Suya's every move at the beach. At that time, he did not pay attention to anything, but when he returned home and looked at the photos carefully, he felt that the girl next to Yang Ming was somewhat unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar. She looked unfamiliar because Falcon had never seen such a woman around Yang Ming. The reason why she looked familiar was that Falcon suddenly discovered that this girl looked very similar to Suya, whom he had been looking for. After finding the previous photos of Suya for comparison, Falcon was pleasantly surprised to find that the two were very similar. Except for the fact that she had grown up and was beautiful, the two were simply carved from the same mold. After discovering this news, Falcon wanted to use this news as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Dr. Benjamin. He wanted to leave the organization as a condition, and then he would throw out this important news. However, Falcon was not an idiot. He was a very cautious person. Before negotiating with Dr. Benjamin, he first contacted several old people in the central organization through his own connections. Intentionally or unintentionally, he asked them if there was a precedent of successfully leaving because of meritorious service. The result was very disappointing to Falcon. Although Falcon asked very vaguely, he also found out some of the information he wanted to know. The answer was no. Anyone who tried to leave Central, regardless of whether they had contributed or not, would receive the most severe punishment from Central. This made Falcon's heart turn cold all of a sudden. He originally thought that he had made a great contribution and could retire, but he did not expect that his thoughts were just wishful thinking. Those who wanted to betray the Central were nowhere to be found. Some said that they were captured by Dr. Benjamin and put into the laboratory to be used for experiments. Some said that they were killed by the experts sent by Dr. Benjamin. In short, these people had all disappeared. Falcon felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Although he had long known that Central was a terrible organization, he did not expect that he and his sister would be sold to Central for the rest of their lives. There were no illusions, and there was no luck. Compared to those who had contributed to Central, what was he? He was just a small chess piece under Dr. Benjamin. He was not even a core member. No one knew how much power Dr. Benjamin had. In short, it was not something that the current Falcon could compete with. So, after Dr. Benjamin asked this question, Falcon was a little hesitant. He was hesitant about whether he should tell him what he knew. If he said it, it meant that there was no possibility of restoring his relationship with Yang Ming. After fighting with Yang Ming for so long, Falcon was very clear about Yang Ming's character. Even if you did many wrong things, if you did not cross Yang Ming's bottom line, then Yang Ming might forgive you. Yang Ming's subordinates, Bai Hai and Guo Jianchao, were not Yang Ming's enemies in the past? Now they had become Yang Ming's subordinates. This showed that Yang Ming was not a person who held grudges. At least, as long as it was not too much, Yang Ming might forgive him. Even the women around Yang Ming, such as Zhou Jie and Jing Xiaolu, were hated by Yang Ming in the past. But later, didn't he accept them? Therefore, Falcon was more convinced that if he confessed to Yang Ming about his wrongdoings and asked to cooperate with him, then Yang Ming would accept 80% of it. The most important thing was that Yang Ming was a nostalgic person, so this made Falcon more confident. Yang Ming's bottom line, in Falcon's view, was not to touch his family and friends. This was Yang Ming's bottom line. Yang Ming's women were naturally considered as Yang Ming's relatives. Therefore, once he revealed the news of Suya's whereabouts to Dr. Benjamin would definitely take action against Suya next. In this way, it was equivalent to completely breaking off relations with Yang Ming. Yang Ming would definitely fight to the death with him. It seemed impossible to reconcile with him after touching Yang Ming's women. Therefore, Falcon hesitated, gritted his teeth, and typed a few words on the internet as if he had made a major decision. There is no news yet. I feel that these people are no longer in Songjiang City. After clicking send and seeing that the message was sent to Dr. Benjamin, Falcon breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression became a little relaxed. He had always been unable to make this decision, but this time, Falcon chose to deceive for the first time. Although this was only the beginning, it also meant that Falcon's heart had loosened a little. Perhaps he would not immediately find Yang Ming to discuss cooperation, but at least now it was clear that he was leaving a way out for himself. Falcon was now waiting to see if Yang Ming could successfully return safely from the mission in Yunnan. If Yang Ming had the ability to solve the problem of Elder Yu and return to Songjiang City safely, then Falcon did not mind cooperating with him. After all, this had proven that Yang Ming had very powerful strength and ability. However, if Yang Ming could not return safely, then everything would become meaningless. Now, Falcon could not offend Dr. Benjamin. He could only take one step at a time and be careful. He could not let Dr. Benjamin find out that he already had the intention of betraying him in his heart. I think so too, but don't take it lightly. Continue to monitor. Dr. Benjamin did not think much about it. After all, there had been no news for so many years. In his opinion, the possibility of these two people not being in Songjiang City was still higher, so he did not doubt Falcon's words. Okay, doctor, I will continue to pay attention, Falcon replied. How is Yang Ming's matter? Dr. Benjamin asked. He has gone to Yunnan to perform a mission. Elder Yu asked me to delay Yang Ming's time. I have tried my best, but I did not succeed, said Falcon. Don't worry about Yang Ming's matter. I know you are a little unhappy with him, but personal grievances should not affect Central's major events. Dr. Benjamin said, okay, that's it for now. After that, Dr. Benjamin ended the conversation with Falcon. Falcon looked at the interrupted computer screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he successfully avoided it. Dr. Benjamin did not suspect him. Yang Ming entered the jungle of Miaojiang early in the morning. This time, the people responsible for intercepting Yang Ming were a few arrogant people from Abnormal Miao Village. They thought that Abnormal Miao Village was already the second largest village in Miaojiang, so they were arrogant and did not put anyone in their eyes. The person leading the team was called Wan Xiaosu, a small leader of Abnormal Miao Village. In his opinion, it was easy to use a little voodoo poison to kill outsiders like Yang Ming. Captain, which direction are we going now? After entering the Miaojiang jungle, everyone had no sense of direction. There were dense jungles everywhere. It seemed that they could not see where Elder Yu would be in this forest. First, take the compass and look at the direction. Follow the direction we came in and walk in a straight line. Yang Ming also had no purpose in mind. Although he had telescopic vision, X-ray vision, and 360-degree vision abilities, which could quickly find some distant targets, this Miaojiang jungle was too big. Yang Ming had a feeling that he did not know where to start. Even if Yang Ming did nothing and sat on the ground to scan the distance with himself as the center, he might not be able to find the target in a short time. Of course, this was also the last and most helpless method. If he really could not find the target, then he could only find the target in this way. Okay. Lu Yezi and others naturally did not know what Yang Ming was thinking. What they had to do now was to execute Yang Ming's orders. In fact, Yang Ming walked in with the purpose of probing. It was best to wait for the people of Abnormal Meow Village to take the initiative to find him, instead of himself looking for them. Everyone, slow down. Just treat it as a sightseeing trip. Yang Ming was waiting for the enemy to come to him. Naturally, he wouldn't walk too fast to make the enemy lose sight of their target. It was best to stand in the open so that he could attract the enemy. Sightseeing trip? Xianxia was stunned. You came here to play? I didn't have time to come out to play before. It's rare to have such a good scenery. It's a pity not to relax, right? Yang Ming smiled. Especially Tianlong and Susu. Just treat it as your honeymoon. Hee hee. Feng Tianlong scratched his head and smiled happily. Xiao Susu blushed and looked at Yang Ming shyly. However, because Yang Ming was the captain, she couldn't say much. Moreover, her relationship with Feng Tianlong had become a fact. This time, Xiao Susu was prepared to die for this mission. She didn't have any scruples like before. Besides, Feng Tianlong broke away from his family for her and signed up for this mission without hesitation. It was enough to see Feng Tianlong's thoughts. Why would Xiao Susu hesitate? Hey, Yang Ming, are you here for a mission or to play? Xianxia was a little unhappy. Previously, she thought that Yang Ming was very powerful and organized. However, she didn't expect that Yang Ming would be completely different once he entered the Miaojiang forest. Xianxia, why are you so agitated? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but smile. What we need to do now is to wait for the enemy to come to us. We don't need to look for the enemy. How difficult is it to find a person in this vast Miaojiang forest? Therefore, I am afraid that the enemy will lose their target, so I brought everyone here for sightseeing. This way, the target will be bigger and it will be easier for the enemy to find us. Isn't it? So that's the case. Xianxia heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly blushed. It turned out that she misunderstood Yang Ming? Xianxia felt a little embarrassed. Yes, Yang Ming was right. Why am I so stupid? Sigh, I'm the only newbie in this experience. I better not drag Yang Ming down. The scenery here is not bad. Shall we take a picture together? Yang Ming took out his mobile phone. This was a mobile phone provided by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and the quality of the camera was top-notch. Yang Ming used it as a tool for sightseeing and taking photos. Sure. Xianxia understood Yang Ming's plan, so naturally, she had no other thoughts. She began to take the initiative to cooperate with Yang Ming. Moreover, in her heart, she actually wanted to take some photos with Yang Ming. She didn't know when this feeling in her heart was born. Her good impression of Yang Ming was getting stronger and stronger, especially this time when they came out to perform the mission. After seeing Yang Ming's powerful skills and calm mind, Xianxia liked Yang Ming even more. It wasn't as simple as a long-term meal ticket that was initially a joke. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were a couple, and Yang Ming and Xianxia were also a couple, so the task of taking photos naturally fell to Lu Yezi. He was alone. It was enough to take a few photos as a souvenir. There was no need to take endless photos. Although the scenery here was beautiful, it was basically the same. From this angle, it was a forest. From that angle, it was still a forest. No matter how many photos were taken, it was still a forest. It was meaningless to take too many photos. However, it was different for couples. Different actions meant different things. At this moment, Feng Tianlong was trying to put his arm around Xiao Susu's waist. This kind of bold action had never been done before. Although both of them tacitly agreed that they were in a relationship, Xiao Susu had a knot in her heart and didn't go further with Feng Tianlong. But now, they were already at this stage. If their relationship didn't go further, they might not have a chance in the future. So after Xiao Susu glanced at Feng Tianlong, she tacitly agreed to his carelessness. Feng Tianlong was so happy that his nose was about to turn crooked. He was very grateful to Yang Ming. Captain was so good. Not only did he lead everyone to carry out the mission, but he also led the team to pick up girls. He was such a good person. So Feng Tianlong became bolder and bolder. At first, he put his arm around Xiao Susu's waist, then he put his arm around her waist and even took a few photos of them kissing. This made Feng Tianlong so happy that he would laugh in his dreams tonight. On the other hand, Yang Ming's side was much more serious. Yang Ming did have a good impression of Xia Shui, but Yang Ming felt that they weren't close enough yet. This kind of thing had to be done step by step. It couldn't be done in one go, right? Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu's situation was a bit special. Moreover, both of them had been in an ambiguous relationship for so long. It was naturally different from his relationship with Xia Shui. Of course, Xia Shui didn't say anything. Deep in her heart, she was actually a conservative woman. If Yang Ming really became lustful toward her all of a sudden, she didn't know what to do. So, letting nature take its course was the best result. So, these 5 people were like tourists who came here to play. They began to take photos and videos here. In the end, they simply sat on the ground and prepared to have a picnic in the jungle. Wang Xiaosu brought a few people to the edge of the Miaojiang jungle and quickly found Yang Ming's group. Although Wang Xiaosu was arrogant, he didn't go forward directly. Instead, he waited near Yang Ming's group to see what Yang Ming's group was capable of. But after waiting for a while, he saw that Yang Ming's group was either taking photos or having a picnic. It seemed that they weren't here to perform a mission at all, but to play here. F***ck, do I need to go personally with these people? Wang Xiaosu saw the performance of Yang Ming's group. And suddenly felt depressed. What kind of people are these people? They are simply a group of motley crew. Aren't they too weak? They don't look like they are here to perform a mission. They are completely here to play. These people can't be here to play in the name of attacking Elder Yu, right? The more he thought about it, the more Wang Xiaosu felt that it was possible. Otherwise, these people had been taking photos and chatting on the edge of the jungle for a whole day. They didn't even have the intention to go deep into the jungle. Boss, what should we do now? Are these people really so weak? Is there any conspiracy? One of Wang Xiaosu's men also looked at Yang Ming's group with some doubts. Didn't they say that these people were very powerful? Even Elder Yu didn't dare to face them directly and let the people of mutated Miao Village delay the time? I also feel a little puzzled. Wang Xiaosu nodded and said, why don't we wait and see? Alright, then let's wait and see. The underling also nodded and agreed. He wasn't sure if there was anything wrong with this. In short, it was very strange. When Wang Xiaosu heard his underling say so, he felt that this matter was weird. Aren't these people here to deal with Elder Yu? Why are they here? Could it be that they got the wrong person? This group of people are obviously tourists and not the people they are here to deal with. In fact, when Wang Xiaosu came here, Yang Ming had already noticed it. However, after looking at the dialogue of these people, Yang Ming knew that these people were not important people. They were just some small fries, so Yang Ming did not bother with them for the time being. He wanted to see if there were more big shots appearing later. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any other people coming to help. These people were still guarding there. Yang Ming knew that there wouldn't be any more important people coming. These people were probably sent by the leader of the abnormal Miao village to test their strength. Therefore, after Yang Ming played for a while, he was ready to make a move on these people. I'm going to the toilet. You guys take pictures first. Yang Ming said to Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, and the others. Okay. Xia Shui didn't care. She just nodded to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, on the other hand, sneaked into the jungle at the side. Boss, that kid is alone. This is a good opportunity for us to make a move. We can choose to make a move on him now. Wang Xiaosu's underling saw Yang Ming going to the toilet and suddenly said excitedly. Oh? That's true. Then let's catch him and ask him first to see if they are Yang Ming's group. If they are, we will kill them directly. They are just a bunch of motley crew. Wang Xiaosu nodded and said, you go and find them. This underling nodded. This was a good opportunity to make a contribution. After he accepted the order, he quickly chased in the direction where Yang Ming left. In terms of the familiarity of this jungle, no one was more familiar with it than the people who lived here. Therefore, in this underling's opinion, it was easy to catch Yang Ming. However, when he walked leisurely to the position where Yang Ming hid before, he didn't see Yang Ming's figure. Hey! Where did this brat go? The subordinate was slightly taken aback and looked around. This brat, walking so far just to pee, isn't there something wrong with him? This forest is very dense. Even if we were nearby, we wouldn't be able to see anything. The subordinate scratched his head in confusion, but when he was puzzled, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck, as if he had been hit by something. Just as he was about to scream, his mouth was covered by someone, and then he didn't know what happened. Yang Ming looked coldly at Wang Xiaosu's subordinate. There was no sympathy in his eyes. Wang Xiaosu was his enemy, so it was fine to kill him. Yang Ming didn't even have the intention to ask him questions. He was just a small fry with no value. He simply searched his body. Except for a bag of voodoo, he didn't find anything else. The voodoo was also the lowest level of voodoo, and the voodoo antidote pill could easily solve it. Yang Ming shook his head and turned to walk in Wang Xiaosu's direction. Wang Xiaosu was still waiting for his subordinate to come back. After waiting for a long time, he suddenly became impatient. Where did this brat go? I've been waiting for so long. Why didn't he come back? Hey, boss, maybe the brat just went to poop. He thought it was smelly, so he waited for a while. Another subordinate analyzed. Possible. Wang Xiaosu nodded immediately after listening. The brat just said that he was going to the toilet, so he must have gone to poop. Fortunately, I didn't go personally, or else I would be smelly to death. Do you think it's a lot? No one answered. I'm asking you a question. Why is there no movement? Wang Xiaosu was stunned and shouted inexplicably. Who are you looking for? Do you want to talk to me? Yang Ming stood behind Wang Xiaosu and asked faintly. Wang Xiaosu was shocked. How did this become an unfamiliar voice? And this voice is a little familiar. Isn't this? Wang Xiaosu turned his head and was shocked. How did you come behind me? Didn't Little Gong go to catch you? Little Gong? Which one? I don't know him, but there was a person who came to me sneakily just now. I killed him. Yang Ming said. Killed? Wang Xiaosu was shocked. Are you really an agent, not a tourist? Are you the person Elder Yu wants to deal with? Wrong, I'm the person who wants to deal with Elder Yu. Yang Ming corrected him with a smile. Okay, you can die now. Wait. Wang Xiaosu didn't expect that he really underestimated the enemy. The person in front of him was not a tourist at all, but he used the illusion of a tourist to confuse him. The person in front of him was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, tricking him unknowingly. Wang Xiaosu knew that he was not the opponent of the person in front of him at all, so he shouted in a hurry to ask the person to wait. Oh? Do you have anything else to say? Yang Mingzhen stopped and looked at Wang Xiaosu with a faint smile. Don't you want to deal with Elder Yu? Asked Wang Xiaosu. So what if I do? Yang Ming nodded. Then do you want to know where Elder Yu is? Wang Xiaosu was obviously stalling for time. He wanted to use voodoo to deal with Yang Ming. He was not the opponent of Yang Ming in a head-on fight, but using voodoo was his specialty. Do you know? Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaosu and asked with ridicule. As Wang Xiaosu said this, he paused and suddenly raised his hand to Yang Ming, then said quickly, I don't know. If you don't know, why are you talking so much nonsense? Yang Ming still asked calmly. Ha 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 ha, fool, I'm stalling for time. Don't you know? Wang Xiaosu saw that his evil plan was successful, and suddenly laughed. Now, do you feel hot all over and dizzy? Do you feel like you are going to faint? Oh? Faint? Yang Ming was stunned, and then said, I think so, right? Haha, you have been poisoned by my unique voodoo. You will faint and die soon. Hee hee, you fool, don't you want to know the news of Elder Yu? You can inquire about it after you become a ghost. Wang Xiaosu looked at Yang Ming very proudly. This person is simply a fool. Wahahaha, I actually killed him so easily. Die? I am a little dizzy, but it has nothing to do with death, right? Yang Ming blinked with some doubts. Don't you understand? I have already put voodoo in your body. You are going to die. Wang Xiaosu was a little depressed. Why can't this person understand? It's just that this jungle is too hot. I am so hot that I am going to get heat stroke, so I feel like fainting. What does this have to do with voodoo? Yang Ming asked with a smile. You are a fool. You are poisoned with voodoo. What heat stroke? Wang Xiaosu was going crazy. Why doesn't this person have any self-awareness? Obviously, he is poisoned with voodoo, but he doesn't know it. He is like a fool. Oh, I am suffering from heat stroke, not voodoo. Yang Ming nodded. I know. You don't need to remind me. D*MN. Why are you so brainless? You are now poisoned with my voodoo. You are going to die soon. Do you understand? Wang Xiaosu was anxious and explained to Yang Ming, die, don't move. That's it. Wu, you will die. As Wang Xiaosu said, he also gestured a death action with a death expression. Oh, you mean, you are going to die soon, right? Yang Ming nodded with understanding. It's you. Not me. Wang Xiaosu was really a little depressed. Is there such a stupid person in the world? Oh, then you tell me. When will I die? Yang Ming finally nodded as if he understood Wang Xiaosu's words. Who? Wang Xiaosu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, you finally understand, so he explained, generally speaking, people who are poisoned with my voodoo will faint to the ground within a minute. If the voodoo is not removed within 10 minutes, they will die. Oh, how long has it been now? Asked Yang Ming. It has passed now. Eh? Why haven't you fainted yet? It has been so long now. You should have died long ago, right? Wang Xiaosu was stunned, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. Why haven't you died yet? Shouldn't I ask you this? The person who poisoned you is you, not me. If you ask me, how would I know? Said Yang Ming innocently. This shouldn't be. How is it possible? Wang Xiaosu frowned and looked at Yang Ming with a puzzled look. So, I said early on that you are going to die, not me. Yang Ming said, well, you can pretend to woo again, and then you will die. Impossible. Wang Xiaosu just wanted to argue, but he didn't say it. His eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Of course, Yang Ming used invisible flying needles to kill Wang Xiaosu with flying needles. After killing Wang Xiaosu, Yang Ming turned and walked in the direction of Xiaxue and the others, without looking back. At this time, next to Wang Xiaosu, one of the underlings who were killed by Yang Ming suddenly covered the back of his neck and groaned softly. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. He carefully stood up and checked the breathing of Wang Xiaosu and the others. When he found that there was no movement, he quickly walked into the depths of the jungle in shock. When this person walked away, Yang Ming's mouth showed a sneer. As an assassin, Yang Ming couldn't make such a low-level mistake. Killing and not killing, especially for an ordinary person, it was impossible for such a situation to happen. Not to mention the king of assassins like Yang Ming, even in the assassin organization, any assassin with a little experience would not make such a low-level mistake. The purpose of Yang Ming's action was obviously intentional. He deliberately left one alive. Previously, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaosu's conversation was actually to confuse this person who was not dead. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's skill, killing this guy was just a matter of minutes. There was no need to waste so much time talking nonsense with him. The reason why Yang Ming did this was to let the underling who was not dead see that Yang Ming didn't care about Wang Xiaosu's low-level voodoo. This voodoo had no effect on Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming was able to kill Wang Xiaosu in seconds without a sound after Wang Xiaosu cast the goo. This was the message that Yang Ming wanted to pass to the chief of Abnormal Miao Village through the underling who was not dead. Yang Ming had two plans. First, he would secretly follow this underling who was not dead and see if he could directly return to the camp of Abnormal Miao Village to report to the chief of Abnormal Miao Village. This way, Yang Ming could follow the clues and find the chief of Abnormal Miao Village directly. Second, if this underling did not go directly to the chief of Abnormal Miao Village but passed the message back through other means, then Yang Ming would not be worried. As long as the chief of Abnormal Meow Village received the news, he would not send some weak people to die the next time. For safety reasons, the chief of Abnormal Meow Village might personally lead a team to deal with him. This was also what Yang Ming wanted. He did not need to go to the chief of Abnormal Meow Village, but he could let the chief of Abnormal Meow Village find him. Yang Ming's two plans were flawless. No matter what, he could lure out the chief of Abnormal Meow Village. Yang Ming quickly walked back to where Xianxia and the rest were. He quickly said, "Gather. Follow me." These members were all well trained after all. They were still fooling around a second before Yang Ming came back. The next second, they quickly packed their bags and followed behind Yang Ming neatly, walking into the depths of the forest. Previously, there were a few people from the mutated Meow Village who came to spy on us. I killed them all, but I left one alive. Now, I'm following this survivor to see if I can find the base camp of the mutated Meow Village and directly capture the village chief. Yang Ming hurriedly explained the action plan to everyone. Xiaxue, Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, and the rest were shocked. They did not expect Yang Ming to accomplish so many things while he went to the toilet. Then, did Yang Ming really go to the toilet? I am afraid that Yang Ming is going to do this, right? It was just that he was afraid of being detected by the people of Abnormal Meow Village, so he used the excuse of going to the toilet. Thinking of this, everyone was very ashamed. At that time, everyone was together. Only Yang Ming discovered the enemy, but the others did not notice anything. If the enemy really came to find them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing everyone's silent expression, Yang Ming naturally knew what these people were thinking. He couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "Everyone, don't blame yourselves. In fact, I also used my special ability. These people are still far away from us. It's normal that you didn't notice. I was wondering why my jade pendant didn't respond. It turns out that these people are far away." Lu Yezi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that there was a problem. So, if I didn't use my special ability, I wouldn't have discovered these people so early. These people are good at jungle terrain and have binoculars. It is naturally much easier for them to spy on us than us spying on them, said Yang Ming. Although he was talking, Yang Ming's footsteps did not stop at all. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, and the other three followed behind the escaping subordinate. No matter how the escaping subordinate hid, it was useless in Yang Ming's eyes. The jungle was a good place for ordinary people to hide. As long as they walked out of a certain distance, the people behind them would not be able to catch up even if they wanted to. The terrain made it impossible for the tracker to follow. Therefore, the subordinate who was walking in front stopped running after running for a distance. Instead, he maintained a uniform pace and walked forward. In his opinion, Yang Ming and the others would never be able to catch up with them. However, Yang Ming was following behind these people at a moderate pace. Of course, this subordinate was still very clever. Every time he walked a distance, he would look back. After he found that there was nothing unusual, he continued to move forward. However, Yang Ming was far away from him. If he could see Yang Ming, he would need to have the same special ability as Yang Ming. Obviously, this subordinate was a person who often walked in the jungle. He did not feel tired even after walking for a long distance. If Yang Ming and the others were not people who had undergone strict training, they would not be able to catch up with this subordinate at this moment. However, it was not surprising. In the jungle of Miaojiang, there were trees everywhere. It was impossible to drive. Besides walking, there was really no other means of transportation to rely on. Even people like the chief of the Abnormal Meow Village and Elder Yu could only rely on themselves unless they used a helicopter. However, it was a little troublesome. After walking for about 3 hours, a village appeared not far from the subordinate. It should be the Abnormal Meow Village. The village covered a large area. It was the size of a small town. However, the village was also full of bungalows. The best one was a 2-story wooden building. It was a bit like a primitive society. There were no high-rise buildings. This was probably the custom here. However, to be able to build such a village, it was enough to show the rapid development of the Abnormal Meow Village. This was because although the buildings in the village were only 1-story or 2-story bungalows, they were built beautifully. If they were placed in the city, they would be like villas. At the entrance of the village, there were a few people guarding. However, when the subordinate passed by, they only questioned him a little and let him go. Obviously, they knew him. After following him here, Yang Ming could not go forward. After all, Yang Ming and the others could see that they were strangers at a glance. If they did not force their way in, they would not be able to enter smoothly. "Captain, what should we do?" When Yang Ming brought everyone to the vicinity of the village, Feng Tianlong and the others also understood that the subordinate had entered the village. "Let's wait here, he can't run away." When Yang Ming saw this situation, he wasn't in a hurry. He just stopped and found a place where he could hide. The trees were denser, and he sat down. "You're right. If this subordinate reports to their fort master, that fort master Ku might come personally. We'll just wait here for him to show up." The subordinate naturally thought that Yang Ming did not know that he was still alive. He ran to the chief's door in a hurry and was stopped by one of the chief's confidants. "What are you doing here?" "Medicine bro, I was sent by the chief to carry out a mission. Our entire team was wiped out and I was the only one who escaped. I have to report to the chief immediately," the subordinate quickly said. "In that case, you can wait for a while." Medicine bro did not seem to care about what the subordinate said. He looked up and said to the subordinate, "Wait for a while, I don't know if the chief has time to see you." As someone close to the chief, Brother Medicine was usually very arrogant. He did not care about the other people in the Hmong village at all. After he finished speaking, he did not walk in. He just continued to stand there and ignored the subordinate. The subordinate saw that Medicine Bro was not going to inform the chief and became anxious. "Medicine Bro, this is an emergency. Why don't you inform the chief?" F***ck. "I will go if I want to, do I need you to remind me? Who do you think you are?" Medicine Bro was unhappy. He looked at the subordinate impatiently and said, "Go to the side and wait. Don't stand here and be an eyesore." "Medicine Bro, how can you be like this? I really have something important to do." The subordinate was helpless. Why was Medicine Bro like this? "The chief is resting now. What if I disturb him and he scolds me?" Medicine Bro was the gatekeeper, so he did not know that the chief had ordered another trusted subordinate to ask him to find someone to test Yang Ming. Therefore, Medicine Bro was as arrogant as usual to those who wanted to see the chief. If they did not get some benefits, they would not be able to enter the door. If you go, he won't scold you," the subordinate thought to himself. How could he scold you when someone died? "I say, you brat, are you a newcomer from another stronghold? Why don't you know the rules?" Medicine Bro was finally a little impatient. He stretched out a hand and said, "You asked me to inform the chief. Don't you know how to do something? Who would do something that does not benefit them? Who do you think you are?" You. The subordinate did not expect that he would have to give a reward when he had something so important to report to the chief. Medicine Bro was too evil, wasn't he? He was also a little anxious. "There is no reward. Do you want to go or not?" "I will wait here. If there is a delay, you will be responsible." As he said that, he stood to the side and did not care anymore. "Just go and wait, stupid bird." Medicine Bro curled his lips. He had seen many fools like this. They clamored to wait here. Just go and wait. After a day or two, they would automatically give in. When the time came, wouldn't they still obediently send him a gift and say a lot of good words? Therefore, Medicine Bro did not mind. He continued to guard the chief's door leisurely. The chief waited for a long time, but did not receive any report from the people he sent. Therefore, he asked his trusted subordinate worriedly, "Wang Xiaosu and the others have been gone for so long. Why is there still no news? Give them a call and ask them what is going on." In the Miaojiang forest, there were mobile phones. The abnormal Miao village was the closest to the outside, so the mobile phone signal could reach here. If they went further in, the mobile phone signal would be weaker and weaker. "Yes, chief." The subordinate nodded and dialed Wang Xiaosu's number. The call was connected immediately, but no one answered for a long time. After waiting for a long time, no one answered. The subordinate was confused. Why was Wang Xiaosu not picking up the phone? Leader, Wang Xiaosu is not picking up the phone. The subordinate dialed the number again and confirmed that Wang Xiaosu was not picking up the phone. Oh? Not picking up the phone? Leader Ku frowned. He had a bad feeling. How could Yang Ming and the others be so easy to deal with? He had said it before. If they were so easy to deal with, Elder Yu would have dealt with them himself. Why would he let the mutated Miao village deal with them? Could it be that they were all wiped out? He had sent these people to test the strength of Yang Ming and the others. If they were all wiped out, wouldn't he have sent them for nothing? If he did not get any information, it would mean that he had lost a few people for nothing. Yes, the call went through but no one is picking up. I have dialed twice. The subordinate said with a serious expression. Do you have the others' numbers? Call them one by one and see if anyone is picking up. Leader Ku said. I have copied them down. I will call them now. The confidant nodded, then picked up the phone again and dialed the phone numbers of the other people one by one. However, after the call was connected, no one answered. 1, 2, 3. The calls were all connected, but no one answered. Leader Ku watched the subordinate make the calls. He saw that the subordinate would hang up after a while. He then made another call and hung up after a while. It was obvious that the situation was the same as before. No one picked up the phone. No one is picking up the phone? Leader Ku's heart was getting heavier and heavier. There was only one possibility in this situation. None of them could pick up the phone. Why couldn't they pick up the phone? They were probably dead. Otherwise, it was impossible for no one to pick up the phone. Hello? Hello? Are you Xiaoda? A joyous expression immediately appeared on the face of his trusted subordinate, because this call was actually answered by someone, and the owner of this phone number was a person called Xiaoda. It's me. Who is this? Xiaoda was waiting at the door when the call came in. I am Leader Ku's subordinate, Xiao Wan. Where are you? Where is Wang Xiaosu? What happened to you guys? Why didn't he answer the phone? The confidant named Xiao Wan asked quickly. Brother Wan, we were all wiped out. I was lucky enough to play dead. I am now standing in front of Leader Ku's room. But Medicine Bro, who is guarding the door, won't let me in. He even wants me to give him something. Xiaoda was getting impatient. He told Brother Wan everything that Medicine Bro had told him. What? Brother Wan was stunned. He did not expect that Xiao Ren was already standing in front of the master's door. It was only because Brother Yao wanted something from him that he could not enter. When Brother Wan heard this, he couldn't help but be furious. How could a gatekeeper be so arrogant? Even though Big Brother Medicine was Stockade Leader Ku's trusted aide, if he wasn't, why would Big Brother Medicine let him guard the door? But that was only in the eyes of outsiders. In the eyes of Brother Wan, Brother Medicine was just a small character. Even though he stood outside every day and acted like a big shot, in reality, he didn't even have a say in front of Leader Ku. Brother Wan, on the other hand, was Leader Ku's most trusted subordinate. He was the one who had the right to speak. Therefore, because of Big Brother Medicine, he and Leader Ku had been waiting here for so long. They had been worried for so long. Brother Wan was furious. He said, "Wait for me. I will go and pick you up." After that, Brother Wan hung up the phone. What happened? Leader Ku waited for Brother Wan to hang up the phone and asked. Leader, Xiaoda is back. He is at the door. But Medicine Bro, who is guarding the door, wants something from him. He won't let him in without notifying him. Brother Wan explained. What? Leader Ku opened his eyes wide. He had been worried for a long time. He did not expect that Xiaoda was already back in the stockade, and right in front of his door. How could he not be angry? Immediately, Leader Ku said angrily, "Let's go out together. I want to see how arrogant he is. How dare he ask for something in the name of guarding my door? Was he like this in the past? Well, I have heard about it, but I didn't take it seriously. I thought it was just a rumor. But now, it seems that it is true." Brother Wan nodded. In fact, it was not that he did not know about it before. He just did not take it seriously. They were all around Leader Ku. Even Brother Wan would accept some benefits from others to put in a good word for them in front of Leader Ku. That was why he did not say anything about others. But today, Big Brother Medicine happened to be in the line of fire. Today, he had to make an example out of him. Humph. Leader Ku snorted and walked out of the room first. He saw Big Brother Medicine, who did not know what to do, talking to Xiaoda. Xiaoda. Big Brother Master I beg. You. I was wrong. Please don't tell Leader Ku about what happened before. If he asks you, just say it was a joke. Big Brother Medicine was really scared. He did not expect Brother Wan to call Xiaoda directly, and Xiaoda to tell Leader Ku about what happened before. One had to know that Brother Wan was the closest person to the master. He was hundreds of times stronger than Brother Yao. Therefore, if Brother Wan told the master about this, Brother Yao's position as a guard would come to an end. He might even be punished even more severely. His only hope now was to ask Xiaoda to change his words. If Xiaoda did not change his words, he would be done for. I will give you money. I will give you 100,000. Is that okay? Seeing that Xiaoda was not talking, Big Brother Medicine quickly offered him some benefits. 100,000? That's a lot. At this time, a cold laugh came from behind Big Brother Medicine. Big Brother Medicine did not have to turn around to know who it was. He was so scared that he sat on the ground. That was Leader Ku's voice. He could not be more familiar with it. Master. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go on account of my loyalty to you as a gatekeeper. Big Brother Medicine quickly begged for mercy with tears and snot running down his face. Lock him up. I will deal with him after I'm done with my business. Leader Ku did not have the mood to care about Big Brother Medicine. He waved his hand and asked someone to take Big Brother Medicine away. Then, he hurriedly turned to look at Xiaoda and asked, What's going on? Did you guys run into that young Ming? Why did you come back alone? Where are the others? Leader, all of our men were annihilated. That group of people was too strong. If it wasn't for the fact that I dodged when that guy attacked me, I would have fallen to the ground and pretended to be dead. That's how I survived. The rest of us were all killed by him. Xiaoda quickly explained the situation to Leader Ku in detail. Completely annihilated. Fort Leader Ku couldn't help but sigh. Although this news was a little sad, it was still within his expectations. Fort Leader Ku had already expected that Yang Ming's group would be so strong. Otherwise, why would Elder Yu ask him to deal with them? However, Wang Xiaosu and the others did not understand. They thought that these people were easy to deal with, so they volunteered to kill them. What was the result? Except for one person who was not killed, the others were all dead. Are you saying that Yang Ming is very good at martial arts? He can kill you with one strike. You don't even have a chance to fight back. Is that right? Camp Leader Ku asked. Yes. That's right. We didn't even have time to react before we were killed by him. His speed was too fast. We weren't his match at all. We weren't good at close combat either. Xiaoda nodded and said honestly. In other words, you didn't have time to use your Gu skills. You didn't have a chance because your opponent was too fast? Fort Leader Ku asked. Not really. Xiaoda shook his head and said, the person named Yang Ming doesn't seem to be afraid of voodoo. When he met Wang Xiaosu, he didn't make a move. Instead, he asked Wang Xiaosu a few questions. This gave Wang Xiaosu enough time to prepare. However, Wang Xiaosu's voodoo had no effect on him. He just waved his hand and killed Wang Xiaosu. Xiaoda and Wang Xiaosu were equals in the fort. When they were on a mission, Wang Xiaosu was the leader. However, when they were back in the fort, Xiaoda didn't call Wang Xiaosu leader. Instead, he called him by his name. Not afraid of Gu poison, as expected. Fort Leader Ku frowned and said, it seems that these people have some defensive measures. Normal Gu skills shouldn't work on them. That's right, I can be considered to have escaped death, so I quickly came back to report their news to Fort Master. Xiaoda nodded and said. Okay, you can go back first. The information you brought back this time is very useful. I will reward you. Fort Leader Ku waved his hand and sent Xiao away. When the time came, he would just let him be the leader. Fort Leader Ku's biggest problem now was how to deal with Yang Ming. Now, it seemed that he had to do it himself. Looking at the entire mutated Miao stockade, the only person who was slightly better at Gu arts was stockade leader Ku himself. He was the only one who knew how to use high-level Gu arts, while the others could not. Fort Leader, what do we do now? Brother Wan asked. It seems that I have to do it myself. Fort Leader Ku sighed and said, no matter how many people go, they will only die. But, if you go personally, what if it's dangerous? Brother Wan asked worriedly. It's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Since Elder Yu has given us this mission, then I have to do my best to complete it. If I don't do it, then the day Elder Yu gains power will be the day we perish. Leader Ku said helplessly, now, do I have a choice? But. Brother Wan was still worried. No buts. I will go myself. If I don't come back, it will be the end of mutated Miao village. You people, no matter who becomes the fort leader, will not be able to maintain the current situation of mutated Miao village. It will only be destroyed in the end. So if I don't come back, you take the entire village to fort leader Yu. This is the only way out. Fort Leader Ku waved his hand and said. Although Brother Wan was not happy with Fort Leader Ku's words, he knew that Fort Leader Ku was telling the truth. None of them could shoulder the burden. If Fort Leader Ku was really done for, they would have to rely on someone else. Otherwise, mutated Miao village would be destroyed in an instant. Okay, I got it. Brother Wan nodded and said. Since Fort Leader Ku had made up his mind, he did not waste any more time and quietly left mutated Miao village alone. Although he said that he left secretly, he could only hide it from everyone in mutated Miao village. He could not hide it from Yang Ming. Yang Ming had been using his special ability to track Xiao ever since he entered the village. Although Yang Ming could not enter the village, Xiao's every move in mutated Miao village could not escape Yang Ming's eyes. From the beginning to the end, including the quarrel between Xiao and Brother Yao, to the meeting with Fort Leader Ku, Yang Ming saw everything clearly. Yang Ming also got to know what Fort Leader Ku looked like from Xiao's clues. Originally, Yang Ming was still thinking about how to lure Fort Leader Ku out. However, Yang Ming was surprised that Fort Leader Ku came out personally to accept the challenge. This saved Yang Ming a lot of trouble. Fort Leader Ku came out personally. I don't know what he's capable of. Everyone be careful. I will go out alone to face the enemy later. You guys hide first and act according to the situation. Yang Ming told Xianxia and the rest. Yes. Yang Ming's words were orders. Xianxia and the rest had to obey unconditionally. Fort Leader Ku did not know that Yang Ming and the rest had followed Xiao to the vicinity of mutated Miao village. He thought that they were still at the border of the Miaojiang forest. Therefore, after he left mutated Miao village, he immediately headed towards the border of the Miaojiang forest. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was following behind Fort Master Ku, not too far, not too close. However, after Fort Leader Ku walked a distance away from mutated Miao village, he stopped and turned around abruptly. He said to Yang Ming and the rest, "You've been following me for so long. Come out." Yang Ming was shocked. His tracking skills were top-notch. How could Fort Leader Ku discover him? Could it be that he was tricking them on purpose? It could be seen that Fort Master Ku was a cautious person. However, Yang Ming and the others weren't the kind of people who would give themselves away when they were scared. Therefore, after looking at each other for a short while, they all bent down and hid. These people were not inferior to Yang Ming in terms of tracking skills. They were confident that they would not be discovered by Fort Leader Ku. Moreover, they were quite a distance away from Fort Leader Ku. Fort Leader Ku did not have the all-seeing eye, so how could he discover them? Fort Leader Ku waited for a while. Seeing that no one spoke, he could not help but laugh coldly. "Who are you, cowards? If you don't come out, I'll catch you myself." However, after he said that, Yang Ming and the rest still did not move. As for Fort Master Ku, after waiting for no result, he actually walked back in large strides. He was walking towards the direction where Yang Ming and the rest were hiding. Yang Ming was confused. How could Fort Leader Ku be so sure that he was being followed? While Yang Ming was wondering what was going on, Leader Ku was getting closer and closer to them. It was as if he already knew where Yang Ming and the others were hiding. He walked in a straight line without any hesitation. He didn't even take an extra step. Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like this Leader Ku was really something. Don't be nervous, guys. I'll take the lead first. Yang Ming took a deep breath and whispered to the others. The others nodded but did not say anything. Are you still not coming out? Camp Leader Ku yelled. At that moment, he was already less than 10 meters away from Yang Ming. Yang Ming sighed. This stronghold Master Ku had indeed come prepared. Even Yang Ming would not believe that this stronghold Master Ku was still trying to trick them. Leader Ku is really something. You are really something. I can't believe you can spot me from such a distance. Yang Ming stood up from the bushes and looked at Leader Ku. However, Yang Ming used the word I instead of we. He wanted to tell Leader Ku that he was the only one here. Where are the others? Why are they not coming out? Leader Ku asked coldly. The others? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Leader Ku in confusion. You're just playing dumb. Fine, if you don't want to come out then so be it. Leader Ku said calmly, you are Yang Ming, right? Since you already know who I am, why ask? But I do admire you for being able to spot us. Yang Ming was not in a hurry to make a move. This Leader Ku gave him a very dangerous feeling. Yang Ming's instinct told him that this person was very dangerous. If I didn't have some skills, I wouldn't be the leader of Mutated Meow Village. And Mutated Meow Village wouldn't have become the second largest Meow Village in such a short period of time. Leader Ku snorted and said proudly, but you, kid, do have some skills? You can kill people without leaving a trace. Aren't you afraid of normal goo spells? Same here. Yang Ming smiled, but the flying needle had already slid into his hand. Yang Ming made a gesture of stroking his hair and threw the flying needle towards Leader Ku. Fort Leader Ku shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. However, he did not fall to the ground like Yang Ming had expected. This made Yang Ming a little surprised. Could it be that his flying needles were ineffective against Fort Leader Ku? Elder Yu was cultivating Jean Gang's invincible body. Could it be that this stockade Leader Ku was cultivating as well? But in the next moment, Yang Ming knew the reason. Flying needles, this is a technical job. Eh? Isn't this a kind of tree unique to our Miaojiang? Your flying needles are made of this kind of wood? Camp Leader Ku asked in surprise as he held a wooden flying needle in his hand. Fort Leader Ku was shocked, but Yang Ming was even more shocked. His flying needle was caught by Stockade Leader Ku? You are a martial arts expert? Yang Ming's face darkened. He did not expect this Stockade Leader Ku to not only know how to use venomous insects, but also be a martial arts expert. Although his flying needle technique couldn't be said to be invincible, there weren't many people who could counter it. Moreover, he launched the flying needle unexpectedly, but this Stockade Leader Ku was able to detect it and catch it. Did this mean that this Stockade Leader Ku was more powerful than him? This made Yang Ming's face turn even darker. At first, Yang Ming thought that this Stockade Leader Ku would be easy to deal with because Lan Ling did not give him a high evaluation. Yang Ming thought that it would be easy to capture this Stockade Leader Ku and interrogate him for Elder Yu's whereabouts. But now, it seemed that things were not as simple as he thought. I'm not a martial arts expert. I travel mountains and rivers to gather herbs and collect venomous insects all year round. That's why I'm faster than others. Fort Leader Ku smiled and did not try to hide his strength. However, you must be wondering how I was able to discover you, right? And why can I catch your flying needle? As long as Yang Ming made a move, he would be able to detect his strength. So, Stockade Leader Ku did not need to lie. He might as well tell Yang Ming everything. Besides, the most important thing that Elder Yu needed to do was to buy time. Yang Ming nodded and said, I'd like to hear the details. Among the venomous insects that I make, one of them is called the eyes and ears venomous insect. The eyes and ears venomous insect, as the name suggests, is my eyes and ears. Stockade leader Ku smiled and said, the eyes and ears venomous insect is a type of flying venomous insect. There are tens of thousands of these venomous insects, and they are distributed tens of meters, hundreds of meters, or even farther away from me. These eyes and ears venomous insects are my eyes and ears. Whatever they see, whatever they discover, it will be transmitted to me. So, you were following me, and it was not long before I found your tracks. There's actually such a magical thing. Yang Ming could not help but exclaim. Hee hee, of course, I have my ways to make mutated meow stockade so prosperous. But, I don't use these eyes and ears venomous insects very often. Other than the initial experiment, you are the first person that I value enough to use these eyes and ears venomous insects. Stockade leader Ku said. I didn't expect that I would be so honored to have you use such a powerful method. Yang Ming suddenly realized why they could not escape from Stockade leader Ku's eyes despite being so careful. It turned out that Stockade leader Ku had such a method. In that case, wouldn't it be similar to his X-ray vision, telescopic vision, and 360-degree vision? It's not that powerful. It's just a type of auxiliary venomous insect technique. Stockade leader Ku said, now, are you still wondering why I caught your flying needle? You also used these eyes and ears venomous insects to find out? Yang Ming had figured out Stockade leader Ku's method. That's right. You're quite smart, you know how to draw inferences from one example. Stockade leader Ku nodded, I'm already very fast. Now that I have these eyes and ears venomous insects, I can detect your movements and react accordingly. There's a saying that goes, fast eyes and quick hands. And that's exactly what I'm doing. But, my eyes have become these eyes and ears venomous insects. I can already react to whatever they see. Amazing. Yang Ming could not help but exclaim, but since you've told me the truth, aren't you afraid that I'll turn against you? You know, even if you have some tricks up your sleeve, it's useless in front of absolute power. Yes, I know. Chief Ku nodded and said, that's what I want to tell you. I've said so many things to you before, I've explained so many things to you, I've even exposed my weakness. Why did I do that? Do you really think I'm showing off to you? I'm just stalling for time. Buy time? You were trying to buy time like Wang Xiaosu so that you can use your goo curse on me, right? Yang Ming asked. Yang Ming had noticed Fort Leader Ku's plan a long time ago. When Wang Xiaosu used this trick for the first time, Yang Ming had already seen through it. How could he be fooled when Fort Leader Ku was using it? However, Yang Ming wasn't sure about Fort Leader Ku's ability before this. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious in every battle. Fort Leader Ku's keen observation and super-fast movements had scared Yang Ming, so he didn't dare to make a move recklessly. Even now, Yang Ming was not confident that he could hit the ground with one hit, because this Stockade leader Ku in front of him was too powerful. His eyes and ears were alert, and his movements were fast. Yang Ming was almost sure that when he attacked, this Stockade leader Ku would be able to dodge quickly. That was why Yang Ming didn't make a move, which gave Fort Leader Ku time to prepare his goo curse. This was also a last resort. Yang Ming had no other choice. Smart. Fort Leader Ku said calmly, since you gave me time, I can tell you with certainty that you don't have a chance anymore. Fort Leader Ku waved his hands and completed the last step of his goo curse. Done? Yang Ming asked. Yes, it will take effect soon. None of you can escape from it, Fort Leader Ku nodded and said. Yang Ming shrugged. He just remembered that Fort Leader Ku's eyes and ears were his goo curse. In other words, Lu Yezi and the others were already exposed to Fort Leader Ku. Come out, all of you. Since they have found out, there is no need to hide anymore. Let's act according to the situation, Yang Ming said to Lu Yezi and the others. Yang Ming's hint was very obvious. Since they all knew that Leader Ku had this kind of goo worm, they should act according to the situation. When Yang Ming made his move, they would all attack at the same time. Yang Ming didn't believe that Leader Ku could only defend against one person. How could he defend against all of them? Even if he saw through the eyes and ears goo, he could still dodge one or two attacks, but to dodge all of them was basically impossible. Not to mention him, even if it was Yang Ming, It would not be easy for him to dodge the attacks of several experts at the same time. If he did not rely on the butterfly microsteps, Yang Ming might also be hit. In addition, these people had all learned Wang Kejin's special attack skill, which made it even harder for him to dodge. Therefore, Yang Ming did not believe that camp leader Ku would be able to dodge the attack. Everyone understood what Yang Ming meant. They stood out from the bushes and quickly surrounded camp leader Ku. It seemed that they were waiting for an opportunity to attack. What is the meaning of this? Are you all going to attack together? Camp leader Ku asked when he saw these people surrounding him, as if he was not nervous at all. Although you have a lot of eyes and ears, I don't believe that you can dodge all of our attacks at the same time. As Yang Ming said this, he said with some confidence, it's not that I underestimate you. Although your movement technique is fast, and you have the cheat of the ear and eye voodoo, you have overlooked a fact. That is, we are all experts, not ordinary people. Hee, you are very confident, aren't you? But, don't you know that I have already used the goo worm on all of you? Camp leader Ku smiled and said, don't you know that there is a reason why I am not afraid of all of you attacking me together? Oh right, I forgot to tell you. All of us have taken the antidote. Your poison is useless to us. Yang Ming smiled and said, you don't know, right? We still have the antidote with us? Hee, I really don't know. Camp leader Ku nodded and smiled, I didn't expect you to have such a high-quality antidote. You are indeed the son-in-law of Blue Meow Village, you have a lot of good stuff. Since you know, how can you still laugh? Yang Ming frowned. He faintly felt that something was not quite right. Camp leader Ku was too calm, wasn't he? He was so calm that it was beyond imagination. Yang Ming felt that camp leader Ku did not care whether he had the antidote or not. When he said that he had the antidote, camp leader Ku was only a little surprised, but he did not look nervous, uneasy, or scared at all. This did not escape Yang Ming's sharp eyes. There was not a single trace of uneasiness in camp leader Ku's eyes. This made Yang Ming feel that something was not right. Could it be that there was something that he did not know? It's no wonder Wang Xiaodong's low-level Gu technique was ineffective against you. However, my Gu technique is no ordinary knockoff. My Gu technique is a high-level Gu technique that I have never displayed before. Gu antidote pill. Hee, it's ineffective. Camp leader Ku's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. Luckily, he was prepared. What he had done earlier had successfully shocked Yang Ming. He had made Yang Ming a little afraid and did not attack him immediately. This gave him enough time to activate the Gu skill. This Gu skill was not an ordinary one. It was secretly stolen by camp leader Ku from another Meow village. However, he did not reveal it to anyone. Just like the eyes and ears Gu, he would not use it unless it was a critical moment. This was also the reason why he had agreed to Elder Yu's request. If he did not have any confidence, he might as well just run away with the entire mutated Meow village. Why would he take the initiative to look for Yang Ming? Ineffective? Yang Ming was shocked after hearing it. How could it be ineffective? Didn't Lan Ling say that Fort Leader Ku only knew some low-level Gu? How could he know such a high-level Gu skill? Yang Ming was shocked when he knew that camp leader Ku knew how to use the eyes and ears Gu. Now, he was even more shocked. It seemed that Lan Ling was also fooled. It could only be said that camp leader Ku had hidden his true strength too well. Hee, I think someone told you before that the Gu skill of mutated Meow village can be neutralized with the antidote, right? Looking at the shocked expression on Yang Ming's face, leader Ku was even more proud of himself. You're quite well informed. But I can't blame you for this. This is because I didn't even tell the people closest to me in mutated Meow village about this. Don't think that I don't know that Blue Meow village has spies in mutated Meow village. So, how could I reveal my trump card so casually? Even the people close to me don't know about it, let alone these spies. You deserve to lose. Haha. So that's how it is. You've really hidden it well. You've fooled everyone. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't dare to waste any more time. He waved his hand and ordered Lu Yezi and the others, everyone, let's go together. Capture him before the poison takes effect. Yes. Lu Yezi and the others responded and were about to rush forward. However, before they could take 2 steps forward, a painful expression appeared on their faces at the same time. Then, they fell to the ground one by one. Big drops of sweat fell from their foreheads. At the same time, they groaned in pain. "It hurts." Yang Ming was shocked. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He looked at Leader Ku with a complicated expression. Previously, Yang Ming thought that Leader Ku was just an alarmist. Yang Ming also placed his hope on the antidote pill made by Zhang Zhishan. After all, Zhang Zhishan was very skilled in the art of venomous insects. The pills that he made might be more powerful than ordinary people. Then, Yang Ming wanted to capture Leader Ku together while he was talking. Then, Yang Ming would force the antidote out of him. Some of Yang Ming's methods were not as easy as being poisoned by venomous insects. Some of them were even more painful. Yang Ming didn't believe that Leader Ku would be able to endure it and not hand over the antidote. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that when these people were about to attack Leader Ku, the venomous insects took effect and they fell to the ground. Yang Ming didn't feel any discomfort because he was poisoned by the venomous insects. It was possible that the venomous insects had neutralized the effects of the venomous insects. However, the others didn't have the venomous insects, so it was different. They would definitely be poisoned by the venomous insects. Haha, are you surprised? Are you shocked? Leader Ku laughed when he saw this scene. They will pass out in a while. But they won't die. Don't worry. What kind of venomous insects are they poisoned with? Yang Ming frowned and asked. It's okay to tell you, but I really don't know. Leader Ku shrugged and said, I stole this venomous insect from another Miao village. I don't know what it is, but this venomous insect's level is very high. It can make people lose their muscle power without them noticing. In the end, they won't even be able to walk. Don't you think it's strange that you're fine when everyone else is down? At first, Yang Ming was at a loss of what to do. However, after hearing Leader Ku's words, his eyes lit up. Wasn't it because he had a heart-venomous insect? Yang Ming, was there a reason why he didn't know that he was poisoned by the venomous insects? So he didn't know that he was poisoned. Why didn't I fall down? Could it be that you let me go? Yang Ming asked calmly. Haha, no. You are the most dangerous person in my eyes. I would never let you go. Leader Ku laughed and said, after knowing that I successfully used the venomous insect on you, why are you still standing here fearlessly? Aren't you worried that you will suddenly attack me and kill me? Why? Yang Ming continued to follow Fort Leader Ku's words. Because at that time, my venomous insect had already taken effect. That's why I'm not afraid. Leader Ku said, the venomous insect takes a certain amount of time to take effect. But the condition is that you can't use your strength. The more you use your strength, the faster the venomous insect will take effect. You stood there and didn't move. The others all used their strength to attack me. In the end, the venomous insect in their bodies took effect first. Oh? Why does that sound like the 10 fragrant bone-softening powder in wuxia novels? As long as you use your qi, it won't work? Yang Ming frowned and said. Something like that. But this isn't my qi. It's anything that uses up strength. You can try it if you don't believe me. Stronghold Master Ku said, now you know why I am still standing here, and why I didn't do anything when you surrounded me, right? It's because I'm not afraid of what you'll do. So you're saying that if I save my strength, I can stay awake for a longer period of time? Yang Ming asked. But it won't be long. You need a bit of strength to talk and stand up. Although it's not much, but after a while, you won't be able to escape the fate of falling asleep. Leader Ku said, but after you sleep, you will wake up. But you still can't use your strength. This is different from the venomous insect. It's controlled by the venomous insect. The venomous insect is in your body. As long as it doesn't die, you will stay like this. It will get worse and worse. How is it? Does it feel good? I see. So, how are you going to deal with us? Yang Ming didn't show it on his face, but in his mind, he was thinking about how to deal with this situation. At the same time, he was trying to ask Leader Ku some questions. Why would I want to deal with you? You have nothing to do with me. If it weren't for Elder Yu, I wouldn't know who you are. Leader Ku shook his head and said, I'll take you back and ask Elder Yu. Elder Yu said to keep you alive, so I'll lock you up. Elder Yu said to kill you, so I'm sorry, but you won't live to see the sun tomorrow. So, you're Elder Yu's dog? Yang Ming said with a cold smile. It's not up to you to decide whether I am or not. But one thing is for sure, you're going to be my prisoner soon. Leader Ku shrugged and said calmly, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You want to get some secrets from me, but I won't tell you. Actually, I don't know how to solve this venomous insect myself. Haha, so don't even think about it. Is that so? Then, I'll kill you first, even if I have to pass out. As Yang Ming said that, he suddenly jumped up and floated toward Leader Ku. He was going to give him a heavy blow. Leader Ku didn't try to dodge. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. According to his calculation, Yang Ming could only walk a few steps before he passed out. He was more than 10 meters away from Yang Ming, so there was no danger at all. Yang Ming only walked a few steps before he suddenly screamed. Then, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, he fell to the ground in pain. He groaned a few times and then passed out. He didn't move anymore. Seeing that Yang Ming had also fallen to the ground, Leader Ku suddenly laughed out loud. What do you mean by don't listen to your elders? You are a typical example. I told you not to use your strength, but you didn't listen. What happened? You fainted as well, right? Ha 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 ha. Previously, Leader Ku was a little worried that Yang Ming had some special skills that could make him immune to his high-level voodoo. After all, Yang Ming was the leader of the team, so he should have some more powerful skills. Maybe he had a high-level antidote for voodoo. After all, the son-in-law of Lan Miao village should have some special skills, right? However, Yang Ming's performance made him breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Yang Ming didn't have any high-level antidote for voodoo, and he still fainted on the ground. This showed that he had overestimated Yang Ming. This kid couldn't do anything in front of his high-level voodoo. Of course, in reality, Leader Ku was very wrong. Although Yang Ming had fainted, he was faking it. He did not faint at all. At that moment, there was indeed an uncomfortable feeling of qi and blood surging up. However, this uncomfortable feeling quickly disappeared and was replaced by a burst of relaxation. Yang Ming knew that Master Ku's voodoo technique was broken by his voodoo heart voodoo. The heart voodoo should be a very high-level voodoo art. Even Lan Ling and her grandmother couldn't do anything about it. How could a voodoo art like Fort Leader Ku's be able to do anything about it? Voodoo brought about benefits and disadvantages. The greater the side effects, the greater the benefits. Since this voodoo could endanger Yang Ming's life, it could also save Yang Ming's life. As long as it was not a particularly powerful voodoo, it should be neutralized automatically by the voodoo. Of course, the voodoo that Yun Guangdou had gotten from Elder Yu was an exception. If it was not for Lan Hai, Yang Ming would have died. However, Yang Ming did not care about such a low-level voodoo. Yang Ming was a person who was good at disguising. Disguising was one of the compulsory courses for an assassin. Yang Ming could disguise himself as people of different professions, and he could also play dead. Especially when Yang Ming saw how the others died, he memorized it in his mind. Even Fort Leader Ku didn't suspect anything. When Leader Ku saw that Yang Ming had also fainted on the ground, he laughed maniacally and walked over. He was ready to capture Yang Ming and the others and bring them back to Abnormal Miao Stockade. Master Ku took out a rope from somewhere and started to tie up Lu Yezi, Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu's hands and feet. It was obvious that Master Ku was a very careful person. Even though these people had fainted, he still tied them up to prevent them from escaping. Perhaps Master Ku knew that it was impossible for him to bring all these people back to Abnormal Miao Stockade with his own strength. He could only capture them first, then call someone to bring them back to Abnormal Miao Stockade and wait for Elder Yu to deal with them. Yang Ming could see his surroundings with his eyes closed. The 360-degree perspective ability was not just for show. It had a practical use. Yang Ming watched as Master Ku tied up Lu Yezi and the others one by one. He was a little anxious. Why didn't this guy come for me first? Why did he go for the others first? In fact, as mentioned before, Master Ku was a very careful person. He always felt that Yang Ming should have more powerful antidotes on him, and not just the antidote voodoo pill. As for the other antidote, it was called the super antidote pill, or the advanced antidote pill. Although the name was different, it existed in reality. Although this advanced antidote pill could not completely break the advanced antidote spell, it could still provide some relief. Therefore, Master Ku was very cautious when Yang Ming suddenly fainted. While he was tying up the others, he was also paying attention to Yang Ming. He wanted to see if he was faking it, or if he really fainted. Master Ku seemed to be leisurely tying up Yang Ming and the others, but in fact, he was very cautious. He mobilized all the eyes and ears goo around Yang Ming to monitor him. In his opinion, if Yang Ming was faking it, he would definitely open his eyes and secretly observe the situation. Even if he squinted his eyes, it was impossible for him to hide from the eyes and ears goo. Once Yang Ming made a move, Master Ku could plan his next step at any time. However, after Master Ku tied up the hands and feet of Lu Yezi and the others, Yang Ming still did not have any reaction. His eyes did not move at all. Master Ku heaved a sigh of relief. How would he know that Yang Ming had the ability to see with his eyes closed? Not only could he see with his eyes closed, but he could also see with a 360-degree view. It was almost as good as his eyes and ears goo. He could use the eyes and ears goo to monitor Yang Ming without looking at Yang Ming, but Yang Ming was also using his eyes and ears goo to monitor him. However, Master Ku did not think that Yang Ming had such a powerful ability. After he was sure that Yang Ming had really fainted, he smiled and walked towards Yang Ming. "Kid, you can't escape from me after all. This time, I can finally report to Elder Yu." Saying this, Stockade Leader Ku took out a rope and was about to tie Yang Ming up. However, in the next moment, Yang Ming, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. When Leader Ku was bending over, Yang Ming abruptly pressed a few acupoints on Leader Ku's body. Leader Ku couldn't move at all in the blink of an eye. You. Master Ku stared at Yang Ming in shock. He opened his eyes wide and said, "You. How did you come back to life?" Although Stockade Leader Ku had already noticed Yang Ming's abnormality the moment he launched his attack, and the ear and eye goo had also given him a warning, he had no time to react because he was too close to Yang Ming. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Even if Stockade Leader Ku wanted to dodge, there was no way he could. There was no time for him to do so. So, Stockade Leader Ku could only watch as Yang Ming attacked him. Yang Ming used a very magical method to make him unable to move. "Yeah, how did I come back to life again?" Yang Ming smiled and looked at Fort Leader Ku, "But, I did come back to life, because I was not dead." "You were faking it?" Master Ku was furious. If he still did not know that Yang Ming was faking it, he would be an idiot. But, how was that possible? How could his high-level goo technique have no effect on him? Besides, how could Yang Ming be so good at faking it? How could he not notice anything? Not only that, he had even fooled the ear and eyes goo insect. When he was trying to kill time by tying up Yang Ming's men, the ear and eyes goo insect had been keeping an eye on Yang Ming. Even when he was right next to Yang Ming did not move at all. How did he know that he was right in front of him? Leader Ku could not figure it out. "I was faking it. Can't you tell?" Yang Ming shrugged and smiled innocently. "I was good at faking it, wasn't I?" "Humph. Who would have thought that all is fair in war? In the end, I still made the wrong move and lost to you." Leader Ku sighed. "Yang Ming, the son-in-law of Blue Meow Village, you really live up to your name." "Cut the crap. Give me the antidote now." Yang Ming interrupted Camp Leader Ku and yelled at him. "Antidote? I'm sorry, I don't have it." Leader Ku shook his head. "Since I lost to you, you can do whatever you want to me. But I really don't have the antidote." After listening to Yang Ming's question, although his mouth was full of righteousness, his heart was relieved. It seemed that Yang Ming didn't have the antidote. If he had the antidote, why would he ask for it from him? Even if he did, he might only have one and he had taken it himself. Or maybe he did not have the antidote. He just took a super antidote and thought that it was the antidote. He did not know that it could only slow down the process of the poison. It cannot cure the poison completely. You don't have it? You don't have the antidote for your own poison. Do you think I will believe you? Yang Ming looked at Leader Ku with a cold smile. Do you think you have a choice? Don't force me to do anything to you. I'm telling you the truth. Leader Ku said with a wry smile, I've already told you that I stole the recipe from another Hmong village. There's only the poison, but no antidote. Maybe the people in that village have it, but I don't. What Hmong village? Yang Ming frowned and asked. It's useless. That Hmong stockade village has already been annihilated by our abnormal Miao stockade village. Leader Ku smiled and said, the rest of the people in that Miao village have all fled. We can't find them anymore. You don't have to think about it. Humph. Yang Ming snorted coldly and said, looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin? Then don't blame me for being rude. After that, Yang Ming casually poked Leader Ku's body a few times. This was Yang Ming's specialty. He could make people suffer, but he could not kill them. The next moment, Leader Ku opened his mouth and eyes wide. He started to breathe heavily, and the pain on his face was obvious. So painful. What did you do to me? What did you do to me? It's nothing. Anyway, it's not a curse, because I don't know how to do it. Yang Ming said calmly, do you have the antidote now? No. No, I don't have the antidote. Leader Ku was in great pain, but he really did not have the antidote. He was not lying to Yang Ming. He had not really used this curse ever since he had created it. He had only secretly tested it on his enemies. As for the antidote, how would Leader Ku know about it? He did not invent this curse. There was only a prescription, and the antidote was not on it. Oh, then you can continue to suffer. Tell me when you have the antidote. Yang Ming did not seem to want to talk to Leader Ku anymore. Instead, he turned around and sat on the ground leisurely, waiting for Leader Ku's answer. So painful. So painful. Fort Leader Ku was gasping for air. He was in so much pain that his forehead was full of sweat. His whole body was trembling nonstop. He couldn't move at all because Yang Ming had sealed his acupuncture points. He didn't even have the right to stretch his body. Do you have the antidote now? Yang Ming asked. No. I really don't have it. Fort Leader Ku was in so much pain that he didn't mind giving it to Yang Ming if he had the antidote. He was in so much pain that he felt like he was going to explode. No, then you can continue to suffer, or you can think of an antidote. Yang Ming's face was full of sarcasm, but his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Yang Ming had used this method to deal with a lot of enemies. Ordinary enemies would have already admitted defeat after such a long time. No matter how stubborn they were, Yang Ming had already pried open their mouths, let alone asking for the antidote. However, at this moment, Fort Leader Ku still did not take out the antidote. What did this mean? Did he want it? It meant that Leader Ku had a strong will. Did he want it? It meant that he really did not have it. Of course, Yang Ming had already guessed it. He was more inclined towards the second possibility, which was that even Leader Ku himself didn't have the antidote for the venomous insect. Then let me ask you, how did Elder Yu ask you to deal with us? Yang Ming changed the question. Although this was what Yang Ming wanted to know, Yang Ming could tell if Leader Ku really did not have the antidote, or if he was just pretending. Elder Yu is at a critical moment in his cultivation. He does not want to be disturbed. So he asked me to stop you, to buy as much time as possible. Leader Ku did not hide the truth this time. Oh? Then where is Elder Yu now? Why did you hand us over to him? Yang Ming asked. After I capture you, I can use the phone to contact Elder Yu's subordinates. Leader Ku said. Then do you know where Elder Yu's residence is? Yang Ming continued to ask. I know, I can tell you, but Elder Yu is an extremely cautious person. He lives in a few places. I heard that every time he sees an outsider, he would change his location. He is also afraid that the people from Blue Miao village will find him. So, even if I tell you, I don't think he is here now. Leader Ku did not hide the truth, and told him everything. Tell me his location. Yang Ming's heart sank. It seemed that Leader Ku really did not have the antidote. His coordinates are XXXXX. Leader Ku said Elder Yu's location, and then he started to moan loudly, "It's so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable." "Oh, then where is the antidote?" Yang Ming continued to ask. "CKU, I really don't have it. Why don't you believe me? You can just kill me, it's better than suffering like this." Leader Ku started to scream in his heart. He could not take it anymore. However, Yang Ming happened to see his thoughts. Yang Ming's face darkened. This time, there was no doubt that Leader Ku really did not have the antidote. He had already told his thoughts in his heart, and it was not a lie. Yang Ming's heart was heavy. He was afraid that Leader Ku was not lying. If that was the case, it would be impossible for Yang Ming to get the antidote from Leader Ku. If he had known this would happen, Yang Ming would have ordered Lu Yezi and the others to run away when Leader Ku used the poison. He believed that even if Leader Ku chased after them, it would be impossible for him to chase after all of them. As long as they ran away separately, Leader Ku would not be able to catch up with them. Moreover, Leader Ku would not leave him behind to chase after the others. Elder Yu had specifically asked Leader Ku to stop Leader Ku. Leader Ku would definitely follow Leader Ku's lead. Thinking of this, Yang Ming could not help but feel a little regretful. He had harmed his own teammates. He was too conceited. He thought that even if the antidote could not be used to deal with Leader Ku's poison, he could still force Leader Ku to give him the antidote. However, the current situation was out of Yang Ming's expectation. Leader Ku did not have the antidote at all. Initially, Yang Ming's previous plan was going very smoothly, but now, it came to an abrupt end and was abandoned halfway. According to Yang Ming's plan, there was a reason why he did not attack Leader Ku directly. Instead, he pretended to be unconscious and fell on the ground to confuse Leader Ku. Leader Ku was a very cautious person. That was why Yang Ming was not confident that he could hit Leader Ku in one hit. Because the distance was too far. If he missed, Leader Ku would be alerted. Then, it would be very difficult to find another opportunity. That was why he pretended to be unconscious to confuse Leader Ku first. Then, he would give him a fatal blow. Yang Ming had indeed successfully deceived Fort Master Ku and captured him in one strike. However, it was out of common sense that Fort Master Ku had no antidote. Yang Ming was in deep thought. However, Leader Ku was still in pain. If Yang Ming did not remove the seal on his acupoints, Leader Ku would suffer every minute and every second. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Just kill me. Can't you just let me die? Leader Ku could not take it anymore. He was begging for death. I'll make up a lie to deceive him. He'll relieve me of my pain first. Then, I'll just die. Seeing that Yang Ming did not respond, Fort Master Ku thought to himself. However, Yang Ming had also seen his idea. While Yang Ming was thinking about what to do next, he heard Leader Ku's idea and decided to beat him at his own game. Since Leader Ku did not know where Elder Yu was, Yang Ming would pretend to have fainted and be captured by Leader Ku. Then, he would wait for Elder Yu's arrival in otherworldly Miao village. As for Xiaxia, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, they had to think of another way to treat them. I know the antidote. I said, let me go. Since Leader Ku had made up his mind, he started to yell. Yang Ming had already made up his mind. When he heard Leader Ku say that he knew the antidote, he nodded his head and sneered, you finally agreed? Alright, then I'll let you off for now. But if you lie to me, then I won't hold back. Alright. Let me go. Leader Ku didn't care whether Yang Ming would let him go or not. He just nodded his head painfully. Yang Ming patted Leader Ku's body a few times to unseal his acupuncture points. Then, he said, alright, you can tell me now. Let me take a breather first. Leader Ku knew that if he said that he lied to Yang Ming, he wouldn't be able to live for long. So, he wanted to get some rest before he told the truth. Are you done? Why are you taking so long? Yang Ming frowned and asked. I'm done. Leader Ku took a deep breath and said, actually, there is no antidote. You should just kill me. What? No antidote? Yang Ming was enraged. He raised his hand and was about to hit Leader Ku. However, Yang Ming's face suddenly turned pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down Yang Ming's forehead. Yang Ming's face started to twist. You. What's wrong? Leader Ku was stunned when he saw Yang Ming's face. So painful. Yang Ming fell to the ground in pain. He kept moaning, so painful. What's wrong? Wasn't the antidote cured? Why is it acting up again? Is the super antidote not working? *T. After that, Yang Ming's body started to twitch. Then, he fell to the ground and stopped moving. What? Stockade Leader Ku was dumbfounded by the sudden change. What did that mean? Yang Ming died again? And this time, it seemed like he really died? Leader Ku couldn't understand why Yang Ming pretended to be unconscious when he had the upper hand. If Yang Ming wanted to kill Fort Leader Ku, it would be a piece of cake. There was no need for him to play dead to deceive him. But why did Yang Ming's antidote act up again? That's right. Leader Ku suddenly remembered what Yang Ming said before he fainted. The super antidote. Yang Ming had taken the super antidote. This medicine could alleviate the effects of the antidote. However, it could only alleviate the effects. It couldn't completely remove the antidote. The super antidote only delayed the effects of the antidote compared to the normal antidote. It wasn't the real antidote. No wonder Yang Ming was able to hold on for so long. In the end, he was enraged and wanted to finish me off, but in the end, he fainted. This is really too tragic. Ga. Leader Ku couldn't help but laugh. He was very happy. He thought that he was going to die, but the tables had turned. He didn't die, but Yang Ming had fainted. Life was full of joys and sorrows. Comedies came too quickly. He couldn't get used to it. Wahahaha. God is helping me. Leader Ku laughed. Yang Ming, do you think the super antidote is invincible? Ha ha ha, have you ever thought that my antidote is also a high-level antidote? Since the antidote didn't work, what's the use of the super antidote? Yang Ming was a little speechless as he lay on the ground. Motherf asterisk cur, I just casually mentioned the super antidote pill, and there is actually such a thing? It seemed that Leader Ku knew that the super antidote was useless against his antidote. It was like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. What a coincidence. Eh? Wait a second before you faint. I haven't unsealed my acupuncture points yet. I can't move. Leader Ku suddenly remembered that Yang Ming had sealed his acupuncture points. Although it wasn't painful anymore, he should still be unable to move. So, he subconsciously bent down and shook Yang Ming's body. He wanted to wake Yang Ming up so that he could unseal his acupuncture points. Yang Ming was even more speechless. You old bastard. Didn't you notice that you can move yourself? Why are you shaking me? Yang Ming had already made a plan. He couldn't make a mistake. So, he unsealed his acupuncture points. However, it seemed that Chief Ku had not noticed it yet. Yang Ming did not know what to say. He wanted to stand up and scold him. You can move now, but you don't know that all your acupuncture points have been unsealed? Why are you still looking for me? Eh? Chief Ku shook Yang Ming a few times but to no avail. Suddenly, he realized that he could move again. There were no signs of his acupuncture points being sealed. He could move freely. He could jump and walk as he wished. What's going on? Chief Ku mumbled to himself. That's right, he had asked Yang Ming to help him get rid of his pain. Perhaps Yang Ming had also unknowingly helped him get rid of the seal on his body. This should be Yang Ming's subconscious action. Yang Ming himself probably did not know that Yang Ming had helped him get rid of the seal on his body. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not have attacked him so recklessly. Yang Ming was not an idiot. Thinking of this, Chief Ku could not help but laugh out loud. Even the heavens were helping him. What a coincidence. He did not know what to do when Yang Ming fainted. But now, it was no longer necessary. Yang Ming had already gotten rid of the seal on his body before he fainted. Kid, TSK, I don't know what to say to you anymore. You lost, but you did not lose at all. You reap what you sow. Chief Ku looked at the fainted Yang Ming and said calmly. Yang Ming was still speechless. Chief Ku did not tie up Yang Ming himself. In his opinion, Yang Ming had completely fainted. There was no need to tie him up. He would not wake up anytime soon. The reason was simple. Yang Ming would not give up when he had the absolute advantage. Very soon, Brother Wan arrived with a group of mutated Miao Village's men. When he saw that Leader Ku was standing there unscathed while Yang Ming and the rest were lying motionless on the ground, Brother Wan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the mutated Miao stockade's position was secured. As long as Chief Ku's position was not affected, the mutated Miao stockade would continue to prosper. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations. Brother Wan ran over in big steps and respectfully said to Camp Leader Ku, Camp Leader Ku, you have won the battle. Stop with the flattery. Bring these people back to the mutated Miao stockade. Chief Ku waved his hand and ordered Brother Wan. Yes. Brother Wan nodded and ordered his men. They carried the fainted Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Xiaxia, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu to the mutated Miao stockade. In the mutated Miao stockade, there was a place to hold prisoners. Usually, it was used to hold residents who violated the rules of the stockade. It was also used to hold prisoners of war from other Miao stockades. Yang Ming and the rest were thrown into a huge prison cell. Although the houses in the mutated Miao stockade were made of wood, it was because of the climate here that such houses were more comfortable. It was not that the mutated Miao stockade did not have enough money to build houses made of cement. The prison cell was made of reinforced concrete. Its purpose was to prevent the people inside from escaping. As for whether it was comfortable or not, it was not the concern of the people of the mutated Miao stockade. Yang Ming was conscious the whole time. When he and the rest were thrown into the prison cell, the door was closed with a bang, followed by the sound of the door being locked. The prison cell suddenly turned dark. There were no windows and it was a little like a prison in ancient times. The floor was covered with straw mats and there were no other facilities. However, it was not shabby and it was very clean. Thinking about it, there were not many opportunities to use such a huge prison cell. It was impossible for the mutated Miao stockade to have so many people who violated the stockade rules at the same time. It was estimated that no one had used this place since it was built. After these people left, Yang Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Lan Ling. He explained his situation and told her not to worry too much. At the same time, he also told Lan Ling about the problem he encountered. Xiaxia, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu had not been cured yet. This was Yang Ming's top priority. Although stockade leader Ku was very cautious, he was not a professional. He threw Yang Ming and the rest into the prison cell without even searching them. He did not even take away their phones. Perhaps he thought that the prison cell was so sturdy that Yang Ming and the rest would not be able to escape. It did not matter what they had on them. Therefore, Yang Ming successfully kept his phone and sent a message to Lan Ling. Not long after, Lan Ling's message came back. I'm sorry, Yang Ming. I was careless. I didn't investigate properly and brought you trouble. However, since this type of poison can be cured, it is not a problem. Did you forget what I said? Your voodoo has been transmitted to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and the rest. Therefore, they have the same immunity as you. Therefore, you only need to infect Xiaxia and Xiao Susu with the same voodoo. Then, you can save them. Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling's message and was speechless. It was fine if it was Xiaxia, but Xiao Susu was Feng Tianlong's girlfriend. How could he do anything to her? Wasn't this an international joke? Moreover, there were 2 men here. If the woman was contagious, what about the men? Therefore, Yang Ming smiled bitterly and replied to Lan Ling, my little Ling Ling, Xiao Susu is Feng Tianlong's girlfriend. Moreover, even if she was contagious, what about Feng Tianlong and Lu Yezi? You don't want me to be gay friends with them, right? Lan Ling's message was quickly replied again, I'm sorry. I was careless. Lan Ling sent a cute emoji and continued, there is also a voodoo component in your blood, but it is not as effective as that method. However, for ordinary voodoo, your blood can be cured. You can give each of them a little bit of your blood. You don't need a lot, just a little bit is enough. If they drink too much, it won't have much effect. It can only slow down their aging. However, you better not do this. It is better to keep this matter a secret from outsiders. Okay, I got it. Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling's solution and was relieved. As long as there was a solution, it was fine. As for making Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, and Xiao Susu stay young forever, it was better to forget about it. After all, this kind of thing was a little too strange. Not everyone liked to stay young forever. Yang Ming also had no other choice. Otherwise, as a man, it was fine if he stayed at the prime of his life in his 30s or 40s. Otherwise, when he had children in the future, he and his children would be like brothers. Their mothers would be like sisters to them. Wouldn't this be too scary? After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming didn't dare to neglect. He directly bit his finger and put it into Xia Shue's mouth. It was also an experiment on Xia Shui. If this method didn't work, then he could only use the ultimate method mentioned by Lan Ling. However, Yang Ming could only save Xia Shui. As for the others, Yang Ming really couldn't do anything. Yang Ming's heart wasn't perverted. It was impossible for him to do something that violated ethics and morality. He wanted to use Xia Shui as an experiment to see how much blood he needed. If it was a lot, then Yang Ming wouldn't be able to handle it. He would probably faint from excessive blood loss before he could save the others. So, after giving Xia Shui some of his blood, Yang Ming took out his finger and waited quietly for Xia Shui to wake up. While waiting for Xia Shui to wake up, Yang Ming didn't stay idle. He used his special ability to lock on Leader Ku to see if he had contacted Elder Yu. When Leader Ku returned to his room, Brother Wan stood beside him respectfully. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, Leader," Brother Wan said happily. "Now that we are back in the stockade, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Before this, I was worried because of that little bastard Yang Ming. That little bastard played a trick on me." Stockade Leader Ku sighed and said with a lingering fear. "Leader Ku is wise and powerful. No matter how strong that little bastard Yang Ming is, he is nothing in front of you," Brother Wan said flatteringly. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since Yang Ming has fallen into our hands, there is no more suspense. I will call Elder Yu now and hand him over to avoid any more trouble," Stockade Leader Ku said after a moment of hesitation. "Okay, I will look for Elder Yu's phone number now." Brother Wan nodded and looked for it in a phone book. After a while, he said, "It's here. It's the number of Elder Yu's trusted subordinate." Leader Ku nodded and called Elder Yu's subordinate according to the number in Brother Wan's hand. "Hello? Who is this?" The call was quickly connected, but the tone of Elder Yu's subordinate on the other side was very cold. There was a sense of superiority. "Hello, I am Ku Layman, the leader of mutated Miao village. I am looking for Elder Yu." Leader Ku sighed. Even Elder Yu's subordinate was so arrogant. As the leader of the second largest village, he didn't have much confidence in front of him. He was helpless. Strength was everything. If he didn't have strength, no matter how big the village was, it was useless. "Oh, Stockade Master Ku, please wait a moment." The other party's tone was slightly better, but it was still very stiff. There wasn't the slightest bit of respect in it. It was as if it was a business. "Okay, thank you," Fort Leader Ku said helplessly. After a while, Elder Yu's voice came from the phone. "Hello? Leader Ku? What's the matter?" "Elder Yu, I've finally captured Yang Ming and the others." When Leader Ku said this, he still had some confidence in his voice. "Oh? You've captured Yang Ming and his men?" Elder Yu was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Yang Ming and his men were captured by Leader Ku when even Falcon couldn't do anything to them? Yes. Now, these people are being held in mutated Miao village, Leader Ku said proudly. It was obvious that Elder Yu was very surprised, but the more it was like this, the more it showed that Leader Ku was very capable. "How did you deal with them?" Elder Yu still couldn't believe it. "Well, I used a high-level witchcraft that can make people weak. Once they use their strength, they will faint. That kind of witchcraft made Yang Ming and his men unconscious. Then, I captured them. Leader Ku didn't go into details. He just briefly explained the process. If there were too many details, it would seem that he was a little weak. After being deceived by Yang Ming once, it would be a little embarrassing. Witchcraft? Yang Ming and his men couldn't detoxify the witchcraft? Elder Yu felt that something was wrong. How could it be so easy to capture Yang Ming and his men? It was too easy, especially when Elder Yu had sent people to deal with Yang Ming. He asked Yin Guangdou and his men to use witchcraft on Yang Ming, but they couldn't do anything to him. This meant that there was an expert around Yang Ming who knew how to detoxify the witchcraft. But now, it seemed that this expert wasn't with Yang Ming. He had the antidote pill and the high-level antidote pill. But my witchcraft is useless against these two pills. So, Yang Ming could only be captured by me. Leader Ku said proudly. Elder Yu, where are you? Are you still at the same place? Do you want me to send Yang Ming and his men to you? There's no need for that. I've already left. I've changed my training place. How about this? I'll personally bring my men to your mutated Miao village and take Yang Ming and his men away. Elder Yu thought for a while and said. That's fine. I'll welcome you here. I hope you won't forget the condition you promised me. Leader Ku reminded him. Don't worry. I won't forget what I said. Elder Yu regretted it. If he knew that it would be so easy to capture Yang Ming and his men, he wouldn't have asked Leader Ku to do it. Wouldn't it be better if he did it himself? But now, Leader Ku had done it so easily and even wanted to ask for benefits from him. But since he had already said it, Elder Yu couldn't go back on his words. After all, if he succeeded in taking over Blue Miao village, he would become one of the most prestigious people in Miaojiang. So, he had no choice but to agree to Leader Ku's condition. Fortunately, Leader Ku's condition wasn't too unreasonable. He would only have one more lackey. It wouldn't be bad to have a lackey like Leader Ku. Thinking of this, Elder Yu was happy again. Yang Ming had been using his X-ray vision to monitor Leader Ku. Although he couldn't hear what Elder Yu said, Yang Ming could see every word that Leader Ku said clearly. He could also make some inferences about Elder Yu's words. It seemed that Elder Yu was going to bring him back personally. This was a good opportunity to kill Elder Yu. If he could use it well, it would be a good plan to kill Elder Yu here. Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately sent a text message to Lan Ling. If Lan Ling cooperated with him, he should have a chance of winning. After Lan Ling received Yang Ming's text message, she didn't say anything and called Yang Ming. Because this news was too important, she had to confirm it with Yang Ming personally. Although she trusted Yang Ming, she was also afraid that Yang Ming's phone would fall into the hands of others and be used by others to send fake news. Ling Ling, it's me. Yang Ming probably guessed Lan Ling's thoughts, so he quickly answered the phone. Yang Ming, did you say that Elder Yu is coming to mutated Miao village to take you away? Lan Ling asked anxiously. Yes, I just got the news. I think Elder Yu is on his way. Time is tight. Can Blue Miao village come and deal with Elder Yu together? If you are here, we have a higher chance of winning. If you are not here, it may be very troublesome. Yang Ming didn't know if he had the confidence to win. Just one stockade Master Ku was hard enough to deal with, not to mention Elder Yu coming personally. I know. Let me discuss with Grandma. If it is possible, we will go and deal with Elder Yu together. Lan Ling pondered and said. Okay, I will wait for your news. Yang Ming nodded and hung up the phone. As for Xianxia, she slowly woke up when Yang Ming called. Yang Ming? What happened to me? Did I wake up? Where am I? Xianxia rubbed her eyes and found a sweet taste in her mouth. What is the taste in my mouth? You woke up? Then it's fine. We are in Master Ku's cell. Yang Ming quickly explained, the blood in your mouth is my blood. I have to save others first. Yang Ming saw that Xianxia woke up, and he was relieved. It seemed that Lan Ling's method was effective. At least he didn't need to use that method. Yang Ming walked to Lu Yezi's side and put his bleeding finger into his mouth. Then, he did the same thing to Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. You used your blood to save us? Xiaoxue was surprised, your blood can cure the voodoo? I was poisoned by Lan Ling's voodoo. This voodoo has a special feature. While it can't betray the person who poisoned me emotionally, it can also provide corresponding benefits. First of all, after a period of time, the body will gradually become stronger and immune to diseases. This is only on the surface. At the same time, it can also be immune to many voodoo, such as the voodoo that Master Ku poisoned us. Yang Ming had now finished treating Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu. He was waiting for them to wake up, so he had nothing to do for the time being. He explained to Xiaxue, "In my blood, there is a similar detoxification component. Although it isn't that strong, it is still effective against the voodoo. So, you can wake up." "I see." Xiaxue nodded. "However, it isn't right? Can't betray the person who poisoned you? It seems like you have betrayed Lan Ling. You have so many women. How you can't betray her?" Xiaxue's tone was somewhat sarcastic. "This betrayal refers to the betrayal in my heart. I have her in my heart, so it isn't considered betrayal." Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. "Moreover, Chen Mingyan and the others will also be infected by the voodoo. So this time, if I can't go back, it is equivalent to harming them for life." "Oh? They are also infected with the voodoo? Doesn't that mean that they can't betray you?" "But it's okay. Isn't it fine as long as they don't betray you in their hearts? When you can't go back, they can still find some comfort." Xiaxue was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Ming, so she deliberately said this to disgust Yang Ming. "They are different." Yang Ming sighed. "Whether it is physically or mentally, they can't betray me. In fact, I would rather not have this voodoo." How could Yang Ming not hear the sarcasm in Xiaxue's words? However, Yang Ming sincerely hoped that Chen Mingyan and the others did not have this voodoo. With the existence of this voodoo, it was equivalent to harming them for the rest of their lives. It tied their lifetime happiness to him. "You know it's not fair?" Xiaxue snorted. "Then when we drink your blood, will we also be infected with the voodoo? How is this possible? Lu Yezi and Feng Tianlong are men. I can't bear it." Yang Ming was shocked. He quickly shook his head and explained. "That's more like it. If I was infected with the voodoo, I would have to marry you." "What a loss." Xiaxue snorted. At this time, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu slowly woke up. Xiaxue closed her mouth. She could complain to Yang Ming, but in front of others, she was too embarrassed to say it. "We are awake? Boss, did you save us?" Feng Tianlong stood up and stretched his body. He didn't find anything strange. He didn't feel tired either. He was pleasantly surprised. "It seems like I am fine. Am I full of strength now?" "Me too. Boss, you know how to detoxify the voodoo?" Lu Yezi also said in surprise. "There is a bloody smell in my mouth," Xiao Susu said, but she looked at Yang Ming's finger. "If I guessed correctly, it was Captain Yang who saved us with his own blood?" "Captain Yang, is there a component in your blood that can detoxify the voodoo?" Xiao Susu's observation was more detailed. She could see some unnoticed details at once. "Hee, your observation is quite detailed." Yang Ming smiled and nodded. "That's right. My blood does have the function of detoxifying the voodoo, but now is not the time to talk about this. We have to have a short discussion now to study the countermeasures to deal with Elder Yu later." Deal with Elder Yu. After everyone heard Yang Ming's words, they were shocked. They didn't expect that they would have to deal with Elder Yu on the first day in Miaojiang. Wasn't this too fast? In fact, even Yang Ming himself didn't expect that they would have to deal with Elder Yu so soon. However, since things had come to this point, there was no other way. This was a good opportunity to meet Elder Yu. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Ming didn't want to give up, so he could only grab it in his hands. "That's right. I deliberately pretended to faint and was brought here by Leader Ku. I wanted to use him to lure Elder Yu out." Yang Ming briefly told what happened at that time to them, and then said, "After that, I have used my X-ray vision to see the phone call between Leader Ku and Elder Yu. Elder Yu should be on his way. We have to be ready for battle at any time. But, we don't have any confidence at all. We can't even deal with Leader Ku. How can we deal with Elder Yu?" Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. Boss, isn't this too fast? We don't know anything about Elder Yu. I know this, but since things have developed to this point, we have to go. Elder Yu is difficult to deal with, but if I can find his weakness, we still have a chance to deal with him together. Yang Ming said. That's the only way. After all, things have already come to this point. We have no other way. Lu Yezi said, Boss, what good ideas do you have? The key is to deal with Elder Yu. We are not afraid of anything else but his unpredictable voodoo. I don't have a better solution for the voodoo problem. So far, I know that the antidote pill and my blood can solve a part of the voodoo. So, it's better for each of you to take a mouthful of my blood. If Elder Yu really uses the voodoo to deal with us, you can swallow the blood and leave quickly. I will deal with it alone. Yang Ming said, if you can't win, don't fight head-on. If I can't win, I will retreat as soon as possible. Okay, we got it. Lu Yezi nodded. Yang Ming's meaning was obvious. Where there's life, there's hope. Don't fight head-on with the opponent. The consequences would be very serious. When the time comes, everyone will be wiped out. It's better to retreat first and plan for the long term. While Yang Ming was waiting, Lan Miao Village also held an emergency internal meeting. I think everyone knows about the news that Ling Ling said, right? Now, let's talk about it. What do you think? Time is of the essence. Make it short. The one who spoke was Lan Ling's grandmother, the current person in charge of Lan Miao Village. I think this is a rare opportunity. Elder Yu has been hiding his whereabouts. Our people have been inquiring about Elder Yu's news, but we haven't had any accurate information. This time, the one who spoke was Elder Zhua. In Lan Miao Village, he was the great elder who was on par with Elder Yu. He was also one of the most prestigious people under the village chief. He was a supporter of Lan Ling's grandmother. Naturally, he directly agreed with Lan Ling's grandmother's suggestion. I think we can attack Elder Yu. After all, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we can fight Elder Yu again. I don't agree. This time, the one who spoke was the deputy chief of Lan Miao Village. Like Elder Zhua and Elder Zhua, he was one of the most authoritative people under the village chief. If it weren't for Lan Ling's grandmother's strong hand, he wouldn't have been able to replace Lan Hai as the village chief of Lan Miao Village. However, it was impossible to make his subordinates united. Lan Ling and Lan Ling's grandmother's face suddenly became tense. They didn't expect the deputy chief to disagree. Why? Lan Ling's grandmother asked, this is a good opportunity. Otherwise, it's hard to say when we will meet Elder Yu next time. If we don't take action, how can we have another chance? Why? Master, it's not that I don't agree, but in such a short time, how can we make sufficient preparations to face Elder Yu? If we go there like this, won't we be caught unprepared? The deputy chief said, my opinion is that we absolutely can't fight a battle we have no confidence in. I don't know when we'll meet again. But this time, it's too rushed. I definitely won't agree. This is taking Lan Miao Village's strength as a joke, said the deputy chief. This time, if we attack without preparation, how many unnecessary losses will there be? Have you thought about it? Danger and opportunity coexist. If we don't take action, how will we know the result? Elder Zhua said. In short, I agree. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Don't you just want to help Yang Ming? Don't I know Yang Ming's identity? The deputy chief snorted and said, Yang Ming is just Lan Ling's boyfriend. You can't ignore the interests of Lan Miao Village for him alone. This is simply a heinous crime. Sacrificing our own interests for someone else's interests. You. Elder Zhua was angry. We watched Ling Ling grow up. Her boyfriend is in trouble. Shouldn't we help? What's more, we're dealing with Elder Yu this time. How can we be involved? Her boyfriend is a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He's helpful to us. He's not dragging us down. We're cooperating with them to fight the enemy, not to help them. Since they're so powerful, let them deal with Elder Yu alone. The deputy chief said faintly. Personal feelings are personal feelings. I'm responsible for the entire Lan Miao village. Now, Elder Yu hasn't mastered the Jin Gang yet. He hasn't turned into the invincible Jin Gang yet. It's the best time for us to take action. If he masters the Jin Gang invincible body in the future, will we still have a chance? Lan Ling's grandmother said. Don't we have the Herculean goo? As long as we master the Herculean goo, we won't be afraid of his Jin Gang goo. The deputy chief was a conservative. No matter what they said, he didn't want to take the risk. We don't have anything now. How are we going to deal with Elder Yu? He still has the sinister goo on him. This is an incomplete version of the Jin Gang goo. He's already halfway through and has some success. If we deal with him, won't we just increase the casualties? Why don't we raise our hands to vote? Elder Zhou had no choice but to suggest. Vote? Lan Ling's grandmother smiled bitterly. The result of the vote would be a tie of 2-2 at most. The chief steward of the village was personally promoted by the deputy chief. Although he hadn't spoken yet, he would definitely be on the deputy chief's side when the time came to vote. Lan Ling didn't have the right to speak here. She was worried about Yang Ming's safety and couldn't wait to run to Yang Ming's side. However, she also knew that the deputy chief was a fair and stubborn person. He was the kind of person who wholeheartedly served the public interest. As long as it was beneficial to Lan Miao village, he would do anything. If it wasn't beneficial to Lan Miao village, no one would allow it. She was afraid that only her grandfather could order around this stubborn old man with a bad temper. Lan Ling's grandmother obviously knew about the deputy chief's temper, so she was also a little helpless. The atmosphere was in a deadlock. For a moment, no one could convince the other. However, time passed by minute. It was extremely urgent. One had to know that time was precious. Yang Ming was still waiting for a reply. However, there was no conclusion in this family meeting. Deputy Chief, this old one, is begging you this time. Lan Ling's grandmother saw Lan Ling's distressed and helpless expression. Her heart ached and she couldn't help but stand up and beg the deputy chief. Chief. You. The deputy chief didn't expect Lan Ling's grandmother to suddenly stand up and do such a thing. This put him in a difficult position. In his heart, he didn't want Lan Miao village to take the risk. Now that Lan Miao village had lost half of its strength due to Elder Yu, it was almost unable to recover from the setback. If they were to fight with Elder Yu, they must have 100% confidence. However, this time, they really didn't have any confidence. However, it was impossible to say that he didn't have any feelings. After so many years, how could he be heartless? He also watched Lan Ling grow up. Naturally, he didn't want Lan Ling to be sad. However, some things weren't the time to talk about personal feelings. He couldn't sacrifice the entire Lan Miao village for Lan Ling's feelings. This wasn't realistic. Thinking of this, the deputy chief couldn't help but sigh. He stood up and said to Lan Ling's grandmother, Chief. You don't have to say any more. I won't change my mind. This is for the sake of Lan Miao village. Even if you and Lan Ling think that I'm a sinner, I don't care. I don't ask to be worthy of everyone, but I must be worthy of the entire Lan Miao village. Even if the old chief comes back and removes me from the position of deputy chief, I'm willing to do so. This time, it's absolutely impossible. All right. Lan Ling's grandmother smiled bitterly and said, I knew that you wouldn't agree. After so many years, who doesn't understand each other? Unless old Lan comes back personally, you won't listen to anyone else. I hope the chief can understand, said the deputy chief. I understand. Grandpa Deputy Chief, I know that you have your concerns. Since that's the case, I don't want to make this difficult for everyone. Others can choose not to go, but I can't. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. Yang Ming is my lover and my happiness in this life. There's a voodoo between me and him. If he dies, I'll die. At this moment, Lan Ling stood up and said, I hope all the elders can understand my feelings. I'm afraid that I won't be able to help everyone in the future. The Herculean voodoo is something that my junior brother and I researched together. What I know, he knows too. Without me, Lan Miao village won't be affected much. I'm sorry, Grandma, Grandpa Zhua, Grandpa Deputy Chief, and Grandpa Butler. Ling Ling has to leave. Lan Ling's words made everyone present fall into silence. Of course, everyone didn't want Lan Ling to take the risk by herself. However, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, Lan Ling was right. Yang Ming was her lover and her happiness. Moreover, they were connected by the heart voodoo. If one of them died, even if the other didn't die, he would suffer great pain in his heart. Therefore, they had no reason to stop Lan Ling. Ling Ling, be careful. This is all that Grandma can help you with. As she spoke, Lan Ling's grandmother took out a small box and handed it to Lan Ling. She said, "Take this. In case of emergency, you can use it." This is. Lan Ling was shocked. She looked at the small box that Lan Ling's grandmother handed over and asked in surprise. "This is a top-grade goo dispelling pill," Lan Ling's grandmother said. "A top-notch goo dispelling pill?" Lan Ling was shocked and looked at her grandmother in surprise. This top-notch goo dispelling pill was a sacred medicine that could cure all kinds of voodoo. One should know that the refining of this kind of goo dispelling pill was quite complicated. Moreover, the ingredients were very rare. Lan Miao Village's stock this year was probably all that they had. A new top-notch goo dispelling pill could only be refined next year. Moreover, this top-notch goo dispelling pill had a high requirement for the person who refined it. In Lan Miao Village, only Lan Ling's grandmother, Elders Wei, and the deputy chief could refine it. Moreover, the success rate was very low. Take it. Although there are only 3 pills left, they can still be of some use during critical moments, Lan Ling's grandmother said. But you guys. Lan Ling looked at the deputy chief. Hee, take it. This kind of thing is just a worldly possession. We can refine it when the time comes. Moreover, with us old guys here, even if the people of Lan Miao Village were to be poisoned with a powerful voodoo, we can go and cure the voodoo ourselves. We don't need this thing. The deputy chief smiled and said. This time, he didn't say much. This was because he actually cared about Lan Ling in his heart. However, compared to the entire Lan Miao Village, he put his personal feelings at the back of his mind. His mind was filled with the benefits of Lan Miao Village. Alright, then I won't hold back. Lan Ling pondered for a while and nodded. She kept the small box on her body. This was because the deputy chief was right. As long as the elders were here, they could cure the people of Lan Miao Village no matter what kind of voodoo they were poisoned with. Ling Ling, be careful. If you can't beat them, persuade Yang Ming to leave and come back to Lan Miao Village. We'll discuss this at length. This isn't a deserter. This is called revenge is a dish best served cold. Elders was said to Lan Ling, remember my words. Okay. Thank you, Grandpa's Wa. Lan Ling nodded solemnly. She turned around and walked out of the room quickly. Time was of the essence. She had to hurry. Sigh. Looking at Lan Ling's departing figure, Lan Ling's grandmother sighed, I hope Ling Ling can be safe. I'm sorry, Chief. The deputy chief said again. Forget it. This is fate. Since Ling Ling chose Yang Ming back then, everything is fated. I hope this time, she can turn the misfortune into a blessing. Lan Ling's grandmother waved her hand and said. Elders Wa fell into silence. After a while, he said, continue researching the Herculean voodoo. We have to figure it out as soon as possible. It'll be best if we can figure it out before Elder Yu researches the Jin Gang voodoo. Elder Yu had already arrived at Abnormal Miao Village. Elder Yu's residence was not far from here. Moreover, he rushed to Abnormal Miao Village after receiving the call. Naturally, he was much faster than Lan Ling. Elder Yu and his subordinates came together. At Abnormal Miao Village, they received a grand welcome. The chief of Abnormal Miao Village, Ku, personally came to the entrance of the village to welcome them. Elder Yu, you're here. You must be tired. When Ku saw Elder Yu, he quickly went up to him and greeted him respectfully. Are you hungry? I've prepared a sumptuous dinner. Elder Yu, please? There's no need for these useless things. It's not too late to eat later. Did you really catch Yang Ming and the rest? Until now, Elder Yu still didn't quite believe it. How could Yang Ming be caught by Master Ku? Yes. How could we lie to Elder Yu about such a serious matter? Previously, when I brought them back to Abnormal Meow Village, I specially asked someone to take photos of them. Elder Yu, why don't you take a look at the photos to confirm? Ku quickly said. Then why don't you show me the photo? Elder Yu frowned and said to Stockade Leader Ku. Yes. I'll ask someone to bring it over. Stockade Leader Ku said to Brother Wan, where's the photo? Bring it over quickly. I'll get it now. Please wait for a moment, Elder Yu and Stockade Leader. Brother Wan nodded and turned around to get the photo. Fort Leader Ku, on the other hand, was all smiles as he said, Elder Yu, shall we go eat dinner first? Alright, let's go. Elder Yu saw that Brother Wan went to get the photo, so he believed that Stockade Leader Ku couldn't lie. As for whether the person in the photo was Yang Ming, he could tell at a glance, so there was no need to rush. Stockade Leader Ku quickly and respectfully invited Elder Yu into the dining hall of Mutated Meow Village. It was an open-air pavilion, but it covered a large area, about a few hundred square meters. At this moment, there was a row of delicious food in the dining hall. Stockade Leader Ku specifically asked the chef to prepare it before Elder Yu came. Elder Yu, please eat. Stockade Leader Ku bowed respectfully and let Elder Yu take a seat first. No rush, wait for your subordinate to bring the photo over first. Elder Yu wasn't sure about Yang Ming's identity, so he wasn't in the mood to eat. Only when he was sure that Yang Ming was his prisoner, could he eat with peace of mind. Okay, then let's wait for a while. Stockade Leader Ku saw that Elder Yu insisted, so he had no choice but to say so. After a while, Brother Wan ran over quickly with a digital camera in his hand. There was no Polaroid camera in Mutated Meow Village, and he didn't have time to print the photos he took. He was afraid that Elder Yu would be anxious, so he took the digital camera directly. Elder Yu, please take a look. Brother Wan handed the digital camera in his hand to Elder Yu and asked him to take a look. Elder Yu took the camera and looked at the photo inside. Suddenly, his face lit up with joy. He recognized two people in the photo. One was Yang Ming, and the other was Xia Shui. When he was in Songjiang City, Elder Yu had a lot of dealings with these two people. He would recognize Yang Ming even if he turned into ashes. And Xia Shui, the captain of the criminal investigation team, was the one who ruined his good deed. It's really them. I didn't expect that Stockade Master Ku would really capture them. Good, good, good. When Elder Yu saw the photo of Yang Ming being captured, he was in a good mood. Now, let's go to the celebration banquet. Elder Yu, you flatter me. This way please. Fort Leader Ku was very happy to hear Elder Yu's compliment. He smiled and said. Elder Yu was relieved. Naturally, he didn't have any worries. He sat down with Leader Ku and started to eat. On Yang Ming's side, when he saw Elder Yu coming, he bit his finger again. He was ready to let his team members drink a mouthful of blood. He was ready to fight, but he didn't expect this guy to run away to eat. He was a little depressed. Let's wait for a while. Elder Yu went to have a meal with Stockade Master Ku. I don't think he will come to find us for a while. Yang Ming said with a wry smile. It can't be? After this guy came, he didn't deal with us first. He actually went to have a meal? Lu Yezi was also a little disappointed. He was excited for nothing. It's good to wait for a while. Lan Ling hasn't replied yet. If we have Lan Ling's help, we can relax a little. Xia Shui was a person who could distinguish right from wrong. Lan Ling was considered the first woman Yang Ming confirmed a relationship with. Naturally, she wouldn't reject her. Besides, she, Xia Shui, wasn't Yang Ming's woman yet. She had been hesitating. She hadn't decided whether to be with Yang Ming or not. Yang Ming already had enough women. If she were to blindly get involved, to put it bluntly, how many days could she sleep with Yang Ming in a month? 2 days at most, right? If the two of them stayed in Yunnan, it would be fine. However, Yang Ming had to go back eventually. Whether it was Yang Ming's character or Yang Ming's voodoo, he couldn't abandon those women. Therefore, Xia Shui's heart was very conflicted. Fortunately, her whole attention was now on performing the mission. For other things, she was more open-minded. That's right. Lan Ling hasn't called me yet. I don't know how the discussion is going on her side. It's probably hopeless. Yang Ming sighed and said. Oh? How come? Won't Lan Miao Village support us? This is a good opportunity to eliminate Elder Yu in one fell swoop. Xiaxia suddenly asked with some doubts. It's a good opportunity, but Lan Miao Village's current strength isn't enough. They are currently resting. They aren't Elder Yu's opponent. Yang Ming said, if they can compete with Elder Yu, would they still wait until now? Isn't it said that Elder Yu's tracks are hard to find? Xiaxia asked with some surprise. It's true that his tracks are hard to find. However, no matter how hard it is to find him, he has been in Miaojiang for so long. There should be some news, right? We are so lucky to meet Elder Yu on the first day we came. Lan Miao Village is here all day. How can we not have a chance to meet him? Yang Ming shook his head and said, the only explanation is that they didn't put in the effort to find him. This thing isn't intentional. Of course, they can't find it. Before their strength is insufficient, they naturally won't put in the effort to find him. Because it's useless even if they find him. They aren't his opponent. It turns out to be like this. Then, this time, we can only rely on ourselves? Xiaxua's mood sank slightly. Without Lan Ling's help, they were a little weak with only a few people. It was difficult to compete with Elder Yu. Yes, we can only rely on ourselves. Let's play it by ear. Yang Ming nodded. She's your first girlfriend. If I were Lan Ling, I would persuade Lan Miao Village to help no matter what. It's so dangerous. Aren't we just watching you die? Xiaxia was somewhat unhappy. Hee. Lan Miao Village isn't managed by Lan Ling alone. Lan Miao Village is managed by many people. Lan Ling can't control the entire Lan Miao Village. I believe that she will try her best, but we can't make things difficult for her. Yang Ming understood Lan Ling. If she could, Lan Ling would definitely help. However, she couldn't do anything about it. Now, Elder Yu's so-called Jin Gang voodoo hasn't been successfully refined. However, he changed the Jin Gang voodoo into a kind of sinister voodoo. Now, sinister voodoo has some success. Lan Miao Village's Herculean voodoo has not been successfully refined. It's normal for them to be cautious. This is understandable. That's true. Xiaxua nodded and sighed. There are some things that we can't control. As they were talking, Yang Ming's phone rang. It's Lan Ling. Yang Ming picked up the phone and said after glancing at it. Pick it up quickly. It seems that there's news from Lan Ling. Xiaxua saw Lan Ling's phone and was a little excited. After all, this represented hope. Yang Ming nodded and picked up the phone. Lan Ling? How is it? Yang Ming, I'm sorry. I can't convince Lan Miao Village to help you. I've tried my best, but there's really nothing I can do. Lan Ling said with some distress. Hee, it's nothing. I already expected this result. After Yang Ming heard Lan Ling's words, he comforted her easily. Didn't you tell me before? It's okay. I understand the situation of Lan Miao Village. But it's okay. I'm here to help you. I'm almost at the vicinity of abnormal Miao Village. Once I'm there, I'll sneak in secretly. Once the fight starts, I'll help at the side. Lan Ling said. Ah? You're here? You're alone? After Yang Ming heard Lan Ling's words, he was shocked. At the same time, he was touched. Lan Miao Village didn't agree to Lan Ling's proposal, but Lan Ling came to abnormal Miao Village by herself. I'm alone. I've said it before. I want to fight with you. Lan Ling said firmly. Good. Let's fight together. After listening to Lan Ling's words, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Yes, the two of them met here, and in the end, they came back here. It started here and ended here. Let's fight side by side and eliminate Elder Yu. How's the situation on your side? There's no news on my side for now. It seems that abnormal Miao Village is celebrating? Is it because they're celebrating that they caught you? Lan Ling asked. I'm not sure about this. It should be so. But Elder Yu is eating now. After he finishes eating, I'll inform you immediately, said Yang Ming. Okay, I'll wait for your news here. Lan Ling nodded. Yang Ming hung up the phone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, he didn't want Lan Ling to participate, but Lan Ling was already here. Yang Ming also knew Lan Ling's character. It was absolutely impossible for her to go back, so he could only let her participate. What's wrong? Look at you frowning. You don't want your little lover to take the risk? Xianxia saw Yang Ming's appearance and felt a burst of anger in her heart for no reason. Lan Ling. She should have waited for Lan Miao village to be confident before attacking together with them. She shouldn't have come here alone. Yang Ming nodded and said, she is different from us. We don't have the confidence, but this is our mission, our duty. But she's different. There's no need for her to get involved. Are you worried about her? Xianxia snorted. Why? Are you jealous? Yang Ming looked at Xiaoxua's appearance and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Both of them were locked in a cage at the same time. This reminded Yang Ming of the time when both of them were locked in the Wang family's base at the same time. That time, both of them were also like this. Other than bickering, all they did was bicker. How am I? Why would I be jealous of you? Xiaoxua snorted and asked. Actually, I care about you too. Previously, when everyone fainted, the first person I saved was you. Yang Ming shrugged and explained. Helplessly. You value your lover over your friends. Xiaoxua gave Yang Ming an evaluation. Huh? Yang Ming widened his eyes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did I become someone who values his lover over his friends again? He was obviously comforting her, but in the end, he got such an evaluation in return. Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu were all covering their mouths and laughing at the side. Seeing the two of them, the originally tense atmosphere eased a lot. What are you quacking for? Are you a duck? Quack, quack. Xiaoxua stared at Yang Ming. Ahem, ahem. Yang Ming coughed awkwardly, pretend that I didn't say anything. After Elder Yu had his fill, he and Leader Ku walked towards the mutated Miao village's prison. Are they all poisoned by your goo? Elder Yu frowned and asked. Yes, they are all poisoned by my goo. Even if they wake up now, they will be completely powerless. After a while, they will become paralyzed and will never be able to get up again. Leader Ku said proudly. What a pity. I wanted to use them as test subjects and capture them to study the goo poison. Elder Yu sighed, forget it. These are just a few useless people. It's fine to capture them. What kind of goo did you use? Can I undo it? It's a type of goo poison that can make people lose their strength. It's a beginner advanced goo technique. For Elder Yu, it shouldn't be a problem. Leader Ku said. Oh, that's easy. I'll deal with it when I get back. Yang Ming and the others can't be killed yet. Since we captured them alive, we'll keep them in our hands and use them as bargaining chips with the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and Blue Miao Village. Elder Yu was very happy to have captured Yang Ming and the others alive. In his opinion, Yang Ming was the son-in-law of Blue Miao Village. When the time comes to threaten Blue Miao Village with Yang Ming, Blue Miao Village would definitely have some scruples. The others would be the same. With them here, Xiao Bingbao wouldn't dare to send people to act rashly. This way, Elder Yu could concentrate on his cultivation until the Jin Gengu was refined. By then, he would be invulnerable and would not be afraid of anyone. Elder Yu, this way please. They are locked in the cell over there. Leader Ku pointed to the largest cell and said to Elder Yu. At this time, Yang Ming saw the conversation between Elder Yu and Leader Ku. He didn't miss a single word. Yang Ming also quickly thought of the most reliable plan. Elder Yu, this time, just wants to bring us back, not kill us all. Yang Ming quickly conveyed Elder Yu's message to the rest of his teammates. Elder Yu's meaning is to use us as a bargaining chip to threaten Lan Miao Village and Captain Xia so that both parties won't act rashly. Moreover, we can also be used to test his voodoo. Oh? In other words, this time, our lives won't be in danger? Lu Yezi asked. Yes, our lives won't be in danger, so even if we aren't an opponent, we shouldn't have an attitude of death. If we aren't an opponent, we should just surrender. By then, it won't be too late to think of a solution. Yang Ming nodded and said, as long as we don't die, there will always be a chance. That's true. But for Lan Ling's side, shouldn't you tell her? Xianxia asked. I'll call Lan Ling now. Yang Ming nodded and dialed Lan Ling's phone. Yang Ming, how is it? Has Elder Yu started to act? Lan Ling asked after picking up the phone. Oh. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. It seems that I don't have to fight so hard. At least, even if I can't win, I won't die. Lan Ling was relieved, but there was one thing that Lan Ling didn't say. Even if she was caught by Elder Yu, she would be with Yang Ming. As long as she was with Yang Ming, she would be happy. Well, it's good that you can think like this. Yang Ming was also relieved. Yang Ming was also afraid that Lan Ling would fight with Elder Yu. If a tragedy happened, Yang Ming didn't know what to do. I have now sneaked into the vicinity of the prison of Abnormal Meow Village. There are very few guards here. I have already hidden behind the prison, said Lan Ling. The prison of Abnormal Meow Village was located at the edge of the village, and it was made of solid reinforced concrete, so there was no need to worry about anyone escaping. It was normal that there were no guards here. This made it convenient for Lan Ling to come here and hide without any hindrance. Elder Yu is already here. In a while, I will prepare to launch a sneak attack. If the sneak attack is successful, you quickly come to the side and be ready to help. My people will continue to attack him when I launch the sneak attack. Yang Ming divided the work in a few words. But once it fails, you don't have to come out for the time being. Wait for the opportunity to move. There is only one chance to launch a sneak attack. Once Elder Yu is vigilant, it won't be so easy. That's right. Elder Yu is now practicing the sinister voodoo. Although it is an incomplete version of the Jin Gang voodoo and has not reached the state of invulnerability at any time, as long as he is vigilant and uses the sinister voodoo, he will be in an invincible state during that period of time. Only the Herculean voodoo can break it. Lan Ling also said solemnly. I know. I will seize this opportunity. As for what Lan Ling said about Elder Yu, Yang Ming had heard about it before. At this time, Lan Ling said it to remind him not to act rashly. If he continued to fight with Elder Yu, Yang Ming couldn't afford to fight, especially when Elder Yu had the sinister voodoo. How could he fight? Therefore, the only way was to end the battle quickly. There was no other way. At this moment, Elder Yu, stockade leader Ku, and Brother Wan had already walked to the door of the prison cell. Yang Ming hurriedly said in a low voice, let's stop talking and start preparing. All right. Lan Ling hung up the phone. On Yang Ming's side, he bit his finger without hesitation and sent the blood into the mouths of every member. At this time, the sound of the door opening came from outside the cell. Click. The lock on the cell door was unlocked. Elder Yu was about to open the door and walk in, but a subordinate brought by Elder Yu beat him to it. Elder Yu, let me go and take a look first. This Yang Ming is very cunning. It would be bad if he launched a sneak attack. Although Elder Yu is not necessarily afraid of him, let me do it for you. All right. Elder Yu nodded. He thought, Yang Ming, this kid, is really hard to say. What if he sneak attacks me? Stockade leader Ku was also shocked. He thought to himself, Yang Ming won't pretend to faint again, right? Previously, Yang Ming pretended to faint to trick him, which made him feel a little scared. Now, he thought, would Yang Ming do it again? Didn't Yang Ming want to deal with Elder Yu? Thinking of Yang Ming's interrogation of Elder Yu's whereabouts, stockade leader Ku felt that his guess was quite reasonable. As long as Yang Ming pretended to faint and came to mutated Meow Village with him, then waited here for Elder Yu to come to him, wouldn't he be able to see Elder Yu? Thinking of this, stockade leader Ku felt that it was more possible. If not, why would Yang Ming unseal all his acupuncture points? How could there be such a coincidence? With Yang Ming's cunning mind, how could he make such a careless mistake? Cold sweat appeared on stockade leader Ku's forehead, but then he thought, how could Yang Ming be so sure that Elder Yu would definitely come to him? How could he be so sure that he wouldn't directly kill Yang Ming and the others? He didn't know that Yang Ming had been paying attention to his conversation with Elder Yu. If Elder Yu didn't come, Stockade Leader Ku would kill Yang Ming first. Then, Yang Ming would open the door lock first and rush out with his people to kill Stockade Leader Ku first. Although the door lock was strong, it wasn't difficult for Yang Ming to open it, so it wasn't a problem. Stockade Leader Ku wanted to remind Elder Yu, but when he saw Elder Yu's subordinates, he closed his mouth. What else could he say? Anyway, he had already captured Yang Ming and brought him here. Here, he was officially handed over to Elder Yu. If there were any problems, it wouldn't be his fault. That was Elder Yu's own problem, so what did it have to do with him? Elder Yu's subordinates opened the door of the cell. There was no sneak attack as expected, but there was silence. Yang Ming had already seen that it was Elder Yu's subordinates who opened the door, and not Elder Yu himself. So, he didn't have any thoughts of getting up to attack. He was like the rest of the team members, sitting on the ground, listlessly looking up at the door of the cell. Huh? It really is Yang Ming. Seeing Yang Ming sitting on the ground in the cell, Elder Yu finally nodded. This person was really Yang Ming. Elder Yu? Yang Ming looked at Elder Yu and asked listlessly. Haha, Yang Ming, we finally meet, but I didn't expect that it would be under such circumstances. Elder Yu laughed and walked into the cell. Seeing that Yang Ming was reduced to a prisoner, he suddenly had an indescribable sense of refreshment. Yawn. Yang Ming yawned and said listlessly, Yes, we meet again, what do you want? Go back with me, I won't kill you. I just need some people to test the poison, you guys are just right. Elder Yu said lightly, tie them up and bring them back. Yes. The subordinates nodded. I'll help. Stockade Leader Ku and Brother Wan also quickly said. Elder Yu turned around and was about to walk out of the cell. However, at this moment, Yang Ming, who was originally listless, suddenly moved. Yang Ming jumped up. He was no longer as dispirited as before. He was like a tiger that wanted to hunt its prey. He suddenly leaped toward Elder Yu's back. In this short period of time, Yang Ming also had a dagger in his hand. His left hand formed a fist, and his right hand held the dagger. Yang Ming made two preparations. He was afraid that he couldn't kill Elder Yu in one hit, so he wanted to attack Elder Yu from multiple directions and kill him. Elder Yu, be careful. Stockade Leader Ku and Elder Yu's subordinates shouted at the same time, but their shouts were too late, they couldn't catch up with Yang Ming's speed. Although the speed of sound was theoretically far faster than the speed of a person's movement, it took a certain amount of time for a person to react and speak. In this short time, Yang Ming had already arrived behind Elder Yu. Yang Ming didn't care whether Elder Yu's underlings saw it or not. What he wanted to do was to deliver a fatal blow. As long as Elder Yu was injured or disabled, then everyone would attack together. With Lan Ling's help, they would have the confidence to kill him in one fell swoop. However, Yang Ming's plan was good, but the situation might not develop in the direction that Yang Ming expected. There was a good saying, man proposes, God disposes. No matter how good Yang Ming was at scheming, this time, he could only admit defeat. Bang! Gotcha! There were two sounds. The first sound was the sound of Yang Ming's fist hitting Elder Yu's back. This was the sound of a solid punch. As an assassin, he had made such an overbearing punch. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be killed by Yang Ming. In Yang Ming's opinion, Elder Yu would definitely die if he suffered such a blow. However, Yang Ming was still not at ease, so the next knife cut on Elder Yu's neck. But this time an accident happened. Yang Ming used all his strength, but the dagger still did not pierce Elder Yu's neck. Instead, it broke with a gotcha sound. Ah! Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. His figure quickly retreated, and he thought that it was not good. This situation only explained one problem. That was, Elder Yu was already alert and made a corresponding defense. He should have used sinister voodoo and become invulnerable. Therefore, his previous punch was very likely to be in vain. It had no effect on Elder Yu at all. However, although Yang Ming retreated in a hurry, his chest was still hit by Elder Yu's fierce punch. Although Elder Yu did not know any martial arts, at this moment, his fist was like an iron fist. Yang Ming retreated with all his strength without any defense. The consequences of this punch could be imagined. Puff. Yang Ming, who had retreated to the foot of the wall behind him, spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Elder Yu in shock. Ha 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 ha. Elder Yu turned around and laughed wildly at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, how is it? Is it cool? The sneak attack failed, and you got beaten instead. This taste is very cool, right? Humph. Yang Ming frowned and did not answer. However, in his heart, he was indeed very depressed. For a long time, Yang Ming had been doing things smoothly and dealing with enemies. There were almost no major setbacks. Along the way, Yang Ming had developed strong self-confidence. Whether it was facing the private armed forces in Island X or facing the steel monster Jetson in Europe, Yang Ming was full of confidence. In the end, he completed the mission safely. But this time, Yang Ming failed. Elder Yu did not succeed in his sneak attack. Not only that, but Yang Ming was also punched by Elder Yu. Although the injury was not very serious, Yang Ming felt uncomfortable. In his heart. After all this, his plan still failed. Isn't it strange that I found out about your sneak attack and used sinister voodoo in advance? You know, my sinister voodoo's charging time is 60 seconds, but I was prepared in advance. Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming proudly. Yang Ming, this time, when we fought, you lost at the beginning. I have to say, Elder Yu, I underestimated you. Since the sneak attack failed, Yang Ming could only recognize the reality. However, Elder Yu's sinister voodoo also had a time limit. It was impossible to keep it on him. Although Yang Ming did not know how long this time was, Lan Ling should know that as long as he delayed long enough to lure Lan Ling out to deal with Elder Yu, he still had a chance to turn the tables. Yeah, I have to say, Yang Ming, I overestimated you. You have disappointed me. Elder Yu said faintly, you were caught on the first day in Miaojiang. You are considered powerful enough. I was caught on purpose. I wanted to lure you out and then sneak attack you. Yang Ming glanced at Stockade Master Ku and said frankly, at least, he can't catch me. So that's how it is. I was wondering, how could he catch you with his insignificant skills? Elder Yu nodded. His heart felt a lot better. So it was Yang Ming who took the initiative to capture them. Then it was not Fort Leader Ku's credit. Yes, his voodoo skills are not enough to deal with me, Yang Ming nodded and said. He was trying to delay as much time as possible. Stockade Master Ku's face was a little ugly. He did not expect Yang Ming to admit this in public. If that was the case, could Elder Yu still fulfill his promise? Thinking of this, Stockade Master Ku could not help but ask, Elder Yu. Anyway, I brought Yang Ming here, I should be credited. Don't worry, I will not mistreat you. I will still agree to the conditions I told you before. Just don't take credit for yourself in the future. If you want to deal with Yang Ming, you are still too far away. Elder Yu said this to show that he was superior. It was impossible for Stockade Master Ku to deal with Yang Ming, but he, Elder Yu, saw through Yang Ming's plan and injured Yang Ming. How did you know that I was going to sneak attack you? Yang Ming was very grateful to Master Ku. You are such a good person. Not only did you recommend me to Elder Yu, but you were also stalling for time for me. No matter whether I succeed or not this time, it is all because of your contribution. Yang Ming was very grateful to Master Ku. Humph, why don't you think about what I do? I can tell at a glance whether you are poisoned with voodoo or not. Although all of you look listless, I can't see what kind of voodoo you are poisoned with. Other than the voodoo from Blue Meow Village in your body, there are no other voodoo poisons. Elder Yu sneered and said, what does this mean? You are not poisoned with voodoo, but you are still pretending to be listless. There must be a problem, so I did not expose you. I wanted to see what kind of tricks you were going to play, but I secretly used the voodoo to protect myself. So there is a problem, right? You even sneak attacked me? Does it feel good to fail? I see, I neglected this point. Yang Ming sighed that he was still inexperienced and did not understand these voodoo things. It turned out that whether a person was poisoned with voodoo or not, it was impossible to hide in front of these powerful people. It could not be deceived. Unless it is that kind of top-level voodoo, I can't see it. But this kind of top-level voodoo, I know that it is my Jin Gang voodoo. Stockade Master Ku obviously does not know this kind of high-level voodoo, so there is only one answer. You are not poisoned with voodoo, or it has been removed. Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming and said word by word. After listening to Elder Yu's words, Yang Ming understood. It turned out to be like this. No wonder he prepared in advance. It turned out that he already knew that I and the others were not poisoned by voodoo. Elder Yu was a person who was proficient in this. No matter how well Yang Ming pretended, he was still a little weak in front of Elder Yu. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "It turned out to be like this. I admit defeat. I didn't consider this point. It was my negligence. So, Yang Ming, you are a failure as a person." Elder Yu laughed. "With your level, in fact, I didn't treat you as an opponent from the beginning. But out of fear, I still set up some small obstacles for you. I didn't expect that these obstacles would actually make you stronger and braver. This is where I failed." Elder Yu laughed out loud. "Oh?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. As the saying goes, adversity breeds talent. If I hadn't been so meddlesome and created so much trouble for you, allowing you to live a smooth life, perhaps you wouldn't have grown up, and you wouldn't be standing against me today. Elder Yu said, "I didn't expect the relationship between you and Lan Ling to be so solid. You didn't break up because of me. I'm impressed." "Because of you? When did you want to break us up?" Yang Ming was stunned and asked. "When you first came to Yunnan, I noticed you." Elder Yu said faintly, "Lan Ling's sixth sense is very strong, but didn't she tell you? The people with the orthodox bloodline of Lan Miao village all have the ability of sixth sense. My sixth sense is also very accurate." "Oh?" Yang Ming was a little surprised after listening to Elder Yu's words. "You actually have a sixth sense? So, when I first came to Yunnan, you thought that I would pose a threat to you. Is that so?" "That's right." Elder Yu nodded and said, "When I first saw you, I thought that you would become my stumbling block, so I didn't want you to participate in the dispute of Lan Miao village. At that time I set up a little plan, but I didn't expect the result to be very surprising." "What little trick?" Yang Ming asked calmly. However, what made Yang Ming somewhat puzzled was that Elder Yu was actually talking to him here. It seemed that Elder Yu had a lot of things to say to his opponent. But on the other hand, wasn't Elder Yu afraid that his sinister voodoo would fail when the time was up? At that time, if he made a move, what would he use to defend himself? "The plan is very simple. I have always had a partner. He is a godly thief." Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming and said faintly, "I asked him to help me steal something from you and hide it." "That piece of jade." Yang Ming suddenly remembered what he had lost in the past. "Yes, it's that piece of jade. That piece of jade is quite valuable. I asked that person to steal it and hide it in your room." Elder Yu said, "At that time, there were only you and Lan Ling in the room. If you didn't hide it, then it should be Lan Ling who hid it." You mean, you want me to misunderstand that Lan Ling is a greedy woman, and then cut off all contact with her? Is that so?" Yang Ming asked with a smile, "But, why don't you think that I will think that the hotel waiter stole the jade, but he didn't have a place to store it temporarily, so he put it in the room temporarily and waited for us to leave before taking it away. That piece of jade was placed in Zhang Bin's room. If the waiter stole it, he might hide it in Zhang Bin's room, but how could he take it out and hide it in your room? It's completely illogical. Does it make sense for him to do this?" "I don't think you are stupid enough to guess that the waiter did it, right?" said Elder Yu. "And then?" Yang Ming smiled. "Yes, he didn't suspect that the waiter did it because that person wasn't a waiter. Then, the only people who could enter Zhang Bing's room without any hindrance were you and Lan Ling. The jade stone appeared in your and Lan Ling's room. If you weren't stupid and were good at reasoning, you should be able to guess that the person who stole the jade stone was Lan Ling." Elder Yu said, "Unfortunately, you didn't find that piece of jade. The subsequent plan can only be put on hold, but I don't understand. Why didn't you conduct a large-scale search at the beginning? Instead, you let this matter go. At that time, you were a person who didn't have much money. That piece of jade was priceless. How could you give it up?" "Oh, you don't understand?" Yang Ming smiled faintly. "I will slowly solve your doubts, but you better tell me first. Who is your partner? Is it the behind-the-scenes boss who often deals with me?" Behind-the-scenes boss? You can call him that. As for who he is, I don't want to tell you for the time being. When Elder Yu said this, he couldn't help but laugh. This is a secret, a big secret, but I don't want to tell you yet. Once I tell you, you will be very shocked. For so long, you have been played in the palm of someone's hand. Really? Unfortunately, I probably already know who that person is, but I'm not sure. But now that you said it, I can be sure. Yang Ming said with a smile. Don't try to trick me. It's useless. If you know, just say it yourself. If you are right, I will never deny it. Elder Yu thought that Yang Ming was just trying to trick him. He didn't believe that Yang Ming would keep this person and not eliminate him if he knew who this person was. Well, let's talk about the reason why I didn't suspect Lan Ling first. Yang Ming nodded and said, first of all, Lan Ling is my woman. I believe in her. What kind of reason is this? Aren't you too blindly confident? Elder Yu was stunned and said, just because of this? You know, if you are too confident, you will be blinded. Many women are very materialistic. Haven't you heard that song? What is that fungus song? D*MN. Yang Ming suddenly felt a little dizzy. He didn't expect Elder Yu to know this. What's wrong? Are you not confident? Elder Yu laughed and asked. Of course not. What I said before was the first point. There are more. I will analyze it for you bit by bit. Yang Ming waved his hand and continued, the second point is very important. When I found this jade, I promised Lan Ling that I would use this jade to carve a jade pendant for her. If you are not a fool, you should know that I wanted to give Lan Ling something, but she still stole it. Isn't that crazy? Do you think Lan Ling will do such a stupid thing? If she wants it, she can ask me. Will I not give it to her? It turns out that there is such a thing. You are quite generous. You just met your girlfriend for a few days, and you gave her a piece of jade. It is my mistake. Elder Yu nodded. But since this is the case, you wanted to give this jade to Lan Ling. Why didn't you look for it? This kind of gift that you want to give to your girlfriend should be very important, right? But you lost it just like that. That's not normal at all. You also noticed that it is abnormal? Yang Ming smiled and said, it is normal that it is abnormal. If it is normal, it would be strange. Oh? Why do you say that? Elder Yu was a little upset that Yang Ming kept him in suspense. Because, I have already found where the jade is hidden. Yang Ming said faintly, it's just that I didn't take it out. You have found where the jade is? How is it possible? Elder Yu was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. First of all, I saw a familiar figure in that hotel. At that time, he was a waiter. The association knew about his professional identity. I guessed that this piece of jade was stolen by him. He stole this piece of jade without anyone noticing and put it in my room. I am afraid that he is the only one who can do this under my nose. Yang Ming said, secondly, I know that someone wants to target me, or rather, target Lan Ling. I don't want others to worry about me, and I don't want Lan Ling to worry because of this matter, so I simply gave up on that piece of jade. I didn't expect it. Yang Ming, you are a very patient person. At that time you were not very outstanding, but you had this kind of forbearance. It is not a coincidence that you can become my biggest enemy. Elder Yu sighed. Yang Ming's expression changed. Next, let's talk about the person who stole that piece of jade. If I guessed correctly, that person is my senior fellow apprentice, Dong Jun, right? Yang Ming looked at Elder Yu and said word by word. What? Elder Yu was taken aback. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief and said in surprise, you know all about it? Yes, I know. Yang Ming nodded. It seems that I guessed right? I said that if you guessed it, then I will never deny it. Elder Yu nodded and said, that's right. It is indeed him. You guessed right. Since you guessed it, there's no point in me continuing to hide it, because I'm just in a cooperative relationship with him. Besides, his repeated failures in his plans have made me lose patience with him. However, it's a pity that even if you're sure, you won't be able to verify it with him. Because this time, you won't be able to return. Are you so sure that I will definitely lose to you and won't have a chance to return to Songjiang City? Yang Ming asked. It's useless to say anything. We will see when the time comes. Elder Yu said with a smile, so, you tell me first. Why do you doubt your senior fellow apprentice? As far as I know, your senior fellow apprentice is a low-key person, right? In the beginning, in the hotel in Yunnan, I saw a waiter and felt that his figure was very similar to him. However, in this world, there are more than one or two similar people. There are simply too many of them. Even celebrities can be found with the same face, let alone my senior fellow apprentice. So I only suspected it for a moment, and then I let it go. However, after this incident, many other things happened. These things were linked together, which made me lock my suspicion on my senior fellow apprentice, Dong Jun. Yang Ming had kept these secrets in his heart for a long time. At this time, he got confirmation from Elder Yu, so he said it all one by one. These things were not secrets, and Elder Yu was also an insider. The most important thing was that Yang Ming could rely on the analysis and memory of these things to achieve the purpose of delaying time. Since he didn't know how long Elder Yu's sinister voodoo could last, he could delay as much as possible to create a good opportunity for Lan Ling. Really? You can actually suspect him. It's really not simple. Then tell me, how did you suspect him? Elder Yu asked curiously. As you said, my senior fellow apprentice, Dong Jun, is a low-key person. As the number one thief, he gave all the stolen money to poor people. This is very commendable. In the eyes of my master and I, he has always been a selfless person. Yang Ming said, however, there were several things that changed my view of him. The first time, he drove a limited edition sports car. I can't remember exactly what type of car it was because I didn't care much about sports cars and things like that. However, such a person with no selfish desires actually drove a limited edition sports car. Is this normal? This shows that he still has selfish desires. Once he has selfish desires, then he will be greedy. This greed is magnified to a certain extent, and he will do something that harms the interests of others. Oh? Sports car? Elder Yu was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be able to see a person's character from such a small detail. This doesn't mean anything, right? Maybe he has a hobby in this area? Forget about one or two things. There are many such things. Yang Ming smiled and continued, for example, there was another time when I went to the hospital for something, but Dong Jun told me that he knew the doctors in the hospital and was very familiar with them. He also told me that he had a lot of acquaintances in Songjiang City. A great philanthropist who does good deeds without leaving a name. How does he know people from all walks of life? If it is not a deliberate operation, what is the explanation? These things are not consistent with the character he created himself. At first, he gave me the impression that he was a good person who stood aloof from worldly affairs. He was a great philanthropist who did good deeds without leaving a name, did not fight for fame and fortune. But according to my observation, the fact is the opposite. He is a very greedy person who values interpersonal relationships very much. Sure enough, you are worthy of being the direct disciple of the King of Assassins. This analytical ability is also first class. You can actually analyze this person's character. Elder Yu couldn't help but admire, yes, even if he is a hypocritical person, then why do you suspect that he is the behind-the-scenes boss and wants to deal with you? You know, a hypocritical character and him wanting to deal with you have nothing to do with it, right? No, you are wrong. There is naturally a relationship between this, and it has a lot to do with it. Yang Ming said faintly, as the direct disciple of the King of Assassins, Fan Tian, I have a posture of inheriting the mantle and surpassing him, which makes him instinctively feel threatened. I think this is the fundamental reason why he wants to deal with me. Amazing. Elder Yu clapped his hands in appreciation. If you can be my military advisor with your analytical ability, it will really make me like a tiger that has grown wings. Yang Ming, I can't even bear to deal with you. You are really a talent. Not only are you good at martial arts, but your IQ is also not low. From a silly young man who could be tricked by his classmates at any time, you have become such a mature, cunning, and dangerous character. You are really not simple, not simple. You flatter me. Some things are forced. I have to thank you, my opponents, for my growth. Yang Ming said modestly, you have already said before. If you didn't give me so much pressure, I wouldn't be able to grow so quickly. Continue. I am very interested in what you said. Elder Yu nodded and motioned for Yang Ming to continue. Well, since this is the case, then I will continue to talk about it. Yang Ming nodded and continued, if I didn't appear, he might inherit Feng Tian's legacy and become the new generation of King of Assassins. But unfortunately, I appeared, and his hope was completely shattered. I'm afraid this is the beginning of his resentment against me in his heart. Otherwise, why would he want to deal with me when I have no enmity with him? It is because I snatched his position. Although my master, Feng Tian, once said that his body was defective and not suitable for practicing martial arts, I think these are just excuses because my master had already seen through Dong Jun's character, so he didn't pass on his skills to Dong Jun. It turns out to be like this. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have known why he only learned light kung fu and became a godly thief, but he didn't know any assassination skills. Now that you said it, I understand a little. Elder Yu nodded. No wonder, but his body is defective. It's impossible for him to learn lightness skills and not learn other skills. Since he has learned lightness skills, his assassination skills are not much worse. I'm afraid that what you said is true. He was suspected by your master. Yes, and I also suspect that the reason why my master stayed in prison for so long was also Dong Jun's masterpiece. Yang Ming said, with my master's skill, it is easy to get out. With his connections, it is also easy to prove his innocence, but why didn't he do that? As for Dong Jun also said that he has many acquaintances in Songjiang City. I, a student, can find someone to prove my master's innocence. Can Dong Jun not do it? Obviously, it is impossible. So, the only explanation is that he didn't do it. The reason why he locked my master, Feng Tian, was to prevent my master from contacting too many outstanding talents. In the end, he could only pass on his legacy to Dong Jun. Dong Jun's with me. Elder Yu nodded. All of this makes sense. I became Feng Tian's disciple. In this way, I became Feng Tian's disciple. In our assassin world, the senior apprentice brothers of the same generation are not ranked according to seniority, but according to strength. If I am not as good as him, he can still inherit the legacy of the King of Assassins in the future as the senior apprentice brother. But I am stronger than him. I surpassed him. Not only can he not be my senior apprentice brother, but he also has to call me senior apprentice brother. Although I didn't care about this and have always called him senior apprentice brother, one day, when I become the real King of Assassins, he can only be my junior apprentice brother. I think these are the reasons why he is not convinced. Yang Ming continued, of course, there are some small things that let me confirm that the person who wants to deal with me is him. Once, I took Chen Mengyan to buy cigarettes and alcohol, and a thief came to steal. Later, I found out that the thief's boss was my senior apprentice brother. There was also that jewelry exhibition. I think it should be my senior apprentice brother who embezzled. Only he has that kind of ability. There are a lot of these things. They seem to be coincidental, but in fact, there are some subtle connections. Sure enough, I admire you. No wonder the people I sent lost in your hands. Yun Guangdou, those wastes, are not your opponents. Elder Yu nodded and said, you are really good at scheming. Is there anything else you want to say to me? Anything else? Yang Ming couldn't help but frown after listening to Elder Yu's words. Is there anything else to say? Yang Ming had been delaying time, so he said some of his own thoughts in detail, but after listening to Elder Yu's words, Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. It seems that Elder Yu is also delaying time? Why is this? It was reasonable to say that after Elder Yu activated the sinister voodoo, there was a time limit. The longer the time was delayed, the more disadvantageous it was for him. Once the sinister voodoo lost its effect, then Yang Ming and others could join forces to kill Elder Yu completely. However, Elder Yu didn't seem to have this concern. Instead, he had been listening to Yang Ming's analysis with interest. It was fine if he was interested, but now that Yang Ming had finished talking, he still asked Yang Ming if he had anything else to say. This made Yang Ming have some doubts. Yeah, you can continue to tell me about the grievances between you and Dong Jun. Maybe you won't have a chance to talk about it in the future. Elder Yu nodded and said. Are you delaying time? Yang Ming suddenly asked tentatively. Aren't you delaying time as well? Elder Yu smiled. I can see that you are delaying time. Am I not trying my best to cooperate with you delaying time? You are delaying time? What do you want to do? Yang Ming felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have been fooled in a shocking way. What do you want to do by delaying time? Naturally, I want to do the same thing by delaying time. Elder Yu smiled and said, our thoughts are actually the same. You want to kill me, and I want to catch you. Do you still need to ask this? But, isn't there a time limit for your sinister voodoo? I am delaying time because I am waiting for the moment when the sinister voodoo loses its effect. Yang Ming did not avoid it at this time. Since Elder Yu was so frank, then Yang Ming also directly said his purpose. Yeah, there is indeed a time limit, but that is only after the sinister voodoo is fully activated, then there is a time limit. Elder Yu suddenly laughed after listening. What do you mean? Yang Ming's face suddenly changed. He looked at Elder Yu, who was laughing, and thought that it was not good. Since Elder Yu could say it at this moment, it also showed that Elder Yu didn't need to hide anymore. In other words, there was no need to delay anymore. It takes a long time to activate the sinister voodoo. Previously, I only activated a part of it to make my back and upper body invulnerable. However, I haven't activated it on my chest and legs. Now, do you know why I want to delay the time? Ha 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 ha. Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming and laughed wildly. Yang Ming, you are still too inexperienced. No wonder your senior brother always wanted to scheme against you. If you showed that you were smart and strong enough, then obviously, even if he had that intention, he wouldn't dare to put it into action. However, now it seems that you are still lacking. I have to say that it is normal for you to lose to me. Heh. Yang Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. It turned out that he had been trying to delay the time, but Elder Yu just happened to grasp this mentality. He made Yang Ming delay the time like a fool, but it happened to help Elder Yu. Alright, Lan Ling, why don't you come out too? You have been waiting at the side for so long. You should be anxious, right? If you have any skills, just use them. Of course, it's fine if you don't come out. I will capture your sweetheart. Ha 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 ha. Elder Yu suddenly said loudly. Yang Ming suddenly frowned. He didn't expect Elder Yu to be able to discover Lan Ling's existence. This made Yang Ming frown. If Lan Ling came out at this time, she would definitely lose. So, he quickly said, what are you talking about? What Lan Ling is here? Why is Lan Ling here? If I guessed correctly, she should be in Lan Miao village now to figure out how to deal with you, right? Who are you talking to? Yang Ming's hint was actually for Lan Ling to hear. He meant that since Elder Yu had activated the sinister voodoo, then there was no need for him to come out and take risks because he would not be Elder Yu's opponent even if he came out again. Yang Ming, oh Yang Ming, what do you want me to say to you? TSK. Elder Yu's mouth made two mocking sounds. You want to hint to her not to come out, right? Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You think that since I've activated the wicked voodoo, Lan Ling is no match for me. You don't want her to make unnecessary sacrifices, right? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Yang Ming frowned and defended himself, but he was getting more and more confused in his heart. Could it be that Elder Yu is not guessing, but there is really any definite evidence to prove that Lan Ling is nearby? Otherwise, why would he speak so confidently, as if he had seen Lan Ling with his own eyes? Ha 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 ha, Lan Ling, are you still not coming out? It's fine if you don't come out. I'll take Yang Ming away as a test subject. I'm afraid you won't be able to see Yang Ming in your life. Wahahaha. Elder Yu laughed. Lan Ling isn't here at all. Yang Ming still insisted, what are you talking about? Haha, you can't stop laughing. Are you crazy? Are you retarded? Yang Ming, you really didn't watch Saint Seiya when you were young, right? There is a good saying that the same trick is useless against Saint Seiya, but you made the same mistake twice. Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming in disdain and said, I have told you before that I'm proficient in voodoo, which is voodoo. Moreover, as the Elder Yu of Lan Miao Village, I'm very familiar with the aura of Lan Miao Village. Every member of Lan Miao Village has a unique aura that can't be hidden from me. There is an aura that I'm familiar with nearby. And this aura, I can conclude that it is your little girlfriend, my former miss, Lan Ling. So that's the case. Yang Ming listened to Elder Yu's explanation and smiled bitterly. Well, since you know, why are you still lying to me? Why don't you just say it directly? If I say it directly, how can I let you talk nonsense with me? Elder Yu blinked and smiled at Yang Ming. What do you mean? Yang Ming was shocked. He seemed to have made another low-level mistake. Nothing. What I mean is that my sinister voodoo hasn't been fully activated just now. I just said it in haste, so I lied to you and said that it has been fully activated. Elder Yu said, that's why I'm anxious. In fact, I haven't completed the activation yet, so I talked a little more nonsense with you and aroused your curiosity. Then, we talked about Lan Ling. After a while, it's now. My sinister voodoo is truly activated. Elder Yu, I'm here. Aren't you looking for me? Yang Ming wanted to say something, but Lan Ling's clear voice came from outside the cell. Yang Ming sighed in his heart. I missed the best opportunity. I'm really a big idiot. I'm simply a fool who was led by the nose by Elder Yu. In the past, the person who did this was Yang Ming. It had always been Yang Ming who led others by the nose and deceived others, but this time, Lan Ling couldn't help it. Whether Elder Yu really activated the sinister voodoo this time or not, she couldn't wait anymore. What if Elder Yu was still stalling for time? So Lan Ling resolutely chose to stand up. No matter what, she had to try. If she won, it would naturally be good. If she lost, it would be wonderful to be with Yang Ming. Since Lan Ling chose to come out, she didn't think of going back. Going through life and death with Yang Ming was the ultimate meaning of the voodoo. Haha, little Lan Ling, how have you been? Elder Yu turned to look at Lan Ling and nodded with a smile. If Yang Ming didn't know that Elder Yu and Lan Miao Village were life and death enemies, he would even think that he was a kind elder to Lan Ling. At this moment, he spoke to Lan Ling in the tone of an elder. There was no trace of hostility. Yeah, Elder Yu, how have you been? Lan Ling still remembers the scene when Elder Yu took Lan Ling to the mountain to pick herbs when I was young. It can be said that Lan Ling's first teachers were you and Grandpa Zhua. So, in Lan Ling's heart, I still respect Elder Yu very much. As Lan Ling said this, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. It is said that desire is endless. I didn't expect that Elder Yu would violate the ancestral teachings and steal the secret book of Jin Gang Voodoo to prepare for the trial. So, Lan Ling has to be your enemy. Hee, Lan Miao Village. If I cultivate the Jin Gang Voodoo, I will be the most powerful person in Miaojiang. Why should I be under others? Elder Yu shook his head. I also want to be the village leader. After listening to Elder Yu's words, Lan Ling suddenly became silent. Elder Yu was a person with a desire for power and ambition. He was unwilling to submit to others. This was different from Elder Zhua and the deputy chief. Elder Zhua was a sentimental person. He stood aloof from worldly affairs and had no children. He treated Lan Ling like his own granddaughter. The deputy chief was devoted to the public. He had no feelings whether it was public or private. As long as it was good for Lan Miao Village, even if he had to sacrifice himself, he was willing to do it. Elder Yu was the opposite of these two people. He was ambitious and selfish. As long as he could dominate Miaojiang, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself to refine sinister voodoo. This was the biggest difference between these people. Lan Ling also knew that she could not persuade Elder Yu to change anything. Elder Yu, Lan Ling has offended you. Let me try your sinister voodoo. Lan Ling took a deep breath and looked at Elder Yu seriously. Hee, just in time. I also want to see if you have improved in these few years. Elder Yu nodded and said. As Lan Ling said, she waved her hands. Apparently, she used some kind of powerful voodoo. Although Yang Ming did not understand, he knew that she had begun to compete with Elder Yu by looking at her dignified expression. Yang Ming could not help in this kind of thing. He could only stand aside and watch silently. He hoped to give Elder Yu a fatal blow when he was careless. Although Yang Ming also knew that the effect would be small, because Elder Yu had completely activated sinister voodoo and became invulnerable. Yang Ming's attack might not cause any trouble to him, but it would be enough to distract him. Lan Ling moved, and so did Elder Yu. Both of them waved their hands and made strange gestures. Although the two of them could not see the actual confrontation, seeing the two of them constantly changing gestures, they must have fought a few rounds. Among all the people present, only Fort Master Ku and Brother Wan showed a shocked expression. They could understand what was going on. Perhaps they were shocked by the high-level Gu techniques used by Elder Yu and Lan Ling. They never thought that these two people would know so many high-level Gu techniques. Now, it seemed like the mutated Miao Village's foundation was too weak. The two people in front of him were indeed powerful. It was no wonder that the Blue Miao Village lived up to its name. While Elder Yu was waving his hand, Yang Ming gave Xia Shui, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu a wink. Several people suddenly jumped up and ran towards Elder Yu. They used their best skills and attacked Elder Yu. Boom, 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 boom. 5 loud sounds represented that everyone had hit the right-hand elder. After the hit, several people quickly pushed aside, but they heard Elder Yu's sarcastic voice, ha 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 ha. Yang Ming, I have already said that I have completely activated Sinister Gu. Do you think you can still do anything to me? After Yang Ming heard Elder Yu's words, he suddenly sighed. It seemed that the previous attack had no effect on Elder Yu. On Lan Ling's side, she also showed a slightly disappointed expression. At present, it seemed that she and Elder Yu were on par with each other. No one was better than the other. Elder Yu's voodoo technique came from Lan Miao Village's core scripture pavilion, and so did Lan Ling. Although Lan Ling was not as good as Elder Yu previously, Elder Yu had spent all his time on researching sinister voodoo and vitra voodoo. Hence, other voodoo techniques were basically stagnant. However, Elder Yu's voodoo skills were considered top-notch in Blue Miao Village. There was no need or even no possibility for him to improve further. As for Lan Ling, she had been learning voodoo skills from her grandmother for the past year. She had also cultivated to the peak, so she was on par with Elder Yu at most. If Yang Ming could cause serious damage to Elder Yu, then Lan Ling still had some confidence. But now, she had no confidence at all. Elder Yu is indeed worthy of being an elder of Blue Miao Village. You are really powerful. You live up to your reputation. Lan Ling said sincerely. Little Lan Ling, you've made me see you in a new light. That little girl of the past has become so powerful now. Even I can't do anything to you. Luckily, I've cultivated the sinister voodoo. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a match for your Blue Miao Village. Elder Yu laughed and said. Although he said so, his tone was obviously very conceited. However, it was no wonder. He had sinister voodoo, and his other voodoo techniques were on par with others. Others naturally couldn't do anything to him. But it won't be easy for you to defeat me, said Lan Ling. Yes, but it's impossible for you to defeat me, said Elder Yu. The right-hand elder said, my vitra gu has yet to be refined, and my body's speed is still lacking. Once I succeed in refining the vitra gu, my body's speed will greatly increase. When the time comes, it won't be difficult for me to insta-kill you in close combat. But now, if you run, I won't be able to catch up with you. Elder Yu was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Both of them knew Gu techniques. Under the situation where their Gu techniques were on par, they had to rely on other methods to win. Once Elder Yu cultivated Jin Gang's unbreakable body, he could do whatever he wanted in Blue Miao Village just by relying on his tyrannical physical strength. By then, no one would be his opponent. Lan Ling sighed. She also knew that other than the Herculean Gu, there was nothing else that could deal with the Jin Gang Gu. Fortunately, Elder Yu did not know that the Herculean Gu was the nemesis of the Jin Gang Gu. He also did not know about the existence of the Herculean Gu. This was Blue Miao Village's ultimate trump card. When Elder Yu thought that the Jin Gang Gu was invincible, he would never have thought that all things had their counter. The Jin Gang Gu also had its drawbacks and nemesis, and this nemesis was the Herculean Gu. This was like the story of the spear and the shield, but it was more appropriate. The Jin Gang Gu was a Gu technique worshipped by Blue Miao Village. This Gu technique was strictly refined because of its overbearing nature. However, once the Jin Gang Gu appeared, the village master of Blue Meow Village still had an existence that could suppress the Jin Gang Gu. It was the Herculean Gu. This was also the ultimate method that was reserved to protect the dignity and status of the village master of Blue Meow Village. For thousands of years, no one had gone against the teachings of the ancestors to refine the Jin Gang Gu. Who would have thought that an anomaly like Elder Yu would suddenly appear? Therefore, after the people of Blue Meow Village received Lan Hai's news, they finally obtained the formula of the Herculean Gu. However, the Herculean Gu was the same as the Jin Gang Gu because no one had successfully refined it for thousands of years. Although the formula existed, there was no refining method and process. This was also an important reason for the repeated failures in refining. Fortunately, Lan Ling and Elder Yu were only in the experimental stage. It's true that I can't do anything to you for the time being. Lan Ling readily admitted her shortcomings. Then, are you leaving or staying here? Elder Yu asked. Leaving, but I'm going to take him with me. Lan Ling pointed at Yang Ming and said. I'm afraid that's impossible. Elder Yu laughed and said, however, Yang Ming and the rest can't leave. It's impossible for you to save them. What do you mean? Lan Ling was slightly stunned. Previously, when they attacked me, I had already used voodoo on them. All of them are voodoo. Ha 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 ha, without my antidote, they will become useless people. Of course, if you are obedient and help me experiment with my Jin Gang voodoo and find the correct refining method of the Jin Gang voodoo, I might give you the antidote. Elder Yu didn't hide anything. Of course, you can try to remove the voodoo for them, but I don't know if it will be effective. This voodoo is not from Lan Meow Village, but from another Meow Village. I got a voodoo by chance. This voodoo is very magical. It won't cause too much harm to the human body for the time being. However, after a long time, it will cause stupidity and amnesia. It's like suffering from Alzheimer's disease. They will gradually lose themselves and become a fool. Lan Ling frowned, there's such a voodoo? With her current understanding of voodoo, she had never heard of such a thing. The voodoo mentioned by Elder Yu didn't seem like a voodoo, but more like a slow-acting poison. Of course there is. This voodoo is basically incurable. Of course, if you have the super antidote pill, you can try it. Elder Yu said, but as an elder of Lan Meow Village, I know the preciousness of this thing very well. Lan Meow Village may only have 2 or 3 pills left. I'm afraid you only have 1 pill in your hands. With so many people, unless you give up on most of them, they will all die. If you don't have the antidote. It's quite scary. However, the level of this voodoo shouldn't be too high, right? Although it looks a little strange, a high-level voodoo is different from your voodoo. Lan Ling thought for a while and said. That's right. As expected of the future successor of Blue Meow Village. I wonder if you can inherit Blue Meow Village. Would Lan Meow Village still bear the surname Lan in the future? Or is your surname Yu? This kind of voodoo is indeed not a high-level voodoo, but you don't know the principle, so you can't cure it. I believe that even if you know the principle, you can't cure it. This is because the configuration of the antidote is also very complicated. Although I know the formula, I can only configure the antidote. It can alleviate the negative effects of this voodoo, but it can't completely cure it. Lan Ling's expression was a bit strange. She didn't expect that Elder Yu wouldn't be able to cure it because the antidote's configuration is also very complicated. Although I know the formula, I can only configure the antidote that can alleviate the negative effects of this voodoo. In other words, you don't have a solution either? Lan Ling asked lightly. Yes, the ultimate antidote is the super antidote pill, but you can't refine it. I can refine it, but I don't have enough materials. Maybe you don't know? The road to the Medicine Valley has been destroyed. I'm afraid that your Blue Meow Village won't be able to refine the super antidote pill this year. Speaking of this, Elder Yu couldn't help but laugh. Not only that, all the voodoo refinements in Blue Meow Village have to stop. What? You destroyed the Medicine Valley? Lan Ling was shocked. She stared at Elder Yu and asked. So what if I did? Elder Yu said indifferently. The Medicine Valley is the place where several Meow villages in this Miaojiang relied on to survive and gather herbs for thousands of years. You actually destroyed it? Do you know how hateful your actions are? You will be struck by lightning. Lan Ling didn't expect Elder Yu to be so deranged that he actually destroyed the Medicine Valley. The Medicine Valley was the common precious property of several Miao villages in this Miaojiang. Although there were some conflicts between the few Miao villages, they all tacitly guarded the Medicine Valley in this Miaojiang. This was because everyone needed the Medicine Valley. Everyone would gather herbs. Hence, in the Medicine Valley, everyone was peaceful. There wouldn't be any disputes that would accidentally destroy the Medicine Valley. However, they didn't expect Elder Yu to break this rule. Don't scare me with lightning. If I could be struck by lightning, I would have been struck by lightning when I first refined the Jin Gang Voodoo. Didn't the ancestors of Blue Miao Village say that? Refining the Jin Gang Voodoo would be struck by lightning. But now? Am I not living well? Elder Yu said disdainfully, besides, if you want to pick herbs, you can move away and go to other Miaojiang. This Miaojiang will be my territory in the future. You don't have to come here. You. Lan Ling didn't expect Elder Yu to be so unreasonable. However, she also knew that there was no need to be angry with Elder Yu. He was an unreasonable person. However, it would be difficult for Blue Miao Village to gather herbs in the future. They would need to go to other medicine valleys further away in Miaojiang to gather herbs. When they arrived there, they might be resisted by the Miao villages there. It would take some time to build a relationship. This was equivalent to weakening Blue Miao Village's strength imperceptibly. It would make Blue Miao Village less and less capable of competing with Elder Yu. That was fine. What made Lan Ling most anxious was that the vigor worm was at the critical stage of the experiment. Without the Medicine Valley, how could they develop it? If they couldn't develop it, how could they deal with Elder Yu? Moreover, Blue Miao Village gave her the Super Goo Cure pill. Without the Medicine Valley, how could they refine a new batch of Super Goo Cure pills? What did I do? I only moved all the medicinal herbs in the Medicine Valley and replanted them in my territory. In order to complete this task, I planned for 3 whole years. It was only after 3 years that I slowly finished cultivating my own Medicine Valley. Then, I destroyed the current Medicine Valley in one fell swoop. Elder Yu said, since you came to my Medicine Valley, you can also see the raw materials for refining the Super Goo Cure pill. However, although your voodoo skills are very good, the refining of the Super Goo Cure pill requires a beginner alchemist. Although you know voodoo skills, you don't know how to refine pills. You can't control the alchemy fire. It's useless even if you see it. Lan Ling looked at Elder Yu ridiculing her arrogantly, and she felt a little uncomfortable. However, what Elder Yu said was also the truth. She really didn't know how to refine pills. She must practice another kind of mantra to control the fire, similar to the cultivation of qi. Lan Ling's mind was on refining the voodoo poison. How could she have time to study alchemy? So you've been planning this for a long time. Lan Ling said helplessly, the Medicine Valley is the wealth of all of us, but you destroyed it. It seems that our hatred is irreconcilable. Irreconcilable? That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's not wrong. Since Blue Miao Village can't tolerate me and think that I'm a traitor, how can I tolerate you? Elder Yu sneered and said, if Blue Miao Village let me be the village leader, everyone would still be at peace. Then, there wouldn't be so many troubles, right? I admit, little Lan Ling, in this year, you've really made me look at you differently. From a little girl with mediocre voodoo skills, you've suddenly become a voodoo master who is on par with me. But so what? No matter how good your other voodoo skills are, they can't do anything to my Jin Gang Voodoo. When my Jin Gang Voodoo is completed, you'll have no chance at all. You can only surrender. Lan Ling sneered and didn't say anything else. Lan Ling placed all her hopes on the Herculean voodoo. However, Elder Yu actually moved and destroyed the entire Medicine Valley, causing Blue Miao Village to face many difficulties in refining the Herculean voodoo. Many of the herbs needed to cultivate the voodoo were all gone. They had to search for them further away. As a result, the efficiency would be much slower. Lan Ling didn't know if she could make it before Elder Yu's Jin Gang Voodoo was completed. Eh? Oh right, didn't Elder Yu say that he wanted to capture her? And from what he said, it seemed that she could also come into contact with his Medicine Valley? In that case, wouldn't she be able to study the Herculean voodoo here? Moreover, from Elder Yu's words, he seemed to want her to help him test the Jin Gang voodoo. If she could come into contact with the core secret of the Jin Gang voodoo, it would be greatly beneficial for refining the Herculean voodoo. Thinking of this, Lan Ling couldn't help but feel excited. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's base and make corresponding countermeasures according to the enemy's weakness. You mean, you want me to go back with you? Lan Ling frowned and asked calmly. She seemed to be unhappy with Elder Yu's proposal. Yang Ming and the others have been poisoned by the goo. They must return with me, or else they will die miserably. As for you, you don't have to go back. If you run now, I definitely won't be able to catch up with you. It doesn't matter. You are forcing me, aren't you? Yang Ming went back with you, so I have no choice but to go back with you? Lan Ling asked. I am forcing you. With you, the inheritor of Blue Miao village, around, I think you can help me refine Jin Gang Gu. Why wouldn't I do it? Elder Yu smiled. Of course, it's fine if you don't go, but it's not like we can't do it without you. With all due respect, the voodoo in their bodies, although you said it was so magical, why can't I see it? Lan Ling did not answer Elder Yu's question, but turned to look at Yang Ming and others and asked. Haha, this voodoo will only show signs when it is activated. You can't see it by looking at it like this. Elder Yu said proudly, not to mention you, even I can't see it. The voodoo has entered their bodies, but when it is not activated, nothing special can be seen. So that's the case. Lan Ling's expression did not change, but there was a smile in her heart. If the super antidote goo pill could solve the voodoo, the heart goo pill could definitely detoxify it. In other words, she did not have to worry about Yang Ming's problem at all. As for the voodoo of the other 3 people, she just happened to have 3 super antidote goo pills left. In this way, she could just give them to them. She did not have to worry about being threatened by Elder Yu. What's more, it did not matter even if they were threatened. Since Elder Yu wanted these people to help him test the voodoo, he would definitely give some relief medicine. As long as it was temporarily relieved, she could slowly think of a way. Thinking of this, Lan Ling's heart was settled. She nodded and said, okay, I will go back with you. As for Yang Ming, he also had the idea that nothing ventured, nothing gained. At present, it seemed that the gap between him and Elder Yu was not small, and so was Lan Ling. Even if he was lucky enough to escape this time, it would be difficult to find Elder Yu's whereabouts again to deal with him. The chance was very slim. It was better to go back with Elder Yu and wait for a suitable opportunity to challenge Elder Yu again. What about you? Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming, who had an ugly expression, and asked, don't be naive to think that ordinary antidote goo pills can solve the voodoo in your body. If you want to leave now, I won't stop you. I know that I can't stop you for the time being, but once you leave, then you can only wait for death. I will go back with you. Lan Ling's idea is my idea. Yang Ming nodded and said. Ha 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 ha. Elder Yu listened to Yang Ming's answer and suddenly laughed wildly. I didn't expect that Yang Ming, who I have always regarded as a big problem, would be so easy to deal with. The heir of Lan Ling of Lan Miao village is also the same. It is really disappointing. You people made me waste so much effort for nothing. Yang Ming looked at Elder Yu blowing his own trumpet and suddenly shook his head. Elder Yu did have the right to be arrogant, but he was too arrogant. With this kind of character, he would definitely suffer losses. This was also a place that Yang Ming could take advantage of. Yang Ming's words naturally represented the words of the other members. They also stood up and followed behind Yang Ming without saying anything. After Elder Yu left, he asked his subordinates to tie the hands of Lan Ling, Yang Ming, Xianxia, and the others one by one with ropes. They were dragged together with a rope and set off towards Elder Yu's base. After bidding farewell to Stockade Leader Ku, Elder Yu and his man left the mutated Miao Stockade with satisfaction. Looking at Elder Yu's departing figure, Stockade Leader Ku heaved a sigh of relief. This Yang Ming and this Lan Ling were not simple characters. If they had intended to kill him from the very beginning, he would have died long ago. Fortunately, their target was Elder Yu, so they didn't do anything to Leader Ku. Maybe they just treated Leader Ku as a clown that could be used. Elder Yu, I hope you have a safe journey. You underestimated Yang Ming. He is not as simple as you think. Leader Ku muttered to himself and shook his head. He always felt that Yang Ming's surrender had some other meaning, just like how Yang Ming lied to him in the beginning. However, he also knew that he couldn't say these words to Elder Yu. If he said these words, Elder Yu would think that he was looking down on Yang Ming, which would bring disaster to mutated Miao Village. Stronghold Master Ku, what do you mean by those words? Brother Wan looked at Camp Leader Ku in confusion. He didn't know why Camp Leader Ku would say that. Wasn't Yang Ming captured by Elder Yu? It's not wrong to capture him, but Yang Ming isn't a simple person. I always have a hunch that Elder Yu will fail miserably. Fort Leader Ku didn't hide anything from his trusted subordinate, Brother Wan. He could tell these things to him, but he wouldn't tell anyone else. How is that possible? Didn't Elder Yu put a special venomous insect in their bodies? Even Lan Ling can't do anything about it? Brother Wan was confused. Besides, didn't they surrender in the end? Yes. Even Lan Ling can't do anything about it. But, is there really no other way? Chief Ku shook his head. Little Wan, go and inform everyone in the village. During this period of time, no one should go against Blue Miao Village. They should be polite and even take the initiative to help. Oh? Brother Wan was stunned. Chief Ku, aren't we on Elder Yu's side? Are we going to join Blue Miao Village? Who said we're on Elder Yu's side? Who said we're going to join Blue Miao Village? Chief Ku waved his hand. Then. Chief Ku, you mean? Brother Wan did not quite understand what Chief Ku meant. Looking at this trusted subordinate of his, Fort Leader Ku couldn't help but sigh. This guy was absolutely loyal, but he was a little stupid. His brain didn't react quickly enough. His hint was so obvious, how could he not understand it? Left with no choice, Stockade Chief Ku could only explain, we're only expressing our goodwill to Elder Yu. However, it's impossible for us, the mutated Miao Stockade, to be his subordinate now. As for Blue Miao Village, I suddenly feel that they might not lose this time. The winner might not be Elder Yu. So, we can't offend him. This way, no matter who wins in the end, we won't be at a disadvantage. We can continue to live in Miaojiang. Do you understand? I understand, Chief Ku. You're so wise. Brother Wan nodded in agreement. Although the reasoning was simple, Brother Wan had just understood it. He admired Stockade Leader Ku very much. Fort Leader Ku looked at Brother Wan, speechless. Why were all his subordinates acting like idiots? Not to mention that his subordinates and Yang Ming were so smart, even Elder Yu's subordinates were like that. He was now soaring in the sky. Alright, go now. But remember, don't tell anyone what I told you before. Do you understand? Camp Leader Ku said to Brother Wan. Don't worry, Stockade Master Ku. I know what I'm doing. I won't speak carelessly. Brother Wan nodded and left to carry out his task. On the other side, Yang Ming and the others were led by Elder Yu's men with ropes and walked to Elder Yu's base. Elder Yu walked in front, and Yang Ming walked behind. Yang Ming was thinking in his heart, has the sinister voodoo on Elder Yu lost its effect? If I choose to attack Elder Yu at this time, will it succeed? Lan Ling, who was standing at the side, seemed to have telepathy with Yang Ming. When she saw Yang Ming staring at Elder Yu's back, she whispered, let's wait and see. N. Yang Ming responded and continued to walk forward. Elder Yu didn't notice the small movements between Yang Ming and Lan Ling. At this moment, he was very conceited. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't bring his phone, he would have immediately called Dong Jun to show off and let him see how powerful he was. He had caught Yang Ming, who gave him a headache. Yang Ming and the others' physical strength was good, so they didn't feel tired after walking for such a long distance. The few of them walked quickly for about 20 kilometers and finally came to the edge of a valley. Elder Yu also stopped. I didn't expect your physical strength to be good. Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming and the others and said, after walking such a long distance, you are still full of energy. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Yang Ming said faintly, why did you bring us to this place? We are in the middle of nowhere. Is there a secret base here? You guessed right. My secret base is under this valley. However, after you go down, you can't come up again. This place is 1,000 meters high. The valley surroundings are as smooth as a mirror. There is no flying equipment. It is wishful thinking to climb up. Elder Yu pointed to the valley below and said. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming was calm on the surface, but he was very shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Elder Yu to find such a place as a secret base. In this way, the people here couldn't escape by themselves. Even a powerful person like Yang Ming couldn't do anything, let alone others. Yang Ming didn't have wings, so it was impossible for him to fly up. After you go down, study the Jin Gang voodoo with the people here. If you have some achievements, maybe I will refine the antidote for you. If you slack off or try to escape, then don't blame me for being impolite. Elder Yu said with a sneer. Really? As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, he broke free from the rope in his hand and punched Elder Yu. This level of hemp rope was nothing for Yang Ming. He could break free with a little effort. He didn't break free all the way because he wanted to confuse Elder Yu. At this point, regardless of whether the sinister voodoo activated by Elder Yu had lost its effect, Yang Ming had to try because they had already reached the destination. If he didn't try it now, it would be too late to test it when Elder Yu threw them to the bottom of the valley. Therefore, no matter what, Yang Ming had to test it before he could feel at ease. Whether it worked or not, Yang Ming didn't care too much. It would be great if it worked. If it didn't, he had no loss. At this time, Elder Yu didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly attack. After all, Yang Ming and the others were very well behaved along the way, especially Yang Ming and the others who were also poisoned by Elder Yu's voodoo. Since they chose to come back with him, they didn't want to die and wanted to get the antidote from him. After all, if they wanted to escape, they could have done so before. Although Elder Yu's voodoo was powerful, if Lan Ling was here to stop him, Elder Yu couldn't outrun Yang Ming and the other professionally trained people. Judging from how they walked for so long without blushing, their physical fitness was quite good. Therefore, Elder Yu wasn't on guard at all. Yang Ming's punch came over. Before Elder Yu could recover, the fist hit his chest, making a loud bang sound. Yang Ming's punch used all his skills. He put all his strength into his fist because Yang Ming also knew that the success or failure depended on this punch. However, the next thing made Yang Ming very disappointed. Elder Yu, who was hit, didn't seem to have any abnormality at all. He didn't even groan, but his expression was a little stunned. Since the blow didn't work, Yang Ming didn't do anything else. Instead, he quickly retreated and returned to Lan Ling's side. Are you using a sneak attack again? Elder Yu waited for Yang Ming to return to Lan Ling's side before he recovered. He couldn't help but mock, can you use some advanced moves next time? Don't always use kindergarten-level brute force. It seems that your voodoo is still there. It hasn't expired. Yang Ming looked at Elder Yu's unscathed appearance and couldn't help but sigh. Of course, it's still there. Elder Yu snorted disdainfully. Although the sinister voodoo is an incomplete version of the Jin Gang voodoo, it won't be so easily deactivated after using it once. Once activated, it can last for at least 24 hours. Otherwise, do you think that I wouldn't be prepared after such a long journey? It turned out to be like this. I didn't think of it. Yang Ming was convinced of his loss. Now that his skills were inferior, it was impossible to defeat Elder Yu anyway. Therefore, Yang Ming simply didn't waste his energy and simply admitted defeat. I lost. Now, you can do whatever you want. Ha 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 ha, Yang Ming, you also have a time when you admit defeat? Not simple. Elder Yu laughed. My request is very simple. You go into the valley and help me test the Jin Gang voodoo with the people in the valley. I will give you the medicine to suppress the voodoo regularly. When the Jin Gang voodoo is successfully refined, I will refine an advanced voodoo antidote pill for you. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said straightforwardly, Lan Ling and I will do our best. I hope you can keep your promise. No problem. After the Jin Gang voodoo is successfully refined, I am not afraid of you. What's the harm in curing the voodoo for you? Elder Yu said indifferently. After listening to Elder Yu's words, Yang Ming no longer said anything and quietly waited for Elder Yu's arrangement. At this time, Elder Yu's subordinates were using the wireless walkie-talkie to contact the helicopter. After a while, a helicopter flew over and stopped steadily in the open space not far away. Previously, Yang Ming was still puzzled. How could there be an open space in this dense forest? It turned out to be used to park helicopters. Well, the helicopter is here. Follow me up. I will send you down. Elder Yu said after seeing the helicopter. After speaking, Elder Yu stepped in the direction of the helicopter. The people on the helicopter respectfully opened the hatch for Elder Yu and waited for him to board the helicopter. Yang Ming didn't say much. He just said to Xianxia and the others, "Let's go. Get on the helicopter." As a result, Yang Ming and the others all followed Elder Yu onto the helicopter. Elder Yu was very happy with the obedience of Yang Ming and the others. It could be seen that he was very proud. After the helicopter took off, it flew in the direction of the valley. In the middle of the valley, the helicopter began to slowly descend. It didn't take long for it to land on the ground. This distance shouldn't be far by plane, but it wasn't very close either. If there was no plane, it would be impossible to return to the valley. "Okay, everyone get off," Elder Yu said to Yang Ming and the others after getting off the helicopter first. Yang Ming nodded and got off the helicopter. Elder Yu's subordinates came over and untied all the ropes on Xiaxue, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu. Yang Ming looked at the surrounding environment. Below this valley, it was really quiet and beautiful. It was like a paradise on earth. Not far away, there were rows of houses. They were neat and generous. On the other side, there was a medicinal garden full of various herbs. It was probably the medicinal valley that Elder Yu mentioned that was transplanted here. The environment here was really good. If they weren't caught, it would be a good choice to travel here. The environment here is really good? Living here is quite leisurely. Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. I asked you to help me develop Jin Ganggu. Naturally, I need to provide a good working environment. This is natural. You will like this place, said Elder Yu. I hope so. Yang Ming nodded. Okay, you go and call the people here and introduce them to the new people. Elder Yu instructed one of his subordinates. Yes, Elder Yu. The subordinate responded, got up, got on a battery car, and drove to the rows of houses. There was a battery car here, which made Yang Ming a little surprised. He didn't expect there to be a lot of modern equipment here. It seemed that it should rely on solar power to charge. However, with Elder Yu's financial resources, it was not difficult to build these facilities. Soon after the subordinate got off the car and entered a house, he came out. There were 4 people behind him. From a distance, it should be 2 men and 2 women. Yang Ming didn't deliberately use his special ability to observe because there was no need. He could see them immediately. Moreover, Yang Ming didn't know the people here. There was not much difference between seeing them early and late. The subordinate and the 4 people got on the battery car together, and then quickly drove over here. It didn't take long for them to stop not far from Yang Ming. Elder Yu's subordinates and the 5 people, 2 men and 1 woman, got off the car and walked toward Yang Ming and Elder Yu. Elder Yu, the people have been brought over, said the subordinate. N. Elder Yu nodded, then turned to look at Yang Ming. Let me introduce them to you. These 4 people are the researchers I caught to study the Vajra voodoo. You will help me study the Vajra voodoo with them in the future. Your bodies are very good, just suitable for testing voodoo. Yang Ming frowned. This Elder Yu really didn't have good intentions. Then, they will be used as test subjects. However, Yang Ming didn't have the mood to curse Elder Yu at the moment. His gaze stopped on the 4 researchers. Among them, there was a man and a woman who were about 20 years old. Yang Ming was very familiar with them, as if he had seen them before. Yang Ming didn't have any impression of the other middle-aged man and the young girl, so after Yang Ming glanced at them, he didn't continue to stay, but returned to the man and woman in their 20s. Lan Ling, who was next to Yang Ming, also had the same reaction as Yang Ming. When she saw the man and woman, she was also stunned. However, even if he looked familiar, Yang Ming didn't say much in front of Elder Yu. Before some things were uncertain, it was better to say less. Moreover, Yang Ming didn't want Elder Yu to know something and have any ideas. Of course, Yang Ming didn't say it. As for whether Elder Yu himself knew the connection, it was his business. It had little to do with Yang Ming. You mean, let us be lab rats to test the voodoo for you? Yang Ming didn't entangle with the two familiar people for the time being, but asked Elder Yu directly. Yes, that's it. You reacted quickly and understood my intentions at once. Elder Yu nodded and said, the refinement of voodoo needs to be tested, especially this kind of voodoo that has not been refined before and has no refining experience. It won't work to build a cart behind closed doors. Now that it has reached the cultivation stage, some experiments must be carried out. You just happened to come to me at this time. You really chose the time well. Isn't that dangerous? Anyway, if you are poisoned with voodoo, you will die if you don't understand it. You will also die if you test it. Why should we help you test the voodoo? Asked Yang Ming. Since the two people were now standing on opposite sides, there was nothing wrong with saying some things frankly. Yang Ming had to understand some things before he could make further plans. Elder Yu also had Yang Ming in his grasp at this moment, so he didn't avoid some words. He naturally said what he should say. There is not much danger in testing the voodoo. Elder Yu glanced at Yang Ming and said, this voodoo belongs to the body's defense type. Even if it doesn't succeed, it won't cause any harm to you. What's more, I will give you some ordinary goo detoxification pills. There is no problem with using them to detoxify this small number of Jin Gang voodoo. Of course, there was something that Elder Yu didn't say. That was, if the Jin Gang voodoo succeeded and was eaten by Yang Ming, then it would be F***ket up. At that time, Yang Ming would possess the Jin Gang goo, then what would Elder Yu do? Therefore, Elder Yu couldn't say this. Saying it was equivalent to hinting Yang Ming to do so. Elder Yu had no doubt that with Yang Ming's scheming, he wouldn't be able to discern anything from it. At that time, he wouldn't play the tiger but end up as a dog. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. I see. Yang Ming nodded. It's the voodoo that is beneficial to the body, right? You can interpret it that way. Elder Yu nodded. He was shocked. If Yang Ming said this, he hoped that he didn't notice anything. However, he couldn't say much. In case Yang Ming didn't think of anything, his explanation would make Yang Ming think of something. Okay, in that case, I agree. Yang Ming nodded. I will help you test this voodoo. Awesome. You can rest assured. If you do this, I won't treat you badly. Lu Tianqi, introduce yourselves. In the future, these people will also join in the research of the Vajra voodoo. I hope that you can cooperate with each other, but don't think of making some trouble. After so many years, you know my temper. If I find out that you are plotting something, then don't blame me for being rude. Elder Yu said with a sigh of relief, Lu Tianqi, introduce yourselves. In the future, these people will also join in the research of the Vajra voodoo. Lu Tianqi, it really is Lu Tianqi. Yang Ming's heart moved. The person in front of him was Lu Tianqi, the son of his godfather, Lu Weishan. He disappeared with his wife when he was newly married, making Lu Weishan sad for so many years. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that when he just came to Miaojiang, he would see Lu Tianqi. And Lu Tianqi, as expected, was also caught by Elder Yu here. According to Lu Weishan's description, Lu Tianqi was an expert in the study of bacteria. He also dabbled in voodoo. He was also a close friend of the miracle doctor, Lin Dongfeng. He once studied voodoo with Lin Dongfeng, but soon, the two disappeared together. Then, in this way, the middle-aged man other than Lu Tianqi was Lin Dongfeng? What about the girl next to Lin Dongfeng? Is she Lin Dongfeng's wife? Yang Ming looked up and saw that there seemed to be no love between the man suspected to be Lin Dongfeng and the girl. From the behavior of the two, they didn't seem to be husband and wife. Lin Dongfeng was about 30 years old, and the girl should only be 18 or 19 years old. The girl had delicate features. Although she couldn't be said to be the best beauty, she was still very beautiful. The girl's temperament was somewhat indifferent. From her face, there was no extra information. Yang Ming shook his head. Although the girl was beautiful, there was always a feeling of rejection. This feeling made Yang Ming a little uncomfortable, but this had little to do with Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't have any thoughts about the girl. There were already two beauties by his side. Yang Ming couldn't have any thoughts about the girl. What's more, Yang Ming came out to perform a mission this time, not to pick up girls. However, Lu Yezi, who was next to Yang Ming, stared at the girl. He seemed to be unable to extricate himself. This made Yang Ming speechless for a while. After kicking him, Lu Yezi recovered and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It wasn't that Lu Yezi had never seen beautiful women. In fact, he had seen a lot of beautiful women. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't take a step forward when seeing a beautiful woman. Especially in the team, Xiaxia, Lan Ling, and Xiao Susu were all beautiful women. He was even more accustomed to it. It was just that Lu Yezi had a special feeling for the girl. When he saw her, his heart jumped for no reason. It was like the legendary love at first sight. In short, there was a feeling of his heart beating faster. My name is Lu Tianqi. I am engaged in the research of bacteriology. This is my wife, Qin Xiaojing. She is also my assistant. Lu Tianqi nodded to Yang Ming and briefly introduced his and his wife's name and profession. In Lu Tianqi's view, Yang Ming was also a pitiful person. He was probably similar to him. He was forced by Elder Yu and had no freedom in the future. Yang Ming, this is my girlfriend, Lan Ling. They are my team members, Lu Yezi, Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu. Yang Ming said to Lu Tianqi, we belong to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. This time, we actually came to deal with Elder Yu, but we didn't expect his sinister voodoo to be so powerful. We didn't succeed in dealing with it. Instead, we were caught by him. It turns out that you are from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. I have heard of you. Lu Tianqi adjusted his glasses and nodded. Lu Tianqi looked like a scholar. He didn't seem to be very good at talking, but such people generally didn't have bad intentions and were easier to get along with. On the other side, Lu Tianqi's wife, Qin Xiaojing, also nodded to Yang Ming and others, indicating that she had seen them. I am Lin Dongfeng, a doctor. I am a good friend of Lu Tianqi. I am studying voodoo here. Lin Dongfeng nodded to Yang Ming and said, this is my adopted daughter, Yi. She is also my assistant. It turned out to be the relationship between the adopted daughter and the adopted father. Yang Ming nodded suddenly. This person was Lin Dongfeng, which was also within Yang Ming's expectations. When he saw him and Lu Tianqi together, Yang Ming guessed that this person might be Lin Dongfeng, so when he heard Lin Dongfeng's words at this time, he was not too surprised. Hello, Dr. Lin, Miss Yi, said Yang Ming politely. Well, since you all know each other, you can help me study voodoo in the future. If there is anything, you can discuss it by yourselves. I will go first. After Elder Yu arranged for Yang Ming and others to stay here, he did not continue to say anything. Elder Yu was eager to call Dong Jun and show off that he had caught Yang Ming. In the beginning, he let Dong Jun deal with Yang Ming for so long, but there was no effect. However, when he made a move, it was successful. How could this not make Elder Yu happy? Watching Elder Yu and his men leave in the helicopter, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, the matter had temporarily come to an end. Although this time, he could not do anything to Elder Yu. Elder Yu easily resolved his several attacks, which made Yang Ming somewhat aggrieved. The overall result was still good. Yang Ming not only found his godfather, Lu Weishan's son, Lu Tianqi, and his daughter-in-law, but he also found the miracle doctor, Lin Dongfeng. In this way, not only did he have an explanation for his godfather's side, but there was also hope for Xin Yuxi's side. Of course, Yang Ming was not worried about other things. Although he was temporarily imprisoned by Elder Yu, now it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. At least, everyone was still very free. In this valley, they could do whatever they wanted, but they could not leave the valley. There were no other restrictions. Here, he could slowly find a way to deal with Elder Yu, especially with these experts who were quite knowledgeable in voodoo. Yang Ming was not worried that he could not find a way to deal with Elder Yu. At that time, as long as there was a way to deal with Elder Yu, it would not be difficult to escape from the valley. Since you are here, I will find a place for you to rest and live. Everyone is considered to have gone through hardships together. As for the research on voodoo, there is no hurry. We can talk about it later. Lu Tianqi glanced at Yang Ming and others and spoke. Lu Tianqi was a very easygoing person. It could be seen that this person should be very easy to get along with. Brother Lu, do you still remember me? My name is Lan Ling. I'm from Blue Miao Village. We've met before when you were picking herbs in the Medicine Valley. Lan Ling waved her hand at Lu Tianqi and said. At this moment, Lan Ling finally remembered why she found Lu Tianqi's photo so familiar when she saw him in Lu Weishan's house for the first time. It turned out that she had seen Lu Tianqi in the Medicine Valley. At that time, Elder Yu hadn't moved the Medicine Valley yet. Lu Tianqi could only go to the Medicine Valley to collect herbs in order to test the voodoo. Oh? Lu Tianqi was slightly stunned. He looked at Lan Ling. After a while, he nodded and said, I seem to have a little impression. You also went to the Medicine Valley at that time. The two people did not have much interaction before. They just met. Maybe they did not even talk, so Lu Tianqi only had a vague impression. It was not deep. Haha, Brother Lu, sister-in-law, we finally meet. Lan Ling saw that Lu Tianqi recognized her, so she said with a smile. Brother? Sister-in-law? Lu Tianqi felt a little strange with the way Lan Ling addressed him. Although he was definitely older than Lan Ling, he felt inexplicable when she called him brother and sister-in-law after only meeting once. Hehe, let me say it. Yang Ming also stepped forward at this time and said to Lu Tianqi, Brother Lu, in fact, Lu Weishan, Elder Lu, is my godfather. I am his godson. This time, in addition to dealing with Elder Yu, I have another purpose in coming to Miaojiang. That is to find you. What? After Lu Tianqi heard Yang Ming's words, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. You know my father? And, you are his godson? Yes, that's right. Yang Ming nodded solemnly. When Elder Yu was here, there were some words that were inconvenient for me to say, so I didn't say it. At this time, he left, so I will tell you the truth. Lu Tianqi looked at Yang Ming, and his expression was very excited. Come to think of it, for so many years, he was also very homesick. He also missed his parents, but he couldn't contact the outside world, and there was no source of information. He didn't know if his parents were well. Even if he could go to the Medicine Valley to pick herbs, it was also secretly followed by Elder Yu's subordinates. He could not have the opportunity to contact his family. Moreover, Lu Tianqi was different from Yang Ming. He was a scholar, and he did not have Yang Ming's powerful skills. Naturally, it was impossible for him to go against Elder Yu's subordinates. Today, he saw Yang Ming and several new captives of Elder Yu, but he had no other thoughts. In his opinion, in the vast sea of people, Yang Ming could not have contact with his father, so he simply did not think about asking. But what he did not expect was that Yang Ming was actually his father's godson. My father is in good health. Although Lu Tianqi felt that Yang Ming should not lie, after all, Yang Ming's identity in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was there, he still had some doubts. After all, things were too unbelievable, so he could not accept it for a while. Godfather and Godmother are in good health, but they miss you a little. Before your birthday, Godfather mentioned you to me. Yang Ming saw that Lu Tianqi did not quite believe his words, so he smiled and took out a photo from his arms. This was a family photo. It was a group photo of himself, Xiaoqing, and Lu Weishan. Yang Ming brought it over as evidence. This is me and my another girlfriend, with Godfather and Godmother. Her name is Xiaoqing, Godfather's goddaughter. Xiaoqing? I recognize her. Yes, it's her. We used to be colleagues. I was also a researcher in the biological laboratory of Songjiang Industry University. When Lu Tianqi saw the photo, he immediately believed Yang Ming's words. His expression also showed some nostalgia. Right, how is Xiaoqing your girlfriend? Doesn't she have a boyfriend called Song? Song something? At that time, Lu Tianqi did not pay attention to Xiaoqing. He just thought of her as a colleague. At that time, Xiaoqing was not Lu Weishan's goddaughter, and they did not have any interaction, so Lu Tianqi naturally could not remember so clearly. It was not easy to remember that Xiaoqing had a fiancé with the surname Song. He's called Song Hang. Yang Ming said, they broke up a long time ago. Xiaoqing is now my woman. I have more girlfriends. Yang Ming didn't mean to hide anything from Lu Tianqi. Since Lu Weishan knew about these things, Lu Tianqi would know when he went back. Moreover, the relationship between Yang Ming and Xiaoqing was already like this. It wasn't good to call her godsister. It turned out to be like this. Lu Tianqi's expression was a bit weird when Yang Ming said that he had more girlfriends. However, they weren't too familiar at this time, so it wasn't good to ask more. His mind wasn't on this, but on his parents. It's good that they are in good health. I am relieved. All these years, I've been thinking about them the most. Thank you for bringing me this good news, Yang Ming. Well, since you're my father's godson, then I'll call you brother Yang Ming. I'm older than you, I'm already 32 years old, so I'm not taking advantage of you. It should be like this. You are my elder brother. Yang Ming smiled and was a little surprised. But you are 32 years old? You look like you are in your 20s? This is all thanks to brother Lin Dongfeng. The Jin Gang voodoo wasn't refined, but the youthful medicine was refined. After eating it, you will always look like this. Do you want to eat it? This is easy to refine. Lu Tianqi pointed at Lin Dongfeng and said with a smile, this is my sworn brother. Since you are my sworn brother, you can also call him Brother Lin or Big Brother Lin. Big Brother Lin. Yang Ming solemnly cupped his fist to Lin Dongfeng and said, I'm taking advantage of you. Uncle Guan Shuamin mentioned you in front of me before. He is your peer, but I call you Big Brother. Calling me Big Brother is right. Guan Shuamin, that old man, insisted on worshipping me as a teacher. He made me look very old. It is good that I don't call him uncle. If you call me Big Brother, it can highlight my youth and handsomeness. Lin Dongfeng said with a laugh. Ah? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Dongfeng, who looked like a person with a strong aura, to be so funny when he talked. He was an interesting person. Then I will call you Brother Lin. That's right. Since you are Lu Tianqi's younger brother, then you are my, Lin Dongfeng's, sworn brother. When the time comes, I will also give you a beauty pill. Once you eat it, you will be young forever. Us three brothers will still be so handsome after 20 years. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Lin Dongfeng said. There's no need for that, right? I've already retained my youth forever. I've been afflicted with heart goo, so I don't need to take any youth-retaining pills to retain my youth forever, Yang Ming said. It seemed that Lin Dongfeng was very easygoing. Previously, Yang Ming was still thinking about how to mention Xianxua's matter to him, but now it seemed that this was not a problem. Lin Dongfeng had become his sworn brother, so there was no need to be polite. Voodoo? What was that? I've never heard of it. Lin Dongfeng was stunned. I know about this. The one who spoke was Lin Dongfeng's adopted daughter, Yi. However, although the girl spoke, her expression was still so cold as if she was otherworldly. Voodoo is divided into many kinds, but the basic use is a kind of voodoo that a woman gives to a man, so that the man's love for the woman will never change for the rest of his life. Once there is a change of heart, there will be a variety of punishments. There are many versions of heart goo. I can't tell the specifics, but some heart goo does have some benefits for people. In addition to not changing one's heart, it can bring a lot of unexpected gains. I think Uncle Yang's heart goo is one of them. Uncle Yang? Yang Ming touched his nose. I'm only 1 or 2 years older than the girl, right? How did I become an uncle? Anyway, Yang Ming didn't have any thoughts about Yi. This kind of woman wasn't Yang Ming's cup of tea. Yang Ming didn't like an expressionless and cold girl by his side all day long. That way, Yang Ming would be depressed to death. Even the assassin, Wang Xiaoyan, was very lively. She was just a little colder to outsiders. Therefore, Yang Ming accepted the title of uncle, but he also admired this Yi. He was obviously not much older than her, but when she called him uncle, she didn't have the slightest hesitation, as if it was a very normal thing. It could be seen that the girl's mind was very pure, and she didn't have so many thoughts. Yes, Yi is right. My heart goo is indeed like this. It has this benefit. Moreover, not only can it keep one's youth forever, but it can also treat some diseases, and it has the effect of detoxifying voodoo. Yang Ming said, for example, before, the relatively mild voodoo in my team could be solved with my blood, but the more serious ones can't. It turned out to be like this. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, this is a bit magical. But now is not the time to talk. You should be very tired, right? Younger brother Yang, I will take you to find a place to stay first. You can settle down and rest. If there is anything, we will talk about it in detail tomorrow, said Lu Tianqi. At this moment, the sky was getting late. Yang Ming nodded after listening to Lu Tianqi's words. Alright, let's talk about it in detail tomorrow. Today, my team and I are tired. We have been busy for a day. It is good to rest early. Younger brother Yang, you come with me. I will take you to your residence. Lu Tianqi nodded and led the way in front of Yang Ming to the row of houses. Okay. Thank you. Yang Ming nodded and said. Right, younger brother Yang, I wonder if you can lend me your photo? Lu Tianqi asked as he walked. To tell you the truth, I really miss my parents. I haven't seen them for so many years. I don't even have a photo with me. Hee, I'll give this photo to you. I have many more at home. This one is actually for you. Yang Ming smiled and gave his family photo to Lu Tianqi. When you go back, let's take another photo together. That will be the real family photo. I hope there will be such a day. Lu Tianqi listened to Yang Ming's words and seemed a little excited. He took the photo and looked at the smiling faces of his parents in the photo again. Lu Tianqi smiled bitterly. They are old. Time and tide wait for no man. In a blink of an eye, so many years have passed. There are some differences with my impression. Father and mother have white hair. I really hope to return to them sooner. Yes, after we work together to deal with Elder Yu, we can go back. Yang Ming said with a smile. Kill Elder Yu. You want to kill him? Lu Tianqi was stunned and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. He didn't expect that Yang Ming still wanted to kill Elder Yu even though he was controlled by Elder Yu. This made him a little shocked. Yang Ming couldn't even protect himself now. How could he say such a thing? This made Lu Tianqi a little surprised. In Lu Tianqi's opinion, it was almost impossible to leave here. Yang Ming not only wanted to leave, but also wanted to kill Elder Yu? My purpose of coming here is to deal with Elder Yu. Being caught by him is just a strategy. If I don't want to be brought here by him, he can't do anything about it. Yang Ming said, the reason why I came here with him is to slowly think of a way to deal with him. It turned out to be like this. Lu Tianqi said, it seems that your words have given me some hope. However, you are now trapped here. How can you deal with Elder Yu? We have to talk about this in detail tomorrow. Well, let's rest today. I am a little tired. Yang Ming said, let's talk about it in detail tomorrow when you have enough energy. Today's matter is enough to shock you. When you calm down tomorrow, we can talk about it. That's true. Lu Tianqi nodded and said, you all rest first tonight. The news you brought me is enough for me to digest at night. As they spoke, they arrived in front of a house not far away. This house looks good? It looks like a villa? Yang Ming was a little surprised by the building in front of him. The large house in front of him was like a townhouse. It was all single family. Each family had 3 floors and was built beautifully. It is a villa. Lu Tianqi nodded and said, a lot of such villas were built during the construction. Originally, Elder Yu and his men also lived here in order to watch a steady Jin Gang Gudu. However, after a long time, they were impatient and moved away. These villas are also empty. You all can take a look and choose whichever one you like. There is no key. We don't lock the door usually, and there are no thieves here. Thieves can't come in and out. Besides, we don't have any property to steal. Hee. That's true. Then I will choose a villa casually. Yang Ming nodded and said, everyone also choose a villa. Settle down first, sleep to replenish your strength, and then report to my villa. After 2 hours, come here on time. No one is to be late. Yes. Lu Yezi and others quickly responded. These people were all well-trained people. Yang Ming agreed on a 2-hour rest time. They would naturally rush to Yang Ming's villa at this time. Yang Ming naturally lived in the same villa as Lan Ling. Yang Ming asked for a villa on the side. In fact, all the villas were the same. Moreover, the climate here was pleasant all year round. Every villa was the same. There was no difference. Xianxia looked at Yang Ming and hesitated. She still asked for her own villa. Her relationship with Yang Ming hadn't reached that stage. Although the two of them had the experience of living in the same room in the Wan family's base, it was under circumstances where they had no choice. Now that they had extra villas, it wasn't good to live together. Therefore, Xianxia chose a villa, but it was the one beside Yang Ming's villa. It was next to Yang Ming's villa. Lu Yezi and Feng Tianlong didn't care. The two of them each chose a villa and lived in it. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu's relationship was already clear. The two of them didn't hesitate and lived together openly. After Lu Tianqi settled Yang Ming and others, he and Lin Dongfeng returned to their own villas. While walking, Lu Tianqi said, "Brother Lin, this time. Brother Lu is here. Do you think we have a chance to go out?" "Hee, maybe." Lin Dongfeng laughed, "But, when we first came, didn't we also plan to go out? But so many years have passed in a flash. Our thoughts have faded a lot." Yes. Time flies. Lu Tianqi sighed, "Actually, if it weren't for my parents at home, it would be the same no matter where I lived. Here, I have Xiao Jing to accompany me. Living here is carefree." "Yes, I am even more carefree. I only have one adopted daughter, I don't have any other family members. Living here, I enjoy the happiness of family, so I live here like this." Lin Dongfeng said, "But I am worried about I will leave one day. What will I do then? I can't let her continue to stay here, right? I has been here since she was 10 years old. She hasn't seen much of the world. This has caused her to have a somewhat solitary character. I don't know if she can integrate into the crowd after she goes out. Will she continue to be so solitary?" Lu Tianqi said worriedly. "That's what I'm worried about. I'm called a divine doctor and can cure hundreds of diseases, but the problem of loneliness can't be cured." Lin Dongfeng nodded and said, "Forget it, let's not think about this for now. Let's go back and rest. Tomorrow, when Brother Yang wakes up, we'll discuss it again." "That's true." Lu Tianqi nodded and returned to the villa with Qin Xiaojing. Lin Dongfeng also went back to rest. Elder Yu boarded the helicopter and couldn't wait to call the behind-the-scenes boss. Dong Jun's mood was not very good these days. He had a few phone calls with his sister, Alice, to discuss the future of both of them. However, both of them were somewhat confused about the future. They wanted to escape the control of the central government, but there was no way. In order to get away from the control of the central government, Dong Jun had been scheming over the years. He did not let go of any opportunity to cultivate his own forces. He used various means to constantly improve his personal ability and secret forces. Among them, Jing Xiaopeng of the Macau Casino was Dong Jun's apprentice and one of the forces he cultivated. However, he did not expect that Jing Xiaopeng actually turned to Yang Ming. Another force was a theft group that he secretly cultivated, but the leader of this theft group was also killed by Yang Ming. At the jewelry exhibition, another force was a club composed of Muay Thai masters. The president, Li Lixin, was also one of the forces he cultivated. He originally wanted her to deal with Yang Ming, but when Dong Jun found that Yang Ming was not a simple person, he decisively gave up. He did not want to lose the people he cultivated with difficulty. Of course, Alice was Dong Jun's sister. She was also the best assistant that he had cultivated. However, Alice's recent abnormal behavior also made Dong Jun realize a serious problem. Alice might have fallen in love with Yang Ming. Although Alice didn't admit it and Dong Jun didn't confirm it, he had a hunch that Alice might have really fallen in love with Yang Ming. Or, she didn't know that she had fallen in love with him. Dong Jun was deeply aware of Yang Ming's charm. This could be seen from the women around Yang Ming. Yang Ming was very powerful, so Dong Jun didn't doubt that Yang Ming had the charm to attract Alice. Yang Ming. My junior, what should I do?" Dong Jun was a little confused. Yes, he was really confused. In order to become Fang Tian's disciple, Dong Jun had put in a lot of effort. Through the news, he found out about Fang Tian's past and tried every means to find Fang Tian, the king of assassins. Through some means and schemes, he became Fang Tian's disciple. Originally, Dong Jun thought that after becoming Fang Tian's apprentice, he could learn Fang Tian's true skills and become the next generation of the king of assassins. He would also become the son-in-law of the butterfly family. In this way, Dong Jun would have extraordinary forces and strength. Although these forces and strength might not be enough to fight against Central, it was enough to challenge and talk. Central probably wouldn't go against the legend of the assassin world, the king of assassins. They wouldn't casually start a feud with a terrifying existence like the butterfly family. Dong Jun believed that with his own efforts and the cooperation of other forces, he still had the possibility of escaping from Central. Although he couldn't do anything to Central, Central might give him face and let him leave Central smoothly because of his identity. Then, Dong Jun's ultimate goal would be achieved. However, what Dong Jun didn't expect was that Fang Tian actually used the reason that Dong Jun's body wasn't suitable to practice martial arts and rejected him to become the direct disciple of the king of assassins. He only taught him some qinggong and stealing skills. Although he became a godly thief, Dong Jun was still very depressed. His body had always been in good condition, so why was it unsuitable for him to practice martial arts? Furthermore, Dong Jun specially went to the hospital to check his body. He found that his body was no different from a normal person's. There was no saying that he couldn't practice martial arts. Therefore, he took the examination report to Fang Tian to ask about it. However, Fang Tian still said that the results of the examination didn't mean anything. It wasn't that there was a problem with his body, but that he wasn't suitable for practicing martial arts. This had something to do with the bone structure, but it had nothing to do with one's health. Dong Jun was helpless and could only give up for the time being. However, he was faintly dissatisfied in his heart. He racked his brains to get close to Fang Tian because he wanted to become the king of assassins. In the end, it became an empty dream. How could he give up? What Dong Jun couldn't accept the most was that Fang Tian seemed to be looking for other disciples besides him. He wanted to accept another disciple to inherit his legacy. This made Dong Jun very anxious. In a moment of desperation, he actually discovered some problems by chance. Fang Tian's wife actually had an affair with a gangster boss. As for Dong Jun, he cleverly used this relationship to frame Fang Tian and put him in the detention center. Dong Jun's purpose was to let Fang Tian enter the detention center so that he wouldn't have the opportunity to contact the outside world. Naturally, he wouldn't meet a suitable successor. In this way, after a long time, he could only consider Dong Jun his only disciple. There was no other choice. He could only pass on the king of assassins' unique skill to Dong Jun. Of course, Dong Jun's wishful thinking was good, but the reality was somewhat different from his imagination. He didn't expect that there would be such an existence like Yang Ming, who happened to be in the detention center. Yang Ming's skill and Yang Ming's heart were just in line with Fang Tian's standards for accepting a disciple. Therefore, Fang Tian transferred his attention to Yang Ming. Fang Tian told his intention to Dong Jun. Although Dong Jun was very sullen and his plan was ruined, he had no choice but to help Fang Tian investigate Yang Ming's background and so on. On the surface, he had to pretend to agree. Although Dong Jun wasn't the direct disciple of the king of assassins at that time, it was easy for him to secretly kill Yang Ming with his swift and fierce qinggong. Even if he didn't do it personally, it would be easy to let the men of sacrifice around him or Li Lixin to kill Yang Ming. But Dong Jun couldn't do this. Fang Tian wasn't a fool. Fang Tian seemed to have suspected that Dong Jun's purpose of apprenticeship was somewhat impure, so he used the excuse that Dong Jun wasn't suitable to practice martial arts and didn't pass on the unique skill. At this moment, if something happened to Yang Ming, Fang Tian's first suspect would probably be Dong Jun. Therefore, Dong Jun didn't dare to make a move. He wanted to deal with Yang Ming, but he could only wait for a while. He couldn't act rashly for a while. Therefore, after this, Dong Jun chose to cooperate with Elder Yu to kill Yang Ming. But what he didn't expect was that Yang Ming had become so powerful after growing step by step. When Dong Jun made up his mind to make a move, he was shocked to find that things were out of his control. Yang Ming wasn't so easy to kill. It was even more so now. He even used the spies buried in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but they couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. The sniper sent by Alice was also useless. At this time, everything was too late. Could it be that I want to cooperate? Dong Jun took a deep breath and stared at his computer screen. Previously, he had just finished another conversation with Dr. Benjamin. Dr. Benjamin asked again if there was any news about Dr. Sun and Suya. Dong Jun once again flatly refused. Since there was already disloyalty, Dong Jun naturally wouldn't be so honest to tell Dr. Benjamin what he knew. As he was thinking about things, Dong Jun's phone rang. Dong Jun picked up the phone and glanced at it. When he saw the caller ID above, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was actually Elder Yu calling. Hello? Elder Yu? Dong Jun picked up the phone. Why are you calling me so late at night? Now, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Elder Yu suddenly called, which made Dong Jun feel a little inexplicable. Haha, the behind-the-scenes boss? Let me tell you a piece of good news, ha ha ha. Elder Yu couldn't help but laugh when he remembered that he had imprisoned Yang Ming. Good news? What good news? Dong Jun couldn't help but ask after listening. Yang Ming has been caught by me. How is it? You didn't expect it, right? Wahahaha. As Elder Yu said this, he laughed wildly again. What? Yang Ming was caught by you? After Dong Jun listened to Elder Yu's words, he couldn't help but stand up in shock. He almost threw the phone in his hand. If Dong Jun's estimation was correct, Yang Ming should have just entered Miaojiang, right? How did he get caught by Elder Yu when he just entered Miaojiang? What the hell is going on? How did he get caught by Elder Yu when he just entered Miaojiang? What the hell is going on? Dong Jun felt a little surprised. After all, he had dealt with Yang Ming for a long time. He even used the spies buried in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but he couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. He had used all his means, but Yang Ming was still fine. However, what did Elder Yu do? After Yang Ming just went to Miaojiang, he was caught by him? This made Dong Jun somewhat unable to accept it for a while. After all, things happened too suddenly and too strangely. Yes, Yang Ming was caught by me. Are you surprised? Elder Yu heard Dong Jun's shocked tone, and his heart was even more proud. How is it? Are you shocked? How are you going to thank me? Thank you my ass. Dong Jun almost scolded. On his side, he had just made up his mind to fully cooperate with Yang Ming after he came back. He wanted to use Yang Ming's power to negotiate with Central, but what he didn't expect was that Elder Yu actually caught Yang Ming. What kind of game was this? Dong Jun thought that when Yang Ming had an accident, Yang Ming was alive and kicking. He didn't expect that when Yang Ming had an accident, Yang Ming was caught by Elder Yu. Dong Jun had some struggles in his heart. Yang Ming is so weak, then my plan won't work. Instead of cooperating with Yang Ming, it is better to cooperate with Elder Yu. Thinking of this, Dong Jun's heart was sad. Why am I so unlucky? Really? Isn't Yang Ming very powerful? How did you catch him? Dong Jun asked calmly. Haha, if I say it, you may not believe it. But this is the case. Elder Yu laughed, and then he told the whole process of sending Stockade Master Ku to catch Yang Ming to Dong Jun. Of course, in order to highlight his wisdom, Elder Yu said that Yang Ming and others were worthless. They were pure fools who was caught by a small character like Stockade Master Ku. Do you think it is possible? After listening to Elder Yu's narration, Dong Jun questioned faintly, I say, Elder Yu, are you treating me as a fool? Was Yang Ming so easy to catch? Then I really doubt whether the person you catch is Yang Ming. The person I caught is naturally Yang Ming. How could I not know Yang Ming? I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Elder Yu didn't expect Dong Jun to say this, but he still said with certainty, if you don't believe me, I will send you a photo. You don't have to send me a photo. I just said that I doubt it, but I didn't say that I don't believe it. Dong Jun said faintly, I just doubt that you can catch Yang Ming so easily. Either the Stockade Master Ku you mentioned is too powerful. He is invincible and unparalleled, and he captured Yang Ming, or you and your disciple named Xianxia are useless. After being in Songjiang City for so long, you didn't do anything to Yang Ming, right? Ugh. Elder Yu was speechless by Dong Jun's words. He didn't expect that when he wanted to belittle Yang Ming, Dong Jun would belittle him instead. Therefore, Elder Yu was helpless and said truthfully, well, to be honest, Yang Ming was caught by Stockade Master Ku on purpose. Stockade Master Ku couldn't deal with Yang Ming at all. In fact, Yang Ming wanted to see me to deal with me, so he let Stockade Master Ku catch him so that he could deal with me. It turned out to be like this. I was wondering. Dong Jun sneered and said, what happened after that? Yang Ming saw you? Was he caught by you again? Of course it was like this. The situation at the beginning was like this. Elder Yu didn't dare to exaggerate this time. He just told the truth about the situation at the time. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to act cool in front of Dong Jun, but he would also be scolded by him as an idiot. Then, the loss outweighed the gain. Oh, you mean that Yang Ming took the initiative to go back with you? And you didn't catch him? Dong Jun asked thoughtfully. It's no different from me catching him. He was poisoned by my voodoo. If he didn't go back with me, all his team members would be finished. Elder Yu said, so it's equivalent to me forcing Yang Ming to go back with me. It turned out to be like this. After Dong Jun heard it, he felt that something was wrong. When did Yang Ming become so docile? In Dong Jun's memory, Yang Ming was the kind of person who would pay back 10 times if you touched him. How could Elder Yu force Yang Ming? Even if Yang Ming was poisoned by voodoo, it was impossible for him to go back with Elder Yu. Moreover, the people of Lan Miao village were not to be trifled with. When the time came, he could just let the people of Lan Miao village detoxify the voodoo. Was there a need to compromise with Elder Yu? Why? You don't seem to believe it, asked Elder Yu. Lan Miao village can't detoxify the voodoo? Yang Ming's voodoo can't be detoxified by Lan Miao village? Dong Jun had to confirm this. Yes, but you don't know, right? This kind of voodoo requires the super antidote pill. In the entire Lan Miao village, there are at most 1 or 2 super antidote pills in stock. Yang Ming and his team members, a total of 5 people, were poisoned by voodoo. So, Yang Ming had to go with me for the safety of his team members. Elder Yu explained. Since the super antidote pill can be detoxified, why didn't the people of Lan Miao village refine a few pills? Dong Jun continued to ask. How can the super antidote pill be so easy to refine? Not only are the required materials not easy to collect, but there is also a medicine that can only be produced in a small amount in a year. Elder Yu said, the most important thing is that I have moved all the medicinal valleys in Miaojiang to my territory. Now, Blue Miao village doesn't even have a place to pick medicinal herbs. If they want to pick medicinal herbs, they have to go to a farther place. This has increased the difficulty of refining. Oh, I see. I know. You're very good. After Dong Jun heard this, he sneered in his heart. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible. With Yang Ming's character, even if there was a glimmer of hope, no matter how difficult it was, he would not compromise with Elder Yu. However, Yang Ming compromised. This was very strange. However, Dong Jun was now leaning towards Yang Ming, so he was too lazy to remind Elder Yu, this arrogant man. In Dong Jun's opinion, Yang Ming compromised with Elder Yu inexplicably. There must be a trick behind it. Since Yang Ming could trick Leader Ku once, why couldn't he trick Elder Yu again? Elder Yu felt very aggrieved when he heard Dong Jun's indifferent praise. He felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. What he expected was that after Dong Jun heard the news of him catching Yang Ming, Dong Jun would give him incomparable praise and praise. However, things did not go as he wished. Dong Jun didn't seem to admire him. He praised him, but it made Elder Yu feel more uncomfortable than not praising him at all. Why? Are you not happy? Elder Yu found Dong Jun's attitude strange. Happy? I'm very happy. Who said that I'm not happy? Dong Jun asked. At least, his thoughts couldn't be told to anyone. Although Elder Yu had no contact with Central at present, and even if there was, it was through him, Dong Jun knew that there was no harm in being careful. If his words were passed to Central's Dr. Benjamin, then he would be completely finished. Dr. Benjamin would definitely kill him. Therefore, Dong Jun's thoughts couldn't be revealed. Except for Alice, he couldn't tell Elder Yu, who was a collaborator of interests. Who knew if he would still be a collaborator tomorrow? Since they were together because of interests, they could be separated at any time because of interests. Since you are happy? Why are you so strange? Elder Yu felt that Dong Jun was unspeakably weird today. Oh, I have a cold, so I'm not in a good mood, explained Dong Jun. It turned out to be like this. Haha, you should have said so earlier. Elder Yu was suddenly relieved. No wonder Dong Jun spoke indifferently today. It turned out that he was sick and had no energy. I can't be calculative with a patient. As a result, Dong Jun's previous praise made Elder Yu feel very proud. Dong Jun was sick, but he still praised him like this. It was not easy. That's right. Dong Jun still replied in an indifferent manner. Right, Dong Jun, in addition, there is one thing I have to remind you. Your junior fellow apprentice Yang Ming has already guessed that the behind-the-scenes boss is your good senior fellow apprentice. It turns out that he always knew, but he just didn't expose you. Elder Yu told this explosive news to Dong Jun. What? He always knew? Dong Jun was stunned suddenly. He only felt that there was a feeling of thunder exploding in his ears. He suddenly stood up and asked anxiously, he knows? Yes, of course he knows. Previously, I was also very puzzled as to how he knew, but his explanation was clear and logical. Elder Yu didn't expect Dong Jun to be so nervous, so he comforted, but you can rest assured. Since Yang Ming has been caught by me, you don't have to worry about him retaliating against you. He can't go back. Can't go back? Dong Jun felt a burst of disdain in his heart. Are you the one who understands Yang Ming, or am I the one who understands Yang Ming? With Yang Ming's character, he was not the kind of person who would allow others to trample on him. Since Yang Ming knew that the behind-the-scenes boss was him and still maintained such a harmonious relationship with him, it was enough to show how deep Yang Ming's shrewdness was. He was not a simple and powerful person. Oh? How did he explain it? Dong Jun asked calmly. You are also very curious, right? Elder Yu laughed and repeated what Yang Ming said at that time to Dong Jun without missing a word. So. It's like this. Dong Jun listened to Elder Yu's retelling and suddenly had a feeling of trepidation. It turned out that Yang Ming had begun to suspect me so early, and I had always thought that Yang Ming was a fool who didn't know anything. Dong Jun's heart was cold. If Yang Ming knew, then did my master, Fang Tian, also know about this matter? Suddenly, Dong Jun had a feeling of falling into an ice cellar. He was cold from head to toe. Fang Tian, how would he punish me? I am a traitor. With Fang Tian's ruthlessness, how could he let me stay? Dong Jun regretted it a little. However, for Yang Ming, Dong Jun was relieved instead. He was afraid of Fang Tian, not Yang Ming. Yang Ming's move made Dong Jun feel more at ease. Dong Jun could be said to be a person who understood Yang Ming's character very well. Yang Ming was not a person who would not take revenge. On the contrary, if anyone provoked Yang Ming would definitely step on them. The Lancer family, such a powerful existence, had become history overnight. What else could make Yang Ming endure? However, Yang Ming had not done anything to Dong Jun for so long. He did not even mention this matter. What did that mean? It could only mean one thing. Yang Ming was a person who cherished old friendships. He took into account that Dong Jun was his senior brother who had given him a lot of help on his path of growth. Therefore, he endured and did not do anything to Dong Jun. Dong Jun did not think that Yang Ming did not dare to do anything to him. On the contrary, it was very easy for Yang Ming to kill him. How could Dong Jun be Yang Ming's opponent? If Yang Ming wants to kill me, there are many opportunities. However, Yang Ming did not do so, which confirmed Dong Jun's guess. Yang Ming was always a person who cherished old friendships. Looking at some of Yang Ming's subordinates, some of them had offended Yang Ming before. Even some of the women around Yang Ming had disagreements with Yang Ming before, but Yang Ming did not care about it. This was enough to explain Yang Ming's character. Thinking of this, Dong Jun was relieved. If one day, Yang Ming returned safely, and he could confess to Yang Ming truthfully and admit his mistakes to Yang Ming, he believed that Yang Ming would definitely forgive him. However, Fang Tian was not so easy to deal with. Dong Jun believed that Yang Ming did not tell Fang Tian about these inferences. Otherwise, Fang Tian would not have kept him alive. Fang Tian had long been on guard against him. If he got substantial evidence, would he still allow him to live until now? Therefore, what Dong Jun had to do now was to confess to Fang Tian. After thinking about it, Dong Jun decided to test Fang Tian first, to see his reaction before making the next plan. If he wanted to cooperate with Yang Ming, he must first go through Fang Tian. Otherwise, if Fang Tian wanted to clean up the sect, Yang Ming could not go against Fang Tian's intention. Forget it. You are sick today. I won't bother you anymore. Elder Yu felt that it was very boring to talk to Dong Jun. After talking for a long time, the other party's attitude was very dull. He did not feel the surge of victory at all. Just as Dong Jun was thinking about how to confess to Fang Tian, in Yang Ming's villa, Zhou Jiejia and Xiaoqing had a breakthrough in the decryption of the mobile phone. Sister Xiaoqing, I unlocked the encryption of the mobile phone's font chip. Zhou Jiejia looked at the progress bar on the computer excitedly and shouted to Xiaoqing. Oh? You have already unlocked it. Xiaoqing quickly came over and saw Zhou Jiejia's computer screen. She was also a little excited. Sure enough, it was unlocked. It seems that our efforts in these few days were not in vain. Although it was finally solved by Zhou Jiejia, it was solved under the joint research of two people. It wasn't Zhou Jiejia's credit alone. Xiaoqing also helped a lot. Moreover, the two people worked in shifts. One worked for a while, and the other continued the previous progress. Otherwise, it would be too hard. Chen Mengyan and the others outside the room also heard Zhou Jiejia's cheerful voice. At this time, Lin Jiyun and the others pushed the door open and came in. How is it? Sister Xiaoqing, Jiejia, is there any progress? It has been solved. Now the data is being analyzed. Xiaoqing pointed to the computer screen and said, the password on the font bank has been solved. The remaining thing is to restore the contents of the font bank. That's great. In that case, we can know who wants to harm Yang Ming. We can also prepare in advance. Wang Xiaoyan's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. This person kept finding trouble with Yang Ming. How could she let it go easily? In theory, it is, but it also depends on the results of the data analysis. Xiaoqing said, it is possible to not find the specific person. Everything depends on what is in it. Then you have worked hard. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. Let's go eat something first. Let's do it after we come back. Let's eat after we finish? Zhou Jiejia looked at the computer screen. Although there was basically no one on duty, Zhou Jiejia still wanted to see the results of the cracking sooner. Let's eat together. If you don't eat, we have to wait for you. Chen Mengyan said with a smile. That's good. Then let's eat together. Xiaoqing stood up and said, Jiejia, let's go. We are not in a hurry. Okay. Zhou Jiejia saw that Chen Mengyan said so, and it was inappropriate to refuse, so everyone went to the restaurant together. Originally, the nanny, Auntie Li, wanted to come back, but there were so many women in the villa. Chen Mengyan didn't want Auntie Li to see them. She was afraid that Auntie Li would be scared. Moreover, there were no outsiders, so it was more convenient for everyone to talk. Some secrets about Yang Ming weren't easy to let outsiders know. Although Auntie Li was not an outsider, she was not as intimate as the people in the villa. These people were all Yang Ming's lovers. Everyone's bond was Yang Ming, so there was no need to be too guarded against each other. Now that they had fought, they no longer had the intention to attack each other. No one was stupid. At this time, someone wanted to target Yang Ming. If they continued to fight, wouldn't they be making fools of themselves for Yang Ming's enemies? Who's the cook today? The taste is good. Xiaoqing picked up a piece of mushroom cabbage and put it into her mouth. She praised. There were more people in the villa, so everyone simply took turns to be responsible for the housework every day. In this way, there were only a few shifts in a month. No one was tired, but they all wanted to do it well. Therefore, the dishes in the villa every day were very sumptuous, and the villa was clean and spotless. This was unexpected by Yang Ming. If Yang Ming knew that the women would get along so well and that there would be delicious food to eat every day, Yang Ming would have gathered these people together. But then again, if there was no opportunity for Yang Ming to perform a dangerous mission this time, it would be impossible for the women to get along so peacefully. At least, it wouldn't be so easy. It's me, it's me. Jing Xiaolu heard Xiao Qing's praise and raised her hand happily. Xiaolu's cooking is good. Chen Mingyan also sincerely praised, it's better than us. The next time Xiaolu cooks, we have to watch it together. No problem. Everyone can learn from each other. Jing Xiaolu got everyone's approval and was very happy. In the past, my family was poor. I was the one who cooked for my grandmother. I have been busy with work for a while. Because of Yang Ming's matter, I haven't gone home to see my grandmother for a long time. After Jing Xiaolu became the chairman, she hired a nanny to take care of her grandmother. Although the nanny took care of her meticulously, Jing Xiaolu couldn't go back to accompany her grandmother every day. This made her feel a little regretful. After we find out who Yang Ming's enemy is, we will accompany you to go back to see your grandmother. Otherwise, we can bring her to live here. Chen Mingyan suggested. In the villa, everyone was actually led by Chen Mingyan and Sun Jia. However, Sun Jia was not involved in major events, so she didn't express her opinion. She gave the opportunity to Chen Mingyan. In Sun Jia's opinion, since Yang Ming liked it, then it was fine. It didn't matter if she fought for it or not. It was easier to manage less things. Thank you, Sister Mingyan. But grandmother is used to living in the old house. Some of the old neighbors are unwilling to leave. Jing Xiaolu also proposed to buy a big house for her grandmother to live in, but her grandmother refused. She said that she was old and didn't want to change places. There were many old friends here. She could talk to them every day and not be lonely. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu had no choice but to follow her grandmother's wishes. After eating, Zhou Jiejie ran to the study. As soon as she entered the study, her eyes looked at the computer screen. Immediately, Zhou Jiejie exclaimed, "It's out. It's out." Oh? Xiao Qing followed closely behind and entered the study. Zhou Jiejie's exclamation also made the others who were cleaning up the dishes run into the study. It's out? Do you know who harmed Yang Ming? Sun Jia walked in front and asked. It's not clear yet, but I found a phone number in the phone. This is an important clue. This person has been in contact with this phone number before. Through this phone number, we should be able to find something, said Zhou Jiejie. What's the phone number? Tell me. I will let my father investigate, asked Chen Mingyan quickly. The phone number is. Zhou Jiejie reported a phone number to Chen Mingyan, and she began to investigate the number on the internet. Chen Mingyan called her father, Chen Fei, and asked him to help check the phone number. Chen Fei agreed without saying anything. This was related to the safety of Yang Ming. It was a top priority. Chen Fei hung up the phone and contacted the fat man of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. However, 10 minutes later, Chen Mingyan was disappointed to receive a call from her father. Mingyan, this number is a phone card purchased with fake information. The identity information is fake. It is not consistent with the real one. This card has been discontinued a long time ago. Chen Fei said a time. It was the second day after the death of the jewelry thief. It turned out to be like this. Thank you, Dad. Chen Mingyan was a little disappointed. But you don't have to worry. I have asked the fat man in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to check the original records to see if he can find out the approximate location where this phone card has been used. Chen Fei said, when I have the results, I will call you as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Chen Mingyan nodded and hung up the phone. Then she said to Zhou Jiejie, Jiejie, my father said that this phone card is not opened with real information. We can't find the owner of the phone card, but we can try to find the approximate location where this phone card has been used. This is not necessary. I can also find the approximate location where it has been used. Zhou Jiejie said, I am checking. There should be results soon. Xianxia herself was a hacker, so it was natural for her to do these things. But, since this card is opened with false information, then the location found may not be useful. Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and said, the other party should also have anti-detection abilities. It won't be easily discovered. The location where it has been found. Xianxia said, this card has been used in these locations in Songjiang City, but it is very close to the jewelry exhibition. He must have found a temporary foothold nearby, and this card was bought for the trade fair. Wait a minute. Where is this place? Chen Mengyan pointed to a positioning point near the city center and asked, in other words, he has also used this phone card at this location? There is a telecommunications market here. This card is probably bought from here. Xianxia said, I have been to that telecommunications market. It is a bit messy. Some vendors will sell phone cards for profit without verifying the user's information. This kind of phone call without information is really difficult to verify. So that's the case. Chen Mengyan nodded and was a little disappointed, but she immediately said, hey? Since that's the case, once we confirm which vendor sold this SIM card, will we be able to find the person who bought the card? This is also possible, but I don't have much research in this area. Xianxia shook her head. Wait a minute. Let me ask my father. Chen Mengyan felt that her idea should be a direction of investigation. She took out her mobile phone and dialed her father, Chen Fei's phone number again. Mengyan, is there anything else? Chen Fei quickly picked up the phone. Dad, Xianxia found out that this phone card should be sold from the XX mobile phone telecommunications market. Can you ask someone to investigate which store of this phone card to see if you can remember the owner of this phone card? Chen Mengyan's T. Oh? You have found the sales channel of this phone card? Chen Fei was stunned. I've looked for the sales channel of this card before, but because it was an agent who privately used false information to open the card and sold it in batches, there was no record of which retail store it was sold to. There was no way to investigate further. I didn't expect you to have found the final seller of this phone card. It's just a general idea. It should be sold by one of the merchants in this market. This needs Dad to investigate. If we go, they won't admit it. Chen Mengyan said. You can rest assured. Leave it to me. Chen Fei was originally a criminal investigator. Since he already had a clear goal, it wasn't too difficult to find the seller of this phone card. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fei took an assistant and went to the XX mobile phone telecommunications market. After entering the mobile phone telecommunications market, Chen Fei didn't rush to ask. Instead, he directly found the market manager and showed his identity, asking him for help. Police comrade, in the market, there are only a dozen merchants who specialize in selling various phone cards. The rest are mainly selling mobile phones, mobile phone accessories, and mobile phone repair. Although they also sell some phone cards, this kind of special phone card should only be available to those merchants who specialize in selling cards. Other merchants don't have this kind of channel. Then, please take us to find some of these merchants who specialize in selling cards. Chen Fei nodded and said. Sure enough, with the manager leading the way, it had the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. In this market, no one knew the business projects better than the manager. Because the manager was there, Chen Fei and his assistant were also wearing uniforms, so when checking the accounts of these merchants, they weren't stopped or concealed. Soon, they found the sales record of this phone card number in a middle-aged woman's account book. The call date of this phone card was clearly recorded, so it was easy to find the account of that day. Police comrade, I didn't know that he bought the phone card for illegal activities. The middle-aged woman quickly defended herself. I really didn't know. This person came to me and bought the phone card a few times. He can be considered a regular customer. I didn't think so much. Bought a few times? Regular customer? Chen Fei was stunned and suddenly was a little happy. In other words, you have an impression of this person who bought the phone card? Yes, yes. The middle-aged woman quickly nodded and said, I have an impression of him. In this case, you first pack your things and go to the police station with us. We have a professional artist. You go and describe the appearance of this customer. Chen Fei said. Then, am I responsible? The middle-aged woman asked carefully. You selling this phone card is definitely illegal. The assistant said. Oh, don't worry. I will try my best to remember and help you draw the person who bought the phone card. After the middle-aged woman heard it, she was relieved. As long as it wasn't involved in any criminal case, it was fine. Soon, the artist in the police station drew the profile of the phone card buyer according to the middle-aged woman's description. And this painting was sent to Chen Fei's hands immediately. Oh? How could it be him? Chen Fei looked at the person in the portrait and was suddenly stunned. This person, Chen Fei recognized at a glance. It was actually Dong Jun. Chen Fei naturally knew a little famous godly thief. He had also dealt with Dong Jun a few times, but this person was basically a person who didn't commit big mistakes. Even if he knew that he was a godly thief, there was no direct evidence. Dong Jun was a hero thief who robbed the rich to help the poor. Chen Fei had heard a little about him, but such a person, how could he be involved with Yang Ming? After Chen Fei got the portrait, he didn't make any stops. Instead, he drove directly to Yang Ming's villa. It was Chen Fei's first time visiting Yang Ming's villa. Although he knew the address, he had never been there before. On the one hand, it was unnecessary. On the other hand, Chen Fei was afraid that he would be embarrassed when he saw Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun. After all, his daughter lived with them. But now, he was afraid that it would be even more embarrassing. Chen Fei had already known the situation in the villa through the phone call with his daughter in the past few days. To investigate those photos, Chen Mingyan had to tell the truth and tell her father the situation in the villa. Fortunately, Chen Fei knew that Yang Ming wasn't ordinary. He was shocked, but he couldn't say much. After all, his daughter didn't say anything. What else could he say? Yang Ming wasn't at home at the moment. He was performing a dangerous mission, so Chen Fei couldn't make irresponsible remarks. After parking the car, Chen Fei rang the villa's doorbell. The person who opened the door was a girl that Chen Fei didn't know. Hello, who are you looking for? Across the iron gate outside the villa, Wang Xiaoyan looked at Chen Fei strangely and asked. My name is Chen Fei. I'm Chen Mingyan's father. Chen Fei nodded politely to her and introduced himself. Needless to say, this person must be one of Yang Ming's women. Chen Fei didn't have to confirm her identity. At this time, Zhao also came out. She said while walking, Yan, who is it? Both of them heard the doorbell at the same time, but Wang Xiaoyan was one step faster than Zhao. Zhao. Teacher. Chen Fei looked at Zhao who walked out, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. He naturally knew Zhao. She was Mingyan's former teacher, but now she was one of Yang Ming's women. Although her current identity was no longer a teacher, but a college classmate of Yang Ming, Chen Fei still felt a little uncomfortable. Ah, it's Chen. Uncle Chen. Zhao was a little embarrassed to see Chen Fei. The two met at the parent-teacher conference. At that time, they discussed Chen Mingyan's math results, but now Zhao had to call Chen Fei Uncle Chen. Then I will call you Zhao. Chen Fei smiled bitterly and had to accept the title of Uncle Chen. It couldn't be helped. This was a person who addressed his daughter as a sister. What else could he do besides being an uncle? You look for Mingyan. I will call her. Although Zhao called Chen Fei Uncle Chen, she was still a little embarrassed. She quickly turned around and ran back to the villa to find Chen Mingyan. Wang Xiaoyan also quickly helped Chen Fei open the door of the villa and said, Uncle Chen, please come in. Chen Fei and Wang Xiaoyan walked into the living room together, and Chen Mingyan also came down from upstairs. Zhou Jiejie, Xiao Qing, Jing Xiaolu, and others were with Chen Mingyan. Uncle Chen, hello. The women, except for Chen Mingyan, all greeted Chen Fei. They were very generous. This was also the result of everyone's agreement. If they kept avoiding each other, it would not be good. They might as well openly admit their relationship with each other. Hello. Chen Fei nodded with a smile and said, previously, I have investigated the matter that Mingyan asked me to do, and I also have the results. Dad, did you find the owner of the phone card? Chen Mingyan was stunned and asked with some surprise. I found it. Chen Fei nodded and said, I have found the seller of the phone card. According to her impression, I drew a portrait of the person who bought the phone card. It is here. Take a look and see if you recognize it. As Chen Fei spoke, he handed the portrait in his hand to Chen Mingyan. Hey! After Chen Mingyan saw the portrait, she felt that it was familiar. She seemed to have seen it somewhere. However, Chen Mingyan did not have much of an impression of where she had seen it. She was afraid that she had seen it before, but she was not familiar with it. Other people, such as Zhou Zhejia, Zhao Ying, Jing Xiaolu, Sun Jia, and others, did not have any impression of the person in this portrait. Dong Jun. Only Wang Xiaoyan suddenly called out the name of the person in the portrait. Do you know him? Chen Fei was slightly stunned and looked at Wang Xiaoyan. The others did not know him, only Wang Xiaoyan knew him. Chen Fei naturally felt that Wang Xiaoyan should know something. I know him. Wang Xiaoyan nodded, but she was a little puzzled. How could it be him? Could it be, all of this was done by him? He had been targeting Yang Ming before, and those photos were also taken by him? I am not sure about this. Since you know him, is there any conflict between this person and Yang Ming? Asked Chen Fei. These? I am not sure for the time being. Wang Xiaoyan hesitated. Uncle Chen, I have troubled you with this matter. However, can you leave it to me for the time being? I have to go out and find someone. Well, since you said so, then I will leave it to you. Chen Fei hesitated and nodded. He probably guessed that Yang Ming should have some unknown secrets, and these secrets were not easy to say to him. Looking at the expression of his daughter, Chen Mingyan, she should also know these things, but since she did not say it, there was naturally a reason not to say it. Dad, you have worked hard. If there is nothing else, you can go and do it. If there is anything on my side, I will contact you at any time. Chen Mingyan knew that Wang Xiaoyan was probably going to find Yang Ming's master, Fang Tian, and this person seemed to be Yang Ming's senior. Chen Mingyan seemed to have vaguely met this person, but she could not remember where exactly. Yang Ming did not make a detailed introduction. Okay, then I will go back first. Chen Fei nodded and got up to leave. After Chen Fei left, Wang Xiaoyan also packed up and prepared to find Fang Tian. Yan, do you know this person? The other people asked impatiently. This person is Yang Ming Sr., called Dong Jun. He is a godly thief. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said, although I still don't know why it is this person's skill is extraordinary, and his qigong is amazing. If it is him, then it is not impossible to take those photos and hide it from all of us. The skill of a godly thief is naturally first class. But, since he is Yang Ming Sr., why is he targeting Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan asked with some puzzlement. Perhaps, there is a conflict of interest between them? Sun Jia interrupted and said, since he is a senior, then it means that he joined Fang Tian's sect before Yang Ming, and Yang Ming joined Fang Tian's sect later. Did the appearance of Yang Ming touch his interests? Yeah, Sister Sun Jia's analysis is reasonable. Is it because of this? Chen Mingyan and others nodded after listening. For the time being. In fact, I don't know. Everything will have to wait until I meet Yang Ming's master, Fang Tian, before making a conclusion. After all, this portrait now can only mean that he bought the phone card. Wang Xiaoyan was also very shocked at the moment. She never thought that this person would be Dong Jun. She thought that this person might be from the Lancer family, but she never thought that this person would be Yang Ming's senior brother. Yang Ming's senior brother should be on the same side as Yang Ming. How could he become Yang Ming's enemy? Wang Xiaoyan couldn't figure it out, but she could figure it out at the same time. What she couldn't figure out was Dong Jun's motive, but what she could figure out was that if this person was really Dong Jun, then the previous matters were all consistent. At the jewelry exhibition, there was a god-level disciple who could appear. This also confirmed that this person was Dong Jun. Only a god-level thief like Dong Jun could have such a god-level disciple. However, what deep hatred was there between Dong Jun and Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan really couldn't figure out why Dong Jun would try to kill Yang Ming. There might be some conflict of interest between the two people, but in Wang Xiaoyan's opinion, it shouldn't be too big. Otherwise, why didn't Dong Jun directly stop Yang Ming from becoming a disciple? Wang Xian also understood the process of Yang Ming becoming a disciple afterward. It was with Dong Jun's help that Yang Ming was able to become Fang Tian's disciple. So, why did Dong Jun want to kill Yang Ming? That's fine. Then you go to Yang Ming's master. For this matter, it's best to contact Yang Ming and pass this news to him so that he can take precautions in advance, said Chen Mingyan. I'm afraid this won't work. After Yang Ming left, he didn't contact us again, nor did he contact anyone else, so. Wang Xian shook her head. She knew more about Yang Ming's mission than others. On Fang Tian's side, Yang Ming didn't contact him again. It seems that we can only find a way ourselves. Chen Mingyan nodded. Yeah, then I'll go first. Wang Xian changed her shoes, left the villa, and drove straight to Fang Tian's home. Although Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui had reconciled, Fang Tian still maintained his previous living habits. Every day after dinner, he would lie in the rocking chair and listen to the radio. He didn't watch TV, which made Wang Ruoshui very angry. She only scolded Fang Tian for not being interesting. When Wang Xian came, Wang Ruoshui was scolding Fang Tian. Fortunately, Wang Xian came and helped Fang Tian out of the situation, so Fang Tian didn't have the previous embarrassment. Wang Ruoshui couldn't say much. When she saw Wang Xian, she had to smile warmly. Yan Yan, you're here? Aunt, uncle, I came here because I have something important to discuss with uncle. After Wang Xian nodded to the two of them, she didn't say much. Instead, she went straight to the topic. Uncle, I think I found the person to deal with Yang Ming. Oh? You found it? Who is it? Fang Tian's face froze. He turned off the radio next to him and asked. It's Dong Jun, said Wang Xian. Dong Jun? Fang Tian took a deep breath, but asked faintly, how did you know? Wang Xian was a bit baffled by Fang Tian's attitude at this moment. After Fang Tian heard that the person who wanted to deal with Yang Ming was Dong Jun, wasn't he shocked? Why did Fang Tian's expression seem to be as if he expected it and wasn't shocked? It's like this. Wang Xian told Fang Tian the process and result of the decryption through the mobile phone. She also told Fang Tian how she finally found out the seller of the phone card and how she drew the portrait of the person who bought the phone card. This is the portrait. Wang Xian took out the portrait that Chen Fei brought and placed it in front of Fang Tian. It really is him. Fang Tian nodded. In fact, I always knew it was him. Ah? Wang Xian was suddenly stunned. Uncle, you always knew? If Wang Xian didn't understand that Fang Tian must be closer to her and Yang Ming's side, she even suspected that Fang Tian was with Dong Jun. Otherwise, why was Fang Tian so calm? He already knew that the person who wanted to deal with Yang Ming was Dong Jun, but he didn't take any measures. However, Fang Tian was Wang Xian's uncle. No matter from which perspective, he should be on her side, not Dong Jun's side. Therefore, Wang Xian was even more confused. I always knew, but I wasn't sure. Fang Tian smiled. But now, when you take this portrait, I am sure. Always knew but not sure? Wang Xian was a bit baffled. Uncle, with your skills and means, it shouldn't be difficult to confirm this matter, right? Why? Isn't it strange? Why didn't I confirm it? Fang Tian waved his hand and said, that's right. I already knew that Dong Jun had some ambition and premeditation, so I never taught him the real assassin skills. I also didn't intend to let him inherit my legacy, and I wouldn't let him marry you. However, he always wanted to inherit my legacy. The appearance of Yang Ming hindered him and prevented him from becoming the new generation of king of assassins, so it was normal for him to deal with Yang Ming. From those few things, I also roughly deduced that the person behind the scenes was Dong Jun. However, I didn't verify it because once I verified it, with my character, I would never let him live. I would clean up the family. Ah? Uncle, do you mean that you are reluctant to clean up the family? Or is it because of the old relationship? Wang Xian didn't expect the situation to be like this. Do you think that I, your uncle, am such a person? Fang Tian smiled. I didn't kill him. Naturally, there is a reason not to kill him. My reason is very simple. That is, Yang Ming needs to be tempered if he wants to grow. As the saying goes, adversity breeds talent. This is the truth. If he is a flower in a greenhouse, how can he achieve great things? How can he become the king of assassins? You have seen the growth of Yang Ming in this year. If there was no opponent, Yang Ming would only be stagnant. It was the appearance of opponents that made Yang Ming become stronger. And the reason why I kept Dong Jun and didn't ask for confirmation was also because of this reason. He dealt with Yang Ming. I saved the opportunity to help Yang Ming create a trial environment. I let him fight with Yang Ming, and Yang Ming would also grow in every battle. But, if he was kept, wouldn't it be very dangerous? If Yang Ming couldn't win, wouldn't the consequences be unimaginable? Wang Xiaoyan finally understood Feng Tian's meaning, but she felt that Feng Tian's approach was a bit risky. Which thing that Yang Ming is doing now isn't dangerous? If he didn't experience real danger, how could he improve so quickly? Feng Tian said indifferently, if it weren't for Dong Jun's existence, I reckon that Yang Ming wouldn't be able to return from this mission. However, he had already competed with Dong Jun many times. Now, Yang Ming is considered to be both intelligent and brave. There shouldn't be a problem for him to return safely. After Wang Xiaoyan listened to Feng Tian's words, she was shocked. She couldn't help but admire Feng Tian's foresight. It turned out that Feng Tian had already guessed who the person who dealt with Yang Ming was, but he had kept him alive to let him train Yang Ming and let Yang Ming grow. This courage was probably not something that everyone could have. Feng Tian, this master, could be considered to have put in a lot of effort for Yang Ming. It turned out to be like this. Wang Xiaoyan nodded in understanding. Uncle, you are really far-sighted. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to Yang Ming? If something really happened to him, then I would have thought highly of him in vain. Feng Tian smiled. Actually, aren't you the same? In the family, after learning the skills, you were sent out to experience alone. Didn't you also experience danger a few times? If it weren't for Yang Ming saving you, I'm afraid that even if you didn't die, you would be seriously injured, right? This is also true. Wang Xiaoyan association on herself. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. I was confused because I was concerned. If I went out to experience, wouldn't the family be worried? But then I must come out. This is what an assassin must do. But now, Dong Jun is no longer useful. He has also completed his mission. Leave the rest to me. Feng Tian picked up the portrait on the coffee table, looked at it, and put it back. That's fine. Then I will trouble uncle. I will leave first. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said. Since Feng Tian had agreed, then the next thing was his to do. She didn't need to care anymore. Now what Wang Xiaoyan had to do was to go back and tell the news to everyone so that they wouldn't be too worried. Why are you still talking to me about trouble? Feng Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry after listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words. Don't say that you are my niece, but Yang Ming is still my apprentice. I care about him more than you. It's just that you don't see it. Oh, if that's the case, then, I won't be polite. I'll leave first. Wang Xiaoyan's words as mine's words. Feng Tian nodded. Just as he was about to signal Wang Ruoshui to loosen up, the doorbell at home rang. At this time, who came to the door? Feng Tian was stunned because his residence was arranged by Yang Ming. Feng Tian didn't have any friends here. He lived at home every day and didn't go out much. Only Wang Ruoshui accompanied him, so no friends would come. At this time, it was impossible for people from the property company or the gas company to come, so Feng Tian had some doubts. You go and ask who it is? Feng Tian motioned Wang Ruoshui to ask. Wang Ruoshui was also a top assassin, so she wasn't afraid of bad people. However, she was cautious. She didn't open the door directly, but asked in a normal tone, who is it? Master's wife, it's me, Dong Jun. Dong Jun's voice sounded outside the door. Oh, it's Dong Jun, wait a minute. Master's wife, change your clothes. Wang Ruoshui said naturally to the door, then turned to look at Feng Tian and Wang Xiaoyan. Previously, although Wang Ruoshui didn't participate in the discussion of what Feng Tian and Wang Xiaoyan said, she heard it clearly. So it was a coincidence that Dong Jun came at this time. Whether he was allowed to come in or not was up to Fang Tian. Dong Jun didn't think much about it. Wang Ruoshui was a woman, and it was summer now. It was normal for her to wear less at home. As a man, it was normal for Wang Ruoshui to change her clothes. He naturally wouldn't have any special thoughts. Yan Yan, you go and hide in the bedroom. Ruoshui, you go in too. Leave me here to deal with him. Fang Tian hesitated and said. Okay. At this time, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't leave even if she wanted to, unless she jumped out of the window. However, she also wanted to know the purpose of Dong Jun's visit at this time, so she decided to hide in the inner room and listen to what Dong Jun had to say. Wang Ruoshui also nodded. She pulled Wang Xiaoyan into the bedroom and closed the bedroom door. At this time, Fang Tian stood up calmly, walked to the door, and opened the door. Master? Dong Jun didn't expect that it was Fang Tian who opened the door this time and not Wang Ruoshui. He was stunned. Come in. Fang Tian nodded. He was still as indifferent as usual. After opening the door, he turned and entered the room. He lay on his leisure chair again and swayed back and forth. Dong Jun was already accustomed to Fang Tian's behavior. After closing the door, he didn't see Wang Ruoshui. He was a little puzzled. Where's Master's wife? Oh, Ruoshui just took a shower before you came. I simply let her go to the bedroom. Fang Tian pointed in the direction of the bedroom and said. I see. Dong Jun didn't think much about it. After all, Wang Ruoshui had said before that she wanted to change her clothes. Now that he thought about what Fang Tian said, Wang Ruoshui probably only wore a towel at home before, so he simply went straight into the bedroom. Anyway, he came to find Fang Tian, not her. Why did you suddenly come so late? Don't tell me you want to freeload? Fang Tian glanced at Dong Jun and asked, there are some leftovers in the kitchen. If you want to eat, go and eat by yourself. Haha, master, I have already eaten. I came here today to see you. Dong Jun smiled, isn't Yang Ming going to perform a mission? You are alone at home. As a senior brother, I have to come to see you often. I'm also afraid that you will be lonely. Senior brother? After Yang Ming finished his apprenticeship, he will be a senior brother, right? Fang Tian said faintly. Ugh. Dong Jun was stunned. He didn't expect Fang Tian to say this, but he still said, yeah, Yang Ming inherited the mantle of the king of assassins. Then, he will be the orthodox of this line in the future. I will call him senior brother. Haha, this kid actually became my senior brother in the future. It's interesting to talk about it. Is it interesting? Why don't I find it interesting? If I were you, I might have killed Yang Ming in a fit of anger, Fang Tian said to himself. Huh? Dong Jun was stunned, and his heart skipped a beat. What does Fang Tian mean? But your temperament is indifferent to fame and fortune. For you, senior brother and junior brother are just titles. You don't care about these. Fang Tian suddenly looked at Dong Jun and laughed. Haha, yeah, I don't care about this. Dong Jun was shocked and breathed a sigh of relief. This Fang Tian, he took a deep breath when he spoke. It was simply killing me. He thought that Fang Tian knew something, but it turned out that Fang Tian had only said half a sentence. This made Dong Jun very worried. Until Fang Tian said the latter part of the sentence, he was relieved and laughed dryly. Yes, you don't care about this. Fang Tian said faintly. Because of Fang Tian's words, Dong Jun's thoughts were thrown into disarray. He didn't know what to say. He came here to test Fang Tian's attitude. Yang Ming's attitude was not a problem. Since Yang Ming could keep him until now, it showed that Yang Ming was a person who cherished old friendships. In this way, he was left with Fang Tian. If Fang Tian could forgive him and support him, he could persuade Yang Ming to help him get away from Central's control. With the support of Yang Ming, Fang Tian, and the Butterfly family, he would at least have the power to talk to Central. Dr. Benjamin was powerful, but no matter how powerful he would still be afraid of the assassins, right? Although Central had a big business and a lot of power, who could guarantee that he would never go out? If you went out and were targeted by the assassins, it would not be a good thing. Therefore, Fang Tian felt that as long as Dr. Benjamin was not a fool, he would definitely not want the assassin organization to target him. However, how could he open his mouth now? This made Dong Jun a little embarrassed. For a time, the atmosphere in the living room became a little awkward. Dong Jun didn't know how to continue Fang Tian's topic. Right, why are you here? Fang Tian saw that Dong Jun didn't speak, so he asked. Ah. Yes, there is something. Dong Jun was shocked and quickly found a topic. Yang Ming went to Miaojiang to perform a mission this time. I don't know if there is any danger. What do you think? Danger? This should be asked you. If you ask me, how would I know? Fang Tian glanced at Dong Jun and asked, you don't know. Why are you asking me? You should be the clearest, right? Huh? Dong Jun was shocked by Fang Tian's words again. What do you mean by asking me? I am the clearest? How am I the clearest? Could it be that Master noticed the shady business between me and Elder Yu? Otherwise, what does this mean? Thinking of this, Dong Jun's forehead suddenly had a cold sweat. He didn't dare to think about it. Dong Jun thought about Fang Tian saying that he wanted to kill Yang Ming without rhyme or reason. He was very clear what kind of person Fang Tian was. He was someone who killed people without batting an eyelid. Now that he was sitting here, it was easy for Fang Tian to kill him. It could even be said that it was easier than killing a chicken. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't escape. My kung fu is taught by Fang Tian, and it's just qinggong. How can I be Fang Tian's opponent? Furthermore, he did not learn any assassination techniques at all, so he was not Fang Tian's match. Dong Jun at it. What's wrong with you? Fang Tian looked at Dong Jun as usual. Why aren't you talking? What should I say? Dong Jun wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Even if his psychological quality was good, he was still scared when facing a person like Fang Tian. He said carefully, how would I know? Master, are you kidding me? Haven't you been to Miaojiang? When I asked you to help me examine Yang Ming's character, you followed him to Miaojiang. Whether it is dangerous or not, you know it better than me. I haven't been there at all. Fang Tian said with a smile, don't you think you know it better than me? Ah? So it's like this. After Dong Jun heard Fang Tian's words, he suddenly regretted it. I was too sensitive. Fang Tian didn't mean that at all, but I thought too much. I'm really worried about nothing. Yeah, then what do you think? Fang Tian looked at Dong Jun strangely and said, do you think that you are the one who wants to deal with Yang Ming? Did you send the enemy in Miaojiang? This? How is this possible? Master, you really know how to joke. Dong Jun wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead again and said with a smile, don't you know my little bit of ability? It was originally a joke. What are you nervous about? Fang Tian said faintly, right, you seem to be very hot. Why are you sweating so much on your forehead? It's already night time. It's not very hot, right? Do you want me to turn on the air conditioner? No need. No need. Dong Jun quickly shook his head and said, I came here in a hurry. I was a little anxious on the way here. As a result, I sweated all over. When I reached your place, I went back. Oh, so it's like this. Fang Tian nodded. Right, you just asked me if Yang Ming was in danger, right? Yes, yes. Dong Jun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. When he heard Fang Tian going back to the topic, he quickly nodded. I was a little worried about Yang Ming, so I came to discuss with you to see if we can help. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Fang Tian nodded. I think there shouldn't be any danger. In this year, Yang Ming has been in constant danger. There are always people who want to kill him. Isn't he still living freely? And the person who wants to kill him can't do anything about it? Ugh. That. Who is the person who wants to kill Yang Ming? Dong Jun felt that his heart was going to explode. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down again. Dong Jun reminded himself that he must be calm. Psychological quality, psychological quality. I'm a godly thief. My psychological quality is super strong. I can't panic. Fang Tian doesn't know anything at all. Who wants to kill Yang Ming? Don't you know? Fang Tian looked at Dong Jun strangely again and asked. Jie. Dong Jun's heart almost fell out this time. He screamed in his heart. Oh God, oh Earth, you scared me to death. What's wrong with you? Fang Tian looked at Dong Jun and asked inexplicably. No. Nothing. Master, you are really humorous. How would I know who wants to kill Yang Ming? Dong Jun said with a bitter smile, you also know that I'm just a godly thief. I usually only study stealing. I have never studied other things. So how would I know who wants to kill Yang Ming? You don't know? Fang Tian looked at Dong Jun strangely. What are you doing here? I came here to discuss with you about whether Yang Ming will be in danger. Dong Jun also said with some doubts, Master, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you before? How did you forget? Did I forget or did you forget? Fang Tian said, then why do you think Yang Ming is in danger? Because of Elder Yu. Dong Jun still didn't understand Fang Tian's meaning. Yeah, isn't Yang Ming's enemy Elder Yu? Since you know, why did you say you don't know? I think you are forgetful, right? Fang Tian looked at Dong Jun. It was unknown whether he was smiling or not. Ah, you are talking about this. I thought it was someone else. Dong Jun suddenly said, but he was also scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Then what did you think I was talking about? Fang Tian asked, is there someone else who wants to deal with Yang Ming? How would I know this? Dong Jun was about to collapse. You don't know what you are talking about, asked Fang Tian. I. Dong Jun was about to cry. Master, the weather is very hot today. I am afraid that Master's wife has already rested. Why don't I leave first and come back to see you another day? Leaving now? Don't worry. Why are you leaving so early? It's a long night with no sleep. Isn't it fun to chat and kill people? Said Fang Tian. Jie. Dong Jun was so scared that his butt jumped and bounced up from the sofa as if he was pricked. Kill who? Kill people? What kill people? Who wants to kill people? Asked Fang Tian. Just now. Master, didn't you say that you want to chat and kill people? What is going on? Asked Dong Jun. Did I say that? Why don't I know? Fang Tian said, maybe I was joking. Why? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will kill you? How can this be? I am your apprentice. Master, how can you kill me? Dong Jun said with a smile. Isn't that right? You are my disciple, so of course I can't kill you. Fang Tian nodded in agreement. However, he changed the topic and continued, unless you do something that betrays the sect, then I will kill you to clean up the sect. But did you do it? How could I possibly do that? Dong Jun's expression was uglier than if he were crying. Then what are you afraid of? Fang Tian was even more baffled. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't need to be afraid of ghosts. That's right. Dong Jun nodded in agreement. Do you have anything else? Fang Tian asked, I think you have something to tell me. Why didn't you say so? I'm fine. Dong Jun came to sound out the situation, but he was scared half to death. That's not right. I think you seem to have something to say. Fang Tian asked in return. No. I really didn't. Dong Jun shook his head. Really? Then why are you sweating so much? Fang Tian asked. Isn't this because it's too hot at night? Dong Jun wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, it's really hot, too hot. Is it? Then you wipe it. As Fang Tian said this, he took the toilet paper on the coffee table and handed it to Dong Jun. However, it seemed that he inadvertently took the piece of paper next to the toilet paper and put it in front of Dong Jun. Okay. This is? Dong Jun picked up the toilet paper, but he suddenly found the portrait. Isn't this my portrait? Dong Jun was obviously stunned. Why is my portrait here? Fong Tian isn't a painter. It's impossible for him to paint for fun. In Fong Tian's family, I haven't heard of anyone who is a painter. But what's with this painting? What's wrong? Fong Tian asked faintly. Master. This painting, isn't it me? It's quite similar. Who drew it? Dong Jun held the painting in his hand and asked curiously. Chen Fei asked someone to draw it. Fong Tian said. Gah. Dong Jun was stunned. Chen Fei? Why did he ask someone to draw this? Dong Jun naturally knew who Chen Fei was. When Fong Tian was able to clear his name, it was thanks to Chen Fei's help. Moreover, Chen Fei was Yang Ming's father-in-law, so Dong Jun was naturally familiar with him. Oh, this was drawn according to the description of a person who sold a phone card. Fong Tian said, isn't the painting quite similar? Sell a phone card? Sell what phone card? Dong Jun didn't react for a while. He didn't know what Fong Tian meant. Oh, the person who sold the phone card sold a phone card. Then, this phone card was used to call the dead jewelry thief. The number of the phone card was used. Fong Tian said. Fong Tian's words were like thunder in Dong Jun's ears. Dong Jun suddenly stood up. The painting in his hand fell to the ground. His face was full of sweat. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he understood what Fong Tian meant. The person who bought the phone card and called the jewelry thief, wasn't it Dong Jun himself? It turned out that Fong Tian already knew that he was the person who dealt with Yang Ming. No wonder his words were strange and inexplicable. It turned out that he was targeting himself. Dong Jun secretly complained in his heart. I was too careless. What kind of person is Fong Tian? How can he say something that I don't know for no reason? It turned out that he was hinting at something. What about you? What's wrong with you? Fong Tian said as usual, you seem to be emotionally unstable today. Why don't we change the topic? Let's talk about how we met, or what have you done all these years? Master. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Dong Jun couldn't hide it anymore. Since Fong Tian already knew, then it was useless for him to say anything. Dong Jun directly knelt on the ground and knelt in front of Fong Tian. Master, I know that I was wrong. In fact, I came here tonight to apologize to you. Oh? How are you wrong? Why can't I understand? Fong Tian asked faintly, what are you apologizing to me for? Master, since you already know, why do you still say that to me? Dong Jun said with a bitter smile. I know, Dong Jun. In fact, I have been suspecting you all these years, but I wasn't sure. You really disappointed me. Fong Tian sighed and said, do you know? In fact, I didn't want this person to be you. Until today, when I saw this portrait, I was sure. Master. I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong, but I also have my own difficulties. Please don't kill me. Dong Jun knelt on the ground with an ashen face. He was clear about Fong Tian's means. For a traitor like him, he definitely had to clean up the sect. Difficulties. Everyone has their own difficulties. But if you have your difficulties, you should have confessed to me earlier instead of using this method until I found out about this matter. Only then did you tell me that you have difficulties. Fong Tian's expression was still so calm as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Dong Jun was not his disciple at all, and he was now talking about another matter. Dong Jun was somewhat speechless. Master, it's my fault. I was possessed. This is not the reason why I didn't kill you, said Fong Tian faintly. Master, I know it's my fault, but Junior Yang Ming. No, Senior Yang Ming probably doesn't want to kill me. Dong Jun said quickly. This was his last life-saving straw. He knew Fong Tian's character very well. Only by mentioning Yang Ming could he calm things down and let himself escape this disaster. Thinking of this, Dong Jun did not intend to hide anything anymore. He was ready to tell the truth. He told the things that he had done in these years and the grievances with Yang Ming. The most important thing was why he did this. He hoped that his life experience could be sympathized with by Fong Tian. Otherwise, Dong Jun knew that he could forget about walking out of this door tonight. Although Fang Tian's current expression was very calm, Dong Jun knew that his master was such a calm person. He could kill a person without batting an eyelid and still eat beside this person's corpse without batting an eyelid. To Fang Tian, this was a very normal thing. Oh? You mean Yang Ming? He doesn't want to kill you? After Fang Tian heard Dong Jun's words, he found it very interesting. He could not help but look up at Dong Jun and ask, then you tell me. Why doesn't Yang Ming want to kill you? You have harmed him again and almost killed him. Why doesn't he want to kill you? Is he stupid, or is he stupid, or is he stupid? Ugh. Dong Jun didn't expect that at this time, Fang Tian would still joke with him, but he didn't want to laugh at all. He couldn't laugh. Dong Jun said with a bitter face, Master, Yang Ming is not stupid. Not only is he not stupid, he is very smart. Oh? If he is not stupid, why would he keep you alive? Dong Jun asked with a smile. However, in his heart, he was somewhat certain. How could Fang Tian not understand Yang Ming's character? Yang Ming was a nostalgic person. This was both good and bad, but Fang Tian wasn't going to forcefully change anything. An assassin didn't have to be ruthless. A ruthless person wasn't an assassin, but a death warrior or an assassin. An assassin could be a person of flesh and blood, loyal and righteous. Yang Ming's nostalgia was the reason why he didn't kill Dong Jun. Even if Dong Jun had done a lot of things to let him down, Yang Ming could still forgive him. There was no other reason. It was because no matter what, Dong Jun was once his senior brother. Master, in fact, I don't need to say it. You should also know that Yang Ming is a nostalgic person. Because I am his senior brother, he can't bear to kill me. Dong Jun said, Yang Ming has already fought with Elder Yu in Yunnan this time. When he talked with Elder Yu, he also said this amazing secret. He knew that I was dealing with him from beginning to end. Even when I attacked him for the first time, he had already noticed it. What? He noticed it the first time you attacked? Fang Tian stood up suddenly. He was a little surprised and incredible. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would notice it when Dong Jun attacked for the first time. Yang Ming's vigilance was simply beyond his expectations. Fang Tian couldn't help but ask, when was that? The first time I attacked him was when Yang Ming went to Yunnan's Miaojiang. I wanted to use a piece of jade to frame Lan Ling in the hotel. I wanted to make Yang Ming suspect Lan Ling and break up with her. Dong Jun said, I thought I did this secretly, but I didn't expect that until Yang Ming and Elder Yu mentioned it. I knew that I was really stupid. I always thought that I was hiding in the dark, but I was kept in the dark and was looked at like a monkey. Oh? You attacked him so early? At that time, I hadn't officially accepted him as a disciple. I just asked you to help me investigate his character. He could actually find out your conspiracy? Fang Tian was really surprised at this moment. In his opinion, even if Yang Ming was very vigilant, it was only after he accepted him as a disciple that he cultivated for a long time. If Dong Jun wanted to make a move on him, it was impossible for him to make a move at the beginning. However, Fang Tian guessed wrong. Yeah. I was also very puzzled. Whether it was a coincidence or he was really so vigilant, in short, I was exposed. I was exposed the first time. After that, I couldn't detect it. I still tried to harm Yang Ming again and again. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and said, Yang Ming also said to Elder Yu that if it weren't for me and Elder Yu, Yang Ming wouldn't have grown so fast. In this way, he should thank me and Elder Yu. Yang Ming has always treated us as a stepping stone for his training and growth. Haha. When Fang Tian heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This kid. He actually has the same thoughts as me. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. What? Master, you. Dong Jun was stunned. I said it before. In fact, I had already suspected you. However, once I suspected it, I just suspected it. I didn't investigate further. Firstly, you are my disciple after all. I don't want to and don't want the person who dealt with Yang Ming to be you. Fang Tian said, secondly, I also want to use this enemy to train Yang Ming. How can you see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? If you want him to grow quickly, you can't do it without training. This? Dongjun smiled bitterly again. It turned out to be like this. It seems that I am a fool. Previously, you said that you fought with Elder Yu? Then, what happened to Yang Ming? Feng Tian put away his previous smile. His heart still cared about Yang Ming. As for Dongjun's life and death, it was just a matter of a thought. If Yang Ming didn't kill Dongjun, then he didn't need to kill Dongjun. Everything, wait for Yang Ming to come back and deal with it. Since Yang Ming had grown up, then he didn't need this master to shelter him from the wind and rain. Yes, but Yang Ming was caught by Elder Yu. Dongjun said, when Elder Yu called me before, he was actually showing off to me that he caught Yang Ming. What? Yang Ming was caught. When Feng Tian heard the news that Yang Ming had been caught, his face suddenly became very bad. He stood up with murderous intent in his eyes. You leaked the news? You told the secret? Me? How is it possible? Dongjun was shocked and quickly said, Master, don't be agitated. Listen to me carefully. I will analyze it with you. What else is there to say? Yang Ming was caught. Isn't that the result you want? Feng Tian snorted and said, your purpose has finally been achieved. As a result, you have become my only apprentice. Then, I have no choice but to teach you martial arts and let you become the new king of assassins. Is that so? This? Master, I did think so before, but now, I don't think so. Dongjun said with a bitter smile, I don't deny that my previous actions were for this purpose, but people will always change. Now, I don't want anything to happen to Yang Ming. Oh? Yang Ming has been caught, so you said this. Are you trying to make me happy? Feng Tian looked at Dongjun indifferently and said, I can tell you clearly that you should give up. Even if something happens to Yang Ming, I will train Yan Yan to become the king of assassins. Maybe you still don't know? Yan Yan is pregnant with Yang Ming's flesh and blood. When this child is born, I will train him to be the new generation of king of assassins. Huh? Wang Xiaoyan was listening to the movement outside the door in the inner room at the moment. Suddenly, she heard Feng Tian say that she was pregnant with Yang Ming's child. She was stunned for a while. I'm pregnant? Why didn't I know? Wang Ruoshui looked at Wang Xiaoyan strangely. She couldn't help but whisper, Yan Yan, you are pregnant? Why did you only tell your uncle and not your auntie? I don't seem to have it, right? Wang Xiaoyan touched her flat belly with a strange look. No? Then your uncle? Wang Ruoshui was stunned after hearing Wang Xiaoyan's words. I don't know either. Perhaps it's to deceive Dongjun? Why don't we continue to listen? Wang Xiaoyan was also confused. She pointed in the direction of the door and said. Then, let's listen again. Wang Ruoshui nodded. She also suspected that Feng Tian was lying. In fact, Feng Tian was lying. This was just something that he casually said. The purpose was to make Dongjun give up and make him despair. It made him feel that even if Yang Ming died, he would not pass on his mantle to him and let him become the new king of assassins. From this, Dongjun's true thoughts could be seen. In fact, Feng Tian had the idea of not killing Dongjun after Dongjun said what Yang Ming meant. Yang Ming had grown up and matured, so Feng Tian, as his master, would naturally support his decision. Since Yang Ming didn't do anything to Dongjun until he left Songjiang City, this also explained Yang Ming's attitude. Yang Ming really didn't want that kind of fratricidal thing to happen between fellow disciples. Feng Tian understood Yang Ming's character very well, so he decided to wait for Yang Ming to come back before talking about this. But now, Feng Tian had to figure out Dongjun's thoughts. Did this guy really repent, or was he just pretending to deceive him? Therefore, Feng Tian gave Dongjun a huge blow and let him give up the idea of becoming the king of assassins. Feng Tian wanted to see what kind of reaction he would have. Pregnant? Then, congratulations. Although Dongjun was stunned after listening, he didn't have any special expression. This news, if Yang Ming knew, it would make him feel more at ease. Moreover, he would work harder to find ways to deal with Elder Yu. Unfortunately, the news can't be passed. Don't you think it's a pity? Although Fang Tian saw Dong Jun's expression, Dong Jun was a person who was good at disguising, so Fang Tian didn't believe his expression. Pity? What's a pity? Dong Jun was stunned, and then he understood Fang Tian's meaning. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Master, why don't you believe it? This time I really want to repent to you. I was wrong. I made a big mistake in the past. I came this time to ask for your forgiveness and let you and Yang Ming help me. Do you think I will believe you? Asked Fang Tian. After Dong Jun heard Fang Tian's words, he couldn't help but smile sadly. I also know that the things I have done are treasonous and unfilial. Framing your own master, assassinating your own junior brother, you can really do these things. You are simply a heaven-defying disciple. Fang Tian said, how do you want to die? Well, since this is the case, then I won't say anything more. Dong Jun sighed with some despair. But I will die sooner or later. Why don't you give me a release? But I want to ask Master, before I die, do me a favor. What favor? Asked Fang Tian calmly. I have a sister called Alice. I hope you can take her in and help her escape from the forces behind her. If she can marry Yang Ming, I can be considered to be smiling in the underworld. Dong Jun had always suspected that his sister, Alice, was interested in Yang Ming. Although Alice had never admitted it, Dong Jun and Alice grew up together. How could Dong Jun not understand Alice? Therefore, Dong Jun's biggest wish before he died was to let Alice have a good home. Regardless of whether Alice liked Yang Ming or not, what was certain was that she absolutely did not hate Yang Ming. Once she became Yang Ming's woman, with Yang Ming's protective character, whoever dared to touch his woman, Yang Ming would never let it go easily. Alice? Which Alice? This name was somewhat familiar to Fang Tian. It seemed that when he was in Butterfly Castle, he had also heard of a woman named Alice. It is, the Alice you have heard of. Dong Jun smiled bitterly. It is that mysterious Alice who has a lot of power and assets. She is your sister? Fang Tian suddenly frowned after listening and asked, does she still need me to take care of her? What kind of force is behind her? Fang Tian found that he still underestimated Dong Jun's identity. Behind him, there might be a big secret that shocked him. All along, Fang Tian had been suspecting which force sent Dong Jun, but there was no result after the investigation. Over time, Fang Tian also thought that Dong Jun was too ambitious and wanted to inherit the mantle, so he did these things. But now it seemed that this was not the case. She looks very impressive on the surface. In fact, she and I belong to a very powerful force. This force is called Central. Dong Jun had the heart to die. He did not care about Central's secret, so he was blunt to Fang Tian. Central? Fang Tian was slightly stunned. What is that place? Central is a general term. I don't know the specific name. Dong Jun said, that's a very large force. I don't know who's behind it, but my sister and I are both subordinates of a doctor called Benjamin. You continue. Fang Tian said with a dignified expression. The current development of the matter had exceeded Fang Tian's imagination. Fang Tian knew nothing about this. He never thought that there would be such a force behind Dong Jun. Moreover, such a powerful existence like Alice also has such a force behind it. Then, where is this force? What does it do? My sister and I are orphans. When we were very young, we were adopted by Dr. Benjamin, but he did not teach me any skills. He only taught us some adaptability so that we could survive well in different environments. Dong Jun said, however, this central seems to be focused on the study of the potential limit of the human body and some supernatural abilities. I don't know where the central is and who are the specific people. I only know that Dr. Benjamin is my immediate superior. Under Dr. Benjamin, I am only the lowest existence. There are many more powerful people. What? You are the lowest existence? Fang Tian widened his eyes in shock. In his opinion, although Dong Jun didn't know any of those killer skills, his other abilities weren't weak, especially his Qin Gong. Such a person was actually at the lowest level of existence? Yes. Dong Jun smiled bitterly. In this way, it shows the strength and irresistible power of Central. I only know that Central is a foreign terrorist organization. Almost all of us are in contact with Dr. Benjamin. Only a few people who have cooperated with him are in contact. What about Alice? What kind of existence is Alice? Fang Tian asked subconsciously. Now, there were very few things that could make Fang Tian excited, but the current things that Dong Jun said made Fang Tian's mind unable to calm down. Alice. She is just like me. She is also the lowest existence. Dong Jun said helplessly, the wealth that Alice has can be described as amazing, but even so, I am the same as her. We are all at the same level. This Dr. Benjamin is really a powerful figure. Fang Tian couldn't help but be surprised. However, why haven't I heard of this Central and Dr. Benjamin? Have they never come out to cause trouble? This was also where Fang Tian found it strange. Although Dong Jun said it vividly, Fang Tian was also a very powerful figure as the king of assassins. He had been in contact with many dark forces, but he had never heard of a place called Central, nor had he heard of Dr. Benjamin. Therefore, Fang Tian had reason to doubt the authenticity of Dong Jun's words. It seems to be the case. Dong Jun was stunned for a moment. He nodded and said, I don't know if they are stirring up trouble, but the people who are in contact with Alice through me have no intention of stirring up trouble. We each have our own tasks, but they are basically some personal tasks. What do you mean? Asked Fang Tian, baffled. For example, Alice's main task is to accumulate wealth for Dr. Benjamin. Dr. Benjamin's research results require a lot of funds. This needs people like Alice to provide. As far as I know, Alice is not the only one who acts as a money-making machine like Alice. There are others, but we don't contact each other. So, we only know who is Dr. Benjamin's subordinate when we need to contact each other. Dong Jun said, my main task here is to find a girl named Xianxia and inquire about the news of a person named Sun Sikong. Xianxia? Fang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Others didn't know who Xianxia was, but he knew. In this matter, Yang Ming didn't hide it from Fang Tian, but he told him about Xianxia. But Fang Tian didn't expect that Dong Jun was looking for Xianxia. However, Fang Tian's eyes only narrowed for a moment, then he asked, then, have you found this Xianxia? Master, I have found this Xianxia. She is Yang Ming's girlfriend. Dong Jun confessed honestly. He had reached the point where he was going to die, so Dong Jun would not hide anything. You found her? Then, did you tell this news to your boss, Dr. Benjamin? Fang Tian asked with a sneer. No. Dong Jun shook his head. When I got this news, I actually wanted to use this news as a great merit to negotiate with Dr. Benjamin in exchange for the freedom of my sister, Alice, and I. But I learned some inside information from an old man in the center who had worked with me before. There was once a man under Benjamin who was like me. He wanted to use merits to exchange for freedom, but he was killed. So, I lost confidence in Dr. Benjamin. Since I have made a contribution, I can't get freedom, so why should I tell him? At this time, my sister, Alice, called and advised me not to go against Yang Ming. She wanted me to tell the truth to Yang Ming in exchange for his sympathy and help. She wanted to use Yang Ming to help us escape from Dr. Yang Ming's control. Oh? In other words, before you came to me, you had already given up the idea of dealing with Yang Ming? Fang Tian was a little surprised. Yes, master. I actually came here to test your intentions. I already know Yang Ming's intention. He is a nostalgic person. He won't kill me. If I sincerely repent, and he becomes my senior, I think he won't ignore me, his junior, right? I believe that Yang Ming will definitely help me. As Dong Jun spoke until here, he looked at Fang Tian with a bitter smile and continued, but I know that you, master, are not such a soft-hearted person, so I want to come here to test you and see if you can forgive me. Hee. It seems that you still can't. Forget it. Anyway, it's my fault. I also accept my fate. This is my own mistake. I will bear it myself. But I want to ask Master to take care of my sister, Alice. Wait, you haven't finished yet. Why do you want to get out of Dr. Benjamin's control? What does Dr. Benjamin want to do with Xianxia? What is his purpose? What kind of people does he have under him? Fang Tian waved his hand and motioned for Dong Jun to continue. I naturally want to get out of Dr. Benjamin's control. The life and death of my sister and I are in his hands. It's nothing now. He's just controlling us, but once we do something wrong or make him unhappy, we will probably be greeted with death. Dong Jun said, who likes to be controlled by such a person? Moreover, I am really tired of it. I don't like this kind of life. But this has nothing to do with you dealing with Yang Ming, right? Fang Tian asked, I haven't figured it out. Why do you want to deal with Yang Ming? What is the use of you dealing with Yang Ming? According to your statement, your enemy is Dr. Benjamin, not Yang Ming. This? I am ashamed to say it. When I first approached you, Master, I actually had the intention to make use of you. You are the king of assassins. I thought that if I became your disciple, you could teach me some skills. As the direct disciple of the king of assassins, my status is also very powerful. I think I have the qualifications to challenge Dr. Benjamin. Dong Jun said with some embarrassment, in this way, he has to consider and worry about you. If something happens to me, then you will definitely not let Dr. Benjamin go easily. Do I have the capital to compete with Dr. Benjamin? Fang Tian asked with some doubts. You are the king of assassins. I think even if Dr. Benjamin is powerful, he is not willing to offend an assassin, right? Unless he doesn't go out, once he goes out, he may be assassinated by you. Dong Jun explained, who is willing to bear such a danger? If Dr. Benjamin knows this, then I am afraid that he will not easily make a move on me. Even if it is for his own safety, he will let me go. So, when you saw that Yang Ming took the position that should belong to you, you secretly harmed him, right? After Fang Tian listened to Dong Jun's words, he finally understood why he wanted to harm Yang Ming. It turned out to be because of such a relationship. Yes. Dong Jun nodded. If I can become your apprentice and marry into the butterfly family, then I will have the backing of you, the king of assassins, and the butterfly family. I won't be afraid of anything. It turned out to be the case. Then why did you change your mind? Fang Tian asked. You found out that Yang Ming can't be killed, so you want to cooperate with him? Yes. Jun said. Dong Jun, you to be really shameless. Fang Tian sneered, knowing that you can't do it, you want to exchange for Yang Ming's sympathy and help? Yes, I am indeed a bit shameless. Dong Jun admitted, but there is no other way. I am also doing this for my own survival. Let's continue to talk about Dr. Benjamin. You haven't told me why he was looking for Xianxia, and what is so great about Dr. Benjamin? Fang Tian waved his hand, indicating that the previous topic was over. Dr. Benjamin was looking for Xianxia because of an incident in the past. He was a biochemist, studying some things about human potential, limits, and psychic abilities. In the past, there was a doctor named Sun Sikong. It was said that he invented a pair of glasses, and this pair of glasses had a magical function, but as for what exactly it was, my authority was too low, so I couldn't know the details. Dr. Benjamin definitely wouldn't tell me these things. But according to him, Dr. Sun Sikong had been in contact with Xianxia. From Xianxia, it was possible to find clues about Dr. Sun Sikong, so he asked me to stay here and inquire about the whereabouts of this person named Xianxia. But Xianxia's family seemed to have offended a very powerful local boss, so they moved away from here. No one knows where they went. Dong Jun briefly told Fang Tian the reason why he was looking for Xianxia. I don't know much. In short, this person is very useful to Dr. Benjamin. It turns out to be like this. Then, what is so great about this Dr. Benjamin that you are so afraid of him? Asked Fang Tian. As I said before, Dr. Benjamin is a mad scientist who specializes in studying the limits of the human body and other special abilities. Under him, there are many transformed people who have the unbreakable body of Jin Gang. Such people are very difficult to deal with. They have almost no weaknesses. Their bodies are extremely hard. They are even more powerful than those who have cultivated the Golden Bell Shield. They seem to have no weaknesses and are invincible. Dong Jun said, for such a person, whether it is a knife, a spear, or a rod, it is not very useful. Unless you use a harder weapon to destroy them, there is nothing you can do. Then, can Yang Ming deal with it? Fang Tian was stunned when he heard it. If it is really like what Dong Jun said, this is simply Jin Gang. Yang Ming. Isn't Elder Yu refining something called Jin Gang voodoo? After eating it, he is no different from Dr. Benjamin's men. If Yang Ming can deal with Elder Yu, then he should naturally be able to deal with Dr. Benjamin, said Dong Jun. Didn't you say that Yang Ming was caught? How are you sure that Yang Ming can deal with Elder Yu? Asked Dong Jun. The original matter was like this. Dong Jun told Fang Tian about Elder Yu's call to show off to him before, and then added his own analysis. I think that Yang Ming is a very powerful person, but according to Elder Yu, that Yang Ming is a complete fool, so there should be only one reason. That is, Yang Ming was pretending from the beginning to the end. He deliberately let Elder Yu catch him, deliberately surrendered first, and then found an opportunity to turn the tables. The final victory should still belong to Yang Ming. Hee, you are not stupid. After Fang Tian listened to Dong Jun's narrative, he was relieved. Indeed, according to Dong Jun's current analysis and statement, Yang Ming should be intentional. Fang Tian also knew a lot about Yang Ming. He knew that Yang Ming was not a reckless person and would not do such a stupid thing. Yeah, so, after Yang Ming comes back, help me take care of my sister, Alice. This is my last request before I die. I hope that master can agree. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and said, I believe that Yang Ming will come back. This is my last request. I hope that master can pass my words to Yang Ming. Thank you. As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, his words are kind. You can still think about your sister, which proves that you love her very much. I admire you very much. Perhaps this is the only person you love. I didn't expect such a cold person like you to have a weakness. Fang Tian said. Master, you mean? Dong Jun was slightly stunned. He thought that Fang Tian was going to make a move on Alice. He suddenly regretted it. He shouldn't have said so much about Alice. In this way, Fang Tian had a hold on him. If Fang Tian wanted to vent his anger, wouldn't his sister be in danger? What do I mean? Don't you understand? Fang Tian said faintly. Master, I beg you. Let my sister go. My sister is innocent. Even she has been persuading me to cooperate with Yang Ming and not be enemies with Yang Ming. This time, I listened to my sister's advice and slowly changed my mind. Master, you must let my sister go. Dong Jun was afraid that Fang Tian would vent his anger on Alice, so he kept begging for mercy. He tried his best to talk about Alice's benefits. Alright, I got it. In that case, you can die now. Fang Tian said impatiently, I will let Yang Ming decide about your sister Alice's matter. As for what will happen in the end, it will be up to Yang Ming. Dong Jun sighed with some distress. Master, can't you help to persuade Yang Ming? Yang Ming should listen to you. It's useless to say more. Die. As Fang Tian said, he was going to make a move on Dong Jun. Dong Jun closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was somewhat helpless but very calm as he welcomed the impending death. Wait. Uncle, wait a minute. Wang Xiaoyan pushed the door and walked out quickly at this time. She stopped Fang Tian. Fang Tian's mouth showed a smile. Originally, he also wanted to scare Dong Jun to let him remember this lesson and not have similar thoughts in the future. Wang Xiaoyan? After Dong Jun heard this voice, he was stunned. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to be in Fang Tian's house at this moment. However, when the association mentioned the previous portrait, Dong Jun realized that Wang Xiaoyan must have just taken the portrait. Moreover, before she left, he came here first, so Wang Xiaoyan hid in the bedroom. Uncle, for the time being, let him go first? Since Yang Ming hasn't done anything to him for so long, it means that Yang Ming wants to handle this matter personally. Let's not intervene, okay? Wang Xiaoyan said. In fact, Wang Xiaoyan had another idea, but she didn't say it in front of Dong Jun. Yang Ming was a nostalgic person, so Dong Jun's request before his death must be very important to him. At that time, no matter what, Yang Ming would desperately protect Alice and help her get away from the control of Center, Dr. Benjamin. In this case, it was better to let Dong Jun live and not kill him. After all, Dong Jun was very familiar with Center and Dr. Benjamin. With Dong Jun here to help with planning and participation, the chances of winning would be higher. It was much better than fighting alone. Therefore, it was much better for Dong Jun to be alive than to be dead. Since you have said so, then. Fong Tian nodded and said, I will let him go for the time being. Fong Tian didn't want to kill Dong Jun originally. At this time, he naturally took advantage of the situation and gave face to Wang Xiaoyan. Dong Jun didn't expect that Wang Xiaoyan would plead for him, and he didn't expect that he would escape today. He didn't expect that Fong Tian would really agree to Wang Xiaoyan's proposal. It seems that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan's position in Fong Tian's mind is really extraordinary. Thank you, Yan Yan and Master. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and looked up as if he was granted amnesty. Don't worry. After this incident, I will fully cooperate with Yang Ming to deal with Dr. Benjamin. It's you who want to deal with Dr. Benjamin and get away from his control. What does this have to do with Yang Ming? Fong Tian sneered disapprovingly. Do you think that Yang Ming is Superman? Seeing that you are in danger, he will help you? This? Dong Jun's face was red. Indeed, he was the one who begged Yang Ming. He coughed twice and said, anyway, Yang Ming helped me get away from his control. After this, I will definitely repay him. If you want to repay him, forget about it. With your skills, Yang Ming can't expect anything from you. Now, don't be too happy. Don't think that I will let you go for the time being. Yang Ming will definitely forgive you when the time comes. What happens at that time, it still depends on what Yang Ming says. Fong Tian snorted and said. I understand. Dong Jun nodded quickly. Okay, I'm tired. You go back first. I have to think about what you said about Dr. Benjamin. Fong Tian waved his hand, indicating that Fong Tian could leave. For Dr. Benjamin's matter, Fong Tian had to call a few old friends to ask. Fong Tian had never heard of Central before. Now it seemed that it had nothing to do with him and Yang Ming. The only thing that could be considered to be related to the hatred of Dr. Benjamin was Suya, Yang Ming's girlfriend. So, was it worth it to make an enemy out of Dr. Benjamin? An assassin organization was an assassin organization. Under normal circumstances, they would not intervene in the grievances between some forces because the assassin organization was a unique force that took money to do things. How can I make Dr. Benjamin compromise, let go of Dong Jun and Alice, and give up looking for Suya? Fong Tian didn't have a good idea for the time being. If it was really like what Dong Jun said, Dr. Benjamin's men were all transformed steel men, then Yang Ming really didn't have the confidence to compete with them. Even if he and the Butterfly family worked together, they still couldn't compete. But as Dong Jun said, Yang Ming was a person who cherished old friendships. Then, Yang Ming would definitely help Dong Jun and Alice. This was really difficult to handle. Then, Master, I will leave first. Dong Jun also stood up at this time, turned around and prepared to leave. Wang Xiaoyan also wanted to leave. She was ready to leave before, but it was delayed because of Dong Jun's arrival. I'm going back, too. Wang Xiaoyan also nodded and said. Okay, call me at any time if there is any news, said Fong Tian. So, Wang Xiaoyan and Dong Jun left Fong Tian's house one after another. At the door of Fong Tian's house, Dong Jun looked at Wang Xiaoyan and was somewhat speechless. What he had done before really made him feel a little ashamed to face Wang Xiaoyan. He had been harming the couple. This was really a big crime. Yan Yan. I'm sorry for the previous matter. Dong Jun looked at Wang Xiaoyan with a bitter smile. After a long time, he finally said such a sentence. There is nothing to be sorry about. If you want to say this sentence, you should wait for Yang Ming to come back. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly, if Yang Ming wants to punish you, then I won't plead for you anymore. I understand. Dong Jun nodded and said, everything is up to fate. I am already satisfied that he can let me go this time. If Yang Ming doesn't spare me, then I have nothing to say. After all, I have done a lot of things to let Yang Ming down. This is understandable. Wang Xiaoyan shrugged and said, however, if you want Yang Ming to help you deal with Dr. Benjamin, then you'd better collect information about Dr. Benjamin from now on. You can save some effort when the time comes. I will naturally do this. Dong Jun's expression was slightly sluggish after listening, and then he immediately beamed with joy. He said with some excitement, Yan Yan, you can rest assured. I won't let Yang Ming fight a battle that I am not confident in. When Dong Jun heard Wan Xiaoyan say this, he knew that Yang Ming would most likely help him, but the premise was that he must be confident. Otherwise, if Dong Jun casually made a move, it was likely that not only would he not be able to help himself, but he would also put Yang Ming in danger. But now, the most difficult thing to deal with was the problem of Huang Yukai. Huang Yaocai's cooperation with him was completely based on the situation of jointly dealing with Yang Ming. Huang Yukai was an extremely extreme person. He wanted to deal with Yang Ming and seek justice for his master, the Wang family. At present, only the Wang family could persuade him to stop, and Dong Jun was not sure that he could persuade him. Dong Jun was afraid that after he stopped, Huang Yukai would not let it go. This made him a little embarrassed. Although Huang Yukai was a disabled person, and he should not be able to make any big waves, who could guarantee that this guy would not make trouble for him and Yang Ming? If something were to happen, the losses would outweigh the gains. Sometimes, the slightest mistake could change the outcome of the whole thing. Therefore, Dong Jun had to kill the trouble before it appeared. Thinking of this, Dong Jun decided to tell this matter to Wan Xiaoyan in advance. This kind of thing must be prepared in advance. Letting Wan Xiaoyan know about it was also to see if Wan Xiaoyan had a solution. If there was no solution, then Huang Yukai could only not keep him. After all, Wang Shifan's loyal followers didn't need to stay. However, Dong Jun felt that it was a little inappropriate. After all, they had worked together for such a long time. It was really not easy to kill him. The two of them were considered to be on the same side before this. Now, he was unilaterally going back on his words, which made Dong Jun somewhat indecisive. Is there anything else? Wan Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask when she saw Dong Jun's hesitant expression. Indeed, there is one more thing that bothers me. Are you free now? Why don't we get in my car and talk about it in detail? Dong Jun made an inviting gesture and said. Okay. Wan Xiaoyan wasn't afraid. Although Dong Jun was a cunning person, if he were to fight with Wan Xiaoyan face to face, he wasn't Wan Xiaoyan's opponent at all. What's more, Wan Xiaoyan knew at this moment that Dong Jun couldn't harm her at all. Previously, under Fang Tian's aggressiveness, Dong Jun had completely opened up his heart and told all his things. He also expressed his position and thoughts. Therefore, at this moment, Dong Jun was 100% discussing his future with her, so Wan Xiaoyan didn't have to worry about anything. What's more, Wan Xiaoyan's skill was 100 times stronger than Dong Jun. If Dong Jun had any abnormalities, she could instantly subdue the enemy. What's the matter? Just say it. After Wan Xiaoyan got in the car, she asked faintly. Beside me, there is actually a partner who is like a military advisor. He helps me to come up with ideas. Dong Jun didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he went straight to the point because he knew that Wan Xiaoyan wasn't the kind of person who liked to beat around the bush. If you beat around the bush with her, she might directly get out of the car impatiently. Moreover, there was no need to beat around the bush with Wan Xiaoyan. It wouldn't be nice. After all, he was asking for her help. Military advisor? What's the use of telling me this? Wan Xiaoyan frowned slightly. She didn't quite understand Dong Jun's meaning. This person is my partner. He is also Yang Ming's enemy. We are together just to deal with Yang Ming together. But now, I regret it, and he has become an obstacle. Dong Jun said with a bitter smile. Oh, then just kill him. Wan Xiaoyan said with a blank expression. Kill. Dong Jun had long known that Wan Xiaoyan would say this. Wan Xiaoyan herself was an assassin. If she wanted to kill Huang Yukai, she naturally wouldn't blink an eye. However, this wasn't Dong Jun's original intention. After all, Dong Jun had cooperated with her for so long. Now, he had to betray her, which made him a little uncomfortable. Why? You don't want to? Wan Xiaoyan saw Dong Jun's thoughts and couldn't help but mock. If you don't want to, then why are you still talking to me? Come to me after you have made a decision. I still have things to do. I don't have time to talk to you about these messy things. This is your matter. You should solve it yourself. I have promised to keep you temporarily until Yang Ming comes back, but it doesn't mean that I will help you with everything. If you can't solve this kind of small matter, then what qualifications do you have to let Yang Ming protect you? After that, Wang Xiaoyan pushed open the door, got off, and walked to her car. Dong Jun sighed. He knew that Wang Xiaoyan would say this. Moreover, his own matter was indeed a bit difficult to handle. This was all caused by him. It seemed that after going back, he should talk to Huang Yukai. If Huang Yukai could give up his hatred, then it was naturally the best. If not, then he could only. Although Dong Jun didn't want to, for himself and for his sister, he had no choice. Huang Yukai knew too much about the center and Dr. Benjamin. Keeping him would become a big problem for him. Dong Jun couldn't let him ruin his own plan. But, how can I persuade Huang Yukai to give up? What weakness can I find for Huang Yukai? It was best to find some of Huang Yaocai's weaknesses to persuade him, such as Huang Yaocai's relatives and friends. But in Dong Jun's current view, Huang Yukai didn't seem to have any relatives or friends at all. He didn't contact others every day. He just stayed in the room alone and never went out. This made Dong Jun unable to find any weakness. Could it be that this guy exists for Wang Shifan's family? Dong Jun had some headaches. But fortunately, Dong Jun still had a backup plan. When Huang Yukai had just lived with him, Dong Jun installed a monitoring device in Huang Yaocai's room. The initial purpose was to monitor Huang Yukai for a while because he was afraid that Huang Yukai would be disloyal. But at that time, Dong Jun did not find any disloyalty and inappropriate behavior from Huang Yukai, so Dong Jun gave up after monitoring him for a while. However, the monitoring device had been running, and the computer hard disk connected to the monitoring device had been working. It recorded all of Huang Yaocai's actions during this period of time. Dong Jun decided to look through these surveillance videos to see if he could find any weaknesses and clues of Huang Yukai. If there were any, he could use these weaknesses as a threat to achieve the purpose of making Huang Yukai compromise. Thinking of this, Dong Jun quickly drove back to his place of residence. At this moment, Huang Yukai was sitting in the wheelchair in the living room reading the newspaper. When he saw Dong Jun come back, he nodded and asked, "Boss, how is it? Is there any latest news? How is Yang Ming?" "Right, how are the women around Yang Ming?" "There is no latest news." Dong Jun said calmly, "Yang Ming's women are still the same. It seems that the photos have been received, but there is no family war as imagined. I can't ask too much." Dong Jun hadn't figured out how to talk to Huang Yukai, so before he decided, he couldn't reveal anything. Otherwise, Huang Yukai was likely to notice it. Huang Yukai was a smart and cunning person, and Dong Jun was the same, so the two people must be on guard against each other. "Oh, right, how is Huang Lele?" "Yang Ming is gone." "Where did she go?" Huang Yukai put down the newspaper and asked casually. "Huang Lele?" Dong Jun was stunned. "What happened to Huang Lele? Why did you suddenly mention her?" Huang Yaocai's question made Dong Jun inexplicable for a while. In Dong Jun's eyes, Huang Lele was just a woman of Yang Ming. He dealt with her in order to make Yang Ming nervous and affect Yang Ming's mood. Now that Yang Ming had left and successfully went to Miaojiang to perform the mission, Dong Jun had nothing to do with where Huang Lele was going. What's more, Dong Jun had given up dealing with Yang Ming, so he would not pay attention to Huang Lele's whereabouts. Who knew where Huang Lele went? Nothing. Huang Yaocai's expression remained unchanged as he said faintly, "Didn't you say that you wanted to use her to deal with Yang Ming?" "Later on, when the plan failed, I suddenly thought of her, so I asked casually." "Oh, so that's the case." "I don't know. Maybe she went back to be a stewardess?" Dong Jun shook his head and said, "Yang Ming is gone. Why should I pay attention to her? What's the matter? Do you have something to do? Do you still want to deal with her?" "This is not it." Huang Yukai shook his head. "Didn't I say it? I just asked casually." "Right, now it seems that Yang Ming is not easy to deal with. We have failed consecutively. Do you have any thoughts?" Dong Jun was somewhat inexplicable by Huang Yaocai's question, but with this topic, Dong Jun wanted to test Huang Yaocai's mind. Naturally, I will first look at the news from Elder Yu. Huang Yukai said, for the time being, we can only pin our hopes on Elder Yu. Boss, I don't want to criticize you. Your people are too unreliable. Several of them died, but they didn't hurt Yang Ming at all. You know Yang Ming's skill. If it was so easy to deal with, we wouldn't have waited until now. Dong Jun smiled bitterly. If Elder Yu can't deal with Yang Ming this time, what should we do? What should we do? Continue to think of a way. What else can we do? Huang Yukai shrugged and said, we will study it again when the time comes. Why are you saying such discouraging words now? Maybe Elder Yu helped us get rid of Yang Ming? Hee, that's also true. However, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I even think sometimes. Should I give up? Dong Jun laughed and said jokingly. Give up? It's impossible to give up. I owe the Wang family a favor. Unless the Wang family asks me to give up, otherwise, I can't give up. Huang Yukai shrugged and said, moreover, I have nothing to worry about. My life is worthless. I will fight with Yang Ming to the end. That's true. Dong Jun nodded. It's late. I'm going to rest. What about you? I'm also going to sleep. Huang Yukai pressed the button of the wheelchair and walked directly to his own room. After entering the door of the room, he closed the door. The lifestyle of the two people was a bit like that of the elderly. Every day, they went to bed early and got up early. They had nothing to do. They read newspapers and watched TV. Occasionally, they would discuss Yang Ming's matters. For the rest of the time, they were basically busy in the room. They didn't go out much. Dong Jun looked at Huang Youcai's back and frowned. This guy is stubborn enough. Unless the Wang family speaks up? How can he speak? Wang Shifan is currently in prison. Wang Jitao has long been dead. Where can I speak to the Wang family? Dong Jun shook his head and walked to his room. He was ready to start with Huang Youcai's other weaknesses. Is Huang Yukai alone? Did he pop out of a rock? Dong Jun was ready to investigate Huang Yukai. Although he had investigated before, the focus of the investigation was the relationship between Huang Yukai and Wang Shifan and what Huang Yukai did after he came to Wang Shifan's side. He ignored Huang Youcai's own background and so on. This time, Dong Jun not only had to personally check the surveillance videos, but he also had to investigate Huang Youcai's background. After returning to the room and locking the door, Dong Jun turned on the computer and was ready to pull up the surveillance video. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The phone was quickly connected. There was a low voice on the other side. Boss, do you have any orders? Help me check Huang Youcai's background. I want all the information from his birth to the present, including his parents, relatives, and his friends. Also, who he has met over the years. Dong Jun said quickly. The person he called was a person who was responsible for intelligence. As a theft gang, it was necessary to have a powerful intelligence agency to inquire about various information at any time. Not only could they sniff out some treasures, but they could also avoid the police's attack. As the leader of a theft gang, Dong Jun naturally had many capable people under him. It was a simple matter to inquire about the background of an ordinary person. Yes. Boss, I will go and inquire. The underling agreed without saying anything. Once there is news, report to me immediately. Don't have the slightest delay. I need it urgently. Dong Jun instructed his underling. Don't worry, boss. I will do my best, said the underling. Okay, then that's it for now. After Dong Jun hung up the phone, he began to look at the surveillance video of Huang Yukai stored in the computer. There were a lot of videos, a few terabytes of them. If Dong Jun looked at them directly, it would probably take a long time. Therefore, Dong Jun could only choose to replay them quickly. He wanted to find some suspicious places, then stop and watch them at a normal speed. However, although it was a quick replay, it took a lot of time to watch. Dong Jun couldn't be distracted. He must always be alert and not miss a scene. Although this was a work that tested patience, Dong Jun had a lot of patience. He was sent here by Dr. Benjamin to find the news of Suya and Dr. Sun Sikong. It was a work that consumed patience. If he didn't have enough patience, how could he endure for so long? Therefore, this was not a big deal for Dong Jun. Moreover, this was also for his own future. If he could find Huang Youcai's weaknesses and flaws, then he could negotiate with him. If not, he could only kill him. This was not difficult for Dong Jun. Although Dong Jun did not inherit Fang Tian's powerful assassin techniques, his qinggong was amazing. It was just a piece of cake to deal with an ordinary person like Huang Youcai. But this was not what Dong Jun wanted. This was the most desperate way. Dong Jun opened a can of coffee and prepared to stay up late to watch the video. He took the method of watching from the last day to the beginning. He didn't directly watch the earliest surveillance video. Time passed unknowingly. It was already dawn in the blink of an eye. Dong Jun didn't find any suspicious behavior from Huang Youcai. He yawned and prepared to go to rest after watching the video of the day. He would continue after he got up. However, just as Dong Jun was about to rest, Dong Jun's eyes suddenly focused. Suddenly, he became energetic again. Because he found that Huang Youcai actually picked up the phone and prepared to make a call. As a matter of fact, Huang Youcai was basically alone here. Except for the usual contact with himself and his men, he would not contact others because he did not know others. One of the people he knew was dead, and the other was in prison. So, Huang Youcai's sudden call made Dong Jun feel strange. Even if Huang Youcai contacted Dong Jun's own men, he did it in front of Dong Jun. It was impossible for him to contact Dong Jun behind his back. So, Dong Jun hurriedly pressed the normal play button. The image on the computer returned to its normal speed and sound started to play. Sure enough, Huang Youcai was on the phone, and Huang Youcai's voice came from the screen at this time. Yang Ming? Yang Ming? Dong Jun was stunned. Huang Youcai actually called Yang Ming? What was going on? This opening speech made Dong Jun confused. You don't need to know who I am. I'm calling to tell you one thing. Someone is targeting Huang Lele. They want to kill her. It might be a sniper. You'd better take care of yourself. In the next moment, Huang Youcai's words made Dong Jun even more shocked. Huang Youcai actually told on Yang Ming? He told Yang Ming that someone was targeting Huang Lele and wanted to kill her. He even told the method of the assassination? This made Dong Jun extremely shocked. Is this Huang Youcai sent by Yang Ming to be an undercover agent? Otherwise, why would he inform Yang Ming? As a matter of fact, Yang Ming was the one they were dealing with together, right? However, it shouldn't be like this. After calming down, Dong Jun had doubts about his own conjecture. For a long time, when dealing with Yang Ming, Huang Youcai had used a lot of ruthless moves. If he was an undercover agent for Yang Ming, why would he help Dong Jun with such ruthless moves? As a matter of fact, some ruthless moves were likely to make Yang Ming fall for it. If Huang Youcai was an undercover agent, he would definitely not do such a thing. However, if he wasn't an undercover agent, what was the purpose of him doing this? Was it an accident, or were there other secrets? Thinking of this, Dong Jun rewound the video and replayed the video. He listened to what Huang Youcai said again. Someone is targeting Huang Lele around you and wants to kill her. It may be a sniper. You should take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. This was obviously not the tone of speaking to a friend or master. If Huang Youcai was an undercover agent, it was impossible to use this tone to speak to Yang Ming. Therefore, from this point of view, it was certain that there should not be much relationship between the two. Of course, Dong Jun didn't know that Huang Youcai had a voice-changing software on his mobile phone. If he knew, he could be 100% sure that he had nothing to do with Yang Ming. However, what was heard on the screen was still Huang Youcai's original voice, so Dong Jun was just guessing. Someone is targeting Huang Lele. Huang Lele. When Dong Jun read the name, he suddenly stood up. Huang Lele. Huang Youcai had been emphasizing Huang Lele. He just asked Yang Ming to pay attention to Huang Lele's safety, but he didn't remind Yang Ming to be careful. There must be something wrong with this. Dong Jun closed his eyes and carefully recalled the conversation between himself and Huang Youcai on that day shown in the video. Yes, when I proposed to deal with Huang Lele, it seemed that Huang Youcai's expression was not normal. When he knew that Huang Lele was fine, he seemed to be relieved. However, at that time I didn't think much about these things. Now that I think about it, it seems that there is really a problem. Last night, Huang Youcai also asked about Huang Lele. Dong Jun didn't believe that there was no relationship between Huang Youcai and Huang Lele. If Huang Lele was just a woman of Yangming, then why did Huang Youcai care about her? Didn't he have nothing to do? Why didn't Huang Youcai care about Xiaxia, Chen Mengyan, and Lin Jiyun, but care about Huang Lele? However, what was the relationship between the two of them? Huang Youcai. Huang Lele. Dong Jun frowned. Both of them had the surname Huang, but there were too many people with the same surname. Dong Jun was very clear about Huang Lele's background. Huang Youcai and Huang Youcai shouldn't be related at all, but this was just the appearance. Could it be that they had some unspeakable secret? Could Huang Lele be Huang Youcai's lover? Dong Jun shook his head and felt that it was unrealistic. The only thing that could be suspected now was that both of them had the surname Huang, but they didn't seem to have much connection. Just as Dong Jun was hesitating, the phone suddenly rang. Dong Jun glanced at the caller ID on the phone. It was his subordinate who called. There should be a result of the investigation. Hello? Is there any news? Dong Jun quickly picked up the phone. Boss, I found some clues, but it's not very accurate because there is very little information about this person. Few people know about his past, so. The subordinate said with some embarrassment. What do you know? Just say it. Dong Jun interrupted his subordinate impatiently and asked. Yes. The subordinate quickly said, Huang Youcai grew up in a single-parent family. He only had a mother and no father. His mother brought him up. According to the information, Huang Youcai's biological father should be a rich businessman from Singapore. When he was doing business in China, he met Huang Youcai's mother and had a relationship. At that time, it should be in a playful nature. The rich businessman didn't take it seriously. Who knew that Huang Youcai's mother was pregnant and gave birth to Huang Youcai? It can be said that Huang Youcai's childhood was a kind of dark life. He was solitary and had no friends. What? A rich businessman from Singapore. Dong Jun was shocked. Thinking that Huang Lele's family was in Singapore, was there really a relationship between the two? This made Dong Jun very shocked. The two people who seemed to be completely impossible to have a connection were connected by a strange combination of circumstances. This couldn't be said to be a coincidence. Yes, when Huang Youcai was 12 years old, this rich businessman came to China again to discuss business. This time, he was already married. He came with his 4-year-old daughter. In an accident, he met Huang Youcai's mother again. Only then did he know about Huang Youcai's matter. However, he was afraid of destroying the family harmony at that time, so he didn't take Huang Youcai and his daughter back. Instead, he gave Huang Youcai's mother a sum of money and asked her to take care of her child here. She shouldn't think about looking for him. But I heard that the rich businessman's daughter and Huang Youcai got along very well at that time. She always called Huang Youcai brother. It was also at that time that Huang Youcai's character improved slightly. Moreover, the little girl also invited Huang Youcai to her house, but she was stopped by her father, said the subordinate. The rich businessman from Singapore. The rich businessman's daughter. The daughter was only 4 years old at the time, and Huang Youcai was 12 years old. If we look at Huang Youcai's age this year, it seems that he is really 8 years older than Huang Lele. Could it be that the rich businessman is Huang Lele's father, and the daughter is Huang Lele? Dong Jun analyzed to himself and then asked, do you know the name of that rich merchant? I didn't find out about this. The information I know is from the place where Huang Youcai used to live. I asked the old neighbors. Huang Youcai's mother never mentioned the name of the rich businessman. Others knew that it wasn't easy for her, so they wouldn't take the initiative to mention these things. The subordinate said with some regret, so, I asked a lot of people, but there is no information about the rich businessman. You don't even know his surname? Asked Dong Jun. I don't know. No one knows. The subordinate smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, boss, but I have tried my best. Later, after Huang Yaozai's mother passed away, Huang Yukai moved away. Everyone has never seen him again. So in these years, many things have been forgotten. It is not easy to sort out this information. What is the name of the rich businessman's daughter? Did you find out? Dong Jun continued to ask. There is an old man who vaguely remembers that the little girl seemed to be called Little Lele. Because she was cute, Huang Yukai also took her to play in the old man's house, so the old man had some impression. The subordinate said, but it's just a nickname. I didn't find out her real name. The nickname is enough. Dong Jun was excited. Little Lele. Sure enough, it was as I expected. Now, it was basically certain that Huang Yukai should be Huang Lele's half-brother. No wonder he cared so much about Huang Lele. It turned out that there was such a story. It seemed that Huang Yukai didn't care much about his father, but he cared a lot about Huang Lele. I want to make a move on Huang Lele. No wonder his expression is so unnatural. At the age of 12, he had already reached the age where he could remember things. It was understandable that he could clearly remember the name of Little Lele. Moreover, when he linked it to Huang Lele's back, he could easily judge that Huang Lele was his sister. Finally, I found Huang Yaozai's weakness. Dong Jun was very excited. He believed that if he put this out, then he could reason with Huang Yukai. Perhaps Huang Yukai would also stand on his side. I have to admit that Huang Yukai still has some IQ. If he gives advice, then I should have more confidence in dealing with Central. Thinking of this, Dong Jun couldn't wait to talk to Huang Yukai. Boss? After hearing that Dong Jun only said one sentence and then there was no movement, the subordinate quickly asked, Boss, I know so much information. Do you have any other instructions? No, thank you for your hard work. Dong Jun said, You are very good. Thank you, boss, for the praise. This subordinate was still uneasy because he didn't inquire too much information. He didn't expect the boss to praise him, so he was very happy. As a matter of fact, he didn't even inquire about the name of the person. This was a failure in the previous tasks, but he was praised by the boss. It's nothing. I will look for you again if there is anything. Dong Jun didn't dare to neglect. After hanging up the phone, he didn't sleep. He was ready to find Huang Yukai directly. He wasn't sleepy. This news made him excited. He didn't feel sleepy at all. Going directly out of the room, Dong Jun saw that Huang Yukai had already woken up. He was sitting in the wheelchair in the living room reading the newspaper. When he heard the sound, Huang Yukai raised his head and glanced at Dong Jun. He was a little surprised. What happened to you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Why are your eyes so bloodshot? It's nothing. Do you have time now? I have something to talk to you about, said Dong Juno. What is so urgent? I'm still waiting for you to have breakfast together. Do you want to talk while eating? Huang Yukai was a bit puzzled. Why would Dong Jun look for him to talk about something in the morning? This was a rare situation. Even if it was to deal with Yang Ming, he didn't study it so early in the morning. Generally, it was after breakfast. Let's not eat first. This matter is very important. Let's eat after we finish talking. Dong Jun waved his hand and said faintly. Well, then let's go. Although Huang Yukai was very puzzled, since Dong Jun insisted, he couldn't say anything more. He just nodded and followed Dong Jun to his room. Huang Yukai followed Dong Jun to his room. Dong Jun walked over and made 2 cups of tea. 1 cup was placed on the coffee table in front of Huang Yukai, and then he took the other cup and sat on the sofa opposite Huang Yaozai's wheelchair. Dong Jun didn't speak immediately. He was organizing his words and thinking about how to speak. What's the matter? Why don't you say it? Huang Yukai saw that Dong Jun didn't speak and felt a little inexplicable. Yukai, we have known each other for a while, right? Dong Jun hesitated and decided to play the sentimental card first. Yeah, what's wrong? Huang Yukai felt that Dong Jun suddenly became sentimental. What is going on? The purpose of the 2 of us being together is to deal with Yang Ming together, right? Dong Jun continued to ask. Yeah, that's right. This is our common purpose. Is there anything wrong with it? Huang Yukai was even more baffled, but he still nodded and agreed. If one of us does something that harms each other's interests, what should we do? As Dong Jun said this, his face deliberately showed some distress. He was good at disguising himself, and he had been disguising himself in Songjiang City for many years. So at this time, the expression on his face was natural. I say, boss, what's wrong with you today? What are you talking about? Huang Yukai listened to Dong Jun's words and always felt a little unnatural, as if he was hinting at something. Is he talking about me? But me? Is it because of that incident that made him aware? Don't you understand what I said? Asked Dong Jun. I really don't understand. I don't know what you are talking about. Huang Yukai shook his head to show that he didn't understand. Well, since you don't understand, then I will give an example. Dong Jun pondered for a moment and said, for example, the two of us have the same goal to deal with Yang Ming, but if one of us does something that harms the other, what do you think we should do? What the hell are you talking about, boss? What do you mean by doing something to hurt the other party? Although Huang Yukai expressed his puzzlement, his heart was beating very fast. What does Dong Jun mean? Did he really know about the phone call? But it's impossible. I'm very careful. I didn't reveal any flaws. Is it because I asked about Huang Lele last night and he suspected something? Thinking of this, Huang Yukai suddenly became nervous. Sigh. Dong Jun sighed and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm just giving an example. Let's talk about something else. Okay. Huang Yukai suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but he said in his heart, if you don't say this, why did you scare me? In the end, I was scared to death by you. You're really bad. Yukai, are you the only one left in your family? Do you have any other relatives? Dong Jun asked. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Why are you asking this? Huang Youcai's heart was nervous for no reason. Nothing. I just asked casually. We haven't talked about our family for a long time. We only talked about it when we first met. After that, we didn't talk about this topic. Dong Jun smiled and said, now Yang Ming is in Miaojiang, fighting with Elder Yu. We have nothing to do for the time being. It's good to talk when we have time. Oh, so that's the case. Didn't I say it before? After my mother passed away, I was the only one left. However, something happened to me later. President Wang helped me to get out of the predicament. After that, I have been a counselor for President Wang, giving advice. Huang Yukai said, my life experience is actually very simple. There is nothing special. It is very plain. So that's the case. But you only mentioned your mother. What about your father? Who is your father? Why have you never said it before? Dong Jun said jokingly, you won't tell me that you don't have a father, right? Huang Yukai hesitated after listening to Dong Jun's words, but he still said, you are right. I don't have a father. In fact, I am an illegitimate child. My father has another family. It has little to do with me. He doesn't accept me, and I don't accept him. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. It seems that your mood must not be very good. Dong Jun thought, sure enough, it seems that the information investigated by my subordinates is correct, and Huang Yukai didn't hide it. This is nothing. Huang Yukai shook his head. I am used to it. I have nothing to do with him. However, if you continue to fight with Yang Ming like this, in the future, you won't be Yang Ming's opponent. If you are killed by Yang Ming, aren't you afraid that your family will be sad? Asked Dong Junmi. Killed by Yang Ming? My family will be sad? Where do I have a family? Huang Yukai was slightly stunned and said, I said that I have nothing to do with my father. He doesn't care about my life and death. But what about your sister? Aren't you afraid that she will be sad? Dong Jun's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he changed the topic. He stared at Huang Yukai and said, have you never considered your half-sister? What? Huang Yukai was shocked and almost stood up from the wheelchair. If it weren't for his leg, he would really stand up. Half-sister of the same father? What does Dong Jun mean? Did he find out something? However, in shock, Huang Yukai still said, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? What sister do I have? Half-sister? You mean, my father's daughter? What does that have to do with me? Is there no relationship?" After Dongjun listened, he said faintly, "I thought there was a relationship, so I specifically greeted you, but now it seems that there is no relationship. Well, I can rest assured and boldly make a move." Rest assured and boldly make a move? What do you mean? Huang Yukai was stunned. Who are you going to make a move on? Huang Lele. I am going to kill him, and then let the news to Yang Ming through Elder Yu. This way, Yang Ming will be upset, and it will be easy for him to make a mistake. Dongjun said, "On my side, I have already arranged the manpower. I can start at any time. If you didn't suddenly remind me yesterday, I really forgot about Huang Lele." Huang Lele. You want to make a move on Huang Lele? Huang Yukai was shocked and almost jumped out of the wheelchair. You. Didn't you say that you wouldn't make a move on her? I thought about it. It's better to make a move on her. Dongjun said, "This is what I said before. If one of us does something to hurt the other, what should we do? Because I want to deal with Yang Ming, I have to make a move on Huang Lele, and Huang Lele. Don't tell me that you have nothing to do with her." What do I have to do with her? Huang Yukai asked subconsciously. Nothing to do with her? That's great. It seems that I made a mistake. Dongjun seemed to be relieved and said, "Then I can deal with her with ease. I thought it would hurt your interests. There is no problem now." Don't. Huang Yukai quickly shouted, "Don't make a move on her." What's wrong? Dongjun asked faintly. Dongjun's trick of scaring people was completely learned from Feng Tian. Last night, Feng Tian scared him like this. He almost scared him to death. Today, he used the same way to scare Huang Yukai. It turned out that this way of scaring people was very cool. Huang Yukai lowered his head with some distress. He put his hands in his hair as if he remembered something in the past. He said bitterly, "Can you let her go? You can't make a move on her." No. Absolutely not. You admit that you have a relationship with her? Asked Dongjun. Yes, I admit that she is my half-sister, and she is the only relative I care about. Although I tried to hide it, you still found out. Huang Yukai smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. This is my request. Don't hurt her. But, you don't hurt her, but you want to hurt Yang Ming? Dongjun asked, if you hurt Yang Ming, won't Huang Lele also be in pain? Didn't you think of this? Huang Yukai was speechless. Yes, but, what should I do? I have a grudge against Yang Ming. I owe the Wang clan a favor, so I can't just ignore the Wang clan's matters. Can't ignore it? Dongjun said, but, can you bear to see your little sister be sad and suffer for the rest of her life? You also know that if Yang Ming dies, what will happen to Huang Lele? He will be in so much pain that he will wish he was dead. He may even die together with Yang Ming. Then what should I do? What should I do? The pain on Huang Youcai's face was even worse. I don't know what to do. What should I do? Huang Yukai was very excited and painful. He didn't know what to do. The only way is to kill Huang Lele. This way, she won't feel the pain of Yang Ming's death. This is also a relief for her. Dongjun said, at the same time, it can also make Yang Ming suffer, thus achieving the goal of distracting him. No. Don't, you can't do this. Huang Yukai exclaimed, please, boss, don't do this. If I don't do this, I'm in a dilemma. You also know that I made a lot of determination to do this. Dongjun said with some distress, do you know? I didn't want to deal with Yang Ming because I had the same troubles as you, but I finally made up my mind. You? You don't want to deal with Yang Ming? What do you mean? What troubles do you have? After Huang Yukai listened to Dongjun's words, he was suddenly stunned and somewhat inexplicable. What are you talking about? Actually, I also have a sister. My sister also fell in love with Yang Ming. She didn't want me to continue to deal with Yang Ming. She wanted me to give up the resentment with Yang Ming. Dong Jun sighed and said, I struggled for a long time, but I still refused her. I wanted to continue to deal with Yang Ming, but you said so. It made me want to give up. Your sister? When did your sister fall in love with Yang Ming? Huang Yukai was suddenly confused. Which sister of yours? Isn't your sister Alice? It's Alice. Dong Jun nodded and said, at the beginning, when she was in contact with Yang Ming, she fell in love with Yang Ming. Do you know why I failed when I looked for her to deal with Yang Ming? Because she deliberately sent a few weak assassins. Naturally, they would fail. Ah. It turned out to be like this. Huang Yukai suddenly said, Are you telling the truth? Why would I lie to you about this kind of thing? What's the benefit of lying to you? Dong Jun asked. Although she begged me not to deal with Yang Ming, I still gritted my teeth and refused. This time, I am going to do it myself and not tell her, so I came to discuss with you. I didn't expect that just as I made up my mind, your side. Ah? Huang Yukai suddenly didn't know what to say. Then you can choose to deal with others. It doesn't have to be Huang Lele. AI, your attitude of protecting your sister this time has made me a little soft-hearted. Dong Jun smiled bitterly. Forget it. If you really can't do it, then give up. I was not very firm. It was not easy to make up my mind, but I was shaken by you. This? Huang Yukai didn't know what to say. Although he didn't want Huang Lele to be hurt, it didn't mean that he wanted to give up dealing with Yang Ming. However, Dong Jun's attitude was to even give up dealing with Yang Ming. How could he agree with this? Why don't we continue to deal with Yang Ming? Asked Huang Yukai. Forget it. I have already given up. Dong Jun shook his head. I have decided. Your matter has moved me. Your love for your sister makes me feel that all hatred is not as important as my sister's happiness. A half-sister who you have only met a few times can make you care so much. Then, how can Alice, who grew up with me, not be worthy of my care? She doesn't want me to deal with Yang Ming. She doesn't want me to have a feud with Yang Ming. Then, I won't deal with it. I give up. Dong Jun said this time. It seemed that he gave up dealing with Yang Ming because of Huang Yukai. In this way, it wasn't abrupt. Huang Yukai couldn't find fault with it. This? Huang Yukai really couldn't say anything. He couldn't say, then, you deal with Huang Lele. We continue to deal with Yang Ming. He couldn't say this, and it was impossible to say it. But Yang Ming's matter. Huang Yukai thought of the Wang family and asked with a bitter smile. Give up, Yukai. We have fought with Yang Ming for so long, and there is no result. Give up. Dong Jun shook his head. Give up? Do you really want to give up? But I don't want to give up. I want to avenge the Wang family. Huang Yukai said painfully, have you really decided? You suddenly gave up. What do you want me to do? Your best way is naturally to give up. Dong Jun said, if this time even Elder Yu is powerless and can't do anything to Yang Ming, then how can we be Yang Ming's opponent? But Huang Yukai still wanted to say something. No buts. Think about your sister, Huang Lele. I will let her talk to you as soon as possible and let her persuade you. Dong Jun saw that Huang Yukai was a little hesitant and couldn't make a decision, so he used the final trump card, which was to let Huang Lele persuade Huang Yukai. Family and master, it depends on how Huang Yukai decides. But Dong Jun thought, I can't just watch Huang Lele lose her happiness, right? Huang Lele will definitely stop me at all costs, and even threaten me with death. What will Huang Yukai choose at that time? Dong Jun thought, if Alice really has something with Yang Ming, and Alice threatens me with death, then I will definitely give up. Compared with hatred, my sister's happiness is more important. At the moment of life and death, Dong Jun still considered Alice's future. This was enough to show how much Dong Jun loved Alice. Dong Jun could also feel the love of a big brother for his sister from Huang Yukai, and Huang Lele was Huang Youcai's weakness. Dong Jun had made the right move. Now it seemed that he had succeeded in half. The next step was to get in touch with Huang Lele as soon as possible. Let me be alone, let me be alone. Huang Yukai felt a little upset. He waved his hand and maneuvered the wheelchair back to the room. If Huang Yukai was still as calm as before, then Dong Jun was really helpless, but Huang Youcai's current performance showed that the things he insisted on had deviated a little. Wang Xiaoyan returned to the villa in the Huashang district. She also told the women in the family about what happened in Fang Tian's house and asked them to help think of a solution. As for the words that Dong Jun said later, although Wang Xiaoyan didn't seem to care at that time, in fact, she remembered them in her heart. Huang Youcai's resistance was not only Dong Jun's, but also Yang Ming's. However, Wang Xiaoyan didn't express her opinion at that time. Instead, she planned to think of a way to make Huang Yukai to her side. Wang Xiaoyan had to admit that Huang Yukai still had a certain amount of wisdom. Whether it was a conspiracy or an overt conspiracy, he had almost harmed Yang Ming several times. This time, he had succeeded in setting Yang Ming's backyard on fire. Huang Youcai's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Although it didn't cause any consequences, he couldn't underestimate this person. If there was really no other way and Dong Jun couldn't do it, then only Wang Xiaoyan could take care of it. Huang Yukai. I know this person. He is a loyal lackey of Wang Jitao's family. No wonder he would deal with Yang Ming. It turns out that it is because of the Wang family. Chen Mengyan was no stranger to Huang Yukai. Yeah, I also know this person. I have seen him before. Xiaoqing also nodded and said, my impression of this person isn't very good. Does this person have any weaknesses? He is bent on avenging the Wang family. How can we persuade him to stop this action? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. Stop this action. If it is as you said, this person is so loyal, then I am afraid that only the Wang family's people can tell him personally, then he will give up. Or, his approach will affect his family and friends. Otherwise, it is difficult to make him stop. Sun Jia's vision of people was very accurate. She pointed out the characteristics of Huang Youcai's personality. The Wang family's people. I know a person from the Wang family, but she is indeed Wang Shifan's illegitimate daughter. I don't know if it is okay. After listening to Sun Jia's words, Chen Mengyan suddenly remembered her classmate, Wang Shui. Isn't she Wang Shifan's illegitimate daughter, Wang Jitao's sister? Wang Shui. Yeah, how did I forget her? Lin Jiyun also remembered Wang Shui. Wang Shui. How is your relationship with her? Can she help us persuade Huang Yukai? Sun Jia was slightly stunned, and then asked quickly. She really didn't expect that a casual sentence actually had an effect. She is Tian Donghua's girlfriend. Their relationship should be relatively good, right? Chen Mengyan said, I think we should talk to Tian Donghua about this matter first. Sister Sun Jia, you are more familiar with Tian Donghua. Why don't you talk to him? It turns out to be this kid's girlfriend. Sun Jia suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. That's easy. Tian Donghua definitely has no problem. Now it depends on whether he can persuade his girlfriend. As Sun Jia said this, she picked up the phone and dialed Tian Donghua's phone number. Tian Donghua was now dealing with the Sun family's affairs in Donghai City. After a few months of learning and training, he was basically competent for this role. However, the pressure every day was huge. Tian Donghua didn't understand. Why did my father fight so hard to get this position? Did he still want to betray the Sun family and usurp the throne? Although this position wasn't bad, managing such a large company and commanding the wind and clouds, it was also tiring. But since Yang Ming and Sun Jia trusted him and put him in this position, even if it was hard and tiring, Tian Donghua had to make achievements. This wasn't as simple as recognizing his worth, but it was also to atone for his father's mistakes. He had decided that he would follow Yang Ming and the Sun family in this life. He couldn't do something as heartless as his father. Dang dang dang. The office door was directly pushed open. Only Tian Donghua's personal assistant, Wang Shui, dared to come in directly after knocking on the door. Tian Donghua didn't hire a beautiful secretary or anything like that. It wasn't because he was loyal to Wang Shui, but because in his opinion, Yang Ming and Sun Jia put him in this position because they trusted him. They let him do his business, not to enjoy himself. If he found a beautiful secretary and Yang Ming found out, what would Yang Ming think? Therefore, Tian Donghua directly made Wang Shui his personal assistant in order to avoid this kind of thing. With Wang Shui in front of him, Tian Donghua didn't think about other things. Donghua, your phone call is from Miss Xianxia. Wang Shui quickly sent the phone to Tian Donghua. Now, there were too many calls to Tian Donghua every day, so Tian Donghua had to let Wang Shui help him hold the phone. It was an unfamiliar number, so she helped him deal with it first. Otherwise, Tian Donghua couldn't answer the phone every day. Oh? Give it to me. Tian Donghua quickly took the phone from Wang Shui's hand. If others called, he could refuse to answer or let Wang Shui answer for him. However, if it was a call from Yang Ming, Sun Jia, or the people around Yang Ming, he must answer it personally. No matter what he was doing, whether it was a meeting or a rest, he wanted Wang Shui to send the phone to him immediately. Hello, sister-in-law. Tian Donghua quickly picked up the phone. What's the matter? There is something. Sun Jia didn't talk much nonsense. She didn't need to beat around the bush with Tian Donghua, but she said directly, there is something I want to trouble you with. You, speaking at home, does it count? What trouble? What are you talking about, sister-in-law? Your matter is my matter. I will do my best to accomplish it even if I have to sacrifice my life. Tian Donghua was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He always felt that he owed Yang Ming in this life. Yang Ming repaid evil with kindness. The Tian family did something wrong to him, but he let bygones be bygones. He even let his father go to Island X to develop the island. Tian Donghua would never forget this kindness. Therefore, no matter what Yang Ming asked him to do, even if he asked him to die, he would not frown. If it was death, the things that the Tian family did in the past were enough to kill them 100 times. Now, his life was saved by Yang Ming. Therefore, when Sun Jia said that there was something to trouble him with, Tian Donghua immediately expressed his determination. However, Sun Jia's last sentence made Tian Donghua slightly stunned. Speak at home? Does it count? What do you mean? Could it be that my father did something bad again? Tian Donghua's heart suddenly went thump, and subconsciously thought of this somewhat rebellious father. I don't know if he has caused any trouble again. Otherwise, why would Sun Jia ask me if my words count in the Tian family? Do I have to persuade my father? It has nothing to do with your father. I'm talking about your own family. In front of Wang Shui, does your words count? Sun Jia was a little dumbfounded. This Tian Donghua's association ability was really strong. Wang Shui? Her? What's wrong with her? Sister-in-law, do you think she's not good? You want me to kick her away? Tian Donghua was slightly stunned and asked. Wang Shui on the side, after listening to Tian Donghua's words, her face suddenly turned pale, and a trace of despair flashed in her eyes. Since the incident with Wang Jitao, she had been careful enough. She was afraid that Tian Donghua would be unhappy and think of the past and break up with her. Therefore, while Wang Shui took care of Tian Donghua meticulously, she was also obedient to him and did her best to assist him in the company's matters. It was to make Tian Donghua feel relieved. But now, when he heard Tian Donghua mention this matter again, he was so scared that tears almost flowed out. At that time, she had no choice. Between family and friendship, she chose family. However, she didn't expect Wang Jitao to be such a crazy person. He even wanted to kill Wang Jitao. This made her see the nature of Wang Jitao clearly. She felt that what she did before was stupid. However, even if she was afraid in her heart, she didn't dare to interrupt when Tian Donghua was on the phone. She just stood by with some grievances and looked at Tian Donghua pitifully. It's not that I don't think she's not good. I have something to ask her for help. Sun Jia was dumbfounded after listening to Tian Donghua's words. Your association's ability is a bit too rich. Wang Shui is a member of the Wang family. I have something to ask her. Huang Yukai was a loyal subordinate of the Wang family. Sun Jia told Tian Donghua about Huang Youcai's matter. Is that it? You don't have to ask her. I agreed directly. It's a small matter. If she dares not to go, I don't want her anymore. Originally, because of the past, I was still a little uncomfortable in my heart. However, if she does this well, I can let go of the past. Tian Donghua promised. It had to be said that Tian Donghua was not stupid. He deliberately said this in front of Wang Shui. He knew what Wang Shui had been worried about. After all, this matter involved revenge for Wang Jitao and Wang Shifan. Tian Donghua was also afraid that Wang Shui would stubbornly disagree, so he said this. Wang Shui, after listening to Tian Donghua's words, also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Tian Donghua didn't want to get rid of her, but he wanted her to do one thing. As long as this thing was done well, then he wouldn't care about the past anymore. Thinking of this, Wang Shui suddenly became excited. The past was her worry. Although Tian Donghua didn't say it, she knew that Tian Donghua, every time he thought about the past, would feel guilty towards Yang Ming. Especially after Tian Long's incident, Tian Donghua felt even more guilty. In a family, his girlfriend and father had harmed others. How could Tian Donghua endure this? How could he face others? Although Yang Ming didn't pursue anything, Tian Donghua's own pressure was huge. He always wanted to make up for it. Wang Shui, as his girlfriend, was also the party involved in the matter. He hoped to make up for the previous mistakes. Now, there was an opportunity. And then I will leave it to you. Hearing Tian Donghua's promise, Sun Jia was also relieved. I look forward to your good news. She still knew Tian Donghua very well. If he couldn't do it, it was impossible for him to take on everything. If he said so, it meant that he had some certainty, so Sun Jia didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. On Tian Donghua's side, there was no delay. After hanging up the phone, he explained the whole story to Wang Shui, and then asked, do you have the confidence to persuade Huang Yukai? Let him give up the Wang family's hatred? Let him not deal with Yang Ming anymore? I can only try. Wang Shui had completely given up on Wang Jitao. This person was heartless and ungrateful. Wang Shui regretted helping him before, so at this time, she naturally agreed, but she didn't have the confidence to persuade Huang Yukai. No matter what, you are a member of the Wang family. Only you can persuade him. Tian Donghua said, you try it. If this is successful, we will get engaged. Wang Shui was slightly stunned, and then her face showed a touch of shyness and joy. All along, her biggest dream was for Tian Donghua to truly accept her and marry her as his wife one day. But Wang Shui also knew that what she had done before was a thorn in Tian Donghua's heart. Tian Donghua was Yang Ming's brother, and she had harmed Yang Ming. How could he feel good? So Wang Shui could only work hard silently. But today, Tian Donghua officially promised this. How could Wang Shui not be happy? In fact, Tian Donghua also saw Wang Shui's performance during this time. He slowly accepted her in his heart, but because of the previous matter and the problem of face, Tian Donghua had not let go. After all, Yang Ming didn't clearly say anything, and Tian Donghua didn't make a decision. But today, after listening to Sun Jia's words, Tian Donghua knew that what Sun Jia said should be very important to Yang Ming, so Tian Donghua just took this opportunity to accept Wang Shui. It also gave himself a reason to accept her, so that Tian Donghua's heart no longer had resistance. I must find a way to convince him. You can rest assured. Just leave it to me. Wang Shui said with some excitement. In fact, she had little feelings for Wang Shifan and Wang Jitao. Although they were related by blood, the relationship wasn't very big. Wang Shifan didn't care much about her in these years. It was even difficult to see her. Wang Jitao, the nominal brother, was even more so. He didn't have any feelings for Wang Shui. He only used her. Therefore, Wang Shui had no feelings for the Wang family. In her heart, Tian Donghua was the most important person. The shadow of a single-parent family made her particularly value love and marriage. She hoped that she and Tian Donghua could be faithful to each other, get married, have children, and grow old together. As for the Wang family that brought great harm to her and her mother, Wang Shui naturally didn't have much good feelings for them. I believe you can do it. Tian Donghua nodded and said, this matter is a bit urgent. You should go now. And then I will go now. Wang Shui nodded quickly. Then I will explain the company's matters to my subordinates and find a temporary secretary for you. When I'm not at home, you are not allowed to cheat. Okay, go ahead. If I wanted to do something behind your back, I would have done it long ago. This company was given to me by my boss and sister-in-law. The purpose was to let me do a good job in the company. Why would I cheat on a woman in the company? You don't have to say this. Tian Donghua waved his hand and said, moreover, I don't have the energy and mind to think about those things now. The company's matters have just been straightened out. There are more important things waiting for me to do. Then I am relieved. Wang Shui nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave Tian Donghua's office. Wang Shui had been observing Tian Donghua's performance for a while, and she was very satisfied. This Tian family's young master changed from his previous sloppy attitude and became a good young man who worked hard to improve himself. This made Wang Shui very happy. Wang Shui returned to the company's secretary office and briefly explained to her subordinates. Then, she went downstairs to the parking lot and drove her own red Audi Q5 to Songjiang City. Although Wang Shui was the wife of the company's chairman, she didn't buy a car that was too expensive. On the one hand, she didn't dare to be too ostentatious in front of Tian Donghua. She was afraid that Tian Donghua would hate her. On the other hand, it was also because although Tian Donghua was in charge of the company now, if she bought a good car and let Yang Ming and Sun Jie see it, it wouldn't be good. Even if she spent her own money, it would be a bit of a show-off. Fortunately, Wang Shui didn't value these materialistic things. She wasn't short of money since she was a child. Although Wang Shifan didn't care about her, he didn't shortchange her alimony. This was also the reason why she agreed to help Wang Jitao. Otherwise, why would Wang Shui be a busybody? After getting in the car, Wang Shui quickly found Huang Youcai's phone number from her phone book. When she joined forces with Wang Jitao, Wang Shui also wrote down Huang Youcai's phone number, but later, there was no contact. Wang Shui was too lazy to delete it, so she kept it. She didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Wang Shui dialed Huang Youcai's phone number, hoping that the other party didn't change his number. Soon, the call was connected. Huang Youcai didn't save Wang Shui's number. When he saw this unfamiliar call, he frowned slightly. He didn't want to answer it, but he remembered that Dong Jun said to let Huang Lele contact him, so Huang Youcai was afraid that this unfamiliar number was from Huang Lele. So, he hesitated and picked up the phone. Hello? Hello, who are you looking for? Huang Youcai didn't introduce himself, but asked who the other party was looking for. Is it Huang Youcai? Wang Shui asked with uncertainty. She didn't have much contact with Huang Youcai, and she forgot his voice, so at this time, she didn't know if the other party was Huang Youcai. You are? Huang Youcai didn't admit or deny it. I am Wang Shui, Wang Jitao's sister, Wang Shui said straightforwardly. Wang Shui said straightforwardly. She could already confirm that the other party should be Huang Youcai. Otherwise, when she asked if he was Huang Youcai, he should have said that he dialed the wrong number and hung up. He wouldn't have continued to ask who she was. Ah. It's you. Huang Youcai naturally knew who Wang Shui was, but at this time, Wang Shui suddenly called, which made Huang Youcai slightly stunned. He didn't have much contact with Wang Shui. He first accompanied Wang Jitao and met Wang Shui. He knew that she was Wang Jitao's half-sister. At the beginning, Wang Shui and Wang Jitao teamed up to deal with Yang Ming. At this time, why did Wang Shui call? Does she want to continue to deal with Yang Ming with me? Thinking of this, Huang Youcai felt that it was very possible. Otherwise, why would Wang Shui suddenly call me? This made Huang Youcai's heart suddenly feel a little depressed. In his heart, Dong Jun's words had just loosened a little. For Huang Lele, he wanted to give up dealing with Yang Ming. After all, compared with the Wang family's grievances, his sister's happiness was more important. Huang Youcai would never forget Huang Lele's friendliness to him. When she called him brother, it was a kind of intimacy from the heart. This made Huang Youcai, who lacked family affection, remember it vividly. It was unforgettable for a lifetime. Therefore, Huang Youcai really hesitated. He wanted to give up. He was looking for a reason for himself not to continue to deal with Yang Ming for the Wang family, but Wang Shui's phone call came in. However, Huang Youcai couldn't refuse or hang up. After all, Wang Shui was also a member of the Wang family. she was also his master. Huang Yukai was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He couldn't just hang up Wang Shue's phone call. Now, Wang Shue was the only bloodline of Wang Shifan. Wang Shue's matter was Huang Youcai's matter. He couldn't refuse. Therefore, Huang Yukai gritted his teeth and thought, if Wang Shue really wants to join forces with me to deal with Yang Ming, then I can only apologize to my little sister. I really have no choice. Unless I am killed by Yang Ming, this is the best ending. It's me, Uncle Huang. Are you free now? I have something to talk to you about. Wang Shue said straightforwardly. Huang Yukai smiled bitterly. He thought, sure enough, she is looking for me for something. However, he couldn't refuse Wang Shue's request because Wang Shue was also a member of the Wang family. Therefore, Huang Yukai still said, okay, where are you? I will go now. I am on the way to Songjiang City. Where are you? Should I pick you up? Your leg isn't good. Should I drive? Asked Wang Shue. Huang Yukai was suddenly moved. The people of the Wang family are really affectionate and righteous. Wang Shue, a member of the Wang family whom I haven't dealt with, is still so good to me. This made Huang Yukai unable to refuse Wang Shue's proposal. If Wang Shue insisted on dealing with Yang Ming, then he could only force himself to deal with Yang Ming with Wang Shue. Thank you, Miss Wang Shue. I have an electric wheelchair and a special vehicle for the disabled. I can drive. There is no problem. Huang Yukai said, I live with others. It's not convenient for you to come here. You see. If that's the case, then there is no problem. Why don't we meet at the City International Hotel? Asked Wang Shue. Okay. Huang Yukai was slightly stunned. The International Hotel used to be the Wang family's property, but it was later taken away by Yang Ming. Wang Shue chose to meet here. Is it really to declare war with Yang Ming? Then I will wait for you. After Wang Shue hung up the phone, she was relieved. Listening to Huang Youcai's tone, he was still very respectful to her. As a result, Wang Shue also had some confidence. She believed that as long as she worked hard, Huang Yukai should be able to give up. After Huang Yukai hung up the phone, he took a deep breath. I have to face what I have to face. But no matter what, Huang Yukai still had to keep the appointment. He quickly packed his luggage and was ready to go out. Huang Yukai pushed open the door of his room in the wheelchair. When he saw Dong Jun in the living room, his expression was a little awkward. Have you figured it out? Dong Jun saw Huang Yukai coming out of the room and suddenly asked nervously. I have something to do. I have to go out. Huang Yukai didn't know how to tell Dong Jun. He didn't know what to say. What's the matter? Dong Jun was slightly stunned. Are you going out now? Huang Yukai nodded and hesitated. However, he felt that he had to tell Dong Jun the truth sooner or later, so he didn't hide it. He said, the people of the Wang family are looking for me. I have to go. People from the Wang clan? Wasn't one of the Wang family members dead and one in prison? How can he find you? Dong Jun was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't know what Huang Yukai was talking about. Yes, they are from the Wang clan. Huang Yukai nodded. It's Wang Shue from the Wang family, President Wang's daughter, and the sister of Wang Jitao and Wang. Ah. Why, is she looking for you at this time? Dong Jun's heart tightened as he asked. I don't know, but I guess it is possible that she wants me to deal with Yang Ming with her. Huang Yukai said, at this time, she looked for me, for this matter. Ah. There was a trace of annoyance on Dong Jun's face. Why did this Wang family member contact Huang Yukai at this time? It's really the right time. She didn't contact him earlier or later, but she contacted him when Huang Yukai was ready to give up. Didn't this let him regain his confidence? Sorry. I'm afraid I can't agree to your previous proposal. If Miss Wang Shue wants me to help deal with Yang Ming, I really can't refuse. Huang Yukai looked at Dong Jun apologetically. Forget it. You go first. It may not necessarily be this matter. If there is anything, we will talk about it when you come back. Dong Jun waved his hand helplessly and said. Well, then I will go first. Huang Yukai smiled bitterly and drove the automatic wheelchair out of the door. Dong Jun looked at Huang Youcai's back and his face showed a helpless look. Huang Yukai, what do you want me to do? If you don't want to compromise, then I have to kill you. After Huang Yukai left, Dong Jun quickly dialed Wang Xiaoyan's phone. Hello? Wang Xiaoyan looked at the caller ID on the phone and asked, Dong Jun? It's me. Dong Jun called Wang Xiaoyan with his normal number, so there was a record in Wang Xiaoyan's phone book. There is one thing that I want to discuss with you. As Dong Jun said, he told Wang Xiaoyan about how he wanted to persuade Huang Yukai, and then he told her about Wang Shui contacting Huang Yukai. Wang Shui has already found Huang Yukai? Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Tian Donghua to be so awesome. Wang Shui went to find Huang Yukai so quickly. For Dong Jun's previous efforts, Wang Xiaoyan still appreciated it. At least, he didn't wait to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, but he was also thinking of a way. Yeah, I was about to succeed, but he. Now it seems that maybe I can only kill him. Although I am unwilling, he has affected the overall plan. I can't keep him. Dong Jun said with a sigh. Hee, you don't have to worry. You just wait for the good news at home, said Wang Xiaoyan. Ah? Wait for the good news? Dong Jun suddenly said, what good news am I waiting for? Huang Youcai's good news. When he comes back, he will probably agree to your proposal, said Wang Xiaoyan. What? He will agree to my proposal when he comes back? What do you mean? Won't Wang Shui let him deal with Yang Ming together? Or he won't agree? Dong Jun didn't quite understand Wang Xiaoyan's meaning. No. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and said, because Wang Shui is with us. Ah? Wang Shui is with us? Dong Jun was a little dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this news. Yeah, Wang Shui is the girlfriend of Yang Ming's underling, Tian Donghua. Do you think they are with us? Wang Xiaoyan asked with a smile. It turned out to be like this. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me nervous. For a while. Dong Jun said with a sudden realization. Although he had some understanding of Yang Ming and the people around Yang Ming, he wouldn't understand the network of people around Yang Ming because it would be endless. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to who Tian Donghua's girlfriend was. After listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words, he knew the truth. Okay, don't be happy too early. The most important thing is to see Yang Ming's intention. Otherwise, no matter how much you do in the early stage, it is useless. Wang Xiaoyan timely poured cold water on Dong Jun. End of chapter 21:13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.